Windows play some hardball with one of their stars on defense.
I think I've made my decision. I know I've made my decision.
You've made a decision.
I'm not paying Zach Allen this year. Sorry, Zach. You're under contract. This is the way it goes. I look at you so much tied to Vance Joseph that I got to see how he plays out.
Okay.
And whether or not Vance is a part of our future.
Can I change your mind?
You can try.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Cheap windows cost more in the long run. They fade, they warp, and they fail. You'll pay for them again and again. Infinity from Marvin windows are different. They're built to last. You'll see it in lower energy bills. You'll feel it every season, and you'll appreciate it for decades. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton is Colorado's most trusted window company, and spring and summer appointments go fast. Lock in your free consultation today at windowsforyourhome.com or just give them a call 303-794-0490. Tell them Mark sent you and get 25% off this month only.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream. A sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your favorite grocer. If you can't find it, be sure to ask for it.
Aloha! Dreaming of sandy beaches and ocean breezes? JTV's Tropical Treasure Sweepstakes could make that dream come true. Enter for your chance to win a fabulous Hawaiian getaway for two with luxury accommodations, airfare, and spending cash. Plus, just for entering, get $30 off your next qualifying JTV purchase of at least $99 when you opt in for emails. Don't miss out. Visit jtv.com/sweeps and enter by August 3rd. JTV, where paradise awaits.
Do your summer plans include travel? Make sure your prep includes more than just flights and hotels. Stay up to date with COVID-19 vaccination, especially if you're 65 or older or have certain health conditions. There have been surges in COVID-19 in the summer, too. It's important to help protect yourself no matter your destination. So check eligibility and schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Okay, there's some great news. Prime Day is almost here. And this year, Prime Day will last 4 days, so you can save big on everything you're into. Shop Prime Day from July 8th through July 11th.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Passive aggression.
Oh, Mark. Sweet, naive, childlike Mark.
Culinary techniques.
So you got the crawfish, you got the tail, you pinch, twist, and some people like to slurp it. You're a slurper.
And backhanded apologies.
You know what? I would like to officially apologize to you, Mike. You were right. I was wrong. You're smart. I'm dumb. You're skinny. I'm fat.
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to it. A Monday, start of another week. Hope you had a fantastic weekend. Hope you stayed cool on what was a hot one throughout the course of the weekend. We got a lot to get to. Jump right into it. Good morning, Brandon Stokely. How are we doing?
Doing great. Good morning, Mike Evans.
All right, so the long slog that was the NBA playoffs finally came to an end last night with the Oklahoma City Thunder winning the NBA championship in 7 games. They get a big break with the injury to Tyrese Halliburton, who goes down with the Achilles. What's with these Achilles tendon injuries? But more on that in a second. But first reaction, gut reactions to the Thunder winning the championship.
They were the best team all year, the most complete team. They play the game the right way. And you could tell they genuinely like each other, and it shows on the basketball court. They had an amazing regular season. They carried it over to the postseason, and even when it got tough for them, they always responded. And that was the question for them in the playoffs because they didn't really have any tough moments in the regular season. They just blew through the regular season. What would it look like when it got tough? It got tough against the Nuggets, and it got tough against the Pacers. And they were able to overcome all that and find a way to get it done. So you got to give them a lot of credit. It does stink for the Pacers that Halliburton, he was playing great.
Mm-hmm.
He started off great. It looked like it was going to be one of those moments for him and the Pacers to pull off a huge upset. So that was a shame. It really was a shame that he went down like that early in the basketball game as well as he was playing.
I got to push back on Oklahoma City plays the game the right way. I think they're one of the more unlikable champions we've ever come across with the flopping. I mean, the flopping is just out of control.
Well, Mike, I'm talking about team-wise.
They flop as a team.
They're okay. Well, but they're a really good team. I mean, they share the basketball. They're not selfish. They play the game the right way when it comes to that. Hey, guess what, Mike? Guess what? That's actually smart. If they're going to give you calls, take advantage of it. Like, you're hating on them because, they did it against the Nuggets. But, hey, you know what? Jokic tries to do some of that sometimes. Okay? He does. Now, sometimes he doesn't get the call. It seems like they get the call more so than not. But, I mean, you do what you can to try to win basketball games. And they do it at a very high level. So, I'm going to give them credit today. You want to take it away from them. They're young, and they do play it the right way when it comes to sharing the basketball, playing team basketball. They don't really – it doesn't seem to me on the outside that they don't care who gets the credit. They were all about winning, which is rare these days, especially for a young basketball team.
All right. Man, you think it was me talking about the Dallas Stars the way you're talking about Oklahoma City. Wow.
When's the parade? I'm going.
Wow.
I'm going down road trip.
Are you going to be the grand marshal
Yes.
of the parade? So
road tripping,
baby.
baby.
We'll give you a chance to react to that throughout the course of the morning. Of course, the big Kevin Durant trade that apparently the Nuggets were in on.
What?
At least a little bit.
A little bit?
Yeah.
Oh, I want to hear
get to that. Also, the Rockies lose 2 out of 3 over the weekend. Further proof, only the Rockies. Only the Rockies. Bud Black could be coming back as like a pitching consultant. Did you see that?
No, Mike, no.
Yeah.
I did not.
Yeah.
Busy weekend. We had the football camp.
Yeah.
Shout
Oh,
out
yeah.
to
How'd that
everybody that showed up and that gave back to the community that was, that works for this station. We didn't see you, Evans. Ty Simmer, but a lot of other people from a lot of other shows were there.
Nobody told me to come.
Yeah. It was great. Stoke loves the kids. Gave back to the kids. Philip Lindsay out there. All the coaches for South High School were there donating their time. Great group of guys. And the kids were great. Hot.
Yeah.
But a lot of fun. So
Good
that was good. And then had the Precious Child event Saturday. Which was great, the golf tournament we did. So I hadn't seen a lot, Mike.
Bud Black could be.
It can't be true.
Bud Black could be rejoining the Rockies as the Rockies director of pitching, just a month after being dismissed. I mean, really, what are we doing? I mean, Dick Monfort, are you so paralyzed? That's the only word I can use. Are you so paralyzed by the idea of doing something different, bringing a fresh set of eyes in, that all you do is you just continue to recycle through and keep people that are loyal to you close to you? You bring back Clint Hurdle. You bring back Bud Black. Boy, that's not going to send a mixed message to the team at all, huh? If you were a player, your manager, who's been here forever, gets fired, and a month later he's back as the pitching coordinator?
Is it consultant or coordinator? What exactly will he be doing? I don't understand that role. Is he going to be like the full-time pitching coach? Is he just helping out? Is he going to just be a consultant? I mean, Bud Black's a smart guy.
Yeah.
So if he's just being a consultant, are you down on being a consultant? Like, what is his role going to be?
So the same guy who was here for years, whose expertise was supposedly pitching, you were off to a historically bad start. You decided he needed to be fired as manager, but you're deciding a month later to bring him back, still in the midst of a historically bad season, to be your new consultant in the area that a month ago you determined he wasn't good enough at.
Exactly.
Okay, just so I had this straight.
No,
I just
Mike,
want to
you
connect
nailed it.
all the dots here, okay?
You absolutely nailed it.
Well, like I
Mike,
said, only the Rockies.
Guess what? Mike, pitching is his expertise, right? So he is going to solely focus on pitching.
He was distracted.
Yes, too
He was
much.
distracted the last time.
You know when you're the head coach, you got a lot of other
gotcha.
responsibilities.
Now he'll be able to zero in.
Just on pitching.
It's like Wade Phillips. Just couldn't make
Right.
it as a head coach, but man, you put him back into that world of just being a DC. Excelled. Okay.
Mike, that's what it is.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
Shout out to Wade Phillips, coach of the quarter century team.
Yeah.
Defensive coordinator.
Yeah, we'll talk about that this
Whatever
week as
that
well.
means.
Yeah. Also, today's Daily Top 5, our Daily Top 5 topic that we're having fun with during the summer. This will be a good one. Can't wait to see some of the stuff that comes in on this one. Top 5 sports venues you've been to. That can be as a fan, could be as somebody who covered it, somebody who played in it. Top 5 sports venue.
Venue.
And that can be indoors, outdoors. So that's the list. Okay?
I like it.
All right. We are off and rolling. Of course, want to hear from you on the RumbleSlot.com text line, 303-713-1043. Up next, we teased it. The Kevin Durant trade went down. And what do you make of the reports that the Nuggets were dark horse candidates? Also, the other Monfort spoke out. Yes, the sometimes forgotten Monfort. Could his words cause change? That's all coming up next.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, denversports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
Is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then, with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite.
That's what makes it for me. That's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Well, as somebody who once experienced a flooded basement, they are not fun. Your home doesn't have to flood before you know there's a problem. The Moen Flow Smart Water Shutoff System monitors your entire home's water usage in real time right from your phone. So whether you're on vacation or just at work, you'll get notified of leaks the moment they happen. Copperhead Plumbing offers professional installation, so you know it's set up to be right the first time. Take control of your water system and protect your home from costly damage. Also, Copperhead Plumbing here to help you get ahead of any kind of summertime issues, backyard barbecues, and guests mean your plumbing's working overtime, leaky faucets, clogged drains. Call Copperhead before it gets worse. Also, that loud bang maybe that you're hearing when your sprinkler switches zones, it's more than annoying. It could be damaging your pipes. Copperhead Plumbing specializes in diagnosing and solving water hammer issues. So know that you are getting the best coverage with Copperhead Plumbing, whether it's commercial or residential, emergency services, or routine maintenance. Give Copperhead Plumbing a call for all your plumbing needs. It's who I use and who I recommend. Call 303-552-3491 to book an appointment. Copperhead Plumbing. We plumb custom.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
The 35th Annual Schomp Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now through Saturday, June 28th. There's no better time and no better cost. We have our best prices of the year on our entire inventory of BMW, Honda, Mini, Subaru, Mazda, Nissan, Ford, and Hyundai vehicles. Whether you are in the market for a new, electric, or used vehicle, we have thousands of cars in stock. The Schomp Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now. See all offers at schomp.com.
Metallica in the round. The M72 World Tour continues. Live from the 50-yard line of Empower Field at Mile High. Metallica. 2 nights, 2 different sets. A no-repeat weekend. This Friday night, Rollin' with Limp Bizkit and Ice Nine Kills. Sunday night, those Cowboys from Hell, Pantera, and Suicidal Tendencies. Single-day tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Metallica. The M72 World Tour continues. Presented by In Kind.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is powered by American Financing.
Job shaping.
You played in the NFL, but you were a wide receiver.
Embellishments.
I mean, sometimes I swear you're just making things up.
And amateur zoology.
I think polar bears are bigger than grizzlies.
Of course.
So make them a polar bear.
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Great Monday morning to you. We'll have our daily top five list coming up here in just a little bit. Number 5 pick, our favorite sports venues. Love to get your nominations as well on the Ramoslaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. So can you imagine if an NFL team had tried to go out and make some kind of big move on Super Bowl Sunday? Can you imagine what Roger Goodell would have done? Those people from that team would have been sentenced to NFL Siberia. Instead, you had the Kevin Durant trade went down yesterday, stealing, pardon the pun, a lot of the thunder from Game 7. It was really the Kevin Durant story was the bigger story yesterday, not Game 7 of the NBA Finals. But what was your reaction to him getting traded to Houston in a deal that has been pretty unanimously given to the Rockets, that they basically fleeced Phoenix. It included Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, the number 10 pick in this year's draft, and 5 second-round picks for Kevin Durant.
Yeah, well, Phoenix had to make a move. I mean, the way that they're structured wasn't working with their salary and how they were going to play out over the next 3 or 4 years. It wasn't going to be sustainable for them. So they had to make a move with someone. They couldn't trade Bradley Beal. And so Durant was going to be the guy that they were going to trade. And if you look back, Evans, look at back when Kevin Durant was with Brooklyn, look at back when he was with the Phoenix Suns, you see a team that ends up being worse when he leaves than when he got there. So that's just what it's been. Those are the facts. And he's 37 years old. Can he stay healthy? Or he will turn 37 in September. Can he stay healthy? But certainly that's a good situation to go to. Rockets took a big step this year to get the number 2 seed. They got some good young pieces there, but can he stay healthy and can he help the Rockets take the next step? He really hasn't been able to do that with his last couple stops.
So Shams had this story about the trade, and he said that the Suns engaged in serious talks with the Rockets, the Heat, Minnesota. He said several other wild card suitors emerged as well, including the Toronto Raptors, Cleveland Cavaliers, LA Clippers, and Denver Nuggets. Considering that the Nuggets don't have a general manager yet, what are we waiting for? The draft is coming up on Wednesday. Free agency is a week from now. How much do you put into the Nuggets having interest in Kevin Durant? In order to have made a deal, you were probably looking at a combination of probably Michael Porter Jr. and some combination of Christian Brown, Peyton Watson, maybe a Zeke Naji, or you throw in a Dario Saric, somebody like that. But you have no picks either.
Right. We have no picks to give up, unfortunately. So
even second-round picks.
Yeah. No, I mean, I hope they would be in it, like making phone calls, trying to get it done. I mean, Kevin Durant's still a good player. I think Kevin Durant would be perfect for the Nuggets. I don't know. Am I thinking is Kevin Durant 3 or 4 years ago? I mean, he will be 37. Do you want to put all your hopes and trade away a lot of your core group and some of your bench for one guy? The bench is already weak enough. So would that take more?
But if you're in a win-now window with Nikola Jokic, who's going to give you a better chance to win now, Michael Porter Jr. or Kevin Durant?
Well, that's of course that's Kevin Durant. But my question is, you're going to be taking away from your bench where you already have nothing. I don't want to say nothing, but your depth there is lacking. And we saw it the last 2 years. So what would that look like this next year?
But what's easier to find? Some bench role players or a guy who could be a real difference maker in Kevin Durant?
That's a good question.
So if you're telling me, first of all, Kevin Durant, huge, massive upgrade over Michael Porter Jr., so that's already a win-win.
But you're trading away Christian Brown.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, it could have been You're
going to have to give up. You don't have any draft picks, Mike. You're going to have to give up Porter Jr., Christian Brown, and maybe, to your point, probably one of your better bench players, whoever that may be. Peyton Watson, somebody like that. You don't have any draft picks, so that's what you would have had to done. You're not going to just say, hey, take Michael Porter Jr., one-for-one trade.
All right, so would you do, let's say the deal was MPJ, Christian Brown, and Peyton Watson for Kevin Durant. Would you do that?
Gosh. I think you would have to.
Yeah, because you got to win. You're trying to win now.
Yeah. But you look, Mike, you look around and you look at, the Suns, and it looked like they had something good there. Add Kevin Durant. How'd that work out? You look at Brooklyn. How'd that work out for them with Kyrie and company they had there? It didn't. So I don't know. I mean, that's a tough call. It really is.
But Durant fit in well with what they had in Golden State. Their players, their core, their culture. He fit in well there.
He did.
would he get Golden State vibes if he came here?
He's older. Also, you got to think about that. I mean, he's not going to be playing more minutes for you than he did 3, 4, 5 years ago. So you'd have to take that into the equation. I mean, I literally, Mike, I say I would do it because it is Kevin Durant, but the more I talk about it, the less I want to do it.
Kind of talked yourself out of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I really did.
I think this was one of those also, by the way. I don't think this – my guess is this never got really –
with the Nuggets?
I don't think this really got down
agree.
the road. I think it was just, it was, yes, who called? Who called about it? Who floated some ideas? Who had more than a passing discussion? And so the Nuggets were in there, okay, but I don't think that there was a lot to it. I think whatever the deal was potentially going to end up being, I think the Nuggets probably tapped out pretty quickly. Would be my read on it. We mentioned this. So, in the hopes for those of us who would love to see a, competitive, winning, Rockies team around here, Charlie Monfort, not to be confused with Dick Monfort, Charlie Monfort, who used to be a big part of the ownership with his brother, who stepped away from really being involved in the team as he battled some of his own personal demons with alcoholism. God bless you. Talked to the Denver Post yesterday and said that the team, quote, needs a new set of eyeballs.
Oh.
W. Which has always been my biggest plea for Dick Monfort. Look, I know you're not going to sell the team. I'm not necessarily asking you to sell the team. All I'm asking you is to break free of this failed model that has been in place now for going on 30 years. And just be willing to bring in a fresh voice, a, quote, new set of eyeballs. And if a guy like your brother, who's been around this team forever and is a huge baseball fan and would love to see the Rockies succeed, that's all we're asking. Just be willing to step outside your comfort zone and bring in some new people. Bring in a fresh approach. And not just stick to a failed model and just recycling people who've just simply been loyal to you.
We're bringing in a new set of eyes to be our pitching consultant, Mike. Fresh set of eyes. He had a couple months off.
Yeah.
Bud, come on back, Bud.
Sure he sees it all differently now.
Yes. Well, he got to San Diego for a little bit, got a little vacation. He's rested. He's re-energized. And now he can focus just on pitching.
Wow. Well, hey.
Do you think something will happen now that Charlie has spoken up?
No. But again, the attendance, by the way, is exactly the same as it was a year ago. The same amount of people have come out to Rockies games this year that came out last year.
A lot of times, W.
The notion that you're going to hit Dick Monfort where it hurts most, the wallet, and make him be forced into making changes because of that, that's not going to happen because you're not staying away from the ballpark. So I don't know. I just hope that something, because the status quo just is just not going to work here. Coming up next, why haven't the Nuggets named a general manager, and the Avs offseason is ready to ramp up? How do you feel about a guy turning them down? Was it actually maybe the best thing that could have happened? That's next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drives Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road, bringing their party to you.
Hate to break up the brouhaha.
Next stop, North Glen, June 27th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
So you're the little lady who started this great brouhaha.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What is happening, fellas? Hopefully you had a great weekend. I know that I did. I hope your Monday is off to a great start. But if you've been dealing with erectile dysfunction, it probably wasn't a good weekend and you're probably not off to a good start today. If you've been dealing with ED, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. Every case is different, right? And finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. And it's almost always a given that better medical practice generally leads to better outcome for patients, right? And if you suffer with ED, you certainly want a good outcome. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic practices better medicine. They're the leader in treating men's sexual health issues in Colorado. Jeff and his team, they're the absolute best. They're going to get you taken care of. They have treatments when the pills or the herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. And they serve the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Stop procrastinating, fellas. Pick up the phone. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or you can find them online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hi there, I'm Kim Rudell, owner of Wills and Wellness Estate Planning. Halftime of this year is rapidly approaching. Let us help you reassess your current game plan or scrap the old plan and put together a new one to ensure your loved ones are taken care of in case something unexpected happens. We never know what tomorrow might bring in this game of life, but our firm can help provide certainty that your loved ones will be okay. Find us at willsandwellness.com or give us a call at 720-266-8190.
I am down 50 pounds in 11 weeks, and this program works. The pounds melt off. It's amazing.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal. I was so proud of myself.
Get in the best shape of your life with SOTA Weight Loss.
Just 3 weeks in, and pounds are dropping off very quickly. I am down 26 pounds in 3 weeks.
Summer is right around the corner.
Your summer body starts right here because SOTA's summer savings are on.
Every single day, SOTA Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight without drugs, without hunger, and the weight stays off.
I tried other things, came to SOTA, just amazing.
I started on SOTA 8 months ago, and I have released 80 pounds now.
Summer savings, stunning results, only at SOTA Weight Loss. Get started now at SOTAweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
SOTA is, say it with me, state of the art.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
If you're ready to make fitness fit your schedule, don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Comcast. Well, spring has sprung, and you know what that means. It's officially moving season. A time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving is make sure the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up, then boom, you'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time it takes to parallel park a moving truck. Then you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi and the best in-class equipment from Xfinity. So you can just kick back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while someone else deals with all those boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you'll have to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make it right, make it easy, and move with Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on Open Signal Awards, USA, Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
The Tree Farm's Array of Trees sale. Now through July 15th. See sale items at thetreefarm.com. Save 25 to 45% on thousands of 3 to 8-year-old shade and flowering trees. Choose from honey locust, linden, maple, oak, flowering crabapple, serviceberry, willow, and more. And save big on thousands of shrubs and perennials. The Array of Trees sale. Now through July 15th.
I-25 to exit 235. Then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
Have you been dreaming about playing a round of golf this week? Well, my friends in Aurora have what you need.
Tee Times, beautiful golf courses and restaurants for after-round fun. What's up, guys? It's Zach here, and the city of Aurora is home to 5 courses you need to play this summer. Spring Hill, Aurora Hills, Meadow Hills, Saddle Rock, and Murphy Creek. My personal favorite is Saddle Rock. The views of the mountains are stunning. If you prefer a traditional course layout, head over to Meadow Hills. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com, and then follow them on Facebook and X at Aurora Golf.
Nitro's back. The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is lighting up the track. Grab your tickets now at IHRA.com. That's IHRA.com.
Any way you want it, it's the way you need it. Any way you want it.
Self-appointed nicknames.
Obviously, I am the hockey guy at this station.
Grammar lessons.
High five, Flamma Jamma.
And Oscar-worthy impressions.
My version was, get off my plane.
Okay.
Yours was, get off my plane.
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, great to have you with us here on this Monday. Mark will be along, of course, right after 8 o'clock, as he is each and every day. Well, most every day. This is strongly probable today.
That's good.
That's good. He's been good lately.
He has.
He's been
committed.
He's been reliable.
Maybe his anxiety is really high again, like it was when he played football and he didn't want to let his teammates down and he wanted to be accountable, and that's why he worked so hard, and that's why he committed and had all those surgeries, because he didn't want to let anybody down.
Right. Have that surgery on a Monday so I could play on Sunday.
Yes. Had to be there for his teamemates. That's
Can't
what
let
drove him. That's why he studied so hard.
Oh,
the
you're
fear
good.
of failure. Also, he had big fear of failure.
Big fear of failure.
Yes.
That was one of his fears that he shared with us. Wasn't that like the fear?
Yes.
And then you started laughing.
Yes.
And you.
Oh my God.
He was trying to be serious and bearing his soul, and
yeah,
you
he deserved it.
You started smirking. I couldn't look at you. I had to put the paper up.
Yep.
I had to put the paper up because if I looked over at you, I'd start
laughing because you know, and I just couldn't take it anymore. My number one fear is fear of failure.
Oh, jeez, come on.
Wasn't his biggest fear reading out loud?
That was there too.
That was up there too.
He did
because then he's like, I just so scared to read out loud. My 7th grade teacher diagnosed me with dyslexia. I mean, he had some random teacher say,
yeah, like Mr. Maroney or something like that. Yeah,
it's not even official. Couldn't help it.
No, you couldn't, man. You were really kind of a jerk, but it was.
I know, but he gives it.
Yeah, you're right. No, that's fine. Number 5, we got our top 5 daily sports list. Our favorite sports venues. All right, Silk, you go up first. Number 5.
Okay, I am gonna go. I'm a Louisiana guy. Number 5 is gonna be the Superdome for me. Iconic, big dome. It's right there in New Orleans. Love going to games there.
Yeah.
Really a great spot, great setup. So, I've been to Final Fours there, been to NFL games played there, college games there. So, had a couple nice moments there in college for myself personally playing there. So, it's kind of a special place for me.
Good. I like that. That's a solid one. Mine, I went with number 5, the old Chicago Stadium.
Oh.
Had a chance to cover a couple NBA finals back in the day when Michael Jordan was playing. And, man, that...
Chicago Bulls.
Oh,
I thought you were talking about Bears.
No, Chicago Bulls. Chicago Stadium. Home of the Blackhawks and Bulls.
Okay.
And not there anymore, but just, man, I mean, you want to talk about just a great arena. Just loud and cramped and just, everybody on top of each other and just an electric. Now, it helped that you had big events going on there at the time, but anytime you went into Chicago Stadium, any Chicago sports fan will tell me that they missed the old Chicago Stadium. You had to walk up these stairs to get up to the court from where the locker rooms were, and I can still see Phil Jackson trying to he's all creaky knees trying to climb up those stairs to get up and down to the court and then back down to the locker room. But I went with the old Chicago Stadium. Number 5 for me, having had a chance to experience it a few times. It made a lasting impression. So
wait, I need a little bit of clarification here. This can be arena, and it doesn't have to be strictly for a sporting event, right? I mean, it could be arena for something else sometimes it holds a sporting event.
Well, yeah, top 5 sports venues you've been to. So top 5 place that you've seen sports. Does that change your list a little bit?
Well, I've been there to see something else.
You got to put like the Ogden down or something like that, or what? I don't know where you're going. Well, hold on to that.
I've been there to see something else. Don't look.
I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I can't read your chicken scratch anyway.
I've been there to see something else, but it does hold sport. Like, say you went to a great arena or place to watch a concert.
Yes.
But they do hold a sporting events there, or they
but
can,
does the
or they
venue
will.
Stand out?
I didn't watch it for.
Does the venue – okay, so I don't think the venue can make your list if it stands out because of a concert. It has to stand out because of a sporting event.
Okay.
All right? Sorry. Them's the rules.
I just want a clarification.
Ty came up with a list. That's Ty's.
I was going to have – you want me to tell you?
Yeah.
I was going to have the Sphere on it.
The Sphere.
The Sphere.
Sphere. That's where James Marilat was there this weekend.
Yeah. Did he watch Kenny Chesney?
I don't know what I saw a quick post from him.
Oh,
I don't know.
Anyway, I went to see a concert.
Like a lot
there.
of things that James tweets, I don't pay that much attention to.
Oh, yeah, he's supposed to be here today. He's not.
Wow.
So I went to see a concert there, but they have UFC is there. They had didn't they have the NBA draft there last year or something so it was going to make my list because it's a cool venue, but it's out now.
Okay. The NBA is over, and the season's over, which means the real fun starts, the offseason. And we've got the draft coming up this Wednesday and Thursday. Free agency begins a week from now. And this is expected to be a weak free agent class, so the trade activity is supposed to be bigger than normal. And we've already seen the big one with Kevin Durant. So I got to ask the question, why don't the Nuggets have a general manager yet?
That's a good question, Mike. Really good question.
What are we waiting for?
To me, it says that our guy
Ben Tenzer is going to be the guy. Yeah.
And so it's like, okay, I don't know. We don't have to announce it if we don't want to announce it. It's not that big a deal. We're going to keep the structure the way that it is. We got Adelman, we got Benny, and we got Josh making the decision. So I mean, that's the way I see it. And, oh, by the way, we have no picks. Now you could say, well, how about a trade? You're kind of, if you don't have your guy in place, you're not going to make some blockbuster trade, then all of a sudden say, hey, we're going to hire a new general manager in 2 weeks. That wouldn't make much sense.
But why not announce it?
That's a good question.
Why not announce it?
I can't figure it out.
You didn't mess around with David Adelman. You immediately came out and named him the head coach. So what are you waiting for?
I've been thinking about it a lot in the shower.
Is there still – okay, the NBA finals are over. So, in theory, could that free a guy like Bob Myers up to come take the job? But wouldn't you think in the really, really insulated world that is the NBA media world, don't you think that if Myers was just waiting, Bob Myers was just waiting to take over this job and the Nuggets were just waiting for the finals to end to officially name him, you don't think that'd be a seismic enough move that it would have leaked by now? I think it would have. It would have been amazing to have kept that secret quiet over the
Kevin
course
Durant trade didn't leak?
No, but the idea that he was going to be traded in all likelihood was out there.
Yeah.
And it
was still kept quiet. They were doing a lot of talking. I'm with you. you would think that if you're talking to a guy like Bob Myers, Ben's his brother or cousin, I don't think we're going to hire him, but just Bob. If we were going to hire him and his profile and what he's doing right now, that, some news would have got out. So that tells me they're not really in play for anyone else.
No.
Because who else are you going to hire? Who's working right now that you couldn't have hired 3 or 4 days ago? We haven't even heard them. Have they interviewed anyone?
No.
So that lets you know that it's going to be Ben.
And the fact that it's going to be Ben Tenzer, assisted by Josh Kroenke, playing GM. Okay.
Just do it.
But just,
right?
Because you're a couple days away from the NBA draft. You're a week away from free agency. This isn't a very good look. I mean, if you want to go with those guys running the show, and they've been running the show for the last month, that's fine. But what are you waiting for? Make the announcement. Up next, why the Avalanche got a break this weekend with a player that they pursued that they didn't get, and why the College World Series was ruined for all the wrong reasons. And you'll hear it next.
Head to Facebook.com/Denver Sports 1043 The Fan to watch Orange and Blue Today, The Rundown, and Denver Sports Daily on demand. Take your favorite shows with you anytime, anywhere. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
Okay, for my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years, and they got 5 auctions ending this week. Got 2 that are open for bidding right now that are ending today. You still got time. Don't worry about it. All you got to do is go to rollerauction.com to get logged in, to get signed up. Guess what? It's free. It's easy. It's open to the public. And the best part about it is you're going to get some great deals on great items. This is what I love about Roller Auction. Got a high-end corporate office furniture auction that will be going down at the end of the day at 1 o'clock. This got over 290 items in it. It is packed full of some really cool items. It's got adjustable height desks, got office cabinets, conference tables, chairs, decorations, TVs, excess model home furniture, and so much more. Some really cool items in this. I'm talking about leather chairs, got an Ashley Furniture 6-drawer dresser with mirror, got bed frames, adjustable height bar table, 4-piece stool set with wood tops. That's really cool. Also got a glass door beverage cooler. I'd like to have that one in the basement. That's what I love about Roller Auction. They're always updating and adding new auctions every single week. Go see it all. Get yourself a great deal. RollerAuction.com. That's RollerAuction.com.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, it's Mike Evans, and if you missed the filing deadline again, or maybe you haven't filed in a while, the consequences can be substantial, and the penalties, huge. After 5 months, you'll owe late filing penalties of 25%, not to mention interest. The recent IRS tactics include prosecuting more non-filers, sometimes even criminally. Don't gamble with the IRS, it's just not worth it. You can avoid the stress and worry of not filing your taxes simply by calling the people I trust, and that's Advanced Tax Solutions. I've personally talked with clients who've been helped by Todd Whalen. They can get your taxes filed and provide a number of solutions to get you off the IRS's radar. You will feel relief and peace of mind as soon as you talk with the experts. So call the professionals I trust at Advanced Tax Solutions. 303-753-6040 or visit advancedtaxsolutions.com.
Jordan Davis on Saturday, July 19th at Cheyenne Frontier Days.
Do what you love, but call it work and throw a little money.
It's a summer night in Cheyenne you'll never forget. Plus, special guest Brett Young.
Baby, I'm crazy about you.
Tickets are on sale now at cfdrodeo.com.
Your home should feel like a fortress, not a worry. Old windows aren't just drafty, they're a weak spot. Cheap vinyl replacements, they crack, they warp, and they leave you replacing them again in just a few years. Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows are built like armor. Stronger than vinyl, sleeker than wood, made to last a lifetime. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton installs year-round, but spring and summer slots fill up fast. Secure your spot now at windowsforyourhome.com or call them 303-794-0490. Tell them Mark sent you and save 25% this month only.
Co-Etzel. Live at Fiddler's Green, July 6th. With special guests, Kip Moore, Corey Kent, and more. Get tickets to see Co-Etzel live at AXS.com.
Are you one of those people who dread going to the dentist? If so, have you tried sedation dentistry? Learn more about sedation dentistry at coloradosedation.com. Sit back, relax, and dream with the most experienced sedation dentist and staff at Clarkson Dental.
Find what you love and love what you find. A Total Wine and More, the place to go for. Sipping rosés with seltzers on ice. Making margaritas with your favorite tequilas. It's warm out, let's go. Our prices are low on spirits, beer, and wine. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly, B21.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Music history.
I've now baptized you in the glory of Led Zeppelin.
Brutal honesty.
Today's just been a bad day for you, Mike. I don't know how else to put it.
And some questionable taste.
I do not heat up leftovers.
Oh, my
I only eat
God.
leftovers cold.
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, great to have you with us here on a Monday after a busy sports weekend. All the teams in the news today, and we'll get to all of that throughout the course of the day. Did you see, Stoke, you're probably happy about this, LSU won the College World Series.
Go Tigers.
That wasn't bad. That was you got to go a little deeper, a little bit more gravelly to do your Ed Orgeron.
Go Tigers.
Go Tigers. Go Tigers.
Great young man.
There he is. There's the OG. Anyway, so Coastal Carolina, who's built themselves up into a college baseball powerhouse. They're in the College World Series. It was game number 2, an elimination game for Coastal Carolina, and their manager, their coach, got booted in the first inning. Kevin Schnall got booted in the first inning for arguing balls and strikes. And then when the first base umpire came in to intervene, tripped and fell, and immediately came up and put up 2 fingers, meaning that he was going to be, even if Carolina came back to win game number 2, that he'd be suspended for the next game.
Soft.
Well, here was this Coastal Carolina coach on being ejected.
If you guys watched the video, there was a guy that came in extremely aggressively, tripped over Campos's foot, embarrassed in front of 25,000, immediately goes 2-game suspension and said bumping the umpire. Immediately does that. There was no bump. He was embarrassed. I shouldn't be held accountable for a grown man's athleticism. They'll retract it, though, because now it's excessive. And the reason why it's excessive, because I was trying to say, I didn't bump him. It is what it is. But if that warranted an ejection, man, there'd be a lot of ejections. As an umpire, I feel like it's your job to manage the game, the national championship game, with some poise, some calmness, and a little bit of tolerance.
Yeah, amen. It's the College World Series. It's an elimination game. It's the first inning. Nobody came to see you umpire. Nobody came to see you ref. And by the way, this Angel Campos, who used to be a major league umpire, got booted from doing major league games because he was so thin-skinned. What are we doing, Stoke? What are we doing?
Yeah, at some point the coach has got to take responsibility for his actions, too,
Yeah,
Mike.
but
I mean, like LSU had a call go against them, and their coach didn't like it. I think it was in game 1, and he talked about it after the game. And there's a certain point when you're the leader of the ship, you got to show some composure. And I understand where you're coming from. I do. It's not about the umpire, right? You can show a little bit of restraint, but as a coach, you're down 1-0 in the best of 3. It's a must-win game for your team, and it's the first inning, and you're putting yourself in a bad situation. You know what? The late, great Milt Jackson, my first wide receiver coach in the NFL, told us. Don't leave it in the ref's hands because they'll screw you, okay? So, hey, if you extend your arm, you might not have pushed off, but they see that extension, guess what? They might screw you. So you're leaving in the umpire's hands here where you're coming out a little bit fiery early on, and the umpire, look, he did what he did. But you know what? If you would have stayed in the dugout and if you would have been quiet and maybe got an explanation afterwards, the inning, then things would have been different. But, hey, you left it in the umpire's hands and you got screwed.
Sometimes the best moves you make are the ones that don't get made, and I think this applies to the Avalanche. On Friday, Jonathan Toews, future Hall of Famer, great player, was once a great player, emphasis on once, has played 2 seasons of hockey since 2020, has been out of hockey the last 2 years. And even when he did play, he was a player that was in decline compared to what he once was. And yet the Avalanche showed serious interest in him, enough to the point where he was choosing between Winnipeg and the Avs, and he chose Winnipeg and put me on the record as being really happy that he chose Winnipeg over the Avs.
You think it's done?
I just don't understand, after a year in which at the trade deadline, Jared Bednar came out after the deadline and said, I really like the way we're built down the middle. I really like our 4 centermen. And so now you're going to break that up and bring in a guy who hasn't played hockey in 2 years and is 37 years old? Curious. But I don't know why they were interested in him in the first place, but put me down as pretty happy that Jonathan Toews choosing to be a Winnipeg Jet and not a Colorado Avalanche. I think this will work out for the Avs better in the long run. Coming up next, Nugget fans, why you are in a position to troll the newly crowned world champions. That's next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Fellas, what's happening? Stoke here from my friends at Embers Living. Summer is in full effect, and if you're anything like me, you know what that means. It's time to go get that grill out and start grilling. But not just any grilling. I'm talking about steakhouse quality sears, precision control, and serious versatility. That's what you get with the Napoleon Prestige Series. At Embers Living, they're bringing the heat with Napoleon Sizzle Zone. That's high heat, infrared grilling that gives you restaurant-style results right in your backyard. You can't beat it. And if you like tech with your tongs, you'll love the connected smart grilling features. You can monitor temps, get alerts, and take control right from your phone. So whether you're slow smoking ribs or reverse searing a tomahawk, Napoleon gives you the power to grill it all effortlessly. Because with Napoleon, every detail matters, from precision engineered burners to seamless design. No detail's too small when it comes to performance. So if you're serious about outdoor cooking and you want a grill that's built to last, head to embersliving.com and take your grilling to the next level with Napoleon. Embers Living. Upgrade your outdoor experience.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later on your timeline. No showings, no double moves. Plus, Orchard handles all home repairs for you, attracting buyers. Buy before you sell and get top dollar with Orchard. Visit Orchard.com for your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy Siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. Right now, get free gutters with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding, they upgrade your home. Old siding off, new batt insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com, the altitude of quality.
The 35th Annual Shop Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now through Saturday, June 28th. There's no better time and no better cost. We have our best prices of the year on our entire inventory of BMW, Honda, Mini, Subaru, Mazda, Nissan, Ford, and Hyundai vehicles. Whether you are in the market for a new, electric, or used vehicle, we have thousands of cars in stock. The Shop Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now. See all offers at shop.com.
Any jewelry store can sell you a diamond.
But there's only one family jeweler in Colorado that was literally built on them.
In fact, we've sold more diamonds to more couples for more years than any other jeweler in Denver. I'm Steve Williams.
I'm Dylan.
And I'm Shayna Williams. That's why we built Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, an entire store totally dedicated to celebrating your love.
All the world's top bridal designers, 10 times of certified loose diamonds.
And Denver's true diamond experts, like me, who will share their knowledge and passion and how to get the most diamond for your money, guaranteed.
So whether you're looking for the perfect diamond engagement ring,
or that second diamond celebrating a love of many years,
we have the perfect diamond for you.
That's why every day more couples say will you with Williams,
where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Progressive knows there are two things RV owners love: to travel and relax. And they like to take both nice and slow. Just like this commercial. And what's more relaxing than the peace of mind knowing their RV is protected by Progressive? Now here comes the fast part. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Guys, are you or your spouse looking to lose weight in time for summer? Head over to Low T Center for prescription weight loss treatment options, including semaglutide. If you qualify for treatment, you can get a free B12 shot when you start. Offer limited. Book now at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Fly into DQ today for a cosmic collision of flavors in their new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard treat for a limited time. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire.
Bold takes.
I would put my fajitas up against any Mexican restaurant.
Active listening.
You weren't listening to a word I just said.
Plus, a little number crunching.
What's 12 minus 1? I mean, 12 minus 11. 1. This is why math confuses me.
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
All right, welcome into it. A Monday morning, another beautiful day out there after a hot weekend. Going to cool down a little bit this week. That's good. Great to have you with us here on a Monday morning. Brandon Stokely is here. Mark Schlereth will be along in a little over an hour. A lot of things. Busy weekend. Got all kinds of notes to get to here from all the teams, all the local teams. So let's jump right into it, starting with Stoke. Good news. Good news. Yes, the Oklahoma City Thunder are the NBA champions. But as a Nugget fan, you get to troll them. You know how you control them?
How?
By saying that the championship, the Game 7 win, comes with an asterisk.
Oh.
Who knows what happens if Tyrese Halliburton doesn't get hurt? First 7 minutes of the game, he had already scored 9 points. It was a 16-16 game when he went out with the injury. And Indiana was never the same after that. And so you just, as a Nuggets fan, you can say, yeah, you guys technically won the championship, but we know better. We took you to 7 games despite having no bench, bunch of guys banged up. We took you to 7. Indiana, who was, by the way, in 17 of the 23 playoff games that Indiana played this year, they were an underdog in. 17 of the 23. And you had to huff and puff and have the best player on that team get hurt in the first 7 minutes of the game to finally get past them. So let's stop with the coronation that this Oklahoma City Thunder team is one of the great teams we've ever seen. They were very fortunate to win last night.
Yeah, I mean, they were a really good team.
Slap an asterisk on it.
Really good team, but I don't know about, one of the best ever. I wouldn't put them in that category, but I think they are. They're a good basketball team. And they played great in the regular season. They got tested, though, in the postseason. Nuggets tested them, and, man, you look at Indy, and you look at the Nuggets. And the Nuggets, game 4 and 5, they, blew a couple big leads in the fourth. You look at what Indy did and having that lead late in the fourth, blowing that lead in game 4. They had a chance to go up 3-1. Big lead in the fourth and couldn't hold on, but you got to give OKC some credit. They found ways to get it done. It would have been nice, Mike, to see Halliburton be healthy because, man, he was off to a fast start. He was feeling it, and, would it have changed the outcome of the game? Possibly, but the Pacers are definitely a much better team when he's in the lineup. That's hard to overcome, losing one of your best players in that type of fashion that early in the game.
By the way, speaking of trolling, you can troll a buddy of yours who happens to be a Laker fan, if you have one. If you have any Laker friends out there.
Oh, we have one. What's his name? Laker Mark?
Laker Mark. You see Alex Caruso, who was part of that 2020 bubble championship-winning team for the Lakers, came out after the game and said, quote, "Yeah, now I got a real one."
Oh, that's what he said. Wow.
Oh, LeBron's gonna emergency podcast.
Nash. Time for podcast.
We got to do an emergency podcast. I got to talk about ring culture again, and how that one was real.
Soft.
Wow. How good's Caruso?
How about that?
He was great.
I got new respect for Alex Caruso. Thank you for acknowledging what we all knew.
We need a Caruso.
We do need a Caruso.
We need a McConkey.
We not almost, but apparently the Nuggets were in the talks for Kevin Durant. That was part of Shams' report that wild card contenders included the Denver Nuggets. Here's my read on how that conversation went, okay? Whoever's running the Nuggets right now, Tim Tenzer, Ben Tenzer, Josh Kroenke, they don't have a general manager. I don't know. Why would you need a general manager in the NBA? The draft is Wednesday.
Your attitude.
Draft is Wednesday. Free agency starts a week from now. Why would you need a general manager?
Settle down just a little bit.
Anyway, but I can imagine the conversation went something like this, right? Because I'm sure every NBA team inquired about him, right? So I think the conversation went something like this. Hey, we'll give you Michael Porter Jr., we'll give you Zeke Naji, we'll give you Dario Saric when he opts into the last year of his contract. We'll throw in, a Hunter Tyson or, that kind of thing. For we don't have any draft picks, so we're not going to give you any draft picks. But that's the deal we'll give you. And then the Suns came back and said, no, let's do Michael Porter Jr., Christian Brown, and Peyton Watson. And that ended the talks right there. So that was probably the extent of the wild card suitors. What do you think?
Yeah, probably so. I'm going back and forth on would you do a deal if it was Peyton Watson, Christian Brown, and Michael Porter Jr. for Kevin Durant. Now you're going to have to give him – they just gave him a 2-year, $100 million extension. Houston will, on top of his 50-something he's making this year. So can you build a team around him? You're going to have a team. If it's just Jokic and Durant, it's not going to work, folks.
But if it's Jokic, Durant, Murray, and Gordon?
But you need more. You can't be just a top-heavy team. You got to have a bench in the playoffs. I mean, that's what I've learned the last couple of years. You got to now could that attract a couple players that would be willing to take less to play for the Nuggets that would come off the bench? That's what I think you would have to ask yourself. But it would have been fun to see if it did happen. I mean, that would have been fun. But I've kind of gone back and forth. Yes, I would do it because – but then you look at Kevin Durant's 37 years old. It's old.
Oh, yeah, but –
That's old, Mike.
Duke can still play.
I know, but he can
still play.
Right, that's the other side. He can still play, high-level shooter, high-level scorer. He can get his own shot off. He doesn't just stand around the three-point line like –
right.
And actually get his own shot.
Yep. Can you imagine Nikola Jokic and Kevin Durant working together?
With the marshmallow?
Put in the Canadian bacon there. Maybe that would probably even energize Jamal Murray. Gordon would be Gordon, the pro he is. And then you have to build a bench. I get it. Not easy.
We got Najee coming off the bench.
Zeke! Maybe Flacco.
Gun car! Let's go recruit him again. Who are we going to recruit this year?
I don't know. Who's going across the pond? Coming up next, Bo Nix, photographer? And what does a certain ranking about this Broncos team say about the confidence we should have in this season? That's next.
Should the Broncos play some hardball with one of their stars on defense?
I think I've made my decision. I know I've made my decision.
You've made a decision.
I'm not paying Zach Allen this year. Sorry, Zach. You're under contract. That's the way it goes. I look at you so much tied to Vance Joseph that I got to see how he plays out.
Okay.
And whether or not Vance is a part of our future.
Can I change your mind?
You can try.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Well, many different symptoms for low testosterone. Mine was running out of energy later in the day. For other guys, it can be sleeping poorly, putting on weight, less productive workouts, feeling sad or depressed, loss of sex drive. If any of these are happening to you, contact my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I did for my low T. Glad I did. People there are experts. They know their stuff. Plus, incredibly caring and compassionate. They know this is a big step for you. They put me on a customized low T treatment plan, and it has worked. Plenty of energy throughout the day and into the night to watch our history-making baseball team. If you think you may have low T, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take the low T quiz on their website, Simple 10-question quiz with yes or no answers takes 2 minutes. Get your energy back, clear that brain fog, sleep better, be more of a stud in the bedroom. Schedule a consult, just $99. Start low T treatment that day. Your office visit is free. 5 locations around Denver to better serve you, including Fort Collins and Colorado Springs. Call 720-440-7900 and at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Summer's heating up and so are the deals at Siltahar Motors. It's the final days of employee pricing on most Ford and Lincoln models. Yes, you pay what they pay. Get Kelly Blue Book value on all trade-ins, no haggling, just top dollar. And don't miss out on up to $12,000 off the powerful 2024 Ford Expedition. Cruise into summer at Siltahar Motors off Highway 36 in Wadsworth, or check out their inventory at sthmotors.com. Siltahar Motors, get everything you want out of a dealership.
The 4th of July sale at Furniture Row is on now, and the savings are explosive. Shop and explore the largest selection of sofas and sectionals, dining groups and bar stools, bedroom sets, kids' beds, and mattresses, all at the lowest prices guaranteed. And best of all, the more you buy, the more you save. Save $100 on every $1,000 you spend. Score doorbusters before they're gone. Or get 60 months, no interest. The 4th of July sale on now at Furniture Row.
Trees make you feel good, so don't miss the Tree Farm's Array of Trees sale. Now through July 15th, save up to 35% on thousands of evergreen trees in all sizes. Choose from arborvitae, upright juniper, Austrian pine, Bosnian pine, mugo pine, limber pine, blue spruce, Serbian spruce, and more. The Tree Farm's Array of Trees sale, now through July 15th. Come see.
I-25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain? Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at spineone.com.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I put on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's brought to you by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment.
Self-defense lessons.
I tased them. Taser always works.
That's right.
Southern charm.
Look at the boys.
With some classic impressions.
He put his pitchfork down, he grabbed his sledgehammer, and he said, "Hey, you want some of this?"
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Happy as a clown. What need worry?
Well, we no longer have to ask the question, when are the Nuggets going to get around to hiring a general manager? Because they've made it official this morning. The worst-kept secret in town, to the absolute surprise of no one. The Nuggets are naming Ben Tenzer as the executive vice president of basketball operations, and they're hiring Minnesota Timberwolves executive John Wallace as the franchise's new executive vice president of player personnel. Both will report to Josh Kroenke.
Wow.
So the dream of going out and hiring a big-name general manager, a Bob Myers, bringing him out of the booth from ESPN to do what he did with Golden State, building those Warrior teams, that dream dies hard for some. But, Stoke, I think we've seen this coming really right from the start.
Yeah, I mean, it was odd that it was taking so long. You made Adelman the head coach, and we haven't heard any news about any interviews or anything like that. So I think it led us to believe that it was just going to be Ben Tenzer the whole time. And they made it official. Okay, let's move forward. Let's see how this thing works out. I don't think you're going to see any big moves or big changes this offseason. You don't have any draft picks, so I don't think you're going to see a lot of action. I really don't. I mean, a couple bench players, maybe, additions. But as far as anything with the core group, the starting five, I think you're going to see every single one of those guys return, and you're going to see pretty much the same group out there. Hopefully the bench gets improved here moving forward, but I'm not expecting anything big this offseason.
No, I think when Josh Kroenke talked at the end of the season, and he said, I believe that the answers to our issues are right here in this building. And when he said that, as he was announcing that David Adelman had been promoted to full-time head coach, I took that as they think that not only is the GM inside the building, but they believe that the answers on the bench are inside the building, and they still believe in this core, which is still in the building.
Do you really think they believe that the answers on the bench are in the building?
Yes, I think they feel that these players, these young players with another year of experience under their belt, will be big-time contributors next year.
Big time?
Yes.
Oh.
That's
like who?
Like another year for Christian Brown. Well, no, he's a starter. Another year for Peyton Watson. Another year for Julian Strawther. Deron Holmes, the guy that they drafted last year, who got hurt.
Who didn't play 1 minute because of an Achilles.
I'm not saying it's the right thing. I'm just telling you what it is.
I mean, Peyton Watson, by what is he? What year is he going into? Feels like he's going into year 4. I don't know. I really don't think that they believe they're gonna have to add to that bench if you're gonna try to win a championship and dethrone OKC and Houston and some of these other teams. You're gonna have to upgrade the bench, and we all love Peyton Watson, but man, he doesn't provide much offensively. I mean, Jalen Pickett, you think he's going to be the backup point? Strawther's nice. He had the one big game, but then he disappears in Game 7. I mean, he couldn't even hold on to the basketball. So
I'm just telling you, if you're expecting them to go out and remake their bench in free agency, I just don't think it will or can happen.
Well, I mean, that's two different thought processes there. I mean, you were telling me that they believed in the bench, and I'm telling you they might just be stuck with the bench. You know what I'm saying? That's. Do I think that they think this bench has a lot of potential? I really don't think deep down they do. You have a couple pieces that, Holmes, like you said, Deron Holmes, hopefully he emerges, but likelihood of that, Micah, or what? Slim to none, buddy. Just telling you. And Najee and Concor, and I mean, come on, what are we doing?
Dario's back too. He opted back in. Couldn't turn down the $5 million. I don't blame him.
$5 million to sit on the bench and live in Colorado and watch Jokic and the rest of the team play and cheer them on. And,
not a bad deal, huh?
Stay in great play. No, I mean,
great deal.
Would you have opted in also, Mike?
Absolutely.
Of course.
Absolutely.
Unbelievable. Another terrible, terrible signing. I mean, just you look at some of these moves from Calvin Booth, and No good. No good. I mean, they're stinging, and it's you're in a window where you can't make these bad deals where you get nothing from these guys. You look at the Najee move. You look at the that move with Dario.
Not good, Bob. Not good. Did you see over the weekend went viral? Bo Nix at a wedding. Bo Nix photographer, like moving around the dance floor, taking pictures, videos, pictures. He's looking for the right light. He's moving around. He's getting this view, that view. Bo Nix does it all. Is there anything Bo Nix can't do? That's my quarterback. So Madden ratings. Players care about Madden ratings. They do. They'll complain to the game makers at Madden about their ratings. Well, they come out with team ratings as well. And for Madden 25, the Broncos received a surprisingly low team rating of 79 overall, putting them among the lowest rated teams in the league.
Wow.
In the game.
That's
Does
odd.
that make you nervous at all?
No, I could give
That's nerd
you
stuff.
know what about Madden ratings. So stupid. Dumb.
Yeah, but if they came out with a high rating,
I could care. No,
you
Mike,
wouldn't be.
no,
You wouldn't be jumping on that. Like, see,
no. I really don't care. What I mean, who's coming up with these? Are they going to be out there playing on? Is it going to make all of a sudden Troy Franklin drop a ball, or Bo Nix throw a bad pass, or this defense give up a touchdown? Or I mean, it makes no sense. So it's fine. I mean, I used to love playing Madden. Great game, but it's not going to dictate what the Broncos do this year.
They're 79.
You believe in?
Well,
what? Don't say well. Come on, Mike.
No.
Don't
I
disappoint
don't.
me on
I
a Monday
no, I
this
don't.
early.
I
Usually
don't.
you do it in the fourth hour.
It
Not in the second hour.
Takes me a while to
please.
get there. The Broncos' 79 overall rating tied with Carolina for the fourth lowest in the league, with only the Giants, Arizona, and Washington having lower ratings.
Washington, they made it to the NFC Championship game. They added to that team.
It's mind-boggling.
That's ridiculous.
I will say this, that some of my early offseason euphoria about where the Broncos were going to be this year has been tempered a little bit.
Tell me why.
I just wonder if this is a little bit too much too soon. That a team that was completely overlooked last year, surprised a lot of people, overachieved in a lot of ways to get to 10 wins and go to the playoffs. And now there seems to be this automatic assumption that they're just going to make the next leap. I don't know. I guess I'm also looking at this. I took another look at the start of the schedule again. Boy, Tennessee at home in week 1 is a must-win. I'm sorry.
Oh, stop it, Mike.
You
Mike,
got to win that game. If you're going to be winning 11 games this year and contending and maybe finally passing the Chiefs, you got to beat Tennessee at home. Because then you go to Indianapolis for game number 2.
Talking about passing the Chiefs. We're talking about just having a good year this year.
Well, what's your definition of a good year?
I mean, win another 10 games.
Okay.
So you don't have to pass the Chiefs. I mean, I don't want that bar to be there in year 2
you
for
at least
or it's not a successful
season. Do you at least want to feel like the gap is closed?
I really don't care about the gap.
You don't care about the gap?
No, I don't.
You're not worried about the gap?
Not worried about the gap.
Not
Don't
thinking
care.
about the gap?
Nope, not thinking about it. Just let's handle our business right now. Let's just keep moving forward. I want to see Bo progress. Let's get to double-digit wins. I worry about the gap in 2026,
When are we going to care about the gap?
At 26, not 25. Broncos are going to be good.
2025 is gap-free.
Yes.
Huh.
No gap concern.
Huh. Okay.
Hey, look, the Broncos are going to be a good team, Mike. As we continue to progress and we talk about this defense, man, I'm excited about this defense.
Well,
and I'm not as concerned as you are about like a drop off because all of a sudden you're getting hyped up by a lot of people. That's Sean Payton. Sean Payton will handle that.
It's not a drop off as much as I just wonder if it's going to be, if we're just maybe assuming a little bit too much that they're ready to take that next leap.
You're not close.
I hope I'm wrong. Hope I'm wrong. But we'll have time to talk about that as camp gets ready to start here in just a few weeks. But up next, speaking of that defense, why haven't the Broncos taken care of their business compared to what a lot of other teams have done to this point? What's the hold up and potential hold out? That's next.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, denversports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
It's okay for my friends at Embers Golf. I got to tell you about my experience over there. I went get fitted for a full set of custom clubs. Trevor and Tate, they hooked me up. I'm talking about driver, 3-wood, all my irons. And oh, by the way, if you want to get that putter dialed in, they can get you taken care of too. It was so easy and so much fun. Love my guys over there at Embers Golf. So if you're as excited as I am for golf season, make sure you're prepared and go visit the best. And that's my friends at Embers Golf. What separates Embers Golf from all these other golf fitting places, it's a small family-owned boutique-style golf shop in Westminster, and it has everything that you need from all the major and smaller brands, and you're going to get that great personal one-on-one experience from my guys over there at Embers Golf. They have 2 hitting bays, so make sure you stop by Embers Golf for all your custom golf fitting needs from top to bottom of the golf bag. At Embers Golf, they aren't just selling golf clubs, they're crafting a journey for golf enthusiasts. So to book a fitting online, just like I did, go to embersgolf.com. That's embersgolf.com.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Are you interested in wealth management that's designed to protect, maintain, and expand your financial portfolio? Brandon Stokely here from my friends at Trajan Wealth. Trajan Wealth offers retirement income planning services that start with an in-depth understanding of your short and long-term goals. That's what I love about Trajan Wealth. They've got such a great team, and they're going to personalize a plan specifically designed for your goals, your needs, not only right now, but for the long term. Call my friends at Trajan Wealth today to learn more about these strategies. 720-405-3300. They'll give you a free review, and Trajan Wealth is a great resource to answer any of your financial questions. It's a family-owned and veteran-led company by Jeff Jr. with wealth management and retirement planning services. Do you spend as much time planning for your retirement as you do planning for your upcoming summer vacation? Call Trajan Wealth today and plan your financial future like a dream summer vacation. 720-405-3300. They have multiple locations: Arvada, Boulder, Broomfield, Denver Tech Center, and Loveland. Call 720-405-3300, or you can find them online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
I am down 50 pounds in 11 weeks, and this program works. The pounds melt off. It's amazing.
Get in the best shape of your life with Soda Weight Loss.
I started on Soda 8 months ago, and I have released 80 pounds now.
Get started now at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
I want it all. Relentless mind games.
Are you trying to get me in an O'Reilly right now?
Total accountability.
You're always throwing your teammates under the bus. That's just what you do.
And a sprinkle of advanced analytics.
The Boo rating, BOO, which is balls over opponent.
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right. We'll get to what's trending here in just a second. Get some great audio here for you. Got a text on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. Oh, no. Mr. Must Win is back.
Mr. Must Win.
It's not that I'm saying that the Tennessee game week 1 is a must win in the classic sense. The standings. Of course it isn't. But I just believe that there are just some games that if you are to be taken seriously, or if you're going to reach the levels that people hope you're going to get to, I think there are just some games that you better go out and you better win.
Yeah, that's not it.
Otherwise,
that's not it, Mike.
Because I look at the start of the season, and at Indianapolis, week 2 is not going to be easy. Come on, you know that environment, you know that organization. You saw them last year. They were not an easy out. They do have
Mike. This isn't Broncos to play the Colts in 2004 or 5. So I mean,
no,
I say let's just realize that they ain't what they used to be. Okay, so I mean, you can make a case for almost every team on the schedule. I mean, it's NFL.
I know.
But you did say that first game was a must-win, and I forgot about Mr. Must-Win. I forgot about that. You are Mr. Must-Win. And how many times did you do it last year?
I don't know if I was Mr. Must-Win right from the start.
Yeah, I mean, because when I joined in September, you had some must-wins out there. But
when they were 0-2. They were facing a must-win.
For the most part.
Correct?
Yeah, but
okay.
But here's the deal, though, Mike. I mean, you would have thought that they would have needed to win one of their first 2 games. Who did we play our first 2 games last year? Do we remember? I can't even remember.
It was you'd think you'd remember this stuff.
Wow.
Hold on. Efforting. Can I get some efforting music, please, here? Thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. As I slide over here to 2024.
Oh, my goodness.
This computer.
Oh, wow.
Sucks.
Come on.
They lost at Seattle. No.
Oh, my
Yeah,
goodness.
they lost at Seattle, and they lost to Pittsburgh.
Okay.
And so they went to Tampa.
Yes.
At
and then the Jets.
0-2.
And then the Jets.
Right.
But you would have thought that week 3 and week 4, if you looked at the schedule before last year, you would have said, hey, you need to win one of these first 2 games. One of those first 2 games is a must-win, right? And they went 0-2, and they still were able to go on the road to Tampa and then go to West Virginia and hang out there at the hotel. What is it called?
The Greenbrier.
The Greenbrier. And then go up to New York with Aaron Rodgers, healthy Aaron Rodgers, and next thing you know, they come back home 2-2. So I don't like playing that game, especially early in the season, and it's not even close to being a must-win. Even if you're saying, hey, they could lose that game and still easily win 10 games and make it to the playoffs.
All right. Time to get into what's trending.
From sports and news to entertainment and downright debauchery, Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth presents What's Trending Right Now.
All right, let's first start with our number 4 on our daily top 5. Our daily top 5 list, some of the most random lists that we've been doing every day during the course of the summer. Today, it's our 5 favorite sports venues. Go ahead, what do you got for number 4?
Number 5, Superdome. Number 4, the Astrodome.
Ooh,
old
curious
school
choice. Okay.
Astrodome. Used to make some trips over there from Lafayette to Houston and taking some baseball games. Saw Eric D. from Cincinnati. Eric Davis put one in the upper deck. He could destroy the baseball. Used to go some card shows there, get some autographs. Yogi Berra, he was a jerk.
Did you just
What? Ernie Banks,
did
Hank
you just
Aaron.
say Yogi Bear?
Yogi Berra.
I thought you said Yogi Bear. Hey, boo-boo.
Boo-boo. I mean, we can go back to the tape. I'm not going to argue.
Get a picnic basket?
I'm not going to argue that.
I
might have.
I think you said Yogi Bear.
I don't think I did.
Gee, Yogi.
Oh, gosh. You've been working on that, haven't you? You've been waiting for this moment. Go ahead. Did you just say Yogi Bear? I mean, no, I don't think I did. Ty's going to pull it. Ty's going to pull it. I mean, that's like you've been working on that your whole life for someone to do. Wait, did you just say Yogi Bear?
Oh, I get to pull it out.
Go with it. Go. Give me a couple more.
All right, here we go. What do you say?
Yogi Bear.
Oh, you did say bear. Ah, darn it.
See what I'm saying? You wanted to hear
I wanted to hear it so bad
Yeah.
that I tricked myself into hearing Yogi Bear.
Anyway.
No.
Yeah.
All right,
The
Yogi
Astrodome
Berra.
was great. I mean, it's almost like the Superdome. You had that big roof, the big dome, and the Astros were terrible, though. I got a baseball bat.
Did you?
Yeah, like probably middle school. We're watching batting practice, just standing there by the dugout. Just it's a different time back then. I'm just kind of watching. I'm not thinking you're going to get anything. This player comes over, don't even know who it was. And this kid tried to reach over and get it. I'm just standing there. He's like, no, and just handed me the bat. I'm like, oh my gosh, coolest thing ever. I just got a bat.
From?
I don't even know.
You don't even know who it was?
No, I still have it somewhere. Still have it.
You don't know who gave you the bat?
No, don't even know. Forgot. Long time ago.
Like, I remember when I had the third base used in the 1975 World Series that Uncle Billy gave me. Supposed to remember this stuff. Wow. Oh.
So Astrodome.
If only it was Yogi Bear. Number 4 for me. Number 5 I went with, I have some of the iconic older places that I had a chance to visit as a fan and covering stuff. I went with the old Chicago Stadium. Yep, the home of Michael Jordan, the Bulls, and the Blackhawks. Having a chance to see a few games there was just unbelievable. What an atmosphere. Number 4, I went with the old, not the new one, the old one, Yankee Stadium. I mean, as much as I hate the Yankees, I mean, when we went to a game out there in 2001 when the Avs were in the Stanley Cup Finals against New Jersey, and on one of our off nights out there, we went over to a Yankees game, and just awesome. I mean, just great. What an atmosphere, the history, just a place where people there, they know baseball. And, you go to a Rockies game. The Rockies game, it's nice, right? There's just kind of a nice, relaxed,
great views,
flow, to the game. But you go to a game at like a Yankee Stadium, there's just a constant, undercurrent of people involved in the game. And you can feel it. It's palpable. You really can. So
I got to make an audible.
You're going to make an audible? Okay,
Yeah.
boo-boo. What do you got? Stokely with a boo. Stokely with an audible. Gee, Stoke, what do you got?
We're going to make that Astrodome honorable mention.
Honorable mention for the Astrodome. All right.
I forgot. Sometimes I forget where I've been.
Where you been?
Seriously.
Yeah.
And I've been to a lot of cool places.
Yeah.
I can't lie. And so
Kind of a big deal.
Astrodome is going to honorable mention.
All right.
Taking over the Astrodome is Fenway Park.
All right, there you go.
Love Fenway Park. I got the chance to go there one time and watch a game there. Iconic stadium. So, yeah, Fenway Park's got to make the list for me.
There you go. So we'll get to the rest of our list here as we move along. Mark will be joining us coming up just after 8 o'clock. So more trending stories. Tyrese Halliburton, who went out with a torn Achilles only 7 minutes into Game 7 last night. How about this for kind of a freaky coincidence? 3 players during these NBA playoffs tore their Achilles tendon.
Okay, you got Jason Tatum, Halliburton. Who was the other one?
Damian Lillard.
Oh, wow, that's right.
What do they all have in common?
I don't know.
They all wear the number 0.
Oh, no.
So that's kind of weird. But also, I'll tell you what, if you are an athlete and you have a calf injury, don't play.
Don't play.
Like, I look back now, Aaron Gordon trying to play through the calf injury that he was plagued by for a good chunk of the season on into the playoffs.
That's right.
When you think about it, thank goodness that it never went to that next step. Because you see guys with these calf problems. Tatum admitted that he had a calf problem before he tore his Achilles. You know, you compensate and all that kind of stuff. I'm not a doctor, but I wonder if there's a direct correlation between your calf has been weakened, your calf is injured. Does that make you more susceptible to tearing your Achilles tendon?
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt about it. It makes it more susceptible, but it doesn't mean it's going to happen. And if you're Halliburton, look, he played in Game 6. He looked fine, and he was looking fine early. I mean, you got to go out there and give it a go. You can't live in your fears, right? But that's just part of it. You know, I mean, guys play through injuries all the time.
I know, but if this injury is a real possible precursor to something a lot more serious, is that going to change the way that teams and athletes handle these calf injuries?
I mean, that's a real possibility, certainly. I mean, especially if you're an athlete now and a basketball player especially, and you see what has happened this postseason. 3 guys that have said they've had calf injuries and they have torn their Achilles. You're right, though, Mike. I didn't think about Aaron Gordon and that calf that he dealt with all year. Yeah, it was a bummer for Halliburton, but you look at Gordon and like, oh, well, you know, if he would have torn it, now you're going to be. I mean, Halliburton's not going to play next year.
No, it's basically a season long recovery. You miss a season, especially getting hurt this late. I mean, Tatum got hurt over a month ago,
Yeah.
so maybe, but even then I doubt. By the way, who wears number 0 for the Nuggets? Christian Brown. So careful.
Seriously, why? Seriously,
careful. Watch that calf.
What? What are you
Don't
doing?
you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
Why would you do
Bad
that?
Gree?
Yes.
Don't you put that on us.
Sorry.
Retract.
You hang around with Stoke long enough, you get caught up in the ways of the voodoo black magic. Joe Burrow trying to throw a baseball. Did you see that this weekend?
I did.
So they had this Fanatics fan fest thing. Bunch of huge athletes all in one place. And Joe Burrow was trying to throw a baseball, just like an accuracy type thing. And I mean, one of the best quarterbacks on the planet literally could not throw a baseball straight. He just kept yanking it. He just kept throwing it left. I mean, hit the bull, you get a steak. I mean, I don't know, whatever it was, but it was embarrassing. What does it say about Joe Burrow, or what does it say about the difficulty in throwing a baseball under pressure that even a world-class quarterback can't do it?
Well, I don't think under pressure. I don't think he's
there was pressure.
choking.
He choked. Listen,
why? What?
Having had the yips once in high school for a year, having battled the yips, okay?
Oh my God!
Steve
comparing
Sachs,
yourself to
Steve Sachs disease, Chuck Knobloch. It's Rick Ankiel. It happens sometimes, and anybody who's played baseball, maybe at some point you found yourself in a position where you're like, I got to throw the ball here accurately. I got to throw the ball over the plate, whatever. And there were a lot of people watching him. And I know exactly what happened, even to Joe Burrow. I know what happened in that situation. It's not a football, it's a baseball, it's a lot smaller. And anytime you start thinking in your head about aiming a baseball, the results never. It's why you see so many bad first pitches. I'm telling you.
Mike, wait.
He choked and he got nervous.
Choked.
He pressed.
He didn't choke. He didn't get nervous. It's Joe Burrow.
I'm telling you.
He's the ultimate.
Go look at the video. And you
pressure player.
Then go look at the video.
I watched the video, Mike.
Then give me an explanation why he was so horrible.
I want your
Tell
explanation.
Tell me why he kept yanking balls.
I want your explanation on how you worked your way out of the yips in baseball. How did you fight your way through that, Mike? How did you overcome your baseball yips?
I got a bigger first baseman. Seriously, I went from a big first baseman, John DeVito, And so when I was playing third base, I had a big target over there, so I didn't feel the need to have to aim the ball. Then he left to go to a different high school. Then my friend Mike Moley, the Mole, took over at first, a lot smaller, and I felt like I started to feel like I had to aim the ball, and I started to get wild with my throws.
But how'd you work through it?
I just had to keep
You
had to keep working at it.
Coach put your ass on the bench.
No, Coach McQueen stuck with me. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I appreciate Coach McQueen letting me work through my yips.
Oh, my goodness.
I had the yips.
Oh, my goodness.
Listen,
Get some help.
I don't make fun of the Chuck Knoblauchs and the Steve Saxes of the world.
This is going up on the big board.
The yips are real, man.
This is going up on the big board, Mike.
Any of you out there who play baseball, I don't care what the level is, any of you ever get the yips? Can you share with Stokely exactly what it's like? Can you feel my pain?
I have the yips chipping. Golf.
Okay.
So, but I mean,
throwing a baseball.
Wait, Mike. I used to.
It's not as easy as you think.
What do you mean? I played baseball. Okay, I played every sport. All right. So, and I also aimed the baseball from shortstop. So wasn't very good at throwing it over there. But a guy like Joe Burrow, it wasn't like he had one pitch to win $1 million. I mean, the guy. Holding a baseball and holding a football are two totally different things. Throwing a baseball, throwing a football, so if you don't practice it or you don't do it, all of a sudden you get up there, it's like, oh, wow, this is a lot different.
Bo Nix did a first pitch and
everyone's different.
And nailed it.
Yeah, but Burrow, maybe Bo played high school baseball. Burrow didn't. I don't know. I mean,
maybe Burrow doesn't possess the clutch gene.
Yeah, right.
And Bo Nix does.
Burrow possesses it.
Well, then you
put a little bit more respect on Joey B.
An explanation why he kept yanking those baseballs.
He's not a pitcher. It's a hard thing to do.
He choked, and I'm not.
What did he choke? How is it a choke job when nothing? There's no pressure.
It got into his head.
There's no
People
pressure.
were watching, and he started to feel self-conscious, and he started to press. And the moment you start pressing, throwing a baseball, you're doomed, man. You're doomed. Did you see this Jamar Chase video?
Oh, I did. I saw some of it.
All right, here it is. So Jamar Chase was sitting on a commercial plane. Looked like he was along by a window seat near one of the emergency doors, and he had a hoodie on. He was just minding his own business. You could tell he was trying to keep a low profile.
Yeah, apparently, I don't think he was just in first class. Looked like he was in the first seat of first class. Was it an exit?
Well, he was right by. It looked like he was right by the door. Anyway. Apparently a fan did recognize him, asked for his autograph. Chase was like, "No, I don't want to draw attention to myself, and just, leave me alone," type thing. So this fan made an announcement to the whole plane.
Everybody say hi to Jamar Chase on your way out. He don't sign autographs, though.
And then Chase looked up and glared at him and then looked back down. Come on.
That's funny. That is funny.
What? Are you taking the side of the fan?
I'm just, all I said was that is funny. Got on the PA and announced it to the whole plane.
He didn't go on the PA, but he just called it out.
He wasn't on the...
no.
So it's just around the group right there.
Around the group that was there.
Oh, okay. Not a big deal. Kind of funny.
Is it?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
I don't know. Here's a guy in Jamar Chase who's just trying to keep a low profile.
I mean, hey.
He's not, in a time where a lot of these guys are look at me. He was flying commercial.
Well, then go private. Well, then go private if you don't want to get noticed.
Is that what you do? Is that what you do so you don't get noticed? You fly private?
No one notices me regardless. It doesn't matter. So,
I think he's a bum.
I mean, look, if you're really that concerned, then just go private.
All right.
If not, just don't. But you might get some bad press or some people if you don't sign an autograph. I don't know.
Sometimes just because they're a celebrity, you don't have to make a big deal about them. You know what? Sometimes it's like if you see a celebrity out at dinner. Leave them alone. They're out to have dinner. What?
Is dinner and airport a little bit different, or on the airplane, or I don't know where he probably saw him in the concourse area. Is that different than dinner with your family?
If he is going out of his way to keep a low profile, then yeah, I think you respect that.
But you're almost going too out of your way to keep a low profile, so people are like, because he had the hoodie on, it's like, whoa, who is this guy? Oh.
Really?
You're drawing more attention to yourself, trying to be low-key.
As you're walking down, since you don't fly private, and no doubt you're probably in 34C, so are you walking down, you checking out everybody who's sitting hunched in the corner with their hoodie down there, or hat pulled down?
I wonder if he saw him before he got on the plane, is what I'm saying. I mean, kind of funny that he was so mad he didn't get his autograph that he announced it to the plane that Ja'Marr Chase.
Yeah, come on. Don't be nearly swore. Don't be a jerk. So did you see the other day at the Rockies game, Friday night, they had Ryan night at Coors Field? That they had this giant section of like 600 people named Ryan were at the game.
That's cool.
And Ryan McMahon acknowledged them.
Here at the 4th, high drop, deep right field, take a good look. You won't see it for long. Deep into the second down. Go nuts, Ryans. Ryan acknowledging the Ryans. Love it.
All right. Hey, we got a bad baseball team, whether it's Ryan night or fireworks night or Ezekiel Tovar bobblehead. They had bobblehead night. Can you explain to me the bobblehead? This is just an honest, is it just me? Is it just me? What's the big deal about bobbleheads? You're kind of a bit of a collector, memorabilia collector, right?
Yeah.
What's can somebody explain the bobblehead craze to me, to the point where like people will be lined up, to be one of the first 15,000 to get, a
collector's item.
Really? Bobbleheads?
Yeah, I mean, when they first popped onto the scene, they were a huge collector's item, and then it kind of went away, and now they're back a little bit. Yeah, it's a cool thing to have. You got your favorite player, and you only have, 10,000 of them or whatever the case may be, and people enjoy them. You put them in your office, and why are you down on bobbleheads?
I don't know. I'm
not down on bobbleheads.
No, I'm not. And if you're into bobbleheads, that's fine. I guess I'm not, and that I'm not saying, we can't be friends because
but you kind of
like
acting
bobbleheads.
like that.
No, I'm just kind of curious as somebody who's not really into the bobbleheads, and I see whenever a team has a particular bobblehead night, there seems to be a rush to, get out in advance and try to get one of these bobbleheads. I'm just curious about the appeal of bobbleheads.
Well,
I mean, what is it?
If you're a big fan of that team and you like that player, it's kind of cool. I mean, they don't make many of them, and they're giving it away for free. I want to be one of the first 5,000, 10,000 people in line to get one. I want to put it in my office. I don't. If you are a bobblehead fan, I don't. You're backtracking.
No. I don't. No. If you are a bobblehead fan, then yes, you're gonna make sure you're there to get the bobblehead. I guess I'm just curious about what is the appeal of bobbleheads.
I just told you.
I'll just throw that out there.
I told you. I told you. You don't like my reasoning?
No, I mean,
people are collectors.
Yeah,
they might collect bobbleheads, right? Like Beanie Babies, or you collect sports cards. Well, I collect the bobbleheads from my local sports teams. So, and they like to put them in their office or wherever they like to put them.
Mike is down on bobbleheads because he's a real life walking bobblehead.
That is true.
You know what?
Wow.
You know what? I hadn't thought about that.
That was good.
You know what? I've just had an epiphany. That there might be something to that. There's just the idea that, walking around my entire life trying to carry this ginormous dome of mine, that maybe that's why.
Yeah.
It's like a hidden pain that's now, it's kind of like.
You didn't even know it.
I didn't even know it until now. This has been like therapy. Thank you, people. Thank you.
How about
Thank you,
that?
Stokely.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Maybe I'm going to have a whole new approach to bobbleheads now. I'm going to embrace my own.
There we go.
Bobblehead nature.
Right.
By going out and collecting bobbleheads. Huh. Okay.
Rocky's doing everything to
Oh man.
Ryan night. We got a Ryan
night. Right. Well, it's working, Stoke, because the Colorado Rockies attendance is exactly the same this year as it was last year at this point. So, any talk about, let's hit Dick Montfort where it hurts. Let's stay away. Maybe that'll get his attention. Nope, not happening. Which means I gotta ask this question. And then we'll continue on. Mark will be joining us here in just a little bit. I got to ask this question to those of you who are going to games, okay? Those of you who are going to games and supporting Dick Monfort, do you go because you don't think staying away will make a difference? Or do you go because you really don't care if the Rockies are good or not? I'd be curious. I want to ask those of you who go to Rockies games, knowing the whole Dick Monfort, wants to make money. The attendance is always good, even with bad teams. I gotta know your motivation. RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. You get some more trending stories, including is this Florida Panther team, instead of one that should be celebrated for being a potential dynasty, are they kind of coming across as real jerks in the process of winning? That's next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drive's Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road, bringing their party to you.
Hate to break up the brouhaha.
Next up, North Glen, June 27th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
So you're the little lady who started this great brouhaha.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Always a good time to do your car shopping at Siltahar Motors. Even better right now, it's the final days of employee pricing on most Ford and Lincoln models. Yes, you pay what they pay. Get Kelly Blue Book value on all trade-ins. And when you purchase a pre-owned car or truck from Siltahar Motors, you'll receive a 90-day, 3,000-mile limited powertrain warranty on any vehicle with fewer than 100,000 miles. Plus, if you're not completely satisfied, use the 5-day exchange policy. Bring it back within 5 days and swap it with no questions asked. Need space for the family? Siltahar has you covered there. Right now in June, get $12,000 off the 2024 Ford Expedition while supplies last. Siltahar, 4 huge dealerships in one. Ford, Lincoln, Volvo, and Mazda. Do all your shopping at sthmotors.com if you'd like, or come on by in person. Conveniently located at Highway 36 in Wadsworth. Locally and family-owned for over 60 years now. Totally a community dealership. Best prices, best selection, most convenience, and home to employee pricing. Siltahar Motors, get everything you want out of a dealership.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
If you're ready to make fitness fit your schedule, don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Guys, thinking about starting TRT? Now's the time. At Low T Center, the consultation and test are free for a limited time only. Don't let Low T slow you down this summer. Get the energy you need at Low T Center. Book now at FixMyLowT.com. FixMyLowT.com.
The 35th Annual Shop Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now through Saturday, June 28th. There's no better time and no better cost. We have our best prices of the year on our entire inventory of BMW, Honda, Mini, Subaru, Mazda, Nissan, Ford, and Hyundai vehicles. Whether you are in the market for a new, electric, or used vehicle, we have thousands of cars in stock. The Shop Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now. See all offers at shop.com.
Listen up, Broncos country. Philip Lindsay here. For a stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation services to the airport and more. They're dependable and professional, so you can focus on what really matters the most, enjoying that vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Call 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/Denver Sports. Again, you can give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride.
Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president, owner, and founder of Mountain High Appliance. Summer in Colorado is here, and so are the savings. At Mountain High Appliance, we're celebrating the season with exclusive 4th of July savings on GE Profile appliances. Save up to $4,000 on select kitchen packages. With our price match guarantee and special financing options, we make appliance shopping easy. When you think appliances, think Mountain High Appliance.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
Hey guys, Stokely here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Are you unhappy with your current trash removal and recycling company for your home or business? Do you have a project and need a temporary dumpster? Then call 5280 Waste Solutions. They're located right here in Colorado. So Colorado isn't just where they work, it's a place they call home. 5280 Waste Solutions guarantees your residential or commercial business trash pickup will be swift and on time. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
Co-Etzel, live at Fiddler's Green, July 6th. With special guests, Kip Moore, Corey Kent, and more. Get tickets to see Co-Etzel live at AXS.com.
Talk about fireworks. Check out these offers during the 4th of July sale at Denver Mattress. Light up your sleep life with $100 off any Dr. Choice Original or $200 off any hybrid. Save $500 on the best-selling Tempur-Breeze and score a $300 gift. And check out the Summit for only $299.99. And best of all, the more you buy, the more you save. Save $100 on every $1,000 you spend, or get 60 months no interest and free shipping. It's the 4th of July sale, on now at Denver Mattress.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Double crossing, you little punk.
Can't believe you did that.
Unbreakable trust.
See, I'm not like you. You just let me drown. You just let me drown. You do nothing.
And of course, emotional maturity.
All right, maybe a little bit angry.
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Let's go. Don't wait. This night's almost over. On it. Let's make this night
Rolling through a Monday morning, halfway through the show. Only picking up steam as we go along. We'll be picking up Mark Schlereth here in just a couple of minutes. We got our daily top 5 list today, our top 5 sports venues that we have been to see play in, cover a sporting event. Our top 5 sports venues. We'll bring Mark in on that as we move along. Recapping the very, very busy sports weekend. Oklahoma City, they're your NBA champions. But, Stoke, do you feel better about the Nuggets season and going forward after watching the Thunder push to 7 games and the what if that goes with what would have happened had Tyrese Halliburton not blown out his Achilles? Achilles! 7 minutes into the game.
No, I mean, I don't feel better about the Nuggets. Why? No.
I do.
You played this game with the Avs, and
Yeah.
I thought I taught you a lesson then,
no,
and you
you
didn't
didn't.
learn it.
Nope.
All of a sudden,
I
you feel
refuse to
better
learn
about the Nuggets because the team that beat them in 7 games won it all.
He's
That
an idiot
means
and a fool.
Nothing for next year. Absolutely nothing. Nuggets have issues they got to fix. You don't just need to worry about
But
OKC.
maybe the issues aren't as daunting to overcome as they first looked in the aftermath of the Oklahoma series. That's all I'm saying. No?
They are.
Oh.
We've seen them for 2 years. The bench stinks. We have no bench. We don't play the bench enough in the regular season to try to develop them. I mean, these all have been a big issue. And if the bench doesn't get better, then it's going to be someone else this year. Teams are changing. You know, I mean, Houston just changed. What is OKC going to look like next year? Is everyone coming back? Are they going to make a move or two? So, you know, I mean, the Nuggets, just because, so now I should feel, you know, I feel good about their starting 5. And then after that, not very good. And if it's not upgraded, the bench is not upgraded, or these guys don't make big steps and big strides moving forward, then it's going to be another second round, probably, exit for the Nuggets.
Well, it would appear that the Nuggets waited until the NBA Finals were over to make their announcement about their new GM. They did make it early this morning. And no surprise to those of us who've been following this really since the offseason began. Ben Tenzer has been named the Executive Vice President of Basketball Operations. They're also hiring Minnesota Timberwolves executive John Wallace as the franchise's new Executive Vice President of Player Personnel. Both will report to Josh Kroenke. The Minnesota angle, obvious there because of Tim Conley and a lot of the Nugget ties with the Timberwolves. So not a huge surprise there. But now you know. Now you can, I guess, feel better as a fan that it has been business as usual over there, and that the guy that was going to get the job all along has been the one getting ready for the draft and free agency and trades and all that.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we speculated, is that it was going to be Ben Tenzer the whole time, and that's why we haven't heard anything, because they didn't, I don't know. I mean, would it have been a big deal if they announced it a week ago, 2 weeks ago?
No, and probably I don't know why they waited this long, honestly. I mean, what were they going to be? Did they feel the longer they waited that people weren't? Did they think that if they waited longer, people wouldn't criticize them for staying in-house and not conducting more of a search? Or what was the thinking?
It was just a little bit odd. I mean,
it was odd.
But, I mean, it wasn't like the news was going to be such big news that it was going to get in the way of Game 5, of the NBA Finals or Game 7 of the NBA Finals. So, whatever.
Yeah.
We know who it is. And now we'll see what the plan's going to be, with some of these guys. I mean, I'm not expecting much to happen. I'm hoping that we can get a couple pieces, veteran guys coming off the bench. We still got the Westbrook thing where, he opted out. But will he return? Will he not return? So we'll see. No draft picks, unfortunately. But still, I think you're going to see some moves when it comes to the bench.
The offseason also begins now in earnest for the NHL and the Avs now that Florida has gone back-to-back. And Florida partying hard over the weekend. Had their little championship rally. Oh, it was so cute. Not very big. Certainly not like the million people lining the roads, for a Broncos, Nuggets, or Avalanche parade. They just don't really know how to celebrate championships in South Florida. But anyway, Sam Bennett of the Panthers channeling his inner Conor McGregor.
A lot of people, they don't like the way we play. They don't like. They call us dirty. They call us nasty. They call us bullies. So no, I would like to take this time to apologize to absolutely no one. We're the double champs. We do what the we want. Let's go!
Now, in case you think you've heard this before,
I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, I'd like to take this chance to apologize to absolutely nobody. The double champ does what the he wants.
Sam Bennett, high points for originality.
I don't know. I think these parade things now are getting a little bit out of hand. We have to drop F-bombs, every other word. Everyone's wasted. And it's just like, okay, whatever. I mean, you want to have fun, but then you're up there and you're kind of making a fool of yourself. You know what I'm saying, Mike? Get off my lawn?
I don't know. If we would have been robbed of
Dynasty. We run the back.
I love you guys. How about that? Yeah. We'd have been robbed of all that.
It's just getting a little bit too much.
You think a little too much?
A little bit too much.
A little too much. Anyway.
Okay, Boomer.
Avalanche news over the weekend. You had the Jonathan Toews, 37 years old, been out of hockey the last couple of years, attempting to come back. Surefire Hall of Famer, but how much does he have left? And why were the Avalanche interested in him? To me, this was a good thing that he chose Winnipeg over the Avs. And, he would have played center, which, wasn't it not that long ago, like when the trade deadline occurred, that Jared Bednar came out and was so excited about what the Avalanche had built up with their four centermen?
We're built different. Like, we are big and strong and long in the middle of the ice now. You got Nate and fast. So we're still a fast team, but we added some size, and that's hard to play against. Like, you got Brock Nelson out there who's long and can skate and make plays, but he's still a big body guy. Coyle's a big body guy. Lindgren helps on the back, and Mance comes back in. Val comes back in. If you look at, I looked at it this morning, just what our lineup looks like right now compared to and nothing against these guys. They all played hard and played well for us, but take any game with the injuries that we had, and just look at the depth of our lineup now compared to then, it's a different ball game, and we should treat it differently. We should expect more. We should have higher expectations. We should be pushing the standard from here to the end of the year to get our game as good as it could possibly be.
Said that in early March after the trades were made, and that's why I'm glad Taves is enjoying this team. I'm glad that Elliot Friedman came out and said that he's hearing that teams that are calling the Avalanche about Charlie Coyle are being told they're not interested. As disappointing as that playoff series loss to Dallas was, Stoke, you heard Bednar. You heard Nathan McKinnon right after the trade deadline. They really loved how this team was positioned to go into the playoffs, and the fact that it didn't work out was disappointing, but I would love to see this group be given another chance to run it back and kind of right the wrongs of that Dallas series and prove what Bednar was talking about after that trade deadline, that we're built different. We're built to win. We're strong down the middle. I'm glad, and I hope that the plan is to run it back. I would think that, if you with that former athlete's mentality, if you were on a team that really felt like it was built to win, wouldn't you want to keep it together?
As much as possible.
As much as possible?
Yeah, I mean,
to come back
and
feel like you got unfinished business?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, you make moves in the season, and sometimes, they don't work out. So they didn't work out this year, obviously, but you like the group. You still like the guys, and now you want a whole off season and a whole, regular season to try to, figure it out and hopefully take that next step. So, yeah, I mean, you're not going to have the same team from year to year, but you hope that the core group can have a chance at it. You look at a guy like Taves, and it's like, okay, well, what was he costing? What was the price going to be? Whatever, not a big deal. All good.
We bring in our pal Mark Schlereth. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, fellas. How we doing?
Good. I hope you had a great weekend. I understand that your motivational skills were on display again this weekend.
How so?
Oh, you don't know what I'm talking about? So our pal, former legendary producer here at The Fan, Scott DeHuff.
Oh, yeah.
His son was playing in a big baseball tournament this weekend, and apparently you recorded a speech for the team that was played before their games this weekend?
Yes, I did. I did, in fact, and they sent me a little group team. Thank you, Mr. Stink. So, yeah, absolutely I did. It was awesome.
So, care to share what was in your motivational speech that you gave to the Little Leaguers?
Just about playing hard for one another. Don't be a turd, I think, is one of the things I told them. It's not about you. It's about me. That type of thing. The good stuff. I just all the good. No, I don't know what I said. I mean, I was just lipping on about a whole lot of nothing. I was at that.
That's been a great speech.
Yeah, I was at that Fanatics Fan Fest. It was awesome.
Mark, no, we didn't ask you about that. We asked you about your
my speech was great, Brandon.
Doesn't sound like it. It sounded like it was terrible. You don't even know what you said. Did you make Mark?
I'm a three-time world champion. I just gave them world championship advice, and they went out and won a tournament. Like, what do you want?
Did you make them sign a NDA like you did all your Broncos teammates when you propelled them to the Super Bowl champion with your great speech?
No, no NDAs on this one.
Okay.
This was all about the kids. I'm all about the kids.
This
man is a saint.
Are you taking credit for DeHuff's kids' Little League triumph like you took credit for Super Bowl 32?
Well, I mean, let me think. I essentially motivated the Broncos to Super Bowl 32, so therefore I should get the credit. And then I apparently motivated these kids to win a championship, so yes. Yeah, of course I'll take some of that credit.
Just kind of curious. At some point during this speech to the kids, did you mention how regal Joe Gibbs was?
No, I did not. I did not mention Joe Gibbs. I did not mention Joe Gibbs at any time during the speech. I just talked about, back in Super Bowl 32, boys. Let me tell you about the time that I don't. Yeah, listen.
What was that? No, that was really nice. Duff reached out to me and told me that you had done that and that the kids loved it and they
good.
They went out and they were pumped up and they won their game.
That's
so
good.
Everybody was happy, and he got a chance to go to the Rockies game with his son and walk around the field. That's a great thing the Rockies do, and they've done for years. They invite all the Little League teams to come on out and youth teams to come out, and you get a chance to walk around the dirt track, the warning track all the way around the field. Kids absolutely love it. They stay for the game. I got a chance to do it a couple times with my kid. What a great moment that still hold dear to my heart. So I'm glad that our pal Scott DeHuff got a chance to enjoy that, as well as a lot of other Little Leaguers this weekend. So you're at that fan fest. It looked like a huge deal, right? I mean, everybody was there. Brady was there. Kevin Durant was there. Joe Burrow was there. LeBron James was there. I mean,
how much did the ticket cost you, Mark?
What was this like?
The ticket didn't cost me anything because Michael Rubin, who is the owner of Fanatics, comped my tickets. But I was just there as a spectator. I wasn't I wasn't one of the paid guests to be there. Like, nobody really wanted to talk to me. So, but I did float around. My wife and I. My wife is the one that wanted to go, and we kind of floated around, just kind of looked at stuff. And the whole time I'm thinking, next year I'm going to bring my grandson because there's some really cool stuff, right? Like some interactive stuff. There was, a real Indy car that you could kind of get right up against and touch and look at, and he would have loved that. So there's some cool things. If you're a card collector, I mean, it's like the biggest card show you've ever seen in your entire life. So it was. I mean, I enjoyed it. I had a good time.
There are a lot of these forums where athletes were up there and they were talking, and I know you love yourself some Tom Brady, but man, Brady's stock tumbled this weekend. You know why?
No.
Because he was kissing LeBron James's butt. They were doing a little Q&A type thing, and he was going on and on about how LeBron's the GOAT. The GOAT.
Stop the cap.
One GOAT to another GOAT type stuff. Made me want to puke. Tell me it ain't so, Tom. Tell me it ain't so.
Do you know? I mean, it just lessened the value of GOAT talk. If you're like Brady, if you're putting yourself, like, you are so much above LeBron when it comes to the GOAT talk. You can't put LeBron, and certainly not as the GOAT of the NBA. Come on, stop it.
So I know you guys were talking a lot about this this morning. The NBA Finals wrapping up. Personally, from a Nuggets perspective, I kind of love it, the way it all played out. You had an Oklahoma City team that you gave arguably their toughest run was against the Nuggets, going 7 games. I know that yesterday went 7 games, but you also have Tyrese Halliburton going out only 7 minutes into a game in which it was tied 16-16.
Thanks a lot, Mike.
He was off to a great start, 9 points in those first 7 minutes. To me, this is awesome. You could sit back, and I don't want to hear talk about Oklahoma City, having put together one of the great individual seasons of all time, capped off with a championship. I actually put a little bit of an asterisk beside this championship because of the great what if had Tyrese Halliburton not blown out his Achilles.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. I get the whole Tyrese Halliburton. He hit 3 3-pointers. He was 3 of 4 from three-point land. He was having a great start to the game in the first quarter. I get all that stuff, and I get that talk, and what if he never gets hurt and this, that, and the other. Hey, what if Minnesota makes a field goal and we play them in the Super Bowl as opposed to Atlanta? You got to take care of business regardless. And boy, they still had the lead going into halftime. They had a 1-point lead, did the Indiana Pacers. They outplayed the Thunder throughout the entirety of the first half, and then the Thunder put on the gas pedal in the second half and in that third quarter and built up that huge lead, and the rest was history. I get it. I would love to see Tyrese Halliburton be healthy for the entirety of that game and to see where the chips may have landed, but bottom line is you got to find a way to overcome potential disaster. They couldn't get it done, and the Thunder capped off one of the great seasons we've seen in the NBA.
Yeah, I mean, that's a bummer that Halliburton couldn't finish a game. I mean, he's had such a great playoff run and made so many big-time shots. And the fact that he wasn't there certainly hurt the Pacers. But that's sports, so it's not always fair. Sometimes you have injuries, and it's just a shame that in Game 7 you had that happen to him, especially with the fast start, and he was playing so good early. And certainly that hurt the Pacers' chances. But
but it doesn't stop me and others from being able to sit back and say, I don't have to come away that impressed by Oklahoma City.
But it doesn't matter. Who cares?
I know.
Do you think people want to look at the Nuggets like Marilat wanted to take shots at the Nuggets run and say, well, that was one of the easiest runs ever, right? So you put an asterisk by the Nuggets then. I mean, who cares?
Yep.
Who cares? You think OKC
Well, people-
cares
you know
what
you know what?
think or
Some
what
pe- you know
someone
what?
else thinks
So
about
people
their
tried to do
championship
that.
run?
People tried to do that to the Nuggets. So you know what? Fine. You want to play that game? I can play that game too.
Yeah, we didn't
To
care.
me, the Oklahoma City championship is a bit tainted
Why?
because Tyrese Halliburton
But
went down.
that's sports. Injuries happen. It doesn't matter. That stuff happens.
Now, the only part about Oklahoma State that I do like is Alex Caruso, okay? Which this is just any Laker fan that you know, that you work with, or whatever, bring this up to them today. Because Caruso, in the aftermath of winning the championship, he was with the Laker team that won the championship in the bubble in 2020. He said, quote, "Yeah, now I got a real one."
That's good.
He came back on Twitter and said, "Hey, sarcasm. I was only kidding."
No,
But
he wasn't. No,
he wasn't
wasn't.
kidding.
No,
but
he
does he
wasn't.
really have? Let me ask you this:
No, he
does he, to your point? Does he really have a real one if Halliburton wasn't playing? If their best player got injured in the first quarter, does it really count, Mike?
Well, it was a lot more. Put it this way: this one was a lot more authentic than that bubble one that LeBron James insisted. And you go back and look at after that championship I put in air quotes was won. He insisted that goes down as a legitimate championship. I'm sorry.
He wants to say it was one of the
hardest ones,
the toughest,
the toughest,
hardest
right,
one.
Right.
Yeah, we were stuck in Orlando.
Oh, it's pure basketball. We couldn't go out to eat. We couldn't go out to
eating
eat.
soil and greens.
Couldn't go out to eat. Couldn't go out to eat.
Soil and greens is people.
That's an oldie but a goodie. That's an oldie but a goodie. That's back in the days of Millennial Ben right there. There you go. Good one. Good one. Guys, as we
Stokely has no reaction.
No idea.
Like, I have
no
idea what
idea.
you
I'll
idiots
try to
are talking about.
You know what?
Right.
I'll tell you what.
You're going to have to clue
Like
him.
probably most people in their car.
I'll tell
Nobody
you
knows what y'all are talking about 10
I'll tell you
years
what.
ago.
If we give him 4 or 5 more reps, maybe he'll get it.
Well done, Mikey.
Let's get it done. Let's get it out of the way.
Well done.
Take away the suspense there. Day number 208 of the Zach By Sensitivity smear campaign, showing no signs of letting up. Although I guess if he does want to admit he was wrong about 4 or 5 reps from last year for Bo Nix, we might end this in training camp. But he's already said he refuses to do it. So
Yeah, I mean, we give him the olive branch. Hey, we're willing to suspend it. All you have to do is own it, admit you're wrong, apologize to Mark, and we can all just move on. But I don't think he wants to do that. I think he might try to double down this year, Mark.
Well, that would be his mistake. I mean, he can come at me. That's fine. Come at me. But you're just going to take another painful loss. That's for sure.
Another butt whipping? I mean, you come at the king, he missed. And what happened when you miss?
Yep.
Mark has
you get crushed.
Mark has Kurt Warner's number on speed dial.
He does.
He's got Troy
Dan
Aikman's
Marino.
number. Damn, he's got Hall of Fame quarterbacks on
Terry
speed
Bradshaw.
dial.
I'm an idiot.
Joe Theismann.
Speaking of which, speaking of
Sonny
the,
Jurgensen.
Speaking of the Broncos.
Did you play with Sonny in Washington?
Yeah. No, but I know Sonny real well. We just missed. We barely missed. Me, Sonny, Riggins, Riggo.
Saw your buddy Darryl Green running around over the weekend, covering some people like drills. The guy can still move. Darryl Green could. Looks like he could go out there and still play cornerback. I guess if
dude 65 years old or whatever.
Can still move.
He can still run in the 4.5s.
Come on, really?
I'm not. 100%.
Wow.
He'll run a 4.5 something 40. Absolutely. Without question.
At 65?
Oh, yeah.
That's nuts. That's nuts. All right, coming up next, the Broncos have been a little slow in getting this done. Should it be an area of concern a month before training camp? That's next.
Head to Facebook.com/Denver Sports 1043 The Fan to watch Orange and Blue Today, The Rundown, and Denver Sports Daily on demand. Take your favorite shows with you anytime, anywhere. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
Hey guys, you live with back pain, neck pain, worried about needing surgery? How about taking all those habit-forming medications? My guys at Spine One specialize in treatments that offer alternatives to major surgery and long-term medication. Here's the best part. Same-day appointments. That's right. They'll see you today, 303-367-2225, 303-367-BACK. Spine One, Complete Medical Center for Spine Care. They've got exams and MRIs and physical therapies all in one treatment facility. And I'm telling you, they're going to educate you on why you're in pain, what's going on, and then they're going to give you treatment options for both nagging and debilitating pain. Guys, they absolutely changed my life. I suffer with back pain to the point where it just checked me out of life. I was just like, no, I can't do it anymore. I can't play golf. I can't, go to the gym. I certainly can't sleep through the night. A couple of short visits to my guys at Spine One. I was doing all those things. I got my life back, guys. If you are where I was, sitting on the couch, just going, nah, I'm not going to go play golf today. I'm not going to go do this, whatever. Don't do it any longer. Don't live that way any longer. Call my guys at Spine One. Start your journey toward pain-free, just like I did so many years ago. 303-367-2225 is the number, 303-367-BACK. Or, as always, find them online at spineone.com.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
A diamond is the oldest natural substance you will ever hold in your hand, created over 40 million years ago.
There are very few items of true value in the world that fit in the palm of your hand that also express our most powerful emotions.
And that's why a natural diamond from Williams Jewelers is the natural expression of your love. I'm Michelle Williams.
And I'm Bruce Williams. It's one of the most important purchases you will ever make.
And you're counting on us to help you get it right. So come get hands-on with Denver's most beautiful natural loose diamonds.
At Williams Jewelers, I still personally hand-select every natural diamond we sell, from the finest diamond cutters in the world, direct to you, all at the guaranteed best price in the state.
Say, will you with Williams?
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue between Fillmore and Detroit, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's part of life, and when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that'll stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you'll get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Short-term memory loss.
I don't remember. What was the reason I gave for earlier?
Oh, my goodness. Okay. I don't remember what you said. You think I remember the reason?
Ironclad sources.
One of the biggest haters in my life, my wife. My wife. She will even vouch for that story.
And spontaneous karaoke.
New additions like Ronnie, Bobby,
Ricky and Mike.
If I like a girl who can cool it down.
Slow it down.
Watch out, I'm gonna lose control.
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Rolling through a Monday morning with you. Thanks so much for being with us. Our daily top 5. We've been having some fun with this throughout the course of the summer. Just kind of these random top 5 lists. Have a little fun with it. Today, our top 5 sports venues. These are places we have been to, played in, covered games at, that would make up our top 5. Stoke, we're up to number 3. We'll let Mark catch up.
Okay. I'm ready to go.
Go ahead.
Honorable mention, Astrodome. Number 5, Superdome. 4, Fenway Park. And 3, I got Lambeau.
Ooh.
Played there just one time, but got to go back to a playoff game there a few years ago, 49ers versus the Packers, as just a fan, and that was a lot of fun in the snow. Ended up being a great game. 49ers upset them.
All right, very good. Good list. I did an honorable mention, the Rose Bowl. Got to cover a Super Bowl there. That was the Cowboys blowing out the Bills for the first time, was it? It was
also pound his ass.
It was all. Yeah, I know.
Careful.
Tough one there. Don't worry, this is your year. Maybe. Zach. Maybe.
Probably not.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Probably not.
Probably not.
But that was the halftime show. Michael Jackson performed, so it was really cool. Rose Bowl, great environment. If you've never been out there, just a really cool environment, cool stadium, massive stadium. The Rose Bowl, honorable mention for me. Number 5, I went with the old Chicago Stadium. What a great old barn. Number 4, the old Yankee Stadium. Yes, even as a Red Sox fan, I can give Yankee Stadium its due. Number 3 for me, Fenway Park. An absolute dump, but what an iconic place and full of history and an iconic place that I was lucky enough to grow up and be able to go to games from a very early age. And then when I first got into this business, got to cover a bunch of games there at Fenway Park. Even got to play a game at Fenway Park. Yes.
Wait a minute.
Did you play with Carlton Fisk? Did he ask you about the third base? Who else? Who was in that game? Ted Williams?
Oh, you played the media game they used to have.
Yes, see?
Oh.
Sorry. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
You guys were just
I was ready to throw down the big board of BS, but then I remembered about the media game.
I know, right. They used every year they had a media game against the New York, the Yankee media. One at Fenway Park and one at Yankee Stadium. And I never got to go to the one at Yankee Stadium, but I got to play the one at Fenway Park. We went out there one morning, the day of a game, and it was, I had free access to Fenway Park. I was out on the field. I was throwing balls up off the monster, catching them, went in behind the scoreboard and everything like that. Went down by, into the right deep center field corner there and got to play a game. I played shortstop at Fenway Park.
Ooh, man.
And you were the first one to run out there, huh?
And I
you're the first one.
I got to bat, so I was a right-handed hitter. So I'm standing in that batter's box, thinking.
Next, we're going to hear you hit it over the green monster.
Nope.
Just go ahead and tell us.
Nope.
Go ahead and tell us you did it.
Got to bat twice, struck out once, and grounded out to third the other time. No big deal. Not nothing here to brag about. But I was standing in that right-hand batter's box, right? And I'm thinking to myself, holy smokes! Think of the players that have stood here. Think of the players that have stood here over the years.
Ted Williams.
Nice try.
I thought I might get you.
You thought so,
That's
right?
all right.
Then I'd be all swept up in the nostalgia. And I'll be like, Ted Williams didn't hit right-handed. Oh, really?
Right.
You had it. Could have been. But I was ready for it. So, okay. Number 3, Fenway Park. How about you, Stink?
All right. So, number 5, Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I went there a couple of years ago as a guest and got to take in the Indy 500. Got to be behind the scenes in the pits and got to follow the entirety of the race with the change of tires and the whole 9 yards. Was in the pits. The whole race. It was so cool behind the stage. Back where they work on the cars, the whole thing, and I got the whole tour. And I'm not a car race guy, but it was a pretty cool experience, man. Really cool experience. So the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, number 5, number 4, Wembley, the old Wembley. I got to play there as a member of the Redskins, and once we got out of the game, the preseason, the America's games, it was a preseason game against the Niners, you start looking around because you remember watching Live Aid. And so you're like, where was the stage? And you remember the whole Queen came out for Live Aid and did all that in 1986. And so you start thinking about, because, I was in college at the time and I remember Live Aid and stuff. So you started kind of just sitting around and surveying the whole stadium. The other thing about that was kind of cool is we dressed across the street in a gymnasium. So we actually walked across the street and then walked into the stadium and walked down the steps onto the field. So we walked through the seating arrangement because they didn't have big enough locker rooms for us at Wembley. So it was just a cool experience to be in England playing in Wembley Stadium. And then 3, and this is just nostalgic for me, the first preseason game I ever played in my time with Washington as a rookie was in Three Rivers Stadium, where the Pittsburgh Steelers played. We played the Steelers in Three Rivers, and that's the team I grew up rooting for. That's the team I love. That's the reason I wanted to play professional football. So to be in Three Rivers Stadium playing the Pittsburgh Steelers, that was, for me, iconic, and it was just one of the coolest things that I ever got to experience.
Good stuff. Okay,
Yeah.
We will continue on with our top 5 venues as we roll along throughout the rest of the show. Guys, we are about a month away from the start of Broncos training camp. And do you realize, I was not aware of this. This one kind of snuck past my radar because it came up in the news that Travis Hunter became the first non-quarterback to have his entire rookie deal guaranteed. $40 million, some $35 million of it in a signing bonus, all guaranteed. Give the folks in Jacksonville a little credit.
Wait.
What?
Are you trying to?
No. Did I get it wrong?
I believe so. He's the first person non-quarterback to get his full signing bonus right away. Is what they're saying.
Yes.
Not fully guaranteed. They all the first rounders have their contract fully guaranteed.
Get the signing bonus. All of it. Up front.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
And but that turns out not to be true. Right.
Yeah, that's also been refuted.
So you're 0 for 2 here, Mike.
What's been refuted?
This bad segment for Evans.
Wait a minute, what's been refuted?
Yeah.
The Travis Hunter news?
Yeah, it turns out, no, that Travis got it, but it turns out Bosa also got it. So did Chase Young, also got all their signing bonus up front.
Okay.
So it was a report by Adam Schefter. It turns out that the information was not all correct.
He's an idiot and a fool.
Whoa, hey.
No, that's our guy.
But Jacksonville did put out a cool announcement that they had signed, that Travis Hunter had agreed. They put out 2 different tweets that we've agreed to terms with cornerback Travis Hunter.
Oh, that's cool.
And we've agreed to terms with wide receiver Travis Hunter. Hey, that's pretty cool there, Jacksonville.
Duval.
Hey, maybe they're starting to figure it out. But
Marks?
But I saw that.
Duval.
Whoa.
Pretty close.
Yeah.
Pretty close.
Mark getting very lyrical right there. But do you guys realize that Jahdae Barron and R.J. Harvey have not yet signed?
That's a little bit interesting.
There's only 2 first-round picks that haven't signed yet. And, so much is being made of the one in Cincinnati, all the drama there, but the Broncos don't have Barron done. They don't have Harvey done yet.
I'm not concerned at all.
But why is, in a time where these things are all slotted, why haven't they got done?
Because that comes down to language. What's the language of the contract? Is there something in there the agent doesn't like, or is there something in there language-wise that they want? I would just imagine that that's just a smoothing out of the language. And I don't think it's like the Cincinnati situation with Jamar Stewart, where their language was, hey, if you screw anything up, we get to take our money back. Like there was some – I don't think it's that. So I would just imagine they're having some last-minute concerns over some type of language in the contract. So I don't expect it to be – I don't expect it to trip them up. I wouldn't.
But do you think
imagine.
it's as simple as guaranteed money, right? How much of the signing bonus is going to be guaranteed, and there's a disagreement
or when it's
over
paid
that.
out.
Yeah.
The signing bonus usually is fully guaranteed. But if you do, to Mark's point, if you do have language in the contract where, we're not paying you all of the signing bonus, you're going to get the last installment, a year from now, and then something happens, you won't get it. So it's usually the language. The R.J. Harvey one's a little bit interesting. Second-round pick, that should be easy peasy.
But even the first-round pick should be easy peasy now because
they have more language in those contracts because it's a lot more money.
But my point is, are the Broncos being a little bit They still have cap issues. They still have cap issues. They're still dealing. They're still dealing with Russell Wilson. $37 million of it. Thank you, Russ. But is this a sign that the Broncos are?
No.
Well, then what else is it? Then what else is it?
It's going to be taken care of.
I know it'll be taken
camp.
care of, but this stuff is supposed to be routine, and
it has been routine. Don't worry about it.
So the fact that the Broncos are one of the few teams in the NFL who don't have all their guys signed is no big deal to you.
None.
Yes!
Zero.
Boy, yeah. I'm telling you
and
what,
you have no.
I'm sure, I hope Sean Payton's not in town because not only are you going to have a reputation for hating Mike Shanahan, but now it's going to be Sean Payton too.
Yeah.
Played better. Sean is going to text me. What's this idiot talking about?
He would never do that. He would never do that.
He would never do that again.
I hate Mike Shanahan. Never shared that story with you, Stoke?
Once or twice. Once or twice. I think you told me that story after you told me who gave Mark
the source.
The source.
That I never told anybody.
Yeah, you're going to take to your grave. Yeah.
Yeah.
I never told anybody who Mark's source was.
We're going to be a problem.
Stoke, you told me. Oh, yeah, you're right. I did.
No big whoop.
No, I am still Team Sean. Absolutely. Yeah. I think it's just a little curious in a time where these draft picks getting signed is kind of a pretty easy formality. Why the Broncos' top two picks have yet to get signed. That's all. I'm just asking. And you guys say no big deal, nothing to see here. I hope that is the case. Yeah, okay. I'll relax. I'll try to relax about all this. Coming up next, yet another move that, how else can you describe it? Only the Rockies would do this. Only the Rockies. That's next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here. If you're over 40, listen up. Running low on energy, just feeling off. Low T Center's where you need to go. Get started on testosterone replacement therapy, guys. And join lots of dudes who are in the same boat as you. Low T Center, they have clinics all over Denver. Super easy to get to. You walk in, you're going to see a real medical provider. You're going to get your energy back. No complicated process, just results, guys. Hey, what sets Low T apart from other places is they specifically design a treatment plan that's tailor-made for you. So you're going to get your energy back. You're going to feel great. If you're feeling off, feeling tired all the time, you have no energy, take action now. Low T Center is going to help you reclaim that energy, that confidence, and everything else, guys. And if you need to lose a few pounds, they also got you covered with prescription weight loss medication also. So head over to lowtcenter.com to book an appointment online. That's lowtcenter.com to book an appointment online. Check them out. They're simple, they're quick, and they're totally worth it. Low T Center, reinventing men's healthcare.
Peanut butter and jelly, music and dancing, salt and pepper. At Excel Energy, we believe some things just work better together, like a heat pump. the 2-in-1 unit that can both cool and heat your home. And better yet, it does so using energy more efficiently than a traditional HVAC system. Better yet, you can also save money on a heat pump with rebates at excelenergy.com/heat pumps. Cooling, heating, and savings. That's a lot to get pumped about. All in one package.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here to tell you about my buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now's the time to sell it, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my buddy Troy's still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, guys? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on the timeline that you guys agree upon beforehand, the price and the timeline, he's going to cut you a check. Forget this, $5,000. Come on, who else makes that offer? The answer is nobody. And he still makes that offer because he continues to spend a boatload of money marketing his listings. Right now, as I speak, he's got about 100 families that are approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. So you have a house to sell. Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him at 720-900-4433. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433. That's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then pick up the phone and call my buddy Troy. 720-900-4433.
The 35th Annual Shop Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now through Saturday, June 28th. There's no better time and no better cost. We have our best prices of the year on our entire inventory of BMW, Honda, Mini, Subaru, Mazda, Nissan, Ford, and Hyundai vehicles. Whether you are in the market for a new, electric, or used vehicle, we have thousands of cars in stock. The Shop Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now. See all offers at shop.com.
I am down 50 pounds in 11 weeks, and this program works. The pounds melt off. It's amazing.
Get in the best shape of your life with SOTA Weight Loss.
Just 3 weeks in, and pounds are dropping off very quickly. I am down 26 pounds in 3 weeks.
Your summer body starts right here because SOTA's summer savings are on.
Every single day, SOTA Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight without drugs, without hunger, and the weight stays off.
I tried other things, came to SOTA, just amazing.
I started on SOTA 8 months ago, and I have released 80 pounds now.
Summer savings, stunning results, only at SOTA Weight Loss. Get started now at SOTAweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
SOTA is, say it with me, state of the art.
When I wake up,
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Sharp criticism. Mark Schlereth a pansy. Cries for help.
Dude, wake up.
No.
I need better from you.
And a little bit of tough love.
If the truth gives you a wedgie, then you know what? Buy better underpants.
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
File this one away under only the Rockies. So this story came out yesterday that Bud Black, you can't make this up, Bud Black could be rejoining the Rockies as the Rockies' director of pitching just a month after being dismissed as the manager after 8 seasons. Like, what? I mean, talk about rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. We bring back Clint Hurdle. as a bench coach? We bring back Bud Black? I mean, so you're telling me that, what, in the last month, Bud has suddenly learned a bunch of new things about pitching that he couldn't bring to these pitchers when he was like, the actual manager of this team?
Too many responsibilities when you're the
What are we doing?
The head coach, the manager. But now he can just focus just on pitching, which is his specialty. So it's going to be a lot different, Mike. Come on.
Oh, is that how that works, Stoke?
Yes.
I mean, that's like, was that the company edict that they sent out so you could who? You know what? The more things change, the more they stay the same. This is just the most Rocky thing ever, right?
Hey, as somebody, and trust me, I want to be 100% about this. The reason why I give and throw so much heat at Dick Monfort is because I am a baseball fan, and I think the Colorado Rockies are a sleeping giant. I think if you had a really, really good competitive baseball team here all summer long, this place, this city, this region would go nuts for a really good baseball team. And the fact that we're being deprived of that, I think, is just a freaking sports crime. And so I'm constantly hoping against hope to find reasons to believe that maybe, just maybe, something will shake Dick Monfort out of this lethargy that he finds himself in. Could it come from his younger brother? So Charlie Monfort, who was a co-owner with this team, he, in fact, in many cases, was much more the visible of the two Monforts when it came to owning this team and running this team. And then he stepped away from the team to deal with personal issues, mainly alcoholism. But he is now clean and has been clean for a while, sober, and he talked to Patrick Saunders of the Denver Post about the current situation of the Rockies. He said, quote, "I think we need a new set of eyeballs. We need to give someone the opportunity, someone who knows baseball and has lived and breathed baseball and sometimes died with baseball, someone who knows everything that all of the good teams we face do from grassroots on up, someone who's going to stand by their decisions because they are going to live with it." Oh, that's all I've ever wanted from Dick Monfort. I know you're not going to sell the team. I don't expect you to sell the team. All I ask is that you acknowledge that this 30-year model that you have stuck with and stayed loyal with and loyal to, and the people involved in it, that you would just be willing to bring in a fresh approach, somebody who would come in from the outside and would remake this thing in that person's image and be willing and trusting to do that. And now you got Charlie saying that's the way to go. Mark, do you think this will cause anything to change?
No, absolutely not. I mean, it'd be great. It'd be great if they, at some point, you've got to take that organization, what you've established with that organization, the history of that organization, just the reluctance to change, Mike, and you got to flip it on its ear, and you got to do it like a 180 different approach to the way you've done baseball there for years and years and years. And we've seen what a sleeping giant this place can be. Rocktober was one of the most amazing runs. One of the most it was unreal, man. I remember going to playoff games. I went to a World Series game, man. This city was electric. It was it was so much fun. And I don't understand how that can't translate into saying, man, it's not just about the stadium. If we build a unbelievable baseball team, man, it'll be the best home field, the best experience in baseball.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine a lot of change. I don't know, but all of a sudden, what's Dick Monfort's brother's Charlie? What's his stake in the team? I mean, what ownership does he have of the team?
Well, he's just not involved at all in the in the day-to-day running of the team anymore.
Does he want to get back in it? Is that where we're going
maybe
here?
This is,
so now
maybe
this
this
might
is his
be
way of saying I'd like to be more involved.
The first step of significant change moving forward is what we heard from him this weekend, and now you might see something different or a different type of approach now. We shall see.
Well, maybe we have this to be optimistic about. Dick Monfort actually responded to what Charlie had to say. And I'll tell you what he said coming up after I give you a chance right now to win a 4-pack of tickets to the U.S. Senior Open at the Broadmoor. Man, go to the Broadmoor and check out that golf course. Boy, do I wish I would have had a chance to go to the Broadmoor.
Only you got an invite.
If only I had an invite. It's going on June 26th to the 29th. Be caller number 4 right now. It's this week. Caller 4, 303-713-1043 to win a 4-pack of tickets to the U.S. Senior Open at the Broadmoor. Again, be caller number 4 to 303-713-1043 to win a 4-pack of tickets to the U.S. Senior Open going on this week at the Broadmoor. Good luck.
Should the Broncos play some hardball with one of their stars on defense?
I think I've made my decision. I know I've made my decision.
You've made a decision.
I'm not paying Zach Allen this year. Sorry, Zach. You're under contract. This is the way it goes. I look at you so much tied to Vance Joseph that I got to see how he plays out.
Okay.
And whether or not Vance is a part of our future.
Can I change your mind?
You can try.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Gravina's Window Center of Littleton. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton is booking out. Why? Because smart Colorado homeowners understand that Infinity from Marvin Windows are made in America, built for Colorado, and trusted to last. Now's the time to reserve your spark. Get started today with flexible financing at windowsforyourhome.com. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton. Trusted in Colorado, the trusted window company since 73. That means 50 plus years. Why? Because they do the work. They don't subcontract it out. They're going to be with you every step of the way, guys. Value, you get what you pay for. Cheap windows look good on paper, but in a few years, they crack, they warp, they fade. Infinity from Marvin Windows are an investment built to last right here in Colorado. That it's going to pay you back every single day, guys, in energy savings, durability, and peace of mind. Call Gravina's Window Center of Littleton today for a free estimate. That's 303-794-0490, 303-794-0490, or you can find them online at windowsforyourhome.com. That's windowsforyourhome.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Comcast. Well, spring has sprung, and you know what that means. It's officially moving season. A time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving is make sure the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up. Then, boom, you'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time it takes to parallel park a moving truck. Then, you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi and the best in-class equipment from Xfinity. So you can just kick back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while someone else deals with all those boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you'll have to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make it right, make it easy, and move with Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on Open Signal Awards, USA, Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated, because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life. And fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Double crossing, you little punk.
Can't believe you did that.
Unbreakable trust.
See, I'm not like you. You just let me drown. You just let me drown. You do nothing.
And of course, emotional maturity.
Or maybe a little bit angry.
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Let's go, don't wait. This night's almost over. Honest, let's make.
All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to it. Fourth hour here on the show on a very, very busy Monday. A lot of things happening over the weekend to react to, and we'll do our best to cover all of it this hour. Oklahoma City winning the NBA championship. The Nuggets finally making their announcements about their front office. But in making things clearer, did they muddy things up a little bit? So I mentioned, guys, that they have promoted Ben Tenzer, and he has a new title. Ben Tenzer is now the Executive Vice President of Basketball Operations. They've also hired Minnesota Timberwolves executive John Wallace as the franchise's new Executive Vice President of Player Personnel. Both will report to Josh Kroenke. Now, Jake Shapiro, writing at denversports.com, says that this is shaping up to be, in Tenzer and Wallace, two guys who will be on equal footing. That this will be almost like 2006 through 2010 when Mark Workentine and Rex Chapman ran things almost as co-GMs, reporting to the owner. If these guys have equal say, guys, how do you feel about that when you're looking at Stoke, the construct of the Nuggets front office?
Well, that's a little bit different, obviously. I think you'd like one guy to have the power and ultimately the say. You're always going to report, most organizations, you're going to always report to the owner, right? I mean, ultimately it's their call. Especially when you're talking about big deals, big moves. They either give you the thumbs up or the thumbs down. But usually you have one guy doing that. So this is a little bit odd. Have these guys worked together before? You know, the new guy they're bringing in from Minnesota, did he go from the Nuggets to Minnesota with Tim Connolly?
He did. He worked in Denver from 2019 to 2022.
I mean, I don't mind.
Definitely as somebody who was, learning the ropes on the way up. Yeah.
And now he's worked with Tim Connolly,
Yep,
right?
yep.
I mean, it's different. You don't see this a lot. But I'm not going to sit here and criticize it. I mean, look, I think they do need a new set of eyes here, and so, all right, we'll see what it looks like. Hopefully, these guys can work well together. I'm going to be optimistic about it.
Yeah,
Mike.
I don't know, Mark. I don't know. Co-GMs,
So you're not naming a GM. You're naming a guy that's executive vice president of basketball operations. One's executive vice president of
personnel.
Personnel. Like you're not actually going to name. Like, is Josh Kroenke going to take over as GM/owner? Is he going to become Jerry Jones? Is that what we're doing here?
I've been thinking about it a lot in the shower.
It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. By the way, did Ben Tenzer, do you see the picture? Is it the kid that he looks like Herbie? I want to be a dentist. Is he 12? How old is he? How old is this kid?
You ever watched the classic
Rudolph? Yeah, thank you. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. I want to be a dentist. Can we just get somebody who's in charge?
I want to
What's
be
your
a
version?
dentist. Huh? What?
No, that was good. That was good.
Thank
I
you.
like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to have Jake Shapiro on at the bottom of the hour. Hopefully he could shed some more clarity on exactly what's going on, because if on the surface, if these guys are going to be co-GMs, not a big fan. Not a big fan of that.
Yeah,
somebody needs to be in charge. Somebody needs to have the final say. You could talk about consensus and, we're getting as much input as we possibly can from as many voices. That's great. That's awesome. I love the whole collaborative setup. But at some point, somebody's got to make the call. Who is it? So we'll talk to Jake a little bit later on this hour. I was mentioning that Charlie Monfort, who has really been away from the Rocky scene after years as a very visible co-owner with Dick Monfort, came out and said his current view, telling Denver Post's Patrick Saunders that this franchise needs a new set of eyeballs. We need to give someone the opportunity, someone who knows baseball and has lived and breathed baseball. And Dick Monfort actually responded and agreed with what Charlie had to say. Quote, that not only is Charlie's opinion, it's the public's in general, and I get it. There is a criticism, which is fair, that we are very loyal, insular, and we promote from within. I agree that what has gone on over the last few years is not representative of what we want. I think there are a lot of reasons for that, but it probably is time to have somebody who has a fresh opinion, a fresh set of eyes. I'm not opposed to bringing people in from the outside.
There you go.
That's all I've ever wanted. That is all I've ever wanted.
We're back.
Be willing to just say, I'll tell you what, I'm acknowledging that the model we've had here for 30 years is broken. I need to be open to fixing it, and I'm going to go hire the next up-and-coming top executive with the LA Dodgers, for example, and I'm going to bring that person in, and I'm going to give that person a blank check to go and fix and change this busted model. He's saying it. He's saying it.
He didn't say that.
No, he didn't.
He acknowledges
Right.
that Charlie and a lot of fans feel that way.
Right.
And he can understand why they feel that way.
Right.
But they don't see the master plan. They don't know behind the scenes, the inner workings. What's going on? We're playing the long game here. The long game. It's going to get better.
So does that mean that is it Bill Schmidt?
Bill Schmidt, yep.
Does that mean you think he's gone? Is he next one out?
Nope.
I mean, you hear that, you would think that change is happening. You're going to hire a new manager, and you got to have new set of eyes. Picking the players and doing all of the roster construction. You would think that now is the time. If you're going to say all that, your brother said it. I mean, this would be the off season to go out there and hire that general manager from this young up-and-coming analytics guy or whatever the case may be, somebody different, and pair him with a coach and see what it looks like.
Yeah, my inside information is telling me that they're going to fire him as the GM, but they're going to rehire him as the pro personnel director. So, like, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Well, and here's the other thing, too. I don't know where the impetus for change is going to come from, but it looks like it's not going to come from people staying away. You continue to go out and support the Rockies, even in a historically bad season. Their attendance to this point in the season, as of yesterday's game, is exactly the same as it was a year ago. Nothing has changed. The same amount of people are going out to the ballpark.
So the top half of the league, like 15, 16, somewhere in there?
Yep. Nothing's changed. So that's not going to work. My hope of people staying away to send Dick Monfort a message, hurt him where it hurts worse, the wallet, that's not going to happen. So maybe, just maybe, Charlie coming out will
he acknowledged it.
He did acknowledge it.
So we'll see this offseason what it looks like.
I do think it's encouraging, Stoke, that he did come out. Dick Monfort did say there is criticism, which is fair, that we are, to paraphrase, too loyal, too insulated, and not willing to bring in outside voices.
So that means he's heard it.
He's heard it.
He realizes it. He knows it's there. Now we'll see if change happens, and if it does happen, what it looks like moving forward. And if they do go outside the organization, which to me it looks like, okay, Charlie spoke up, Dick acknowledges it, and we're going to see something different this offseason.
Well, the fact that he's acknowledging the elephant in the room, if he says all that and then they go out and they have another decent year with attendance and he doesn't do anything, at least we'll know the answer once and for all. It's not about the wins and losses on the field. It's all about the people coming in and sitting in those seats. Coming up next, we got some breaking news today. We got some breaking news that we want to share with you. Yes, it's a big day today. Today is a big, big day. Big day. We'll tell you why next.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, denversports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
Hey guys, your boy Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Mountain High Appliance. Proudly been locally owned and operated, serving Colorado community with pride and dedication. It's Colorado's most complete appliance store. They offer an extensive range of major appliance lines, from refrigerators to ovens. They've got you covered, and their knowledgeable, friendly staff, more than just employees, they're experts ready to assist you, providing a personalized experience and all the information you need to make the right choice for you and your family. And they've got that professional delivery and installation team as well. Guys, I have shopped them. I've purchased from them. I have had them deliver and install, and I can guarantee you there is second to none, guys. And I'm telling you what, at Mountain High Appliance, they believe in transparency and honesty, and you can shop with confidence knowing you're not going to get a better price elsewhere because they have that price match guarantee, guys. So check them out, both in their live locations, 7 days a week in Louisville or Littleton, or their clearance center right there in Denver. You can find them 24/7 at mountainhighappliance.com. That's mountainhighappliance.com.
What's the biggest mistake you could make when selling your home? Settling for less money. Not with Orchard. Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. Then they sell your old home on the market for top dollar. One customer said, "I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier." Don't settle for less. Buy before you sell. And get top dollar with Orchard. Get your free home valuation at Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Summer's heating up and so are the deals at Siltahar Motors. It's the final days of employee pricing on most Ford and Lincoln models. Yes, you pay what they pay. Get Kelly Blue Book value on all trade-ins, no haggling, just top dollar. And don't miss out on up to $12,000 off the powerful 2024 Ford Expedition. Cruise into summer at Siltahar Motors off Highway 36 in Wadsworth, or check out their inventory at sthmotors.com. Siltahar Motors, get everything you want out of a dealership.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management and practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Uber Eats has deals all summer long. Get Burger King, Subway, Popeyes, and hundreds more local favorites and savor every last bite. That sounds like a good summer. Order now on Uber Eats. Terms apply. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The wait is almost over. Prime Day is almost here. And this year it's lasting 4 days. That's 4 days of great deals on all of the things you love. The countdown is on. Shop Prime Day July 8th through the 11th.
Food critiques.
I love chicken. I hate chicken salad.
What?
If you put chicken salad in front of me, I'd gag.
Hard-hitting analysis.
I took an Ambien on accident before practice, and that's what he looked like out there.
And some constructive criticism.
It reminded me of the show that Mike had yesterday. Just a little off, not completely there. You were like, Mike, are you going to take control of this show? Like, how many times did you have to say that yesterday?
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Big day today. Huge day. Doesn't get any bigger than June 23rd. You
goodness.
thought this nearly passed without being acknowledged. Today is Brandon Stokely's birthday.
How about that?
Happy birthday, Stoke.
Birthday.
It was
much
rejoicing. It was going under the radar.
Yeah,
You didn't know.
I didn't know. I did know because we had talked about this earlier in the month about the idea that we were both Geminis. But
Yes.
you come along later in June and you are,
Yeah.
I think you're
Well,
a Cancer.
Yeah. I don't do that astronomy, astrology. I don't do that
Wait,
stuff.
how
so-
are you both Geminis if he's a Cancer?
We're not. That's the point. I thought we were because our birthdays are both
Oh,
in
you
June.
thought
But it
we
turns
were.
out his.
Okay. All right.
And it was going to be done. I was going to be out of here, free and clear today.
Yep.
And then our boss, Amanda, brought me in a card and was like, "Happy birthday!" And Evan's like, "It's your birthday!" And he's
I
like,
went, "Oh,
I was like,
yeah."
I said, you didn't even know. And he's like, "Well, you didn't mention my birthday."
I think you're
Well,
a Cancer.
You forgot my birthday. And I was like,
Good one,
yeah.
Ty.
I was like, we actually did. Did anybody acknowledge it? Evans?
No.
When is your birthday, Mike?
It was June 4th.
What happened? Were we on air
Were we
that
on
day?
air at that
Yes,
time?
yes, we
were. On
It
air?
Was that one of your days off?
It was
Were
a
you here?
Wednesday, and I was here, unlike our old pal Scott DeHuff, who not only took his birthday off, he took his whole birthday week off. Remember that one, Stink?
Oh my gosh!
He'd
that
take
guy.
his whole birthday week
He's
off.
the only guy. He's the only guy that's ever missed 10 weeks and never got tested positive for COVID. He was on break 10 weeks of COVID leave and never actually tested positive. This guy was amazing.
I can't believe we missed your birthday.
He manipulated. Yeah,
I
can't believe
yeah,
that.
I cannot. I
That's
can't
on
believe
you,
it
Mark.
either.
How long have y'all been partners
9
for?
years.
Wow.
9 years. 9 years, and I totally spaced. What day was June 4th?
On a Wednesday, right in the middle of the week, and I was working, so I have no excuse either. I kind of feel bad
Mike,
now.
I do too.
How long have you been holding that in? That resentment towards all of us,
I wouldn't say
Ty,
resentment.
John, Mark, and myself.
I wouldn't say resentment, but
So wait a minute now.
some hurt.
A little bit of hurt.
So Amanda Stoke, let me get this straight.
Yeah.
Amanda brought a card in for you. Otherwise, you were clean and you were free and clean.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like she brought, but that's what. How about your card, Mike? Did Amanda bring you a card?
I did get a card.
Oh, you did.
But I
You
don't
were a
even know.
little more
But I don't
stealthy.
even know.
Or
if
was
I,
Stokely like, what is this, Amanda? What? oh, it's a birthday card. It's my birthday. That's right.
I don't know if I even got it on my birthday. She may have given it to me like the day after or something like that, which just adds to my sadness.
Yeah.
Adds to my depression. She spelled
Poor
my
guy.
name wrong. She spelled my name wrong.
This is sad.
Is that bad? She spelled my name wrong?
Let me see. Oh, yeah.
It's supposed to be Stokley.
It was Stokeley.
It happens a lot. Look, I'm not sensitive. Nice card, nice gesture. So all good. I do kind of feel bad.
Should be a little something in there, too.
A little something,
A
something.
little something.
Okay.
To a place you like to frequent.
Yeah. Give my coffee.
Yeah.
Coffee.
Yeah.
Love it. They got it. They have a new. Today I was the first one in the Rock, Castle Pines, Starbucks to get their new coffee machine and use it. It's brand new. It's really cool.
Like
It's
state of the art, brand new.
yes.
This
Yeah,
is like the
these new
next
ones.
generation of.
Yep.
Coffee
they just,
makers?
push buttons and seriously,
Did
it was unbelievable.
Did your coffee taste better, or it was the same?
It was it was a little bit better. Actually, a little bit better. It was so good.
Nice.
But I was the first one in the Rock this morning. So that was fun.
Mm-hmm.
Never forget that day.
Well, happy birthday.
Well, thank you.
Happy birthday.
Okay,
Happy
thank
birthday.
you.
And
Happy
the reason.
Hey, Mike, happy belated birthday to you, man. I'm sorry that we all ignored.
If only
your beautiful.
If only I could remember when Mark's birthday was. If only there had been some indication. If only he told us at some point about, oh, that's right, my birthday, my turn 32 on Super Bowl 32. Do you know that I'm the only person in NFL history and will be the only person in NFL history to ever celebrate his birthday that year on the actual date of the Super Bowl that's being played? Because now that we're into Super Bowl 55, nobody who's turning 56 is going to be playing in Super Bowl 56.
That's
so
right.
that is
That's
only
right.
my
And-
honor. So if only we had that kind of information when it comes to remembering your birthday.
And the fact that your birthday is June 4th, which school was out by June 4th, so you can't celebrate it on some JV game that you won. So I think we can't follow that.
Wow. By the way, I admitted during my high school baseball playing days that I had a year where I battled the yips. Did you see Joe Burrow trying to throw a baseball?
Yes.
Now,
Embarrassing.
Now tell
What are
me.
we doing?
Now tell me exactly what. Because here's my theory. Joe Burrow, world-class athlete, world-class quarterback. He is a freaking magician with a football. He can thread it through the needle, right? So why did he struggle so much throwing a baseball? I'll tell you exactly why it happened. Mark, you'll back me up on this. Because when you are put in a position...
Don't lead the witness.
All right, hold on. When you're put in a position with a baseball and you got people watching you and the pressure starts to get ramped up and your first attempt is wild, you start to really press and try to aim even more, and it leads to even being more wild. And that's what happened to Joe Burrow. Joe cool on a football field, no doubt. Joe rattled when he was trying to throw a baseball the other day. Mark,
Hey, wait. Okay, wait, Mark, real quick. Sorry.
Yeah.
This is what Evan said earlier. He said Joe Burrow choked. That's what he said. Now he's saying rattled. Now he's saying, all this.
Okay.
He said
Okay.
choked.
All right.
Well, say it again.
I'll say it again. When it came to trying to throw a baseball accurately the other day, he felt so much pressure he choked.
Mark, agree or disagree?
I would disagree. It's so different than a football, but the interesting thing is you would think this would be the perfect exercise for Joe Burrow because of those tiny little hands. You would think that it would be perfect for him with them tiny little hands that he should be able to throw. You think he's be like, Kenny Pickett. Where's Kenny Pickett on this one? Yeah, embarrassing, but it is so incredibly different to have that little tiny baseball that has no weight behind it versus a football. But at the same, man, it was embarrassing. And I thought to myself, I don't know about you, Mike, but I thought, hey, did your dad never play catch with you? Like this kid. Like if that was my son and he had that, I would have to call him, and he would never hear the end of it. Like, you've embarrassed the family. We can't have that.
I'm telling you, I just think that when you start trying to aim a baseball, it's no good. And I don't want to hear throwing a baseball is different than throwing a foot. Didn't stop Bo Nix. God bless Bo Nix. That's my quarterback.
But Bo might have played baseball growing up. Maybe Joe
played
Burrow
baseball. Joe Burrow played baseball. Of course he did. Athlete like that, of course he played baseball.
Well, we remember you're the one that discovered Philip Lindsay back in the day.
I did discover Philip Lindsay.
Did you see Joe Burrow playing Little League baseball growing up? Did you discover Joe Burrow also?
No.
Okay.
But I'm confident that Joe Burrow played baseball. I'm confident that Joe Burrow was probably some stud shortstop or center fielder or pitcher or whatever.
Okay. No, Joe Burrow did not play baseball in college or professional. Oh, did he play in high school?
Of course he played in high school.
While he did play football and basketball in high school, he stopped playing baseball at a younger age. Okay, so he did at one point.
See, Mike.
But not in high school.
So, because he couldn't throw a baseball. That's why.
Oh, he can throw a football like nobody's business. But I'm telling you, he got the yips. In that moment, he got the yips, and there's nothing wrong with that. But he got he got Knobloch disease that day trying to throw the baseball. I'm telling you, yips.
If you're, do we play the Bengals and Joe Burrow this year?
Yes, here
we do.
I think it's a Monday night, right?
Week 4.
Perfect
4.
remedy. Perfect remedy. Go out, strap baseball caps on top of your helmets. That'll rattle him, right? Rattle him. We should make a baseball uniform for the Broncos. Yeah, we want a pitcher, not a belly itcher. Let's go. Here come the boys in blue.
Here comes Jake Shapiro. He's going to join us. He's been all over all the Nuggets stories over the whole year, but especially since the season ended, including this little report yesterday that the Nuggets were involved in Kevin Durant trade talks. To what extent? What would a trade for Kevin Durant have looked like? That plus what's the new look front office? Is it really dual GMs, co-GMs? We'll find out from Jake next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drives Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you.
Hate to break up the brouhaha.
Next up, North Glen, June 27th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
So you're the little lady who started this great brouhaha.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, if you're over 40, listen up. If you're running low on energy, just feeling off, Low T Center is where you need to go. Get started with testosterone replacement therapy and join lots of guys who have been in the same boat as you but have gotten it fixed. Low T Center has clinics all over Denver. Super easy to get into. You walk in, you're going to see a real medical provider, and you will get your energy back. It's not a complicated process. It's simple. Plus, they're going to give you a treatment plan that's tailor-made just for you, not some basic standard, but based on your test results that's tailor-made for you. And I tell you what, if you're feeling off, tired all the time, you got no energy, take action because you'll get your energy back. You'll get your confidence back. That's what they do at the Low T Center, guys. And if you're looking to lose a few pounds, they've got you covered as well with prescription weight loss medications. They make it so simple, guys. It is so easy, and it's covered by most health insurance. So head on over to lowtcenter.com to book an appointment online. That's lowtcenter.com. They're simple, they're quick, and they're totally worth it. Low T Center, reinventing men's health care.
Peanut butter and jelly, music and dancing, salt and pepper. At Excel Energy, we believe some things just work better together, like a heat pump. the 2-in-1 unit that can both cool and heat your home. And better yet, it does so using energy more efficiently than a traditional HVAC system. Better yet, you can also save money on a heat pump with rebates at excelenergy.com/heat pumps. Cooling, heating, and savings. That's a lot to get pumped about. All in one package.
If you miss the filing deadline again, the consequences can be substantial and the penalty is huge. After 5 months, you'll owe late filing penalties of 25%, not to mention interest. The recent IRS tactics include prosecuting more non-filers, often criminally. So call the people I trust, Advanced Tax Solutions. They will help you get back into the system and off the island.
Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate. Donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
If you're ready to make fitness fit your schedule, don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
This segment on The Fan is brought to you by Embers Golf, where your passion meets the green.
Delusional confidence. I'm tougher than Mark. Strong detective work.
Something was way off with him, like some kind of bad gummy bear or something. I don't know. It was just
Gummy bear. And personal hygiene. Holy Moses. Guy's excited about showering. It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Alongside the birthday boy, Brandon Stokely, Mark Schlereth, and join us now from The Fan and DenverSports.com. He is our Nuggets go-to guy, and he, again, is all over DenverSports.com with Nuggets news today, and that would be Jake Shapiro, who joins us now. Jake, good morning, and I guess right away, can you bring clarity to exactly what is the hierarchy now in this new look Nuggets front office?
Yeah, my understanding is that Ben Tenzer, who was the interim GM and already working in Denver, will be joined by John Wallace, former Georgetown point guard, was on those Final Four teams about 20 years ago. He was in Minnesota the last couple of years with Tim Conley, had been in Denver before. Both John and Ben will kind of operate as co-executives with the final decisions being made by Josh Kroenke. So this will be a throwback to Nuggets fans that remember maybe about 2010 when the Nuggets had two co-executives. This was before Masai Ujiri had the job.
So just, all right, I just want to make sure we're exactly clear on this. So let's say Ben Tenzer wants the Nuggets to sign player A, and John Wallace wants him to sign player B. Josh Kroenke will make that final decision?
That's at least my initial understanding based off of the reporting and some of the sniffing around I have done. Of course, we have yet to hear from the Nuggets in an official capacity, but this would also align with what Josh Kroenke has said, which is that he felt he needed to be more involved. That was one of his takeaways from the Calvin Booth mishap.
Jake, Kevin Durant got traded yesterday. The news broke yesterday. How much were the Nuggets involved? What degree were they involved in the Kevin Durant trade market?
They were interested in trying to make a deal or seeing what they could do to make a deal, similar to last year when they looked at getting Paul George into Denver for Michael Porter Jr. I don't think either of those moves were ever very close. Given the final offer that the Suns got from the Rockets, it wasn't that far off from what the Nuggets could offer, but ultimately they got the 10th pick in the draft, and the Nuggets could only trade one first-round pick. They had no second-round picks. 5 second-round picks went to Phoenix in this deal, as well as a young player in Jalen Green. You could say Christian Brown is kind of a similar stature. He hasn't had that all-star potential Jalen Green does. So I don't think the Nuggets were ever really close to getting Kevin Durant because ultimately they don't have the assets and they don't have the young players in place to go get a guy like that.
So what's next then? If the Nuggets were actually in and they tried to make a deal happen but didn't have the assets, it would essentially indicate that they're not real happy with the way their roster is constructed, or at least Josh Kroenke isn't. So what's next? Are they going to go after somebody? Is there some other deal that might be on the horizon?
Yeah, or you can read it as they were looking at an opportunity because of Kevin Durant, a Hall of Fame player, was being dealt at, pennies on the dollar, basically, is what Durant went to for the team, by the way, who's going to be a Nuggets rival next year. The Rockets are going to be awesome in the West. There's only a couple teams Nuggets fans should actually be scared of. The Rockets are one of them. But the next people up in this kind of trade market, as is being discussed, are both DeMar DeRozan and Malik Monk from the Sacramento Kings. Now, I'd be absolutely stunned if the Denver Nuggets are going to trade Michael Porter Jr. for either of those guys, but it is pretty important to note that they may be in the ballpark or at least interested in this area, this arena of getting out of some money so they can dodge the luxury tax ramifications, and not necessarily just because of, the second apron hampers things, but because, Stan and Josh Kroenke want to spend less money on this roster. At least that's the historic indicator with this team. They just went the cheap route with the hiring of their executives, right? So that would be an indicator that they might do the same with the roster. But if they're doing the smartest thing for a basketball perspective, it actually makes a lot of sense to keep Michael Porter Jr. through next year's draft, because at that point, Michael Porter Jr. will have an expiring contract, and the Nuggets can trade 2 first-round picks along with Michael Porter Jr. and actually trade into something valuable. So if the Nuggets are going to move something this offseason of significance, it actually makes a lot more sense to trade Jamal Murray than Michael Porter Jr., though I don't see either of those things happening, and you're more likely to see them make some moves around the fringes again for another offseason, which isn't going to excite a lot of people, but they don't have that many avenues to acquire that big fish.
Jake Shapiro joining us from DenverSports.com. I'm still kind of wrapping my head around this idea of co-GMs, and you referenced in your article today about how this model was in place before, between 2006 and 2010, with Mark Warkentine and Rex Chapman working as co-VPs. I'd have to go back and look at those years, but just from your memories of it, how did that work out?
Well, Josh Kroenke ultimately had a large voice, and so did Stan Kroenke, in what was happening in terms of the basketball operations in Denver, Colorado. But the thing to remember, guys, is the Kroenke Empire was not as large back at the time. So Josh's role has expanded, so has the Kroenke Empire. So that leads me to wonder if Josh is going to have as big of a role. Is Kevin Demhoff, who is, running things a lot behind the scenes that doesn't get talked about enough, is he going to have a bigger role? But the actual on-court production, guys, those were Carmelo Anthony's best years. The Denver Nuggets went to a Western Conference Finals one of those years. They made some massive moves in that era. They traded for Allen Iverson. They traded for Chauncey Billups. They signed Kenyon Martin. They did some giant stuff in building this organization, and that was one of the only times, I think, that last year and the year before, and then if you had to go all the way back to one of those years, were the only times the Nuggets have actually gone into the luxury tax. So this isn't an indicator that the Nuggets don't want to be competitive or that they're being cheap just for the sake of being cheap. I do think that they believe Ben Tenzer is a really smart guy. I believe that. I've known Ben for a couple years now, and he's a very bright guy. He's worked for the Nuggets for a while. Just going back and reading a lot of stuff about John Wallace today from his time at Georgetown, his time as an executive coming out throughout the league, he's highly respected. And Tim Connelly didn't employ dumb people. You might think that Calvin Booth messed a lot of things up, but Calvin Booth wasn't stupid. He just had his own ways of going about things. I just find, guys, what I find most interesting is the fact that they had so many organizational mishaps and they weren't aligned. They weren't cohesive. That was the problem, right, between Booth, Malone, and Kroenke and all of it. Okay, so the solution now is to have co-GMs. that just seems like you're starting from a place of conflict. But these guys have worked together in the past.
Jake, the biggest weakness last year, the bench. Well, what are the Nuggets going to do about upgrading their bench and getting more from the bench, especially when you get into playoffs? You got to have better from the bench if they're going to try to win another one.
Yeah, and you're most likely going to lose Russell Westbrook, who, I wasn't a big fan of personally in terms of what he provided, but no doubt that the proof was in the pudding that he was a very he added a lot of statistics to the team, did a lot of things, played a lot of minutes, right? So now you're losing that. You're going to need Christian Brown to maybe stagger and play some with the bench. That's one of the things that didn't get talked about enough last year. The Nuggets stagger lineups weren't very good when they'd have a couple starters straggling along with the bench players. Additionally, you're going to need guys like Peyton Watson to step up, De'Ron Holmes to have a huge de facto rookie season. That's asking a lot for a guy coming off a torn Achilles. The Nuggets might trade into the second round. That would be Thursday. The draft starts Wednesday night. Josh Kroenke hinted at that last month. I doubt that a second-round pick is going to play immediately, so that probably doesn't help this year's bench. And then you're going to look at some minimum contract and mid-level exception guys. Can you get Bruce Brown in here? Can you get maybe Luke Kennard, a really good shooter, in here? Maybe you can go get a guy from Houston that's left out of the rotation like a Jayshawn Tate, or someone that's on the end of the Oklahoma City Thunder bench like a Kenrich Williams or something like that. These names aren't exciting to people because they aren't exciting names, but we're talking about depth, Stoke, and they need depth. They just need playable NBA bodies. None of us would have been over the moon when they signed Justin Holiday a couple years ago, and look how important that player was for the Nuggets 2 years ago. So they just need guys like that.
Great work, Jake. Check out Jake's work at denversports.com. Always enjoy having you on with us. We appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thanks, fellas.
Jake Shapiro joining us. Okay, so there you go. Co-GMs, where hopefully there's a consensus and they're on the same page. Otherwise, the owner, Josh Kroenke, gets the final say. Kind of Jerry Jones-like now in the Nuggets front office. All right, we'll see how that works out. We've got some great audio to share with you. Our audio dump coming up next.
Head to Facebook.com/Denver Sports 1043 The Fan to watch Orange and Blue Today, The Rundown, and Denver Sports Daily on demand. Take your favorite shows with you anytime, anywhere. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
2 in a row, back-to-back. Dynasty. Of course, we're talking about Advanced Hair Restoration, winner of Westward's Best of Denver for the second year in a row. And it's no fluke. Well earned. As Denver's best when it comes to giving guys their hair back. No tricks, no gimmicks. It's all natural. Your hair put where you need it the most. Receding hair, thinning hair, that expanding bald spot. All done in one day and all done with the guarantee it begins to regrow the very next day. I endorse and recommend Advanced Hair Restoration because of the product and the people. I had this done over 20 years ago. I was at a family event a couple weekends ago. Saw some old pictures. It was like, ooh, man, yikes. My hair was going in the wrong direction. That all changed with Advanced Hair. The people make the difference, too. Legendary Dr. Tanya Pauls did my hair. She'll do yours, and you could join the thousands of success stories at Advanced Hair Restoration. So call for a free consultation, 720-459-HAIR. You'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, 720-459-HAIR, and at advancedhair.com.
Hey, get in. What? Who are you? I'm future you. Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Yeah. Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. Are you looking to replace your roof or have hail damage? Call your local trusted contractor at 5280 Exteriors. They've been around for nearly 20 years, servicing your roofing, siding, or window needs throughout Colorado. 5280exteriors.com.
The 35th Annual Shop Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now through Saturday, June 28th. There's no better time and no better cost. We have our best prices of the year on our entire inventory of BMW, Honda, Mini, Subaru, Mazda, Nissan, Ford, and Hyundai vehicles. Whether you are in the market for a new, electric, or used vehicle, we have thousands of cars in stock. The Shop Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now. See all offers at shop.com.
Are you due for a day on the links? Grab your clubs and let's go. What's up, guys? It's Zach here, and Aurora Golf has you covered. Their 5 courses have everything for the beginning players to the scratch golfer. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com. That's golfaurora.com.
Nitro's back. The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is lighting up the track. Grab your tickets now at IHRA.com. That's IHRA.com. Candy shaming. I don't know how anybody can eat that. Black licorice? Ugh. 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 Gross. Fact checking.
I think we have another candidate for the Mike Evans Big Board of BS.
No way. In the spirit of giving.
Mike is getting an almost new but slightly used snowblower.
Oh, is that his compensation, Mark?
No, that's just out of the goodness of my heart, Stoke.
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Somebody told me you had a boy.
I'm looking forward to that snowblower, by the way. Stink. I was cleaning out the garage this weekend, just straightening it up, and I was kind of like standing back surveying. I was kind of like standing there and just kind of,
Where's my new snowblower?
Where's it going to go? Yeah. And I was like picking out
yeah.
spots. I'm like getting all excited already, so can't wait for it to snow.
Yeah, that thing is worth its weight in gold.
Oh,
it's way better than getting cash for doing a podcast.
How long you been doing that podcast? Multiple times a week, even on Fridays. How long? How many years?
What are we going on about? 4 or 5?
Yeah, I don't know, something like
6?
that. He's gotten paid. Mike's gotten paid. He's made a few.
Came to Stink's defense. Pro Football Talk put out a tweet over the weekend
about Aaron Rodgers.
Did you see that?
Yeah. Were you exaggerating, Mark?
They made it sound like Rodgers was going on this like rant about 20-minute like losing his mind type. Oh, it was just like muttering incoherently for 20 minutes about the running game, and I stepped up to Stink's defense and said, as somebody who was there while we were doing the actual podcast, it was actually Mark expressing his admiration for how passionate Rodgers is about football at a time when people are questioning his enthusiasm.
That's really
and passion.
cute of both of
So
y'all.
not only do I not get paid, but I even on the weekends I still back I back the big fella up.
By the way, did they mention our podcast, Mike?
No.
Yes.
Did they?
Yes, they did.
Okay, good.
Well,
Yeah,
they said on a podcast.
Yeah,
I don't know if they gave the
podcast.
name
Yeah.
of the podcast.
Oh, okay. They probably did. By the way, it's just how these things go, because it's completely out of context.
Yes.
If you listen to it at all, it was my admiration for how smart and how much he knows about football in general in the run game. It was the way they characterized it, like you said, Mike, was Aaron Rodgers just going 8 bananas on how bad the Jets are. It wasn't that way at all.
It wasn't that way at all. And I for a moment there, I felt what a lot of you athletes go through at times.
Yeah.
The feeling like you're being taken out of context. I can see why it bothers you. Did you guys see the story about the College World Series won by LSU? By the way, SEC, not just the juggernaut in football. That's now 6 straight years an SEC team has won the College World Series. But it was Game 2, elimination game against Coastal Carolina. And Kevin Schnall, the coach of the Coastal Carolina team, got tossed in the first inning of the game for arguing balls and strikes. And as the argument unfolded, the first base umpire came in to get involved, ended up tripping, falling, and immediately put up 2 fingers, meaning that Schnall was going to be suspended for 2 games. So even if
Coastal Carolina had won Game 2, he was not going to be eligible to coach in the deciding Game 3. Here was Schnall after the game.
If you guys watched the video, there was a guy that came in extremely aggressively, tripped over Campos' foot, embarrassed in front of 25,000, immediately goes 2-game suspension and said, bumping the umpire. Immediately does that. There was no bump. He was embarrassed. I shouldn't be held accountable for a grown man's athleticism. They'll retract it, though, because now it's excessive. And the reason why it's excessive, because I was trying to say, I didn't bump him. It is what it is. But if that warranted an ejection, man, there'd be a lot of ejections. As an umpire, I feel like it's your job to manage the game. The national championship game with some poise, some calmness, and a little bit of tolerance.
You know, I guys completely agree with the coach here in this case. And when you're in an environment like this, the idea that both the umpire and the coach carry equal responsibility when it comes to maintaining their cool and their discipline and all of that, I don't buy that at all. I think in that situation, that kind of game, there is more responsibility on the umpire to recognize the magnitude of the game and be more patient, more tolerant, more willing to walk away. This is not a 50-50 equation as far as I'm concerned, Stink.
Mike, I watched the entirety of that ball game. Like, I watched all 9 innings of that ball game, and first and foremost, like, Schnall came up on the top step and was like, he got a warning, and then it was like he came up and like he couldn't believe he got a warning. So then he's like, what are you doing? Then the ump looked at him and said, that's a warning, you know. And that's a warning for arguing what balls and strikes. He goes, I'm arguing because you missed 3 calls. And as soon as you put the number 3, and I don't know if there was a curse word involved in that or not, but he automatically tossed him. And it's like, for me, as you know, as a baseball guy, I was like, that's the quickest toss I've ever seen. Like, nobody came here to watch you ump the game. And I get it if you said something that's, derogatory or whatever, but I just was like, I couldn't believe the guy got tossed that quickly. And then the first base, coach came down and the ump tripped over over the other ump's feet. And then it was one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen. I couldn't believe it. So that was,
I look at it a little bit differently. It was a quick toss, and it is, and y'all are correct. It's not about the umpires. I mean, come on, show a little bit more restraint there. But my rookie year, my receiver coach told me this and told us all this. Hey, if you leave it in the refs / ump's hands, they're going to screw you, okay? And he was giving them a warning. The umpire did. And then their coach, Coastal Carolina's coach, came out screaming and yelling. And he said, for what? And the umpire told him it's a warning. And he said, you missed 3 calls. You just got warned. And you're coming out there putting on a show. Why don't you show more restraint as a baseball coach? The first inning, you're already chirping and barking? Why don't you wait? You're the leader of the ship. Why don't you wait until after the inning and then maybe go have a calmer conversation with him? You put yourself in a bad situation. You have to take some ownership of it as a coach. You put yourself in a terrible situation. You left it in the umpire's hands. You're talking about the other umpire? You talking about the other umpire that fell, that embarrassed himself in front of 25,000? Guess what the hell you did? You embarrassed yourself in front of 25,000. Stop deflecting. Take some damn ownership. And that's what I got beef with.
All right.
That's what I'm stoked up about. Bring it back. Bring it back.
Hey, fine with me. Hey, cleats on the grass, stoked up. Sure. I'm all for it. Johnny, make a note. All right, let's finish off our top 5, our daily top 5, our top 5 sports venues. Let us finish it off. What do you got there, Stoke?
I got Astrodome as my honorable mention. The Superdome, number 5. Number 4 is Fenway Park. 3 is Lambeau. 2, Churchill Downs. Ooh. Absolutely love Churchill Downs. And then My number one is the same one as Mark had on his list, Indianapolis Motor Speedway. To go to an event there, the Indy 500, you don't understand how big it is.
Oh, my God.
This is a city.
Mammoth.
It is a city. It holds hundreds of thousands of people. It's got golf holes. It's got 3 or 4 golf holes inside of the track. So just an unbelievable event, but just going in that stadium is just really unbelievable. So that's my number one.
I went with honorable mention, the Rose Bowl. Then number 5, the old Chicago Stadium. Number 4, old Yankee Stadium. Number 3, Fenway Park. Number 2 for me, can't wait. Got to find a way to get back there. It's been a long time, but Augusta National. What a venue. What a venue. It is everything they say it is and more. And number 1 for me, I was lucky enough to grow up there. I went to basketball games, hockey games, college hockey, college basketball. It was literally a dump. I saw rats in this place that looked like cats.
You talking about the Garden?
I'm talking about the old Boston Garden.
I knew it. I had it on your list. I knew you were going with the Garden.
Oh, man, that building, listen, just an absolute dump. But when it was a big game, no environment was better. I'd put it up against anything. So, number 1, and a second honorable mention, a Mile High Stadium. I just wasn't here that long for it. It was only a couple of years.
Now
the
you're
old
going
Mile
back?
High. Yeah, I wanted to give a second honorable mention, Mile High Stadium, because I know some people would upset that I I didn't bring up Mile High Stadium.
Well,
but
just take it like a man.
I know. I'm just acknowledging why. I'm just acknowledging why. I wasn't.
You know
here
you
that
can't
long.
make everyone happy doing this job.
I know.
Mark,
I know.
Okay.
I know.
Go
I'm
ahead,
surprised
Mark.
you didn't put the old Hoosier Dome in there, where they used to pump in that noise artificially.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mark.
All right. Quickly, I'll go Indianapolis Motor Speedway at number 5. Wembley at number 4, the old one. It was just amazing. 3 Rivers, because I was such a Steeler fan. First place I ever played a preseason game was in 3 River Stadium. Everybody that plays in the NFL has on their checklist, one of their bucket lists, go to Lambeau Field and play a game. We did. We got absolutely throttled up there in Lambeau, but it was a cool experience. And then number 1 for me, I coupled this together because of the story. I promised my son when he was 12 I'd never go to Wrigley, Yankee, or Fenway unless he was pitching in those stadiums. And I've gone to my first time in all those stadiums to watch my son pitch in Wrigley, in Yankee, and in Fenway. So I pair those 3 together, those iconic stadiums, as my number 1 place I've been to.
Leave it to Stink to take 3 things and pair them up. Okay. On that note, we're done.
Just because it's obvious that you're jealous because I won. I won the assignment once again.
Every time,
I'm kicking your guys'
every time
ass.
we get to number the
ass,
and we get to the end of the list, and Stokes left laughing about it. Happy birthday, Brandon Stokely, Dover and Cecil coming up next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
A friend asked me the other day why I loved being in the diamond and jewelry business so much. I'm Shayna Williams.
And I'm Dylan Williams from Williams Jewelers. It's not just about shiny rocks, precious metals, and meticulous craftsmanship from the world's very best.
It's really about you.
It's your life and loves. It's about your moments and the ones that define you.
It's the birthdays, the anniversaries, the birth of a child. It's when you're on one knee asking the love of your life to spend forever together with you.
For 3 generations now here in Denver, you've trusted Williams Jewelers with the most important moments in your life.
That's what's precious to us.
And why we love what we do here at Williams Jewelers every day.
You see, our why is you.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Englewood, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. In Englewood at Broadway and Bellevue, and right now online at WilliamsDiamonds.com.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are 2 very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax-deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Bailey Zimmerman takes over Frontier Nights on July 20th.
Mistakes, tears rolling down your face when I walked out that door. The only woman who believes.
It's country's next generation, live only at Cheyenne Frontier Days. Joining him on the Cheyenne stage, Josh Ross. Tickets on sale now at cfdrodeo.com.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain? Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at spineone.com.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
The Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth podcast is sponsored by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You are listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Well, I'm gone. Can I kick it? To all the people who can quest like a tribe does. Before this, did you really know what I was? Comprehend to the track force. Why? Cuz getting mentions on the tip of the vibe buzz. Rock and roll to
Beautiful people, welcome to it. It is a Monday edition of the program. Dover and Cecil, rocking with you 10 to 2. It is what we do every single weekday, and we appreciate you being a part of the program, part of the tribe, however it is you do it. Live listening right here on 104.3 The Fan in Denver, perhaps on denversports.com. Checking out the podcast, live on YouTube. We're all over the place, Cease.
Yeah.
Or just listening on demand later on our podcast. Just searching Dover and Cecil wherever it is you find your pods. We are available on demand anytime you want. Kevin Kistner does a great job getting that bad boy up. We've got a ton to get into today. Tribe roll call to start the show as we always do. Who are you? Where are you? What are you doing for a buck today? I just came from Starbucks. I stayed up too late last night, Cecil. And shout out to Sergio. He gave me a real live tribe roll call. Walked up, said, "What up, Josh? Love the show." Sergio from Staples. And I was like, hell yeah, Sergio. That's great.
You got a live in-person tribe roll call?
It was awesome,
That's
dude.
awesome. Yeah, incredible.
So shout out to you, Sergio. Again, keep those texts coming in all day to 303-713-1043 on the RamosLaw.com text line. And obviously, a question of the day here for you guys to answer is, do you or don't you like the news we got about the Denver Nuggets this morning? They kind of have an answer in the front office. It's not officially the general manager by title, but that's what they're going to do. We've been telling you all off season long, and really before they, right after they fired Calvin Booth and Coach Michael Malone, that the Denver Nuggets will probably keep it pretty simple, and that's exactly what they did, Cecil. They kept it simple, and they went a little cheap, if you will, to hire John Wallace, stealing him away from Minnesota.
Yeah.
Has some ties with the Denver Nuggets, was under Tim Conley when he was running things here in the Mile High City. So that's your duo. Ben Tinzer, John Wallace, neither of them have the title of general manager,
right?
Which makes a lot of people go, huh?
Yeah, when I saw that tweet that Kev sent in our group chat when the news broke from Shams, I was like, wait a second, neither one of these guys are general manager. What's going on?
Yeah.
Like, what's happening here? And, well, what's happening is they're going with two executives, neither are general manager, and they've done this before.
They have.
They're in the Carmelo days.
And they had some success.
And they had some success, and they made some big moves, and they paid the luxury tax back then.
Different kind of luxury tax.
I know.
But
Different
they
type
did.
of luxury taxes. Everyone avoids the second apron now in the NBA pretty much. But this search, the search led you to Wallace? Now, Wallace, one I like because he's a Georgetown guy. And you remember him, 20 years ago. And
He was on did they go to a Final Four?
Mhm, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't happen that often for
Yeah.
Georgetown anymore. So you remember the name, you remember his game, and then you look at where he comes from, working with Tim, right? And you say, okay, I like that. You couldn't steal Tim Conley back, so you get one of his
Yes.
kind of proteges and a young guy there that can help make decisions here. It just comes down to the tie-breaking situation for me. If there's any sort of disagreement within that front office between Tenzer, between Wallace, who in the world makes the call? It's supposed to be Josh Kroenke, as we know right now. Maybe that changes somewhat, but then again, that's Josh not paying attention. I don't know if I like that too much. And I like Wallace, and Tenzer's a good man. He's got a good reputation.
Sure.
This is underwhelming, though, to start the day with this breaking news.
Yeah, it is underwhelming, and it's par for the course, which isn't very surprising. Now, I will say this. He's to not just crap all over everything. I don't like it, but I will say this. I do like the idea of somebody rising up from very small job and role to now big job and role, and that's what Ben Tinzer has done. I like that idea.
Right.
That's how it's supposed to work at your corporation, your place of business. Wherever the hell you started working, you should have a path that goes, hey, if I work hard and I do things right, one day I can be the guy or gal in charge. And I like that. I hope that's at everybody's place of employment. Now, it's not, but I hope that it is. So for that part of the Ben Tinzer side, I'm excited for him. I think it's cool that inside even a professional sports organization, a guy can start at such a low level and then 20 years later end up as kind of the pseudo general manager. Kudos to the Kroenkes for that side of it. The John Wallace thing, again, you like an employee. If you lose an employee that you liked and you're able to go get them back,
right,
that's a good sign about your organization.
Yeah, about your culture.
About your culture, right. And that's a good move on the Nuggets' part. However, and there's always a however, this is a Nikola Jokic era. We're talking about championship windows.
Right.
And now you've entrusted that to two gentlemen who are well respected but have never done it at this level. So you're asking two guys that's never done a job, hey, congratulations, you're going to get this opportunity. Now be the best that we've ever seen it because we can't afford to lose anything in the Nikola Jokic era.
Right.
I think that's a weird message to send, not just to us in the media, not just to the fan base, which you and I are fans first, media second. But how do you feel if you're a player?
Yeah.
Specifically Nikola. Because
Right.
you know what? To be honest, I don't give a damn about the other players.
His opinion's the only one that
I
matters.
care about Nikola's feelings and his future rocking a shirt that says Denver on it. And if Josh Kroenke, now almost a month ago, they're 2 days away from being a month deadline or a month pass of him speaking, saying, I heard Nikola loud and clear. Well, if you heard Nikola loud and clear, how come you just gave the job to two dudes that have never done the job before?
Right. How did you have this search, yet we heard of no one that you were interviewing?
Right.
And then it ended up just being Ben Tinzer anyway.
I mean, it is the search was the guy you used to employ and now works with the guy that you don't employ anymore? That's the search?
That's one of those texts. Kev might send out some of these late night texts like, what you doing?
Yeah.
WYD.
Yeah. You up?
You up? Hey, Wallace, you up? You around? Right? You up? What's going on? You coming back? Right? So it's the future of Nikola Jokic that needs to be ushered with the most amount of care. And this is also a team that can't really do anything or would have to be really creative if they were to do something. And with new guys, with young guys that have never done it before, they don't have the skins on the wall to say that needs to change right now.
Yep.
So you're about ready to get another year of Michael Porter Jr. You're about ready to get another year of Jamal Murray, and that means you're going to get another year of disappointment. I hate to call it on June 23rd
of 2025.
Of 2025.
The NBA just crowned a champion last night.
Exactly. But 2026, you're going to fall short again, maybe in the second round.
Yeah.
Maybe in the second round. I don't know. Houston got pretty damn good.
Yeah, if they're lucky, they're going to get to the second round.
Right. So, teams like Houston improving. OKC, if you look at their draft picks and everything they've got coming up, and everyone's under contract through 2027, I think, top of my head. Like
Minnesota's not going anywhere.
Like,
the Lakers are going to be better.
So you made this decision. Okay, someone with more experience might have come in and said, that's not working right now, out. These guys are going to take their time and feel things out. I don't know if that's the situation they need to be in with Nikola Jokic's prime. It's going away.
Yeah.
It's still here for another, let's say, 4 years, but it's going away.
Yeah, he's in it, but it's tick, tick, tick every single day.
Yep.
So it's more when they hired David Adelman and made that official, I use the word comfortable. And I'm going to use that same word again here. This is Josh Kroenke, and maybe Stan's a part of this because you mentioned the time from 2006 to 2010.
Yeah.
When they had dual, front office guys.
Rex Chapman and Workington.
And Workington, yeah. And I told you, Chapman's a fun guy. But it was a out of the box idea that sort of worked because you had all world talent in Carmelo Anthony.
Right.
And will they have that same approach with a guy like Nikola Jokic and do whatever it takes to build around him, like them adding AI, them adding Chauncey? They gave Kenyon Martin a big old fat payday when a lot of people said, no, I ain't touching that.
Yeah.
So can they do that and sort of now the centerpiece is Nikola, who's 10 times the player that Carmelo, Freudian slip.
You watch too much Sopranos.
Yeah, exactly. As a new centerpiece built around Nikola Jokic, but it's comfortable for Josh Kroenke to bring guys around that he knows can lowball on a contract offer, and don't get it twisted, that's exactly what he did with John Wallace and Ben Tenzer, and that aren't going to push back too much. It's that Dick Monfort comfort seeker. I'm getting those same vibes from Josh Kroenke and KSE now with the moves of head coach and now front office, two guys to do one job, and that's not how you win championships. You don't win championships by being comfortable. Like I said when David Adelman got hired, why would Jamal Murray wake up today, see this news, and go, ooh, I better get my bleep together?
Yeah.
Or did Jamal Murray...
I better get to the gym.
He's 3.5 hours from waking up, and then when he does that, he goes, oh, cool, life's chill. And that's not the Jamal Murray any of us need or want.
Yeah, what's going on at Blackhawk?
Yeah, he'll wake up in 3.5 hours, have something to eat, get a little 2K in him, and start to get ready to play the tables this evening. That's the day of Jamal Murray. So, disappointing. Hopefully these guys can show something. I will say this about John Wallace. This is what the Kroenkes have done, and again, a little credit to them. Masai Ujiri, Tim Conley, and maybe John Wallace is the next in line.
Yeah.
Hey, you don't really have a name for yourself? We're going to give you that opportunity to see if you can do it. Those previous guys did. Let's see what John Wallace can do.
And that's the thing. Disappointing, but Wallace could be the savior here.
Let's continue this conversation. We finally got some of these answers about the Nuggets front office. Is it enough? Did Josh take that cheap and easy way out, or did they find that next up-and-coming GM like we're talking about with John Wallace? That conversation, we're going to continue this coming up next.
Should the Broncos play some hardball with one of their stars on defense?
I think I've made my decision. I know I've made my decision.
You've made a decision.
I'm not paying Zach Allen this year. Sorry, Zach. You're under contract. This is the way it goes. I look at you so much tied to Vance Joseph that I got to see how he plays out.
Okay.
And whether or not Vance is a part of our future.
Can I change your mind?
You can try.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If you've been injured in Colorado, you want Wilhite, Colorado's accident experts. Get your free case review now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit wilhitewins.com.
Guys, don't waste time and money with low-quality online TRT that charges you over $100 to start. Visit our TRT experts at Low T Center for a free consultation and a free test. Treatment is personalized for your body, and most major health insurance is accepted. With the freedom to choose if you want an in-center care or at-home treatment, you're in control of your health. Looking to lose weight? Get a free B12 shot when you start prescription treatment. Offer limited. Book now at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
The 4th of July sale at Furniture Row is on now, and the savings are explosive. Shop and explore the largest selection of sofas and sectionals, dining groups and bar stools, bedroom sets, kids' beds, and mattresses all at the lowest prices guaranteed. And best of all, the more you buy, the more you save. Save $100 on every $1,000 you spend. Score doorbusters before they're gone. Or get 60 months no interest. The 4th of July sale on now at Furniture Row.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Co-Etzel. Live at Fiddler's Green, July 6th. With special guests, Kip Moore, Corey Kent, and more. Get tickets to see Co-Etzel live at AXS.com.
Listen up, Broncos country. Philip Lindsay here. For a stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation services to the airport and more. They're dependable and professional, so you can focus on what really matters the most, enjoying that vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Call 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/Denver Sports. Again, you can give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride.
It will only grow if you plant it, so don't miss the Tree Farm's Array of Trees sale. Now through July 15th, see our huge sale list at thetreefarm.com. Choose from flowering trees, fruit trees, evergreen trees, trees for narrow spaces, windbreaks, and privacy screens. Or add color to your yard with ornamental trees, flowering shrubs, perennials, and more. The Array of Trees sale, now through July 15th.
I-25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, real quick on the Tribe roll call. And then we'll
So much
continue.
drama in the DTC.
Yeah, that's right. It's kind of hard being Josh Kroenke. It's probably not hard being Josh Kroenke. actually.
Probably not. No.
He was born on third base and been eaten from a
Let's
silver
do
spoon his whole life.
Kroenke's Tribe roll call. Hey, this is Josh listening in from wherever, some island, right? Near the island, boy.
That's the other thing. Like, you know, the rich kids that we never really messed with growing up. And, and you're like,
we don't like the rich kids.
I wish I was one of those guys. And secretly, you want to beat them up the whole time.
Yeah.
Like, the moment, like the first taste of adversity in little rich kids' life, watch them crumble like a cookie that's been sitting out on the counter for 2 weeks. They just don't know how to handle it. Kind of see Josh doing that right here in front of us. So that's the news today. It is Ben Tinzer. It is John Wallace. They are president of player personnel, president of basketball opera. Like, it is basically Ben Tinzer's a salary cap guy. He's a money guy. He can manipulate the cap. He can work with numbers. And it sounds like that's going to continue to be his job. And John Wallace is a player personnel guy. Let's build rosters. He was a general manager of the Wolves G League team. He did work closely with Tim Conley. So, like I said, man, there are some, if you just wanted to have Nuggets colored glasses on, and by the way, there's plenty of media folks that do that.
Oh, we know the spin is strong today.
Right. You could be like, oh, wow, well, Ben Tenzer earned this, and John Wallace is this new up-and-coming guy. And I wouldn't give you much argument on that. For real, I wouldn't. But then on the other side of that is, all right, so now I'm, one of the other general managers in the NBA. And let's just say, when the draft happens on Wednesday night, I'm interested in a Nuggets player or a trade coming up soon.
Sure.
With the Nuggets. And I go, man, that Michael Porter Jr. sure would, secure our lineup, and we just have a guy that can shoot it at that clip at 6'10". That's the missing piece. Let's make a phone call to the Nuggets and see how we can take him off of their hands. All right.
Do you have Josh Kroenke's number?
Who do we call? Is it Josh? Is it Ben? Is it John? You know what? That seems like a real messy situation. Let's go to another team. They're like, if you're another NBA team and you're interested in doing a deal with the Nuggets, who the hell do you talk to? What kind of message does this send to the rest of the teams in the league?
You have to have an ease of flow, basically. In these sort of situations, in these deals, you have to have relationships. That's one thing we learned with Calvin Booth.
He didn't have those.
0 relationships. So, that caused a problem. Now, can relationships be established quickly? Does someone think Ben's in charge? Like, how does that work, right? Because then you call the wrong guy. You don't call Wallace, you call Tenzer, but then you have to call both?
Yeah.
You have to get them on a conference call? They have to be together? They have to be together all the time right now. This is like Step Brothers, right?
Yeah.
Don't touch my drum set. Don't touch it. That's what you have to do now if you're another executive. And it's weird because there's no ease of flow.
No.
In terms of who do I get in touch with? Who do I talk to?
I mean, also, like, if there's a disagreement. So if you're Ben Tenzer and I'm John, well, you're John Wallace, you're the Georgetown guy. I'm Ben Tenzer. And I'm like, no, Ben, I disagree. You know what? Call Josh. I bet you Josh sides with me.
Right.
So we just went from a team exploding in the front office coach relationship to now the new front office relationship. Who knows what the coach's role is in this? To now the new front office relationship having 2 voices instead of one clear path and clear voice.
And then does Tenzer, and I don't think he would do this, or at least I trust in the air that he wouldn't do this, I know what Adelman wants. And listen, last year, I mean, you were the Minnesota thing or whatever you guys were.
I've been here.
But I was here, right? And I know Adelman, what had happened was he had told me this, and I know that he likes this.
Yeah.
It's confusing. The whole thing's confusing. I know the spin will be out there. Mike Evans was talking about that in between shows. Like, hey, we're going to get the synergy talk. And, like, there was a meeting of the minds, and they were coming together. Like, we're about ready to get a whole lot of synergy BS.
I can't wait for that.
Spun our way. So how do we look through this? I'm excited about Wallace. I am. Is he a next up-and-coming GM? But, damn it, that's – it's not the time where it was like Carmelo and you had to get AI and Kmart, right? And you had to get Chauncey, but this is a different time. You're in a different window.
Well, and
different opportunity.
Hate to poo-poo on their party on day one here, but let's just say John Wallace is the man. Okay. And he turns into a legitimate front office candidate across the NBA. You think that the Kroenkes are going to retain him?
No.
You think they're going to float the bill? They didn't do it to the 3 previous guys.
Right.
Then they tried to, thank goodness, they're for once in Josh Kroenke's life, his cheapness won. Because he offered Calvin Booth such a lowball offer that even Calvin said no. Even Calvin said no. And Josh dodged a bullet like that. But if John Wallace is a home run, and they'd get a lot of credit for that, because then they'd have some history of Masai, Tim, and then John Wallace. Why would anybody in their right mind think that they're going to do the right thing and retain him by rewarding him with a new big contract with more money on it? That's not what they do.
What did Tim tell John?
That's a great question.
Hey, Tim, I'm thinking about taking this job. I'm not going to be the GM. What do you think? Tim probably said, get going, do your thing, show everyone what you can do, and get the hell out.
Yeah, use him as leverage.
Yeah. Use him as a stepping stone. Mm-hmm. Do you want this franchise to be a stepping stone franchise?
Are they not already?
With the best player on the planet. I mean, they are.
Are they not already that?
They are.
That's exactly what they are.
It's Monday. We can't do this. This is new news. It's just not good news, and it's confusing news.
We're willing to give John Wallace benefit of the doubt.
For sure, yeah.
And I think everyone should be. And Ben Tenzer.
But then he'll leave.
Mm-hmm. But again, let's if he leaves, with either another championship or the championship roster in place, and we're talking about a 4-year window here. Like, they don't get to another championship in 4 years, we're going to feel a certain way about Nicola's prime.
Are we sure it's 4? Now, his prime's 4? Where's his frustration level at?
That's a great question.
Who knows? Is it really 2?
Great question, dude.
Because you're going to do everything. Listen, I've seen the future. MPJ's here. Jamal's here. Get over it. Get over it. Done.
At least for this year.
That's it. Okay? And then next year, MPJ will be more tradable with that expiring contract, right? So you keep MPJ through next year's draft. Okay, so MPJ here, Jamal here. Done. That's what they're going to do. You probably have one more year after that before someone gets in Nicola's ear and be like, hey, man, they're not doing you the right way. They're not setting you up the right way. So it's not this year's offseason. They're not going to do anything. Add Bruce Brown. Okay, yay, Brucey B's back. But next offseason might be the offseason where they have to make big moves, make big deals to make sure Nicola is happy.
Yeah.
Because we say it's 4 years of his prime, because it is.
It is.
But that's of him. Him with the Denver Nuggets. We can't think everything's forever.
Yeah. Well, and it's also, we asked this early on in the process, is a minor step forward, and that's what I'm talking about with like adding Brucey B or Luke Kennard. And by the way, the Luke Kennard thing now with Dario Saric chopped him back in, that's pretty much over.
Yeah, that's done.
Can't afford Luke Kennard anymore.
Yeah.
We'll get into that in our 11 o'clock hour, but it is, all right, can you take these, a tiny step forward this year and see what you do to take a huge step forward next year that you're talking about? That's really, with Dario opting in, that's really their only option. That's it. Unless you do find somebody to trade exact dollar for dollar with Jamal Murray. And the names are like Trae Young and...
No.
I don't really know any other ones.
Yeah, and if the answer is Trae Young, my answer is no.
Same.
The only thing that changes this is Jamal's effort. Can we see a different Jamal? And
hold your breath on that one. Let me know how it works out for you.
I feel stupid saying that.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, if Jamal gets it this year, we'll be back, guys.
Yeah.
No, I think that's dumb. Don't be dumb. Don't be in a cult.
We're turning into we're in a bad relationship with Jamal Murray. And he keeps cheating on us, and we're like, that was the last time.
Yeah, he said he was sorry.
He said he was sorry. He brought me flowers and everything.
I know. He was crying. I saw him tear up.
We went to dinner. It was unbelievable. He wrote me this note. It was like so personable.
Mm-hmm.
And then Friday night at 2 a.m., this phone's off, and we're like, what's going on?
Let me see your phone.
Yeah, that's where we're at. Shout out to Larry in Wichita.
What up, Larry?
Dude, he's building jets.
What?
Building jets listening to this show.
Can I have one?
Larry, you are the man. Do you know the Martin family? That's my aunt and uncle out there.
Nice.
My aunt that makes delicious tacos. Lucas Trujillo says, good morning, tribe.
Orle pues, Lucas.
He's out there at Premier Touch Detailing. Once again, listening all day. Love what you do. Have a great day, gentlemen. Right back to you, Lucas. We appreciate that. Nate from Commerce City.
Nate Dog.
I've never heard it called that, but they did used to have one of the best skate parks in the state. Just delivering truck parts for $1. Love the show. Keeps me entertained driving around town all day. We appreciate you, Nate, for getting it done. The OG, Tommy T, the North Sider. He's saying where the real North Side is. I'm home on workers' comp, so I thought today would be a good day to tell Dover, no matter how much he says it, Northland is not North Denver. All right, Tommy T, the OG, true North Sider. We'll have to agree to disagree on that one. Keep the text coming in. Love to hear from you guys. 303-713-1043. Tribe question of the day. Did the Nuggets do enough? What kind of message are they sending to you as a fan? And even more importantly, to Nicola as the MVP. Tell us on the text line, put your name on it, and we'll give you a shout out on the show. We got to talk a little Rockies, believe it or not. Dick Moffert has never listened to anyone when it comes how he handles his baseball business. But will the latest words out of his brother's mouth be enough to wake him up? Wait till you hear what Charlie said. Coming up next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at denversports.com.
Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy Siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. Right now, get free gutters with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding, they upgrade your home. Old siding off, new batt insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com, the altitude of quality.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Brandon Stokely here from my friends at Roller Auction. Do you have items you're looking to sell? Since 1976, Roller Auction has been conducting commercial and industrial auctions for Colorado government agencies, Fortune 500 companies, small business owners, secured creditors, individuals, and more. They have a large marketplace to showcase your assets, so don't wait. Visit rollerauction.com for a free consultation and turn those items into some cold, hard cash. Again, go visit them at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Comcast. Well, spring has sprung, and you know what that means. It's officially moving season. A time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving is make sure the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up. Then, boom, you'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time it takes to parallel park a moving truck. Then, you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi and the best in-class equipment from Xfinity. So, you can just kick back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while someone else deals with all those boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you'll have to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make it right, make it easy, and move with Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on Open Signal Awards, USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Yeah. 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 If I can't do it, homie, it can't be done. Now I'ma let
This is what Dick Monfort sent to his brother Charlie after the Denver Post article came out. We're going to talk about it. Our buddy Patrick Saunders. We'll try to check in with Patrick tomorrow.
He's one of the good guys.
He
man.
is one of the good guys.
One of the good guys.
And dive deeper into this as far as his side. But there is a piece in the Denver Post right now and in yesterday's paper about Patrick getting to sit down with Charlie Monfort. And Charlie is the brother of Dick, equal ownership or had until Charlie had a little bit of alcohol problem, right? He was an alcoholic and His story is not private. His story is very public based on some of the things that Charlie got himself into. I was there. This is pretty public too, so I'm not spilling any secrets here. But Charlie, in a newspaper article, Mark Kiszla got into a heated, almost fisticuffs moment in the locker room. And Charlie was boozed up, real boozed up. You could tell, you could smell, and you could hear that he was boozed up. And I don't even know if I was 2 years into media.
I was going to say, you must have been fresh in the game.
And I was like, dude, this is awesome that this stuff happens in locker rooms. And I've only seen it twice since. But
both with Kiszla?
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, both with Kiszla.
Kiszla's my dude,
I appreciate you, Kiz.
I freaking love that guy. And then Charlie disappeared. Better for him, better for team perception. Now he's back, and he said a couple of things with Patrick Saunders in this piece. And I'm going to paraphrase a couple of things. I don't have it right in front of me, but basically Charlie saying, hey, this is bad, and we need a new set of eyeballs. We need a fresh perspective on this ball club so that we can get out of the world of suck that we've been in over the last 3 or 4 years. And then obviously this year being the staple of a bad baseball team. And Dick Monfort in the article acknowledges what his brother said, and that's really all it is, right? Like, yep, my brother said that.
He said those things.
I heard him say that. I would imagine he says that pretty regularly when the Montforts get together. He said, I know fans look at us as being too loyal and not making enough or not letting enough outside people make baseball decisions. And that was pretty much it. Like, Charlie said it. Dick acknowledged it.
Right.
And then that was it out of Dick Monfort's mouth.
And then nothing but crickets. First and foremost, we all need to be rooting for Charlie in his sobriety.
Of course.
Anyone out there battling those demons of any sort of addiction, like, first and foremost, shout out to you.
It's not an everyday fight. It's an every minute fight.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we want to give Charlie a lot of credit for beating his alcohol issues and then give him credit for just telling the truth. Again, it's not meant to make you feel good, and it's much better to tell someone the truth and their feelings be hurt than lie to them and then they have this delusion. Dick Monfort's been operating this team in this delusion of like, everything's okay, right? Look at the ballpark, look at our bottom line, look at the numbers coming in. Like, that's delusional, man. It's not good baseball, and this year, even though with some wins, man, June's been a hell of a month for the Rockies. Even with some wins, with some tweets. Yes, they've been a little bit better, but it's still historically bad, historically embarrassing, bad for baseball, all those sorts of things. So I think Charlie's on the money here that something needs to change, and that something is just trusting someone outside of the organization that's a baseball guy. And I mean, by someone, I mean many, many people. Multiple things need to change over there, and it's called outside influence. Mm-hmm. Get some outside influence from people that you trust, whether or not they agree with Dick on, personal things, because we know Dick likes to hire certain people that believe a certain way. All right.
Believe what he believes.
I'm not saying you have to hire a bunch of heathens, but at the same time, you want some baseball guys. You want some guys that know how to do this, because you clearly don't. You don't know how. No one that's around you knows how, and you're lost. The Rockies are afloat and just stranded in the ocean with no sail, no oar, no hope.
Yeah, they're literally just riding the wave of whatever revenue sharing and TV deals that they can get. And then, by the way, as they do that, I'm looking through it right now on Friday night. Again, they're playing the Arizona Diamondbacks, who are, at least above 500, but it's not like they're this, all-star baseball team where you got to go out and see this guy play or this guy play. And the Rockies, against those Arizona Diamondbacks, Cecil, what they did this weekend as far as numbers-wise, Friday night, 31,851. Saturday night, 34,076, and then Sunday afternoon, it was down a little bit on Sunday, under 30,000, but not by much at 28.5. So Dick continues to see the folks go through the turnstiles, the cold beer be sold, the hot dogs get eaten, and the parking spots get paid for. So I know this is, a lot of people want to look at what Patrick Saunders' article says and goes, hey, there actually might be light at the end of this Montfort tunnel. I don't know if I really look at it like that. Charlie's voice is so far removed from what they do day in and day out. Mm-hmm. I think this is just like, all right, yeah, sort of owner but kind of blackballed from the organization guy, doesn't like what's going on. Cool. We've all felt that for a long time around here.
Right.
Welcome to the party, Charlie. Do you actually have enough pull to get your brother to make any big changes? And I'm going to say no to that.
And then
why would I believe he does?
He wouldn't. And then Dick Moffert's texting Bud Black, "What you doing?
Dude.
You up?"
That's unbelievable.
They're going to bring Bud Black back.
Why would Bud Black agree to this? How desperate is Bud to get out of his house? Like, to continue collecting your money, live in your beautiful home in San Diego,
right,
and don't work for Dick Moffert.
Do not work for the Colorado Rockies again. And now reports are that they could bring Bud Black back. Say that 3 times fast. So, again, needing outside the building resources, outside the building influences, different people, different mindsets, different ideas. And we love Bud Black. Bud Black's a nice guy. He doesn't need to come back. You're bringing everybody back. You're bringing everyone, the band's back together. The band didn't play well.
Yeah, right.
The band sucked, right? It's like when someone announces a reunion tour and you're like, well, they suck. No one wants to see that again.
So that report about Bud Black, I saw it from, Kevin, you said from like a DNVR guy or something like that, right? And he was actually quoting it from Bob Nightingale, because heaven forbid Denver people get any information. But that might not be true about Buddy.
I just saw Patrick Saunders tweet out an hour ago, said, spoke to some people who watered down the rumors of Bud Black returning to the Rockies as a pitching coordinator.
Okay. Well, that could also, if it's getting to Patrick, that means the team
That's
is
somebody going,
that,
no.
Yeah.
And then telling Patrick, hey, say this.
Share this publicly with the people that follow you. But it could be also like, hey, they opened the door, they saw the pushback, and now they're closing the door. That happens quite a bit in sports.
It does, but would they be aware enough to even care? Right? It's just the Rockies being the Rockies.
Yeah.
What do you mean people don't like this idea?
Great question, Cecil.
I mean, it's the way they run things, right?
Yeah. I gave them way too much credit for being aware of how people feel about them. You're 100% right. All right, well, Charlie's on board. Will Dick figure it out anytime soon? Like I said, if you feel that way, hold your breath on that one and have somebody around you to perform CPR, because you're going to pass out holding your breath that long. We'll revisit that conversation. We'll talk more about it and what it may mean moving forward, but I'm not sure there's a ton to take away from it. Let's go inside the internet. In the meantime, back to the Nuggets for a quick conversation, because Kevin Durant was traded over the weekend. He's now in Houston. The Rockets become a bigger problem in the Western Conference, and apparently the Nuggets had someone at least working the phones. We'll give you the details on that coming up next.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, denversports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
There's a new team in town. The board-certified sports medicine specialists, orthopedic physicians, and athletic trainers at the Sports Center Common Spirit, now open in South Denver. This new comprehensive clinic specializes in sports-related injuries for all athletes, youth to collegiate, amateur to pro, with performance optimization and injury prevention programs, state-of-the-art imaging, advanced treatment options, and more. The Sports Center Common Spirit is committed to helping you play on. Learn more or schedule an appointment at mountain.commonspirit.org/sportscenter. Common Spirit Health, official healthcare partner of the Denver Broncos.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR, AdvancedHair.com.
The 35th Annual Shop Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now through Saturday, June 28th. There's no better time and no better cost. We have our best prices of the year on our entire inventory of BMW, Honda, Mini, Subaru, Mazda, Nissan, Ford, and Hyundai vehicles. Whether you are in the market for a new, electric, or used vehicle, we have thousands of cars in stock. The Shop Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now. See all offers at shop.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Talk about fireworks. Check out these offers during the 4th of July sale at Denver Mattress. Light up your sleep life with $100 off any Dr. Choice Original or $200 off any hybrid. Save $500 on the best-selling Tempur-Breeze and score a $300 gift. And check out the Summit for only $299.99. And best of all, the more you buy, the more you save. Save $100 on every $1,000 you spend, or get 60 months no interest and free shipping. It's the 4th of July sale, on now at Denver Mattress.
Stop struggling to get your job posts seen on other job sites. Indeed's Sponsored Jobs feature helps you stand out and hire fast. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
From conspiracy theories to cat videos, the World Wide Web can be a terrifying and beautiful place. So strap in and follow Dover and Cecil down the wormhole as they take you inside the Internet.
This, Jen, is the Internet.
All right, what's going on inside the Internet? Well, we start the party usually every single day at denversports.com, where we encourage you to be as well. Get the latest from your favorite team, stream shows, find podcasted shows. It's all available for you right there. And I'm looking at an article written by Will Peterson. And Will writes about the Kevin Durant trade. Kevin Durant is on his way to Houston. He was at the Fan Fest when it went down, so that was kind of fun to see.
Fanatics Fest, yeah.
Fanatics Fest, to get the KD reaction in real time. Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, the 10th pick this year, and 5 future draft picks are going to Phoenix for Kevin Durant to go to Houston. And Will wrote about something that Shams put in his article. Quote, the Suns engaged in serious talks to move Durant this week, primarily focused on the Heat, Rockets, and Minnesota Timberwolves. Several other wild card suitors emerged as well, including the Toronto Raptors, the Cleveland Cavaliers, Los Angeles Clippers, and the Denver Nuggets, sources said, end quote. The Denver Nuggets. Okay, so a couple of things here. Somebody was answering the phones. Ben Tinzer was acting as the interim general manager. And
Sure.
It sounds like he was actually acting as such, which makes you feel a little bit better about Ben Tinzer. Now, I don't know how deep this was, and Shams writes it's kind of just, a wild card suitor, as he put it. Was this just Ben Tinzer going, hey, Phoenix, Kevin Durant's available? Tell me what the price tag is so we can talk about it here on our end. Good job on Ben to do it. Or were there actual, conversations and a consideration about actually making this move?
Yeah, how reality fools us sometimes, because is it more exploratory? if you're Ben Tenzer, we had talked about Durant move since February, basically. So wouldn't you have something together in your mind?
You would think so.
Like, hey, what do you think about MPJ and this and this and this? Now, all those second rounders they got, like everything that they got in the haul for KD, you see why they chose to send him to the Rockets. It wasn't a done deal with the Spurs, as the rumors were talking about a week ago or so. It's the Rockets, but how serious were the Denver Nuggets? I don't think very serious at all.
I don't either.
You have no GM.
Nope.
You had no GM at the time. So, yeah, you could talk about it. Ben Tenzer's going to answer the phone, but unless you're GM, how active could you possibly be? And then, did you have a plan in place, knowing that things like this happen during an NBA offseason?
Yeah. I'm with you that it wasn't that serious. Like I said, I like the fact that at least someone made a call, that you're doing your work, and that's more than I thought was happening down at Ball Arena over the last 3.5 weeks. So I do like that. It was always a pipe dream. I mean, look, you couldn't even trade Jamal Murray for Kevin Durant straight up because of how both of these teams are in contract or in cap situation. So you would have had to add Jamal and a piece, and they don't have pieces, nor do they have future first-round picks. So it was never going to happen. And the Houston Rockets, it was really like Houston, Milwaukee, Minnesota that had the pieces that could get Kevin Durant away from the Phoenix Suns, and he ended up in Houston.
And that's how they do it.
Yep. It stinks for the Nuggets because the Rockets are going to be good, man. That's a 50-win team that's now adding Kevin Durant to the mix, who has obviously some championship history. So we'll see what it means moving forward with the Houston Rockets. At least somebody made a phone call on the Nuggets' behalf.
Where'd you hear that?
The internet.
And you believed it?
Yeah. They can't put anything on the internet that isn't true.
All right, another quick story at denversports.com. Colorado, CU, making some more history under Coach Prime. They have sold out more games than any 2-year stretch in school history. So 10 games coming at home. They haven't sold out as many of those games in a 2-year season as they have with Prime. And as Nikki Edwards tweeted about it, that season opener is selling out real fast. It has more demand than any season opener in the last 5 years outside of the Nebraska game in 2023, where they were trying to renew that rivalry.
Right.
So everybody wants to go see Prime squad play. My question to you, Cecil, for us to kick around.
Right.
What if they're on the struggle bus this year? Is it still a premium product where, hey, I got to get up to Boulder just to watch Prime play and see what may happen?
I think it'll always be that way with Prime, right? There'll be always some sort of form of curiosity around this team. And if they are on the struggle bus, there's built-in excuses abound. They don't have a top college quarterback in Shedeur Sanders. We'll see what he does in the pros. They don't have a Heisman Trophy winner in Travis Hunter. So, people are going to say, hey, it's going to take time and they got to rebuild this thing and whatever. Like, there will be built-in excuses all over the place for that team, but there will always be curiosity. What there won't be is people responding, well, I mean, I guess I may be wrong. Shocking to realize I may be wrong as I'm saying it. There won't be people that take shots at Deion for all the hype, and if they're on the struggle bus, no, they still will.
Yeah.
They still will. Because if they're, I thought Deion was this great recruiter. I thought Deion was going to work the transfer portal. I thought Juju, like it'll transition away from Deion to somebody else. And that's probably the quarterback.
Yeah.
So whether that's Caden, whether it's Juju, that's what's going to happen at Boulder. But they're always going to have that spotlight. They're always going to have the attention, regardless of struggle bus or no.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. And look, I haven't even gone to watch a CU game in person since Prime came because it's damn near impossible. And you either have to be in the Colt, or did I say that out loud, the club, to be able to get a credential regularly up there. So, yeah, it's something I'd like to take in, especially as a fan, not really as a media member. I don't really need to do that up there, but I'd like to take one in as a fan or something,
Yeah, no kidding. It would be nice.
We get up there this summer. Or this fall, I guess it would be.
Right.
We'll see what it looks like in the fall.
You know what, Stewie? If you don't like it, go on the internet and complain.
All right, I got to give a hat tip to our boy Scott DeHuff. We all remember and love our buddy Scott DeHuff.
Yeah.
He shared this on social, and it was just like him promoting his podcast. Like, hey, I talked about this. One of the things he highlighted was a World Gravy Wrestling Championship.
Wait a second, what?
Yeah, that's how I felt. A World Gravy Wrestling Championship. And, of course, I think of my boy Blue in Old School, right? His final party, and
right.
Where he went in his resting place. So, just gravy in this instance. And now I'm looking at it, and check this out, see. It's like legit wrestling. there's an Undertaker guy.
Right.
And they have clearly, like, I doubt they have rehearsed this based on the way it looks, but they have clearly decided who's going to win and who's going to lose. So it's like wrestling.
Okay, so it's
like
scripted.
fake and scripted.
Yeah.
But they're also doing it in gravy and then get hosed down by firemen afterwards to get the gravy out of their clothes. Would you participate, watch, or neither?
I'm kind of a little sick to my stomach just watching the video. So, yeah, I don't think I'd participate. I don't think I'd watch.
It's also like the brown gravy. It's not like the sausage gravy for like biscuits and gravy or whatever. And which would you prefer?
The biscuits and gravy.
It's going to be real thick.
Yeah. Yeah, and they'd have chunks of sausage.
Yeah.
So, let's...
If you were the first match, I might eat the sausage. But after that, I'm probably out.
You might eat the sausage.
Oh, crap.
You said that in a microphone.
Damn it.
If I'm wrestling with another man,
Yes.
I might eat the sausage. Oh, hey.
If you had to pick something...
It's a crotch party right up in here.
Some sort of food to wrestle in, what would it be?
A food to wrestle in. Mountain Dew.
Oh, wow. That's a great one. Great one. How did I not think of that?
Mountain Dew's a food group, right?
Of course it is. For us,
yes,
it is.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Yeah, because even with the thick gravy, I'm just thinking of like your mobility. It's going to get... It's thick.
It'll be hampered.
It's like walking in mud. You ever try to do that? You know, it's tough a little bit.
Yeah.
That brown gravy's all watery, and you're kind of just you're fluid. You can move.
Right.
Because I was gonna say macaroni and cheese, but there's no way you're getting in and out of that.
Now imagine Stink wrestling in brown gravy.
Oh, gross.
He wore the brown pants.
Yeah. Were they brown before, after, or in between? Is what I would ask Mark.
Even
Schler.
Ty's getting sick to his stomach.
Yeah, that's. I don't know that I would participate. I may watch, and before I get grossed out in about 45 seconds, be done with it. But yeah, there are World Gravy Wrestling Championships, and it's held every year overseas right there. So shout out to Scott DeHuff for turning me on to kind of a really gross and disgusting sport. And that is what's inside the internet. Keep your texts coming in at 303-713-1043, RamosLaw.com text line. Again, Tribe Roll Call. Who are you? Where are you? What are you doing for a buck? And answer that question today. You like what the Nuggets did? Is it enough to keep Nikola Jokic happy? Is it enough to keep them in a championship window? We'll react to a few of your texts. We do want to have a Broncos conversation here on the show. And going back to something our buddy Mike Kliss told us on Friday, Cease. We're talking about Marvin Mims, and we asked him, like, what's the role? What should we expect? And how many yards should Marvin have at the end of the season? Mike said it's not about total stats. It's about doing this one thing every single game. Can he do it? And what is it? Find out next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drives Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road, bringing their party to you.
Hate to break up the brouhaha.
Next up, North Glen, June 27th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
So you're the little lady who started this great brouhaha.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. More fiber?
What?
Down here, buddy. It's me, your spoon. Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, but Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
If you've been injured in Colorado, you want Wilhite, Colorado's accident experts. Get your free case review now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit wilhitewins.com.
Listen up, Broncos country. Philip Lindsay here. For a stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation services to the airport and more. They're dependable and professional, so you can focus on what really matters the most, enjoying that vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Call 303-577-7600 or visit riothermes.com/Denver Sports. Again, you can give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $749.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
Brandon Stokely here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. There's never been a better time to have a new Lennox heating and cooling system installed. Have you heard about heat pumps? Lennox cold climate heat pumps are eligible for up to $15,000 in rebates and tax credits. Yep, $15,000. Don't forget about great 0% interest financing. Get a free in-home estimate. Colorado's Lennox heating and cooling experts. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's part of life, and when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that'll stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you'll get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
For many of us, it's happened before. Your hair is thinning, crowns disappearing. Maybe the hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. The solution that worked for me, it's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts growing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but what if you want your own natural hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to world-class Dr. Tanya Paul's, it's not maybe your hair will regrow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's why Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Co-Etzel, live at Fiddler's Green, July 6th. With special guests, Kip Moore, Corey Kent, and more. Get tickets to see Co-Etzel live at AXS.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3, The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it?
Yes, you can, and we appreciate you doing so. Dover and Cecil hanging out with you in our second hour, or as we call it, our second quarter. We'll play 4 of them every day. Get out of here at 2 o'clock, and the drive will take over at 2. Want to be a part of the show? We'd love to hear from you. Tribe Roll Call always goes on. Who are you? Where are you? What are you doing for $1 today? 303-713-1043, ramoslaw.com text line, and answer the question of the day. How do you feel about the Nuggets' moves today? Ben Tinzer, John Wallace, they're the duo in charge of fixing the front office, salary cap situation, and reconstructing the roster to be back at a championship level. Answer the question there. We're going to get back to the Nuggets at 11:15. In the meantime, we got to talk about something we learned on Friday. And Mike Kliss was generous enough to join us on Friday, seeing that we had Thursday off, and we didn't get a ton of time to react to something he said. And something he said made my ears perk up a little bit. You and I kind of looked at each other like, ooh, that's interesting. And I had asked the question, like, what's a good season look like for Marvin Mims?
Right.
Because you and I talked about his receiving yards plus his kick and punt return yards. And last year, he had more of the latter than he did the former. I would assume it's going to be something similar, especially with the dynamic kickoff and things changing there. But what will his numbers look like? And Mike actually said, hey, hold on the numbers. You don't really necessarily need to gauge it off of that. That's not the end-all, be-all. Can he or can he not make one big play every single week via pass catching or punt return, kick return, whatever opportunity Marvin gets with the football in his hands? And when he said that, that's when you and I kind of looked at each other like, okay, that's an interesting gauge there,
Right.
like a barometer to see if he can or cannot reach that mark week in and week out. But then I started thinking about it a little bit more over the weekend and then getting ready to do the show today. I thought, man, we need to revisit that conversation.
So you were doing yard work and you're thinking about Marvin Mims.
Yeah. I was angry up there on my roof cleaning out the gutters like he's angry on the football field not getting the ball enough. Which, by the way, I was just telling you, shout out to the gutter folks out there.
Oh, my God.
It's a little scarier than I thought it was going to be, getting up there, like leaning over with a trash can and there's about a 75% chance I fall off the roof today.
Yeah, and you went up on your ladder in flip-flops.
Yeah,
Initially.
Stupid decision on my part.
Yeah. No. Put the shoes on.
I'm an idiot. For second home, but real first home. The landscapers did everything before that I have to do, and I'm learning on the fly. So I'll make a few mistakes.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll probably be texting
Just
you a couple
don't
times.
break any bones.
Knock on wood.
Probably be borrowing the power washer again.
Knock on
right?
wood. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, Marvin Mims, one big play again. Dude, put the number at 3.
Whoa, a game.
Yeah.
I thought one was kind of crazy.
Wait. You're shocked by 3?
Yeah.
Marvin Mims.
Dude, how many?
Marvin Mims.
He, in his 2-year NFL career, off the top of my head, he's had about 3.
Well, let's define explosive.
Okay.
Because you're thinking of field flipping plays, right?
An
80-yard
I'm
touchdown.
thinking that 90-yard touchdown.
I'm
pass.
thinking anything over 15 yards.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you should scheme it up so that every time Marvin Mims touches the ball, it's going to be 15-plus yards. And not just the target of – he doesn't have to be the downfield guy, especially with Evan Ingram clearing out the middle of the field. The Ingram effect will be in full effect this year for the Denver Broncos because Ingram, even as a decoy, we've mentioned on the show, he's going to clear out the middle of the field. Imagine Marvin running right behind him on a little drag route, dump off, easy pass, easy catch, and then turn on the jets. Speed and space with Marvin Mims in the open field, that's almost like a return. So you're setting up return opportunities on offense for Mims. So I think as a runner, as a receiver, as a kick punt returner, yeah, you could say 3. If you want to be, conservative, say 2. Can we get 2 plays over 15 yards from Marvin Mims every game? Yeah. Yeah, you can. And yeah, you should. Mims is one of those guys you scheme up plays for. He did that last year where you kind of were forced to because you didn't have the talent. You didn't have playmakers outside of Cortland Sutton. Javonte Williams averaging 3 yards a carry, thinks it's okay. You had to go to Marvin Mims. He made that role for himself. So this year, you make him an integral part of this offense. Now, not one of the key features. Your key features are Evan Ingram. Your key features are Cortland Sutton, J.K. Dobbins, R.J. Harvey, the ground game. I'll combine them collectively. Those are your key features. But you want to go auxiliary? You want to go a player that maybe the defense is falling asleep a little bit? That's where Marvin Mims comes into play.
See, I guess I would look at – I probably shouldn't, but 15 yards or more sounds a little underwhelming. But I shouldn't feel that way. That's a pretty big gain, right? Especially with what this Broncos team has been over the last couple of years.
It would take 5 carries for Javonte Williams to get 15 yards.
That's what I mean. You said the number, and my initial reaction is, oh, that's not that good. But then thinking about what this team is, and by the way, you get the 3 15-yard chunks. We're talking about 45 yards. Then you have flipped the field if it all comes in, the same drive, which is very unlikely. But that originally, when you said it, I kind of felt underwhelmed.
Well, and I'll readily admit I'm a nerd. So analytics-wise, you look at explosive plays, like their explosive play rate. That's 15 yards.
Oh, it is? Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
For a running back, he'd be like runs over 10 yards. For receivers, catches over 15 yards.
Okay.
So for Mims, he's kind of a little bit of a both. You know, he's a runner, he's a receiver, he's a returner, he's a little bit of everything. He's your Riddler. So, yeah, give me 3 explosive plays from Marvin Mims a game, and give me design plays from Marvin Mims. Run your offense, do your thing, set up Court, set up Ingram, run the ball. But, man, Marvin, I mean, even with limited touches, let's say even like 40 catches, 50 catches, he could still put up, you know, almost 1,000 yards receiving.
I really like the idea what you talked about with the drag route. What if Troy Franklin figures something out and you have on the field Marvin Mims, Cortland Sutton, Troy Franklin, Evan Ingram lined up in that, maybe his hands in the dirt. I just don't think you're going to get a lot of that.
Right.
And you have 2 guys running drag routes. Bo gets to pick which side has more green grass in front of it.
Right.
And that's where he throws the football to let Marvin and Troy be with speed and space and blockers out in front. Now we're talking about exactly what you said a week ago. Sean Payton's playbook just opening wide open.
It's wide open. And what's really interesting, and I'll send you guys a video, different videos than I normally send. I'll send you guys a video of how defenders, you're trying to attack a triangle, basically, in the secondary and on a pass play, and how offenses are just set up to influence. It's almost a basketball lineup of like, okay, we're going to run this play to run this screen, so you're getting open, and then we have a secondary shot on the baseline. That's what you're doing in football now. Football's changed. It's not just like run them up there, run your post route. You're essentially trying to confuse one defender out of the triangle of the 3, linebacker, corner, safety, on one side of the field. What can you do to influence those guys to take a step where they're not supposed to go, where you're going to run a route behind them?
Yeah.
Sean Payton's going to be an expert at that already. So the league has changed, and the league has changed to attacking downfield in that defensive triangle, and the Broncos now have the weapons to do that.
I love it. I love hearing it, man. This thing on paper, well, it feels like the Broncos.
We're going to be a problem.
Let's hope that they are a problem moving forward. All right, told you we were going to take a little Bronco break and chat about the team. Now let's get back to the Denver Nuggets. Told you earlier that Dario Saric has opted in.
Ugh.
This coming after Russell Westbrook has opted out. So what does this decision from Dario mean about the Nuggets and their chances to build a championship contender? We'll have that conversation next.
Head to Facebook.com/Denver Sports 1043 The Fan to watch Orange and Blue Today, The Rundown, and Denver Sports Daily on demand. Take your favorite shows with you anytime, anywhere. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
Be careful if you haven't filed taxes in a while. The IRS is going after non-filers like never before. Whether you have income taxes or payroll taxes that have not been filed, Advanced Tax Solutions can help you get back in the system and avoid trouble with the IRS before they show up or send you a scary letter. Call the people I trust, Advanced Tax Solutions. They'll help you get back into the system and off the IRS's radar. 303-753-6040 or visit advancedtaxsolutions.com.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's part of life, and when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that'll stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you'll get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Nuggets today. What do they need to do to get back into a championship window? We're talking about that, and we're talking about the news of the day. And by the way, the Nuggets have made it official with their press release.
Nice.
That Ben Tenzer is the Executive Vice President of Basketball Operations, and John Wallace is the same title, EVP of Player Personnel. A couple of quotes here from E. Stanley Kroenke. Crow, we are extremely excited to announce Ben Tenzer and John Wallace as our executive vice presidents who will oversee the front office and lead the charge into this next chapter of Denver Nuggets basketball. We have the utmost confidence in both Ben and John. They have been integral parts of our teams already. So we know their dedication and hard work firsthand, and we're looking forward to their continued growth and the vision they have for this team, end quote. That's Stanley. How about Joshi? Quote, as we sought to reimagine the Nuggets front office, we are excited to kick off the work for the upcoming season with Ben and John leading that way. Ben did a terrific job leading the organization as an interim general manager during a challenging stretch, and it was clear during that time that he had earned the respect of our players, coaches, staff, and his peers. In spending time with John, his leadership, quiet confidence, and relationship-oriented mindset stood out, and we are excited to bring such a fast-rising executive back home to Denver. We're eager to pair these leaders alongside our coaching staff to pursue another Larry O'Brien trophy that our fans so richly deserve, end quote. So a couple of the key words there, hitting it. Interesting that Stan even made a quote here. Stan's pretty out of sight, out of mind when it comes to the Nuggets and the Avalanche. And that's by design. He handed his little projects off to his son in Josh Kroenke. Interesting there that they're both talking about them working hand in hand. And it sounds like they're trying to spin that as a good thing. I don't look at that as such. Do you?
Well, I don't look at that as that way either. It's all confusing. That entire press release is full of. Did ChatGPT write that? Like, seriously.
Dude, I would not be surprised.
That's a PR machine, but like one that's, 75% right. Because there's 25% of that doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, it was written by a machine. Because you go, okay, relationship, working together, okay, Ben Tenzer in his, it's a crucial time, it was, a difficult time, and he proved to everyone else and the players that he could be trusted. Like, how? At least with David Adelman. And David Adelman, you could say, okay, 3 regular season games and 14 in the postseason. Okay, David Adelman, kind of had the ear of everybody. You could see Adelman's work. What the hell did Ben Tenzer do?
Even with Adelman, he was 500 in the playoffs.
Exactly. And what did Ben Tenzer do during that time? We're talking about a few weeks, right? Hey, Calvin, you're gone. And then a few weeks of Ben Tenzer to prove what exactly? You're not doing anything.
I would imagine, and you and I were at every game, I'd imagine he was kind of out of sight, out of mind with the players, too.
Yeah.
Why would Ben Tenzer get in the ear of a player as an interim GM when they're focused on the playoffs?
Right. So that PR statement was very PR. But again, I think it was written by ChatGPT because a lot of stuff doesn't make sense.
Mm-hmm. So that's the latest, and the official email is there. Again, I like the idea of what John Wallace can be. John Wallace and Ben Tenzer splitting opportunities. I just don't think that sends the right message. And like we've said, the reason I wanted big chains and new names is because I wanted people to feel uncomfortable. And by people, I meant Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. I wanted some pressure to be on this organization from Josh down to player.
Yeah.
And with this move, there's no pressure on anybody here.
No.
There's no pressure for them to perform. There's no pressure for David Adelman to get the most out of Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. There's no pressure for now Ben Tenzer and John Wallace to flip some contracts around to make this a championship roster once again. There's no pressure at all. This is, hey, guys, remember that championship we won in 2023? Let's talk about the memories rather than the things we can do.
Right, and they're trying to ride two horses with one ass, Sugar Plum. That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing. Like, well, we got the guy in Ben Tenzer, but we did go outside the building to bring a guy back to the building. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
I did like the fact that the ChatGPT PR statement did say John Wallace, the relationships that he has.
Mm-hmm.
That was a key statement. Okay. Harvest those relationships. But again, you're creating such a weird dynamic because if I'm John Wallace and I have relationships and you want to do a deal with the Denver Nuggets and I'm using my relationships, I broker some sort of deal based on my charisma and my friendships, and then I go to Ben Tenzer with the deal. Huh?
Or even if
I broker the deal and then he gets to come in and cut in on it?
What if it's a tight window of a deal?
Right.
Like draft night, for example, in 2 nights
on
from
the
right
clock.
now. On the clock, and you're doing a deal, and you're on the phone with John Wallace, and John says, let me call you back. I got to get permission. Hold on. I'll be right back. Then you call back, and they go, deal was done, man.
Yeah.
We didn't have to wait for Daddy to give us permission. Sorry. They hang up on the Nuggets.
I don't like that.
I don't like it at all.
I don't like that at all because, again, it's just confusing. Who do you call, but then how do you approach things? Do you talk about it together before you start working the phones? Deals don't necessarily happen like that.
No, not really.
You've got to be able, and that's where when the Broncos had the trust in place and Joe Ellis was playing owner, did that work?
No, it was a huge failure.
Can you play GM? Or do you need to be GM?
You need to know that I have final say.
I'm the guy.
I'm in charge. I'm going to buy the groceries.
Yes.
You're going to cook with them. And if we go down on the sinking ship, I'm sitting here with it.
Well, and that's why they're trying to ride two horses with one ass, Sugar Plum, because hey, we got Ben Tenzer, the guy that was here, and we win. We did have a search. We did go outside the building, and Shams' article. Shams needs more connections with the Denver Nuggets because, boy, it doesn't seem like he has as many as he does around the rest of the NBA. So there were other conversations, but not enough. I mean, they took their time to end up with this. It's an interesting and curious move. We'll see how it plays out. Again, Wallace could be the savior, but then there's the caution of if they win another championship and Wallace is this up-and-coming executive, I mean,
someone's going to poach him. And pay him way more.
Yeah,
and
then
it's
he
going to
walks.
be what Toronto did with Masai
Yes.
and what Minnesota did with
And then he
Timothy.
could go build a championship somewhere else.
Yeah. The Dario Saric thing. Mark Stein had the tweet out this weekend that Denver's Dario Saric has activated his $5.4, thank you, Calvin, $1 million player option for next season. We had the article at denversports.com. I think Shap had it, yeah. That there were a couple of teams, European basketball teams, 2 different ones, were interested in the services of one Dario Saric. Now, he picks up the option just like Cecil and I told you guys he would do because there's not another basketball team on this planet or general manager on this planet that would give Dario Saric $5.4 million. And Dario did what any of us would have done. Yeah, I want to show up and perform when I'm at work, but if you're going to tell me I can show up, not perform, and get paid more than you'd pay me to show up and perform, I'll take that route too. And that's exactly what Dario Saric has done. So this Russ opting out and Dario opting in doesn't do anything for the Nuggets. They still have some small room for that mid-level exception, right? A Bruce Brown type of player. But the idea that you and I floated out and liked of adding a Luke Kennard, that's gone.
Yeah, that's done.
Can't afford Luke Kennard anymore. You can afford guys like Bruce Brown and bring back a guy like Russell Westbrook, and that's about it.
Are you a little pissed off Westbrook didn't pick up the option?
I mean, I would have liked to bring him back, but like if I'm him, I'm doing the same thing. I'm not loyal to anybody. I'm loyal to my bank account, my family, and my four walls. That's
well,
what I'm
then
loyal to.
why did so much of Nuggets Nation, and yes, you were a part of this, so I ask, graciously.
Yeah.
Why was everyone all up in their feelings about Russ? When the guy's just a mercenary anyway, and this is what he was going to do? Like, I'm a little pissed off he would do this, but that's basically based off the emotion I've seen from folks like you, from other Nuggets fans out there, like, man, get Russ a ring.
I don't really care about him getting a ring. I wanted them to get a ring. I think my feeling of it, Cease, is, and I'll kind of throw a question back at you.
Okay.
Who are they going to get that's better than?
With Calvin Booth? Nobody.
Right.
Nobody, buddy.
I mean, Bruce Brown is an upgrade over Russell Westbrook, but it's not, I don't know. Russell Westbrook did hurt the team at times. There's no denying that.
Right.
But I still make the argument he helped, like overall, helped more than he hurt. So I would have liked to see him come back, and he still have a little bit of money if Bruce is willing to take a team-friendly deal after getting his big bag after winning a championship. But now with Dario opting in, it's just, I think you said it. If we could reverse these things, Dario opts out and Russ opts in, the Nuggets are in a better spot today.
It'd be the greatest thing ever if those two things had just been reversed, and they're not. So you're stuck with Dario, and Westbrook's going to go to Houston?
Ooh.
Right.
Man, you're probably right. Yeah, that would actually be a great fit for him. They need a little more depth anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Him and Kevin, they start together, hate each other, end together. It's the perfect circle.
And get a ring.
It's not out of the realm of possibilities. They're going to be damn good down in Houston.
I don't know if you saw the tweets, but Kevin Durant has completed the Rainbow Challenge in the NBA.
I saw some of that.
Yeah, I think it was Shaq. Who was the other player that had like all the colors of the rainbow on their jerseys?
It's kind of weird to think Kevin Durant on his fifth team.
It is.
And he's supposed to be this. He is a surefire Hall of Famer because it's easy in basketball, but you're supposed to be one of the top players of your generation,
right?
And you're on your fifth different team.
It's odd.
It is.
Yeah.
But I can get to continue hating him as he's now a rival of the Denver Nuggets there in Houston. Keep your texts coming in, 303-713-1043 on the RamosLaw.com text line. What do you feel about this Nuggets move? Are they better than they were yesterday? Let us know on the text line, and we'll react to a few of your texts. Do you want to get back to a Broncos conversation? What's it going to take for Bo Nix to get some dang respect in the NFL, or some of the respect he deserves? Or, Cecil, something popped into my head this weekend. Will all that credit always be towards Sean Payton? Because he's done it again, and we know he's loud about his success. Let's talk about that coming up next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Guys, don't waste time and money with low-quality online TRT that charges you over $100 to start. Visit our TRT experts at Low T Center for a free consultation and a free test. Treatment is personalized for your body, and most major health insurance is accepted. With the freedom to choose if you want an in-center care or at-home treatment, you're in control of your health. Looking to lose weight? Get a free B12 shot when you start prescription treatment. Offer limited. Book now at FixMyLowT.com. That's FixMyLowT.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
They say there's no such thing as a free lunch. But not true, I say. Hey, everybody, Dan Jacobs with Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040. And I'm here to tell you about the best, absolute best free meal in all of Denver. Times are tight right now. You go to the grocery store, things are insane. So we all could use a little bit of help. No questions asked. Anybody that needs it can come by every first and third Thursday. Here's how it works. You pull up, you pop your trunk. They put free groceries for the week in your trunk. And they say, how many hot meals do you need? We pass those to you right through your window. And this is good stuff. This is not soup kitchen stuff. I smoke these meats personally. Delicious pulled pork. I got my special secret Chipotle chicken recipe. It is fantastic. Please help us spread the word. Anybody that needs it, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road every first and third Thursday, 4 to 6 p.m. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me personally. It's Dan Jacobs at 303 Law 4040.
The 35th Annual Schomp Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now through Saturday, June 28th. There's no better time and no better cost. We have our best prices of the year on our entire inventory of BMW, Honda, Mini, Subaru, Mazda, Nissan, Ford, and Hyundai vehicles. Whether you are in the market for a new, electric, or used vehicle, we have thousands of cars in stock. The Schomp Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now. See all offers at Schomp.com.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from IQBar. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at eatiqbar.com/policy/terms of service.
I've got good news and bad news. Here's the bad news. Most protein bars are packed with sugar and unpronounceable ingredients. The good news? There's a better option. I'm Will, and I created IQBar plant protein bars to empower doers like you with clean, delicious, low-sugar brain and body fuel. IQ bars are packed with 12 grams of protein, brain nutrients like magnesium and lion's mane, and zero weird stuff. And right now, you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping. Try our delicious IQ Bar sampler pack with 7 plant protein bars, 4 hydration mixes, and 4 enhanced coffee sticks. Clean ingredients, amazing taste, and you'll love how you feel. Refuel smarter, hydrate harder, caffeinate larger with IQ Bar.
Now you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping when you text EAT to 64,000. Text EAT to 64,000 to get your 20% off. That's EAT to 64,000.
Is water damaging your home? Contact Groundworks, the basement concrete foundation experts. Get your free inspection today. Learn more at groundworks.com. Licensed in all states where work is performed.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Grown-ups, in between, churning babies. Right about now, it's your boy, you heard, back again. DJ Manny, fresh. Yeah, fresh.
You know what? We didn't even talk about this, but this is how in sync we are as a show.
Nice.
Because if you look at the rundown and the 11:30 segment, and we're at 11:30 right now, I actually put, when are they going to start to put some respect on the name of Bo Nix? And then Kevin just bumps us back in with a little Manny Fresh. And,
yes.
The meme of some respect on my name, right? Birdman and all that, same crew right there. So, Kevin, we're in sync, dude, and we didn't even plan it.
Look at that.
That's how
it was just meant to be.
The 3 best friends that anybody could have right here on the show. And I do want to answer that question. When the hell are they going to start to respect our dude Bo Nix? Because I'm starting to see some of this nonsense. And what I saw this weekend on USA Today is, a breakdown of an article from a Fox Sports, Henry McKenna of FoxSports.com. And we're writing about quarterbacks and the pecking order of quarterbacks. And J.J. McCarthy was put ahead of Bo Nix.
What?
And that's exactly how I felt.
Oh, my God.
I wanted to throw something at my computer.
Who is this?
Henry McKenna of FoxSports.com. So not only does he put JJ above Bo,
okay,
he called Bo boring. Bo Nix is boring. If he can stay in a good system with a good supporting cast, there's no reason why he can't be the next Jared Goff, and even with a little bit more athleticism. But Nix is boring, McKenna wrote. I don't understand, and maybe this is Henry McKenna not watching enough football, because we've told you guys this before. The national media members have zero clue what's going on in a local market. They ask folks like Cecil and I to give them that insight, and it doesn't sound like Henry's got anybody in the Denver market. J.J. McCarthy, maybe he will be good. Maybe he will figure something out.
Sure,
He's got the best damn wide receiver in the league to throw the football to. Can you stay healthy and get him the football? We'll find out. But this is a guy that's never done it. That wasn't even a pass-first quarterback in college. And now he's going to be better than Bo Nix, who just had 32 total touchdowns in a rookie year with a better coach than what they have in Minnesota. I just don't understand why people aren't lining up to get on the Bo Nix bandwagon, and they still spew out nonsense like McKenna did on FoxSports.com.
Well, and if he says Bo Nix is boring, tell me you haven't seen Bo Nix without telling me you haven't seen Bo Nix. That's all.
Yeah.
That's it. This dude's not paying attention. I don't want to be personal. I certainly don't want to get in trouble or called to the office because I was personal over some Fox Sports writer. But this guy doesn't know what he's talking about, period. I mean, you can't say Bo Nix is boring. That's just stupid. Don't be dumb. Don't be in a cult. This guy might be both. I don't know. Again, allegedly or whatever I have to say. Yeah. Like, I don't even want to – I don't want to comment because I want to cuss at this guy and cuss him out for being a moron. Like, or allegedly or whatever. Like, I'm retiring. I'm getting in so much trouble in this segment. This is not good. Bo Nix boring. Bo Nix with the rushing touchdowns. Bo Nix with the rushing yards. Bo Nix with the arm strength. And then J.J. McCarthy, listen, I like J.J. I like J.J. because he meditates and he's very spiritual, all those sorts of things. But I saw him grunt throwing 20-yard outs. I saw him grunt. I heard him grunt throwing 20 yards. 20 yards. It was at the combine during the passing drills at, what's the stadium in Indianapolis?
Lucas Oil?
Lucas Oil, yeah. So Lucas Oil Stadium, and Joe Milton's out there throwing 85 yards on his back foot because it's Joe Milton. And then J.J. McCarthy gets up and he's like, That was literally the noise he made throwing 20 yards. And I looked at our guy, Andrew Mason. I was like, that's not great, Bob. You're putting everything you got to throw it 20 yards to an out route? Okay. And again, I hope JJ's the greatest Vikings quarterback since Dante Culpepper or whatever you want to say. Like, I don't like any of this. I don't like it all.
Well, it's also interesting to me that McKenna would call. So you're putting JJ above Bo, and you call Bo boring. Even the last time I saw JJ McCarthy, it's not like he was lighting the world on fire. Was he just turning it around and handing the football off
to Blake Corum
over and over and over
and
over? Right. That's how they won a national championship. JJ was fine as a game manager, but why is Bo boring as a game manager, but JJ's better? Are there levels of game manager? Is that what Henry McKenna's trying to sell me?
Is there levels of boring? Is JJ a little boring and Bo's a lot boring? Like, again, just...
Hey, I'm an expert in boring football. I just watched a decade of it with the Denver Broncos. You know what 2024 was not? Boring. They won 10 games.
Yes.
And it felt like they were on the right path for the first time in a decade. I know boring football. I'm a king at it. I've got a decade under my belt of boring football. Last year was not boring.
Yeah, you want to call Kyle Orton boring or Trevor Siemian boring. Like, okay, Case Keenum boring. Mm-hmm. All right, yeah, there you go. You can't say that about Bo Nix and Sean Payton together because that's essentially taking a shot at Sean Payton as well because Sean's boring. Hey. But again, it was Sutton and nobody else. So, and he put up really great numbers. Like, great rookie numbers. We're looking forward to him taking that next step and not taking a step back. I think our YouTube comments, what's up, YouTube?
What up, YouTube?
They were saying, like, sophomore surge instead of sophomore slump.
I like that.
Sophomore jump is something I heard as well. Yeah. So no sophomore slump. That's going to happen to Jaden Daniels, and I love Jaden Daniels, but that's just the way that's going to be because Washington didn't do enough around him. Bo Nix got a lot put around him this year. New toys. Where does he get those wonderful toys? Well, Sean Payton, George Payton, good job.
Yeah.
Bo's definitely not going to be boring. What's the Henry? What? Henry something?
Henry McKenna.
McKenna. I don't think he'll be bored this year watching Bo Nix.
Yeah, that's right. Eat that.
Bo's a great dude.
Eat that, Henry McKenna.
You know what this reminds me of? This guy clearly hasn't watched Bo Nix play.
Nope.
Then he says he's boring. I've heard that about another player we have in this town.
Oh, you have?
Nikola Jokic.
That's very interesting, Kevin.
I guess we could say Bo Nix will be the next Nikola Jokic in town.
Yeah, champion and multiple-time MVP.
Yeah, so
I like that.
let's
Kev.
just prove this guy wrong again. I'll put this one in the notes too. He's also got JJ ahead of Jordan Love.
What?
Wow. Somebody loves J.J. McCarthy.
We should. Do we know where Henry McKinnon went to college?
I'm at his Twitter
It's
right now.
Michigan?
If it's Michigan, we have
Michigan.
solved this.
Aren't all
this
those
riddle,
guys
haven't we?
Michigan?
It says
anyway?
visiting professor for Colorado College.
What?
Mostly talking quarterbacks. He has that in his profile.
Huh.
That sounds like someone that would say I'm a scout or voiceover or something. MFA from NYU or fiction.
Okay.
Huh?
That doesn't make any sense.
I'm confused about the whole thing.
That's one of the worst profiles I've ever
Yeah,
read.
it is. Real quick side question. Do you guys read people's profiles on social?
If I don't know who it is, I'll go there and
Okay.
be like, huh, what is this?
Like before I'll interact, I do it a lot. Like if I'm gonna interact with you, I'm gonna read your profile. And if it's something stupid like Henry McKenna's, see you later. But if it's like kind of creative or at least tell me who you are, then I'm down to interact. I think your profile's
I
important.
love the ones that are watch film, pro scout, wannabe scout. It's like you've never scouted anything.
Yeah.
You don't work for a team. You're not a scout.
Right.
You know, like
or you
it's-
have like a media job.
Yeah, it's those little bloggers. It's like, come on.
Yeah, I know everybody has to start somewhere, but just say that, like, inspiring scout, inspiring film studier, or whatever.
Or if their handle is something NFL.
Yeah.
Your heart belongs to basketball. Is that golf? Oh, skateboard and golf.
Yeah.
It's a little skateboard emoji.
Yeah, you like that?
Okay, so I looked up your profile and what it said.
Social media is a promotional platform, right?
It is.
Just watch what I do or, consume my content. That's kind of how I look at social media.
Thank you for watching what I do.
Yeah. What are you looking
I'm
at,
just
Kevin's?
reading Kevin's.
What's Kevin's?
I'm reading your profile.
Uh-oh. Kevin?
You're
I
what
like
are
that.
you
I like
kids?
that,
Yeah, see, this is where I sound old. You kids, Kevin, you're still using Tinder? Because it doesn't say chicken fingers on Tinder, I hope. Does it?
I don't even use that either.
Okay. Chicken fingers on Denver Sports 104.3.
At Kistner Radio here.
Yes.
Keep going.
On our talent, 95K. But you're still using chicken fingers.
You know how many people noticed me as chicken fingers Saturday night?
I've been out with him, and people still do recognize him as chicken fingers. We don't call him that anymore because we don't like where the name came from.
Right.
But people do acknowledge him as such.
I was a celebrity the other night.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah, me.
Dang, nice.
Me.
What'd you wear? Did you what your outfit was? Did it sync up with what was going on?
It did, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Kevin was worried
I
a
fit
little
in.
bit. He was going to a fancy place and was like, I don't know what to wear to this thing.
Yeah, I asked Brandon Stokely for fashion advice. He's like,
huge mistake.
He's like, I don't know, golf shirt, polo, shorts, dress pants, maybe slacks. I'm like, give me one.
Did you wear shorts?
I wore golf shorts and a nice button-up polo.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah,
What shoes did you wear?
These ones, these white ones.
Oh, those are good.
Yeah,
those are good.
What are they? Quick Clouds?
I don't know.
The QC.
Yeah. But they look clean.
Yeah, I was looking.
That's a
good.
fine outfit.
I did my hair.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Glasses, contacts.
Just glasses. I can't do contacts.
Any ladies?
No.
Dang.
No one under the age of 30.
What's wrong with that?
40.
What's wrong with that?
I guess there's nothing wrong with that.
You should play that country song, Older Women Are Beautiful Lovers,
I
right?
could have, yeah.
You know what older folks have?
Money.
We nailed it, see? So that was awesome. All right, it's 11:40. You know what we do around 11:40? We check our X. What's on our timeline that's caught our attention? Well, now it's full-on summer. NBA season's done. NHL season is done. We haven't looked back at the NBA final yet. All over social media was Tyrese Halliburton popping his Achilles.
Ugh.
We'll do that and tell you what the odds are for both the Nuggets and Avs for next year's championship. Coming up next.
Should the Broncos play some hardball with one of their stars on defense?
I think I've made my decision. I know I've made my decision.
You've made a decision.
I'm not paying Zach Allen this year. Sorry, Zach. You're under contract. This is the way it goes. I look at you so much tied to Vance Joseph that I got to see how he plays out.
Okay.
And whether or not Vance is a part of our future.
Can I change your mind?
You can try.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos.
I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy.
What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Hey guys, it's Mike Evans here for the good folks at Copperhead Plumbing. In today's market, there are various water heater options to choose from, tankless, hybrid, and conventional. Copperhead Plumbing's not here to provide you with the most expensive option, but rather they want to understand your needs, such as how big is your household, how much water do you go through in a day, and a few other qualifying questions to help them provide you with the best solution for your home. Call 303-552-3491 and at CopperheadPlumbingInc.com to book their services today.
If you've been injured in Colorado, you want Wilhite, Colorado's accident experts. Get your free case review now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com.
If you want your lawn and plants to be healthy through the summer months, it's Iron Rich. From the folks who make all the great Colorado-made Rich Lawn products you've known for years, Iron Rich is high in iron and sulfur and will keep your plants green and healthy without forcing a lot of growth and causing stress on them. The Iron Rich formula helps combat yellowing leaves on trees, common this time of year, especially after all that recent rain. Take it easy on your plants and yourself and pick up a bag of Iron Rich today. Visit richlawn.com for more information.
Any jewelry store can sell you a diamond.
But there's only one family jeweler in Colorado that was literally built on them.
In fact, we've sold more diamonds to more couples for more years than any other jeweler in Denver. I'm Steve Williams.
I'm Dylan.
And I'm Shayna Williams. That's why we built Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, an entire store totally dedicated to celebrating your love.
All the world's top bridal designers, 10 times the certified loose diamonds.
And Denver's true diamond experts, like me, who will share their knowledge and passion and how to get the most diamond for your money, guaranteed.
So whether you're looking for the perfect diamond engagement ring,
or that second diamond celebrating a love of many years,
we have the perfect diamond for you.
That's why every day more couples say will you with Williams,
where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Co-Etzel. Live at Fiddler's Green, July 6th. With special guests, Kip Moore, Corey Kent, and more. Get tickets to see Co-Etzel live at AXS.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex. Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
Let's check our X. What's on the timeline that we need to talk about? You ever have anything on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat? I don't know what the hell you guys are on out there. Throw it our way. We'll talk about it. Our handles are at Joshua Dover, at Cecil Lammy. Your story makes the show. Your handle will get a shout out on the show. All right, Cease, it's officially summer, dude, because basketball's over. Pacers lose. Thunder are champs. And, of course, we know the Panthers raised Lord Stanley. I'm pretty sure they're still partying in the streets of Florida after their win last week. So what does next year look like? Well, that's what's all over the timeline. We have odds for the NBA. We have odds for the NHL. And the Avalanche, Oilers, and Panthers all tied at the top of the NHL Stanley Cup odds for 2026, while the Denver Nuggets, they are, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 on the list.
9 times.
Behind the Lakers, the Timberwolves, the Celtics, the Orlando Magic. Wow. Cleveland Cavaliers, Houston Rockets now, New York Knicks, and Oklahoma City Thunder. So the Avs are at the top of their league, according to odds makers in Vegas, while the Nuggets are down near 10th with 8 teams in front of them to win the NBA
And the
championship.
Pacers are behind the Nuggets, if memory serves, correct?
They are. Yes, they are.
Yeah, so interesting lines are made to get people to bet.
Well,
So-
the Pacers are now without Halliburton until May of next year.
Right, yeah, we're talking a year now. That game was over as soon as he went down.
That was tough to watch.
That was one of those injuries, and it's not one of those gruesome injuries where guy's legs hanging out or whatever, but it's just one of those based on the pain. I think it was Fred Taylor, like 20 years ago, threw the football when he was running because his hamstring came off the bone.
Yep.
Came off the bone.
Dude.
And he just threw the ball and fell down.
Oh, yeah.
When Javid Best jumped over somersault in the end zone, landed on his head, and his arm shot up because he did the concussion thing. And so he's laying there. I thought he was dead.
Mm-hmm.
Watching Halliburton, didn't think he was dead, but I was just like, I knew it was severe. And that type of emotion takes it out of a team. And that's why I was like, okay, this thing's over.
Well, and
that's a wrap.
When he's banging on the floor and the trainer's running over to him, he's mouthing, I did it. I did it. Like, we all knew what the risk was dealing with and playing with a calf injury. And then, it happened. We saw it too. And ABC, maybe 1 or 2 replays. I think 12 or 13 gets a little excessive.
Yeah, 12 or 13, probably a little bit too much. All number 0, 3 Achilles popped in the East.
And
in
all
the playoffs.
stars.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so very, very interesting. And by the way, since we haven't really talked about it yet today, and not because I'm an OKC fan, because I'm not, stop with the asterisk talk. Because I immediately saw that on social networking, and it was like, now it's an asterisk championship because their path, and everybody was hurt. Injuries happen, they're a part of the game.
Yeah. And they didn't even play the Warriors. The Steph thing. Like,
right.
That wasn't even on their path.
Right. So I saw all that like, it's an asterisk championship.
Now, a fully healthy Denver Nuggets team, do they win a Game 7? Michael and Aaron feeling okay?
Yeah.
I feel like it too.
Well, and that's
Or at least
why
they could have.
Game 5 was a must-win. The thing about the Thunder is they got their scars during a run. They had their scars from previous seasons, of course, but they got their scars from the Nuggets. I think the Nuggets gave them the best lessons to learn of like resiliency, stick-to-itiveness, all those sorts of things. And that was courtesy of the Denver Nuggets.
Well, and we're going to learn about the Thunder because it's easy to say, all right, they have their guys under contract for the next couple of seasons. This squad can run it back for a couple of years. Much easier said than done. We know that firsthand here in the Mile High City. But again, as smart as Sam Presti is and looks with what he did with this team, how do you keep together a roster that might win multiple championships? And these guys, the 8th guy on the bench, there's going to be a team out there that thinks they're the 2nd guy on the team.
Yep.
And will make an offer as such. And we'll figure out how loyal these guys are to Oklahoma City. Or as I said earlier, you know what I'm loyal to? My mortgage payment. And that's what I'm trying to pay. Now, a little easier on their end.
Right.
But they also come with more bills and responsibilities. So I know the idea is to get a team together and you build it together. The chemistry, the continuity is there, and they're a little family. Well, let's see what happens when the 9th guy on the family gets offered the kind of money that the 3rd guy in the family gets and see how tight that family actually is.
Why didn't their family celebrate after the game?
That was kind of weird. Kevin was telling us a little bit about that.
It was odd. Usually see like complete elation.
I mean, remember when the Nuggets won? Ball up in the air. You're like, guys don't know what to do with their hands. They're just jumping in circles. Like, somebody hug me. I didn't see much of that. It looked like Bruce when he gets excited over a new toy. He just doesn't know what to do. He's just like pouncing everywhere.
Just jumping around, yeah.
There wasn't a lot of that.
The stories you could tell me from that night.
Oh, I'm down to I can't tell them on the air, but I'll tell them.
Yeah. Tell me sometime.
Yeah.
Cigar, your back porch, or mine.
Yeah.
Make it happen.
Yeah. Back porch is coming along.
I I wanted to be one of the people like wandering the streets with Aaron Gordon.
Yeah.
If you're one of those people that was doing that, you're a real one.
I wasn't that. I stayed in the building until about 3 a.m. and then wandered out to wherever the Uber said they were going to pick me up. It was an outstanding evening. Cease, what's on the timeline?
Yeah, what's on the timeline is a lot of stuff about that championship. Again, I don't think if you look at this thing, we should be talking about that as any sort of asterisk. OKC got it done, and congrats to them. By the way, this one came across my timeline from Jom Boy Media.
Oh, the baseball people.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So now little leaguers are using fire during their photo shoots.
Okay. Whoa, the catcher's mask!
Yes. So they light the catcher's mask on fire as the kid takes it off, and they snap a picture, and it's a kid taking off a mask that's on fire or dropping a bat that's on fire.
This is how I officially know I'm getting old. I'm like, there's no chance I let my son do that. My nephew's not even doing that. I almost said my Emerson. My nephew, Emerson, is never doing that.
Never doing that.
Never doing that.
Okay.
They're playing with fire.
Yes, just for a photo op.
Now, can I also say this? Totally looked badass in that photo.
Oh, yeah, totally. Completely. But this is a thing?
Wow.
This is a thing. I got my buddy Josh. Shout out Josh.
What up, Josh?
And his boy Isaac. I have Isaac's first signed baseball. This kid's a baller.
Really?
Baller.
That's pretty cool.
And I have his very first signed baseball. I believe he's 11. Josh, correct me if I'm wrong. I know you're listening out there in Roxborough. But since his son's a baller, I was like, you going to do this? You start something on fire and do a photo shoot?
Dude, that has lawsuit written all over it.
Exactly.
At some point.
Yeah. I don't understand that, but there you go.
That's the one you get home and explain to your wife. You're like, listen, I know little Timmy doesn't have eyebrows or hair anymore.
Yeah.
But the idea.
But the picture.
The idea was his helmet's on fire and he flips it off in the photo. Sounded great, executed poorly.
Okay, give me one more.
Very bad idea.
Sophie Cunningham's taking the internet by storm. Did you see her T-shirt?
No.
Trace Lachey's T-shirt.
She wore it?
She wore a Trace Lachey's T-shirt. It's so awesome. It's incredible.
Talk about leaning in the right way for the right reasons. Way to go, young lady.
And did you see Sophie was interviewed and they were like, what do you think of becoming this phenom and jerseys selling out? She's like, well, I had to protect my teammates because obviously the officials weren't going to do that.
Oh, even better answer,
yes.
Sophie.
She is like America's hero. She's
Yes,
exactly
she is.
what we needed at this time of year to bring us all together. So, Sophie, nice Trace Lachey shirt.
We should all get her jersey.
Dude, I'd be down.
I'm a big fan.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Same.
Yeah. I've watched lots of highlights.
Me too.
And research. I've studied the game very much.
Yep. Big fan of her socials. All of it. All of it.
Yep.
I just love that she leaned into the Trace
I do
Lachey's
too.
thing.
I do too, dude. The fans are going to love that even more. Absolutely outstanding work.
Yeah, more stuff about Sophie Cunningham. I can't read on the air, but it's just taking the internet by storm, man. It's awesome. It's incredible. Incredible. We're talking WNBA, man.
Oh, man. Play it up, dude. Play it up.
Exactly. Lean into it.
Yeah, she's doing a good job on that. All right, that's what's on our timeline. Again, at Joshua Dover, at Cecil Lammy. You ever want to interact, become some social media friends? We'd love to hear from you over on that side of the world. Let's get into our third quarter, going back to a Nuggets conversation. We'll talk about the moves that they made this morning. They did make an addition to the front office, but still no general manager title. So what does that mean for roster moves? We'll have that conversation coming up next.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil. The Drive and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. DenverSports.com and the Denver Sports app.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on Experience Beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
Yes, you can, and we appreciate you doing so.
Can I kick
Dover and Cecil hanging out until 2 o'clock. We appreciate you guys being with us. 303-713-1043 is the RamosLaw.com text line. Want to hear from you guys there. Little tribe roll call. You can get back in on that. Who are you? Where are you? What are you doing for $1 today? Answer at 303-713-1043. Or you can also answer the question as to how you feel about what the Denver Nuggets did this morning. What the Denver Nuggets did this morning was made it official with Ben Tenzer. No, he's not the official general manager. In fact, Ben Tenzer, his official title is Executive Vice President of Basketball Operations. John Wallace is a new old addition. Jonathan Wallace was with the team a few years ago. He decided to take his talents to Minnesota with Tim Connelly, while the Nuggets went and got him back. He is the official title here, Executive Vice President of Player Personnel. So no GM. Cecil, that would tell me that Josh Kroenke is going to actively be involved. So if they can't agree on something, does Josh get final say? Is he the tiebreaker if Ben Tenzer and Jonathan Wallace cannot agree upon a situation? And I don't think that that's a very healthy way to handle things.
Right.
Also very hesitant to put my faith in Josh Kroenke, being around, because he hasn't been, and that's by his own admission. So I kind of feel like I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth on this. I wanted new blood. They sort of gave me that with Jonathan Wallace, although I mentioned before he has ties with the team. I wanted new blood because there's pressure on this organization, and I wanted everybody to feel it, from Josh Kroenke down. I wanted them to feel the pressure that they have on themselves. And with these two hires, it tells me that Josh Kroenke feels absolutely no pressure. It tells me that, honestly, Josh Kroenke got a little Dick Monfort in him, right? That little, let me surround people that aren't going to give me too much pushback on my ideas. And the hiring of David Adelman, the promotion of Ben Tenzer, and just the go get somebody you lost in Jonathan Wallace, that doesn't make Jamal Murray better. That doesn't make Michael Porter Jr. have this sense of urgency about who they are as a basketball player.
Right.
It allows them to kind of continue to not take this as serious as they need to take it. And for that reason, I'm leaning towards not liking the moves today.
What motivates those two? What inspires those two? What gets the best out of Nikola Jokic's prime and what's left in those 4 years? Is it this? I'm not going to say yes. I'm also not going to say no, but it just seems like this is a very confusing hiring of two not general managers that will work together to be the general manager. What's the old saying? When you have two GMs, you have none?
Yeah.
Okay. This is a very confusing move. Now, it's not confusing when you go, oh, what do the books say? Oh, cheap. Okay. It's a little confusing when you do this exhaustive GM search, and it was a few guys. No, it wasn't Bob Myers. Wasn't anybody like that.
No.
Wasn't any top-tier, talent out there for general managing that people were saying and rumblings were, well, the Nuggets are waiting because they want Bob Myers. Morgan Freeman voice. They did not get Bob Myers.
They did interview, according to Shams, Heat Vice President of Player Personnel Eric Amsler and Golden State Warriors Director of Basketball Operation Chuck Hayes. Those are the two names that Shams had.
They're trying to find younger talent on the come-up that's cheaper, but basketball people. John Wallace, this is the unknown here is how does he work together with Ben Tenzer? How do they work in this capacity together, right? And then who do you call? Not Ghostbusters, but who do you call if you want to deal with the Denver Nuggets and you're looking at a situation where I want to trade for their assets or we need them in a 3-team deal? This just confuses the room because if there's disagreement, then Josh breaks the tie, but is Josh paying enough attention basketball-wise to really understand or like or approve of any sort of these deals? It's all just kind of confounding, confusing, and yeah, it's disappointing. John Wallace is the saving grace. If he does turn into a hot exec and continues on his career arc, which that's the path he's on right now.
He is, yeah.
The Denver Nuggets have a history of this with Tim Connelly, with Masai Ujiri. And that's something where, can John Wallace be that next guy? Yeah, he could. And that's exciting. And then he's going to leave. And that's not exciting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Nuggets don't have a history of, now I guess Ben Tenzer, but he's always been behind the scenes. Here's what Ben Tenzer is. A really smart financial man. He can do the salary cap gymnastics. It's now his job to get the Nuggets out of this tax hell that they're in, flirting with the second apron, and turn this roster into something that has money to spend but can still contend at the same time. Now, how he does that, good freaking luck, Benjamin, right? Like, how do you do that given the situation that you're in? We know what they're in with the financial restraints that they have. Dude, they're in a spot right now where 3 players are eligible for a contract extension. Nikola Jokic, Christian Brown, and Peyton Watson. I want to give contract extensions to 2 of those guys. I'm kind of over the Peyton Watson thing. We could talk about that another time, but ship has sailed for me. And look, you can do one of those 2, and it's really only the Nikola extension because you already got a massive amount of money on the books for him. You can't extend Christian Braun right now with the way that this roster is. You either have to get rid of Jamal or Michael Porter Jr., or you're not extending Christian Braun. How the heck does Ben Tenzer fix that?
Right.
How do Ben Tenzer and Jonathan Wallace ship Michael Porter Jr. out of here and still have room to get better and do the contract extensions that they want? I'm not a salary cap expert, but from where I sit and the things that I've studied and looked at and some of the people that are smarter than me on this have told me, that's virtually impossible to do. So how can these guys make this roster better day one? I don't think they can because of the financial constraints, and that leans more into me going, that's why you needed someone in here to come in and put pressure on the team right away. I don't think Vic Fangio was a good coach for the Denver Broncos, and I don't know that anybody's going to tell me that he was. But you know what Vic did like day one? You're going to remember better than me, Cecil. He came in here and he challenged Von Miller on basically his first press conference.
Yeah.
And he said, like, he could be better. I could get more out of him. David Adelman hasn't said anything about that with Jamal Murray.
Yeah.
Now, he did talk about coming in and being in shape. Still didn't say his name, which I hate. Call the freaking dude out by name. And why would Ben Tenzer get the best out of Jamal Murray? Why would Jamal Murray think that Ben Tenzer can tell him anything?
Right.
And why John Wallace, who was the scout that never talked to the players, is now going to come in here and tell Jamal Murray what he has to do? Sorry for not believing Jamal's going to respect either of these gentlemen.
Yeah, or respond.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for. Just respond. Respect who you want to respect, but just respond and be the player that you could always be. But it's a fool's errand. It's a fool's errand for us to consider that, or Nuggets fans to consider that now Jamal's going to get it. Now he's not going to go to Blackhawk all the time. Like now he's going to be dialed in and play less video games or be all about basketball. Make the main thing the main thing. What's the main thing for Jamal? Is it UFC? Is it video games? Is it, the craps table? Like what's the main thing? Doesn't seem like it's basketball. And why did Ben Tenzer, who's clearly the numbers guy and a good man from everyone that's, around that building that would know him and has been around him, like Ben Tenzer's a really good dude. Mm-hmm. That's awesome. Feel good about it. Why couldn't he been named a basketball administrator and ops, some sort of title? These are all title things. Mm-hmm. We need to know who the damn GM is. They don't really have one. So was it Tenzer, them wanting to kind of soft sell, like, okay, you're just the cap guy. The Broncos have Rich Hurtado. We rarely talk about him. George Payton's the GM, and Sean Payton, really runs things. But, we know if there's any sort of disagreement, Sean's going to get what Sean wants.
No doubt.
Who's that with the Denver Nuggets?
I mean,
David Adelman really wants this player, really wants this guy, or he wants this guy out of here. Get him out of here. Who's got the final say?
And doesn't it just lead to, all right, Ben Tenzer really likes player X here, and David Adelman's not doing it right. And then David Adelman goes to Wallace and goes, man, player X is a bust. What am I supposed to do with this guy?
On me?
Like, this guy's pushing him on me. I don't even want to play him. He doesn't get what we're doing here. Doesn't have any chemistry with the roster. And then now Wallace and Adelman are against Tenzer and his guy, or vice versa. Those are just the names that we're using. It just leads the situation that they just desperately had to get out of because Josh wasn't around and it went crazy. He just put 2 guys in position to ultimately, a year down the road or 10 years down the road like it was with Michael Malone, but ultimately have the same end result.
Yeah. I mean, didn't you just create a Malone-Calvin Booth situation?
Mm-hmm.
Potentially. Now, potentially it all works out and it's kumbaya and it's harmonious and everything's smooth and it's perfect and they win another championship or 2. That'd be awesome. I'm not sure that happens because of the difficulty salary cap situation that you've been put in by your former GM, who you wanted to extend, but were so cheap that he said no in Calvin Booth, and just the players that you have in place not being motivated in the way that they need to be motivated. The physical talent is there. Stink will always tell you that's easy to see. Potential, it's easy to see. Jamal Murray, all-star potential. Yeah? Has he ever been one? No. Why? He doesn't try. It doesn't try when he needs to try because playoff Jamal, you can't wait till the playoffs to be playoff Jamal. You need to be playoff Jamal in November, in December, and build this thing the right way. And do either one of these gentlemen, and Ben Tenzer specifically, are they the the guys to motivate them? No. Is David Adelman? No. I mean, man, this is you're polishing a lot here today.
Yeah.
If you're Nuggets PR, writing that ChatGPT press release.
I mean, you think about where the team is today. 2 years removed. We just did the anniversary of them winning the NBA championship 2 years ago. And their big offseason moves where Josh Kroenke said, I hear Nikola Jokic loud and clear.
Yeah.
I know we're in a championship window. Paraphrasing again, but it's a disservice if we don't win multiple championships in the Nikola Jokic era. So that's all on this side of the conversation. Already been done and already established. And then with those known things and with the roster that has Nikola Jokic on it, the corresponding moves made by the guy that makes the moves in Josh Kroenke here is to hire a head coach that was 500 in the playoffs at 14-14, 17-14 overall in the interim time that he was the head coach. So 3 games over 500, and he's now the head coach that takes you into the most important era of Nuggets basketball. That's what you decided. Oh, and then to double down on that, you've now hired not 1, but 2 guys to do the job of 1 man, and neither of them have done it. So let's just call the Nuggets a business, right? And they sell groceries and home goods. And they're in the most important era of their life. And they would hire 2 people to be the COO and the CEO of a company that's never sold groceries or home goods before. I would hear that and I'd go, whoa, I'm not buying any groceries or home goods from those chumps, right?
Yeah.
And that's what Josh Kroenke's trying to sell us today. I'm offended. I'm a Nuggets fan before I'm a media guy.
Yeah.
I'm offended as a fan that you're trying to sell me this and make me happy about it. Don't pee on my leg and tell me it's raining, my man.
Right.
That's what you're doing today, Josh.
That's exactly what they're doing. I did, because I'm that guy, I asked ChatGPT to write me a press release.
Yes.
Here's what it says.
All right.
This innovative dual leadership model, don't be drinking when I read this because you're going to laugh.
Okay, sorry.
Rare in professional sports, reflects the franchise's commitment to collaboration, agility, and championship-level execution at every level of the organization. Tenzer and Wallace will essentially serve as co-general managers, spearheading all basketball decision-making and strategic planning with a shared vision rooted in synergy, analytics, and elite culture building.
Hold up.
It even has a fake quote from Josh Kroenke.
Okay, read it. I got his in front of me.
Oh, we're not interested in the status quo. Ben and John represent the cutting edge of NBA front office talent. They've earned the trust of ownership, the respect of the locker room, and now the keys. I think he actually did say that. Yeah. Oh, my God. So there you go. I asked ChatGPT to write me a press release for the Denver Nuggets about this announcement, and that's what it spit out. This is Nuggets' core identity, unselfish, strategic, and relentlessly committed to winning the right way.
All that goodwill that the Kroenkes have built up with that championship in 23, and I don't know anybody that was down on what they did after that. I mean, we talked about it the first time in 47 years. Built the team. Didn't buy it. Built the team. And I know Aaron and KCP and Bruce came over, but you built the core.
Right.
And now Christian is a part of that. We have said it a bunch. Stop looking in the rear view of 2023. They've got you brainwashed that that's good enough. It's not good enough.
No.
But with the fact that they've done this now and had the one championship, what is – I'm looking at a text right now. Don't put your name on. Oh, it's my boy Wes. I don't trust Josh Kroenke at all. How many fans feel that way now, and how many fans are still living in the past that they go, oh, well, they just won a championship two years ago? I get that second response on social media all the time.
All the time, yeah.
And that might just be fanboys, and that's all good if that's what you are. I don't look at it like that. You can't just live off what you've done 2 years ago. Does that work at home? Hey, honey, remember that date we went on 2 years ago? That was awesome, right? Haven't been on a date since then, but that last date 2 years ago, hit that out of the park. Let me know how that works out with you with your significant other.
Right.
Stop holding your hat on something that happened 2 years ago and judge and evaluate with what's happening right now in real time. And if you see it different, I'd love to hear it, but I don't know how you can.
Yeah, they're resting on their laurels, and they're just expecting Nuggets fans to buy it. They're serving you up this plate of same old,
yeah.
Right? And when Calvin Booth, and I believe he said this publicly, about wanting to build like the Spurs did, when somebody check him, that's one of the most impossible things to do in all of sports. And I had said it before the championship run, like, hey, they're trying to do something that's incredibly tough to do, and I give it to them if they can do it. But to continue to do that and to build and win championships in the way that Spurs did and to do it mostly organically, that's incredibly tough. And I know that basketball has went away from the super team era. We see that by OKC's championship team. The super team era, because of the second apron, is essentially dead.
It is.
Which I'm a fan of. I like that. But if Nikola Jokic says it's the youth and the depth that are winning in the playoffs, and Josh Kroenke says, I hear you, and then hires guys that may not be able to do what they need to do, and that's mainly inspire Jamal and MPJ, and then do sort of bold moves to get them out of here if they feel that they're not the guys. They're going to do status quo again this year. And I hate that for y'all out there. I hate that for Nuggets fans out there. They're going to do status quo again, and it'll be exciting basketball. Give me a win total. 50.
Yeah, they're going to win 48 to 52 games.
Okay,
They got Joker
gonna,
on the team.
They're going to win 50 games, and they're going to lose in the second round. The West is getting better. Houston got incredibly better. And it happened the day of Game 7.
Mm-hmm.
Like, seriously? Y'all couldn't wait?
Did you see the thing Worldwide Wob tweeted? I sent it to you guys.
Oh, about Roger Goodell?
Imagine somebody doing this in the NFL. Roger Goodell
On the Super Bowl.
destroys them on the day of the Super Bowl.
On the day of the Super Bowl, yeah. On the day of Game 7, then that news drops. So the Rockets, they just, I mean, this isn't even a hot take. They just leapfrogged the Denver Nuggets in one swoop. They leapfrog. Look at the odds. The odds for a championship. The Houston Rockets have leapfrogged the Denver Nuggets. You're sitting there on your hands going, we got Ben Tenzer, guys.
I was just trying to think of how I evaluate it. Like, all right, coach and best player. You do have the better coach and the best player. That combo, they have the better coach by a million miles, by light years. They are ahead of Ime is 10 times the coach David Adelman will ever be. And then better player, that's tough. You're not going to beat Joker.
You're not going to beat Joker,
but
no.
The discrepancy between Ime and David is huge. Huge.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't have much pushback.
So in one fell swoop, in one day, essentially, one trade, lots of moving parts, but one trade, the Houston Rockets just leapfrogged your team.
Yeah. Oh, that sucks.
And you just hired two GMs, kind of, but didn't call them GMs.
You just hired two people that have never been a GM, and you didn't give them the GM title, so you still don't have a GM, and now you have three guys doing the job of one.
Is that a carrot? And some sort of like, oh, I really want to be the GM, but we can't call you the GM, so woo, over here. You got to be quicker than that. Like,
I mean, will they...
Is that how they do it with the dollars over there at KSE, where they're just like, whoop, got to be go. I want some money. Got to be
like
quicker.
That old Geico commercial, the old man with the fishing pole.
Exactly.
And I'm falling over it. And they're staying just laughing at my ass, chasing a dollar bill around Denver the whole time.
He's standing in a river of money.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
I fell for it. I fell for it for a while.
Okay.
Would they still hire a GM? Are we... You know what I mean? Like, I don't believe that.
No.
The position is still open technically.
I
should check on LinkedIn if the posting's still up.
Again, confusing. This whole thing's confusing. Do we have an idea when the press conference is?
No, it wasn't included in the email.
Yeah, they did the email for the press release. ChatGPT wrote, or should have written, but no press because again, some form of explanation besides the use of synergy, besides the use of all these sorts of buzzwords that you know are going to be utilized by the team-friendly media. Well, again, don't pee on our leg and tell us it's raining.
Mm-hmm.
That's what this feels like.
Yeah, it does. It does. Nuggets Nation, what say you? How do you feel about it? 303-713-1043. RamosLaw.com text line. Mike texts in and says, it sounds like Wallace is in charge of players. He will make the player acquisitions. Mike, you're doing a lot of assuming, and you know what they say about assuming, especially when it comes to these Denver Nuggets. Yeah, you can draw to that conclusion, but again, what if Ben Tenzer doesn't like one of the players that John Wallace is trying to talk about? Derek wants you to do a ChatGPT press conference of a press release for the Rockies hiring Bud Black. So we already fired a guy, and now we're going to rehire the guy. And what would the Momfort's press release look at or be? with that. So that might be some fun as well. Again, keep the text coming in, 303-713-1043 on the RamosLaw.com text line. We did see the NBA season come to an end last night. By the way, the Rockies, we're going to jump deep into a conversation with the Rockies, but they dropped 2 out of 3 to the Diamondbacks this weekend. NBA Finals came to an end last night. Cecil, do the Pacers push the Thunder anymore if Halliburton doesn't go down?
Yeah, I mean,
he was hot.
It was, I'm not going to say devastating during that injury, but you just knew it was over. So any sort of intrigue from that game was essentially lost. And it doesn't mean that the Thunder didn't deserve it or whatever. Thunder fans got to stop being so damn sensitive about everything, because you see it on social networking, and people on the flip side of that need to stop with the asterisk talk. If you want to do that about the bubble, because it was just weird.
Yeah.
Unless the Nuggets won, then it would have been totally not an asterisk.
Well, even Kevin sent us the Caruso thing that Caruso said, I got a real one now.
I got a real one now.
I hate that I like that, but it's a good quote from Alex Caruso.
It's a great quote. But like, okay, let's look at this thing properly. They went out there and had a historic regular season. They went out there and got it done in Game 7. Injuries happen, and it doesn't mean that they have an asterisk. It just means that they're going to be a problem. They're going to be around, and they got their scars thanks to the Denver Nuggets, because the Nuggets messed around and opened that window for them. They could have really taught them a lesson by sending that team home in 6 games. And instead, the Nuggets messed around, and Game 5 totally wasn't a must-win, which it totally was. And
dude, if they win that game, we're getting ready for a parade tomorrow.
Yeah.
Literally.
Wow.
Tomorrow.
Ooh. That'd have been nice.
Oh, yeah. That'd have been real nice.
That'd have been a sick call the next day.
Yeah. That'd have been real nice.
Yeah. I know I did the show. I can't remember doing the show, but I did the show, and now I'm going to call in.
Yeah. Weird you were slurring your words in the last hour, and you're suddenly sick here. Yeah. Interesting how that
brown
worked
bottle
out.
flu was real.
Yeah, exactly. Will the parade be as lame as the celebration was? I mean, OKC fans are nuts. We'll keep an eye on that, how lame the parade is tomorrow.
What do Seattle fans do?
Oh, they're pissed. There's like, not at least the
because if you're a Sonics fan, you shouldn't like the Thunder, or you should.
No, there's like a Facebook group that was like Denver Sonic fans or something.
Really?
And I kept seeing it pop up on my Facebook stuff of like how they were rooting hard against the Oklahoma City Thunder. Well, I mean, what would you do? If the Cronkies took the Nuggets and left Denver, I would root for them to fail for the rest of their lives. Like, you can't take my product away from me and then expect me to follow suit.
How many St. Louis Rams fans are fans of LA Rams? Zero,
right.
Zero.
And
they hate
the
Stan
Cronkies.
Kroenke. Yeah.
That's
so,
how
yeah.
I would feel, too.
And they're bringing the Sonics back, though, right? I mean, that's kind of the word anyway.
Yeah, Silver said that the biggest priority this offseason is expansion.
Okay, yeah.
So it'll be Vegas and Seattle.
I mean, you'd probably think, because if KD had won one with OKC back in the trio, right? Then you would still have an attachment to Seattle, because Kevin Durant was drafted by the Supersonics. So I could see that, but again, let us know. Tribe, let us know. If that team moved and you were a fan of the Sonics, would you be a fan of the Thunder, or would you hate them?
I'd hate them.
My mind goes to hate, but that might just be me.
Yeah. I'd hate them forever. I'd want their players to get injured.
Well, you'd have to be like a Seattle resident or something, right?
Yeah.
Because Sonics fans are nuts.
Yeah.
Thunder fans are nuts too, but it's like Browns and Ravens. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Ravens fans are Ravens fans. You weren't a Browns fan.
Right.
You're a Ravens fan.
That's a good way to put it, actually. That's exactly what
I don't know. It's weird. Pop Talk's weird.
All right, we'll get back to it. We're actually going to check in with our buddy Jake Shapiro coming up at 1:15 today. He's all over all things Nuggets at denversports.com, and we'll pick his brain. What?
ChatGPT did the Rockies press release.
Oh, really?
And it's glorious.
So what would it sound like if the Rockies did a press release of hiring Bud Black back to come to the organization? Hear it next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drive's Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you.
Hate to break up the brouhaha.
Next stop, North Glen, June 27th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
So you're the little lady who started this great brouhaha.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi there, I'm Kim Rudell, owner of Wills and Wellness Estate Planning. Halftime of this year is rapidly approaching. Let us help you reassess your current game plan or scrap the old plan and put together a new one to ensure your loved ones are taken care of in case something unexpected happens. We never know what tomorrow might bring in this game of life, but our firm can help provide certainty that your loved ones will be okay. Find us at willsandwellness.com or give us a call at 720-266-8190.
Guys, don't waste time and money with low-quality online TRT that charges you over $100 to start. Visit our TRT experts at Low T Center for a free consultation and a free test. Treatment is personalized for your body, and most major health insurance is accepted. With the freedom to choose if you want an in-center care or at-home treatment, you're in control of your health. Looking to lose weight? Get a free B12 shot when you start prescription treatment. Offer limited. Book now at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
The 35th Annual Shop Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now through Saturday, June 28th. There's no better time and no better cost. We have our best prices of the year on our entire inventory of BMW, Honda, Mini, Subaru, Mazda, Nissan, Ford, and Hyundai vehicles. Whether you are in the market for a new, electric, or used vehicle, we have thousands of cars in stock. The Shop Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now. See all offers at shop.com.
Hey guys, Stokely here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Are you unhappy with your current trash removal and recycling company for your home or business? Do you have a project and need a temporary dumpster? Then call 5280 Waste Solutions. They're located right here in Colorado. So Colorado isn't just where they work, it's a place they call home. 5280 Waste Solutions guarantees your residential or commercial business trash pickup will be swift and on time. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Hi, welcome to IKEA.
This is my college campus.
Correct, but I see you're on IKEA.com ordering some college items.
My daughter's room is pretty bare. We need a lamp, some comfy pillows, her favorite stuffy.
Dad! With pickup options, we've got what you need to conveniently order IKEA. Literally anywhere.
Sweet. More time for gaming.
And studying. Wait, where are you going now?
Have to show the Ultimate Frisbee team how easy it is to order from IKEA. Get IKEA whenever, wherever, however you want. Choose from thousands of pickup locations, affordable delivery options, and more.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Okay, real fast before we get into a press release for the Rockies that ChatGPT wrote. We do have it officially in our email. Ben Tenzer and Jonathan Wallace introductory press conference. Josh Kroenke, Ben Tenzer, and Jonathan Wallace will all be made available to the media tomorrow, June 24th at noon.
Okay.
At Club Level Colorado Social at Ball Arena there. So media will be able to be there. And let's hope there's some hard-hitting questions and just not softballs from little puppy dogs that cover the Denver Nuggets down there. Hopefully Matt Moore's there. That's all I'm rooting for. Matt Moore, please go there so that we get good questions asked.
He had an MF bomb on Twitter last night. I was like, holy cow, Matt.
I'm actually probably going to text him later and be like, can you please go make sure? He's probably going to go because he's
going
good
to be
at what
there.
he does.
Yeah.
That's the guy that's going to ask the real hard-hitting questions and not be afraid of getting his little hand slapped.
If you look up DGAF in the dictionary, there's Matt Moore's picture.
Yeah, exactly right.
He's just going to ask.
You don't work. That's what I don't understand. If they don't sign your paycheck, you can ask them anything you want. Why don't we? I don't understand that, Cecil.
It's the access game. You're afraid you'll lose access. You're afraid that, it's the same thing with the Broncos.
They actually can't do that either.
It's the same thing with the Broncos.
Yeah.
I mean, you could ask for a certain player interview that they would deny. Oh, well, what had happened is he's busy, or they just straight up tell you no.
Then you take
it's the
above
access
their
game.
pay grade. You go to the league and you say, they're trying to take my access away despite no real actions for that.
Yeah. A lot of guys are sold on just getting a badge and go to a game.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate.
Lame.
Like the Colorado Rockies. So it's one of our Texas tribe member.
I can't wait to hear this.
Asked if ChatGPT could write a press release of the Rockies hiring back Bud Black. So I asked ChatGPT. ChatGPT is my friend. So I talk to ChatGPT like it's a real person. Like, how are you today?
Yeah.
Because when the robot overlords take over, I don't want them to kill me.
And
so they'll remember, not that guy.
And if they're friends with you, they're friends with me.
Exactly.
6 degrees of Kevin Bacon.
Exactly.
Boom.
Yeah. Kev
We're
gets
safe.
in. We're safe.
Yep.
Computers love us. AI loves us. So
I don't know about you, but I think computers do a great job. I think AI is outstanding at what they do.
they're all listening right now.
Exactly.
So here's what it says. Absolutely, Cecil. Here's a satirical style fake press release for the Colorado Rockies full of buzzwords, corporate spin, and thinly veiled desperation. Perfect for a historically bad team trying to sell a baffling move as brilliance.
That is awesome.
The things that ChatGPT knows.
How do they know that?
It's outstanding. It's outstanding. You should hear what they think of some people in Denver with microphones.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, ChatGPT knows a lot. Like a lot. So here's the fake press release of Bud Black being rehired by the Colorado Rockies, and a reimagined, forward-thinking role designed to realign the club's long-term trajectory of organized sustainability, cultural recalibration, and values-based leadership execution. While Black was relieved of his managerial duties during a historically challenging stretch, the Rockies believe that his institutional continuity, intrinsic clubhouse familiarity, and proven presence as a stabilizing force make him the ideal candidate to redefine the Rockies' competitive paradigm from within.
So wait, I actually do have a real question.
Yeah.
Since Dick doesn't spend any money on technology, do they even have ChatGPT down there?
He probably would be against it.
Yeah, you would.
Right? He still uses Bing. Listening to music on his Zune. Actually, he does have an iPad, so he's probably got the iPod.
He's got at least
He's got a
iPad,
Nano.
yeah.
He's got a Nano, right? You know what I mean? He's got the little square one. Yeah.
He had one of his scouts while they weren't scouting, doing laundry, or going to the store to pick up some dip. Had him program that iPad so just he can click the button there and it's just all lined up.
Yeah, it's all there for him.
Yeah.
And if there's any new music, then someone else has got to figure it out for him. So yeah. Here's what Bud Black would help the Rockies do, according to ChatGPT. Strategic consultation on vibes. Helping pitchers remember how to pitch up here. Collaborating on organizational resilience initiative. Filling out a lineup card on Throwback Thursdays. And providing invaluable perspective on bullpen mismanagement from a safe distance. We remain committed to change by leaning on what's familiar.
Oh, that is a home run of a line right there.
That's the Nuggets, though. We remain committed to... If Josh Kroenke says this tomorrow, I'll wet myself. We remain committed to change by leaning on what's familiar.
Ooh. That's actually the motto for both of those organizations right now.
Wow.
The Nuggets and the Rockies are living by that motto. And we'll figure out how that works out for them. That's actually pretty good, honestly.
Wow.
Like I said, somebody may need to get that to Dick, and that'll be better than anything that they come up with for a press conference anytime soon.
Wow, if you work in PR.
It's over.
I know.
It's
You're
over.
done. Chad, you just got replaced.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You just got replaced by a robot.
All right. Well, and some of the news today, we're actually going to talk with Patrick Saunders tomorrow on the show. He wrote the article at the Denver Post and denverpost.com about Charlie Monfort, Dick's brother, who is no longer around. It was Dick and Charlie running this thing early on. Charlie fights and battles some demons with alcohol, and it sounds like he's on, right now the good side of the fight, and we always hope that he remains on the good side of the fight, not just for Charlie, but anybody out there that's dealing with and fighting the demon that is addiction. Always rooting for you guys. But Charlie told Patrick Saunders it's time for a new set of eyeballs. And then Dick acknowledged what his brother said, like, yeah, I know how he feels. I know the fans feel that same way, but didn't necessarily go, I agree with him and I feel that same way too.
No.
He just said, yeah, I understand that theory is out there, not just from Charlie, but from, like every Rockies fan in the town.
Yeah, everybody out there. You're never going to escape this if you're Dick Monfort because they're historically bad and embarrassing, and nothing's going to change. Nothing's going to change. You don't need it to change unless you just get tired of not answering those emails, or you get tired of the buzz, the negative buzz around your team. You get tired of being a laughingstock. I mean, you're an owner in Major League Baseball. You don't want to be embarrassing to your sport. And that's what a lot of people, I know June's been different for the Rockies, but that's what a lot of people on this historically bad run have been saying about the team is they're bad for baseball. And you don't want that. Even if you're Dick Monfort and you just want to make a bunch of money and leave him alone or whatever, sent from Dick's iPad, that's not what you're in this for. So how do you change that? It takes something like internal pressure to do that. The external pressure isn't working. And no one's going to, don't go protest the ballpark. Don't go, nobody's going to do that.
They had 30,000 every game this weekend except Sunday when they had 28.5. And they're playing the Diamondbacks. I heard Evans saying it this morning. Their attendance at this mark on June, 23rd, is the same mark, 15th in the MLB, that it was on June 23rd of 2024.
Wow.
So literally not one thing has changed except for they're even more embarrassing as a team.
Okay, so external pressure does not work.
No.
It's only internal pressure, and even then it's an opener prayer. That's it.
I mean, we're talking about in that kind of pressure being like from 30,000 to 8,000 a night or day, whatever you go to the game. Dude, I'm telling you, I don't think you could lose 130 games like they were on path to do. And I still think through the months of June and July, 30,000 people at a time are going to go to the ballpark. And it's because I saw it with some of my friends who have young children, like little kids. Hey, so-and-so's first baseball game. And that kid doesn't give a damn what's going on the field. They're at the ballpark and hanging out with mom and dad. And I understand that. That's why I've always said I'll be a part of the problem. My little nephew's playing T-ball for the first time. Dude, if that kid asked me if he could go to a baseball game, I'm buying tickets right then on the spot.
And you're excited to do it.
And I'm fired up to take him to the game.
Yeah.
That's just never going to change.
Yeah.
It's never going to change.
And the little kids love Dinger.
That take is tired and lazy.
Yeah.
We got to write new stuff in June, guys.
Yeah, it's not going to help. It's not going to work. Nobody's going to do it anyway. So how could you possibly provoke change? It's internal pressure. And it's from Charlie, Dick's son.
Walker.
I look forward to one day perhaps Walker doing things differently.
Mm-hmm.
And just getting this team on track where they can give us some entertaining baseball and not be embarrassing and still fill the ballpark.
Right.
Fill it even more.
Dude, and again, we'd all love a playoff run or a World Series title at once. Hell, maybe they even win their division at some point in our lifetime. But nobody's here asking them to, nobody's expecting what the Dodgers do year in and year out.
Right.
Nobody's expecting you to spend millions and millions. All we want is a little competition. You know what I'd like to start with? Not being the laughing stock of the entire baseball world. There's a good start, Dick. Let's get there.
Ooh, I just thought of something that's a large conversation. We're going to have to save it for maybe even tomorrow. do the Broncos and their presence in this city change the way ownership looks at other franchises? Because they have that.
Yeah.
Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, they have the multiple Super Bowl champions.
Yep.
That they are that team. And if you're the other teams, you're like, well, you're motivated differently. So let's put a pin in that.
I'm writing that down. That's good.
Tribe, if you want to get in early and maybe give us some more ideas. Maybe I should ask ChatGPT.
Yeah, you should.
But either way, like that changes things because we're not asking them to be World Series champions.
Cricky texts in, are you sure it's not Dick's other son, Texas Ranger? Cricky, that's good.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah, we'll put a pin in that and then revisit that conversation a little bit more tomorrow. Let's take a time out, come back, and have a conversation about a few things in the football world, some fantasy talk coming up. But before we do that, a Denver team did actually hire away somebody from Golden State and what the Warriors have done. The team's going to surprise you. We'll tell you who it is next.
Head to Facebook.com/Denver Sports 1043 The Fan to watch Orange and Blue Today, The Rundown, and Denver Sports Daily on demand. Take your favorite shows with you anytime, anywhere. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck. And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, it's Mike Evans, and if you missed the filing deadline again, or maybe you haven't filed in a while, the consequences can be substantial, and the penalties, huge. After 5 months, you'll owe late filing penalties of 25%, not to mention interest. The recent IRS tactics include prosecuting more non-filers, sometimes even criminally. Don't gamble with the IRS, it's just not worth it. You can avoid the stress and worry of not filing your taxes simply by calling the people I trust, and that's Advanced Tax Solutions. I've personally talked with clients who've been helped by Todd Whalen. They can get your taxes filed and provide a number of solutions to get you off the IRS's radar. You will feel relief and peace of mind as soon as you talk with the experts. So call the professionals I trust at Advanced Tax Solutions. 303-753-6040 or visit advancedtaxsolutions.com.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
If you're ready to make fitness fit your schedule, don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
There's a jam here. It blows his mind. It's a good song, Cecil. You don't like it?
No, it's good.
Okay.
It's good.
Is it like pop? What is this? What genre is this be?
It's pop, right?
Poppy, yeah.
Any time of weather.
Yeah,
It's
good.
like that.
All right. We mentioned that somebody in Denver, one of the local teams, poached someone from the Golden State Warriors.
It's weird. Cop Talk's weird.
Yeah, right? Crap, now I got to find it. Well,
Do you even know what movie that's from?
They cop, no.
I just know this guy.
Whenever I say Cop Talk's weird, and by the way, shout out Carlos. I had lunch with Carlos yesterday. He's like, I love when you guys do the movie quotes.
Oh, what up, Carlos?
When I say Cop Talk's weird, it's from Bridesmaids.
Oh, yeah.
From, is it John Hamm, right? Her boyfriend that's like, how about a little lap nap? That guy?
Dude, I slept on Bridesmaids forever.
What?
I was like, I thought it was like it's a
Like a
movie.
chick
It's
flick or whatever?
right? Like, I'm like, it's not for me. That's all good. And then everybody's like, dude, it's hilarious.
Yes.
And I've seen it a few times now, and it is absolutely hilarious. Shame on me for sleeping on it.
Shame on you.
But yeah, one Denver team actually went and got somebody from the Golden State Warriors. And on the day that we're talking about the Nuggets hiring player personnel, not a general manager, but hired a couple of people, made it official with Ben Tenzer. It's actually the Denver Broncos that have hired somebody from the Golden State Warriors. Adam Schefter has the tweet that the Broncos have hired Daniel, I should have practiced this before we were on the air, Bruzzelowski as Chief Technology Officer. He comes from Golden State, where he served as the Vice President of Technology. So, as the theme of the day here has been, well, the Cronkies went cheap again. Here are the Denver Broncos sparing no expense to bring in somebody to be the Chief Technology Officer.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that means.
I don't know
like
what it means, but I know that they're on the cutting edge of all this sort of stuff. Now, football can't be completely corralled by analytics, but it's interesting with data, what you can find, what you could look at, the fact that you can track everything now, like miles per hour for a play. That information's free now, essentially. So teams can track and see, like in a game, Marvin Mims runs 22 miles an hour in the first quarter, but in the fourth quarter, he runs 23 miles an hour. Like, you know this. You know this, man. So, Chief Technology Officer?
Chief Technology Officer.
CTO of the Denver Broncos.
Which, by the way, Google says a Chief Technology Officer is a senior executive who leads and manages the company's technology strategy development and implementation. Implementation. Easy for me to say. So he's just a smart guy that comes up with strategy about how to use technology the right way.
Do you have any of your friends that when you ask them what they do and it's something like, I'm a chief technology, and you have no idea? My buddy Chad's like that. Shout out Chad, who's like, oh, yeah, I got this plan. I saved my company like $3 million last year. I was like, what? I mean, I've seen your house. It's glorious.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what you do, but can I do something that doesn't make sense and make $1 zillion like you?
Now, I shouldn't admit this on the radio, but I'm in the trust tree, right?
Yes.
The tribe trust
Right,
tree.
right.
We're all here together, and there's no judgments while we're in the trust tree. Ask me what Kelsey does for a living. Go ahead.
What does Kelsey do for a living?
I have no idea.
You live with her.
I know she works at Lumen Technology.
Okay.
I know she manages a team and helps design, create, and maintain apps and websites for Lumen Technology. Outside of that, dude, I've got no clue what she does.
Are you reading off of her LinkedIn profile? Like, that sounded like some sort of profile talk. Leading a team of design for the future of technology.
Dude,
I want a job that when you describe it, because then people they'll never ask you a second question.
Yeah.
What do you do for work? I lead a team in chief technology. I mean, yeah, okay. What do you do? Cop talks weird.
She'll come and be like, yeah, I was trying to teach these guys about Jira or whatever she says, and like they have no idea that the interface on Jira is different than the and I'm like, hey, babe, you want me to tell you about Dario Saric opting in? That's all I got. I don't know what you want from me here. So I know I should know exactly what she does.
You should, yes.
But I do not. I don't know if that makes me a bad boyfriend or not. But
Nah.
I do other things.
But you listen, though, right?
Yeah.
I can't believe that.
Yeah.
She said what?
Yeah. A lot of it is like, whoa, that's crazy. And then she's like, you weren't even listening. And I'm like, oh, Jira or whatever. Yeah.
It's like speaking Mandarin.
I know she feels the same way about me talking about Dario Saric opting in or opting out.
She's like, why do you care so much? Because Dario Saric can't play.
Man, I hope I'm not the only one. And thank goodness she's at cheerleading camp this week. And I'm not going to get yelled at when I get home.
Well, Tribe, let us know. Let us know. What is your job title that makes no sense to your friends?
We need to come up with our own that we don't know for each other.
Yeah. It's like in Half Baked when Dave Chappelle's like, janitor, custodian.
What does he say? A master of the custodial arts.
Yes.
That's what he says.
Master of the custodial arts.
How would we say that, though? Like,
we talk into a microphone about sports.
Yeah, but that actually sounds cool.
But how do we make it sound like elevated?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
I don't know that you can. We're kind of what do you always say it? We're in the sandbox or something?
Oh, yeah, we're playing in the sandbox.
We're playing in the sandbox.
Yeah, the toy aisle. We're in the toy aisle.
Yeah. And you're 100% right. Like that.
So we shouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth?
Probably not.
Okay. Do you know what that means, Kev?
No.
So you can tell the health of a horse and the age by looking at their teeth.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and you can tell if they suck wind because their teeth will be angled a certain way.
Okay.
So when you say don't look a gift horse in the mouth, somebody gives you a horse, you just say thanks. You don't oh, this horse is old.
Oh, let me inspect that.
This horse has been. They'll go to a wood fence post and they'll suck on it suck wind.
Huh?
It's like
why?
And they'll chew on it. It's like why people chew their fingernails. Horses do that.
Huh?
And then their teeth will. Cop talks weird. Their teeth will be weird. I'm saying that too much, but anyway.
Well, I thought people chew their fingernails because they're either on drugs or really anxious.
Nervous, yeah. Horses can get nervous.
I guess that's true.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe they're on drugs. You never know, right?
So let us know the job titles that you have no idea. So this dude that we can't pronounce his name that's working for the Broncos,
Yeah,
right?
he's working for the
Let's get back to the story. One, it's the Broncos being the Broncos, right? Like
They
this
spare
is just
no
what they do.
expense. Yep.
This is what they do. What can you do to help us? How much does it cost? It doesn't even matter. They don't even ask how much does it cost.
No. If you can help, you can help.
Greg, I can help. Give me money, Greg. Money me.
Yeah, please, Greg. I can help too.
It's like when Charlie Spum's reading the speech. It's like, money me. Give me money now. Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Yeah, I see. I know that one.
Okay,
I know
okay,
that one.
okay.
Oh, wow. This is actually pretty cool. Noah from Brighton. My job title is a lake tender. Let the questions begin. Noah in Brighton. Lake Tinder. Tender.
Okay. Because I thought you said Lake Tinder. I was like, that's another app.
Yeah, right.
That's a different one.
That's when you're trying to do sex and you're on vacation at a lake. I don't know. Did anybody know what a lake tender would be?
Lake Tinder? You tend to the lake.
Yeah, you just
Kev's Googling it.
take care
Kev,
of the
you're
lake?
cheating. You're cheating right now, Kev. You're Googling it. A lake tender, you tend to the lake, right?
Do you take care of the lake? You clean the lake?
Yes,
that's what I'm guessing.
You're environmentally focused on the job of making sure the lake health of the water and the environment and the wildlife around the lake. Yes, you're a lake tender.
Yeah. I think you actually nailed that right
I'm
there.
pretty sure that's it.
Somebody calling themselves the Water Boy said our job title is Athletics Mass Communication Representative.
Whoa.
That sounds pretty cool. Sounds better than, hey, I talk about sports on the radio.
Is that what we are? Mass communication representative?
Yeah, that's exactly what we are. Sports talk equals analyst of sports futures and sports history. That sounds pretty cool, too.
Okay, we're like historians.
Mike up in Estes. We are historians of sports, which doesn't really get you anything in life, but we're here.
I just want to be a scientist so someone can say, thank you, scientist.
Yeah. I know you're not a janitor, but can you mop this crap up for me real quick? All right, well, the Broncos got themselves a new director of technology, so watch out, rest of the NFL. I want to get back to Marvin Mims and actually talk a little bit more about these Broncos. His big play ability. What does that exactly mean, and how many of said big plays should we expect every single week when the football season starts? That conversation's coming at you next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president, owner, and founder of Mountain High Appliance. We're celebrating summer with a huge 4th of July clearance sale at all of our Mountain High locations, including our Denver Clearance Center. We're making room for the new with amazing discounts on display models, closeouts, and scratch and dent appliances from brands like GE, LG, Bosch, and more. Special financing options and our price match guarantee make your shopping easy. Stop by and experience the difference.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 1043, The Fan.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Are you due for a day on the links? Grab your clubs and let's go. What's up, guys? It's Zach here, and Aurora Golf has you covered. Their 5 courses have everything for the beginning players to the scratch golfer. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com. That's golfaurora.com.
The 4th of July sale at Furniture Row is on now, and the savings are explosive. Shop and explore the largest selection of sofas and sectionals, dining groups and bar stools, bedroom sets, kids' beds, and mattresses, all at the lowest prices guaranteed. And best of all, the more you buy, the more you save. Save $100 on every $1,000 you spend. Score doorbusters before they're gone. Or get 60 months, no interest. The 4th of July sale, on now at Furniture Row.
If you want your lawn and plants to be healthy through the summer months, it's Iron Rich. From the folks who make all the great Colorado-made Rich Lawn products you've known for years, Iron Rich is high in iron and sulfur and will keep your plants green and healthy without forcing a lot of growth and causing stress on them. The Iron Rich formula helps combat yellowing leaves on trees, common this time of year, especially after all that recent rain. Take it easy on your plants and yourself and pick up a bag of Iron Rich today. Visit richlawn.com for more information.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
I like people who are trying to tell us like what our job titles are now.
Okay.
It's a lot of fun, right? With try to make our jobs sound a little smarter than they actually are. Noah from Brighton got this party started because he's a lake tender and we wanted to know. He's managing the water flows into and out of the lake, and not a dating app for lakes to make more baby lakes. Nice response,
Okay.
Noah.
Yeah,
that
good
was
job.
great work. That's actually got to sound. That sounds like a pretty badass job.
Yeah.
What do you do in the winter?
I control the water.
Yeah.
Whoa.
And you're just outside at a lake all day?
Sign me up.
I always said if the radio thing failed, which is still a possibility.
Possibly us.
Yeah, exactly. This thing it's always up in the air, really.
Possibly you.
I just wanted to be a park ranger. Because, dude, all you do is wear cargo shorts and ride around in a Jeep, and then you just go tell people, hey, put that fire out. All right, see you later. I just did my whole job. If this thing fails, I shouldn't say when. If this thing fails, I'm going to be a park ranger, and I'd invite you to join me. So whatever we do now for the rest of our lives, we have to do it together.
Okay. I like that. All right. Forever connected.
That's exactly right. All right, let's talk a little Marvin Mims, Cease, and what we expect out of him. What you expect out of Marvin Mims in year, now number 3, but really the second year of him being a huge piece of what the Denver Broncos want to do. Some of this conversation is based off what we were told last week with Mike Kliss, our Broncos insider from 9 News. He joins us every week on Thursdays, and he said, hey, it's not really about the end of the season statistics that Marvin has or the numbers that he may put up. It's about game by game and him making, his words, a big play a game via a pass as a wide receiver, heck, an end around as a runner, or a special teams player as a returner. Can you make one of those a game? You said, actually, let's bring that up to 3. And then I really like what you said. Let's define what that means. So 3 big plays of 15 yards or more. And I think that's fair when you say that. I don't know why the number 25 is in my head, like 25 yards or more, as a huge explosive play. Maybe we meet in the middle and call it 20. Can he give you multiple, because you also said one's not enough, can he give you multiple 20-yard plays? We're talking 17 times in an NFL season.
Yeah, and that's also as a returner. So I think the answer is yes. In fact, during the regular season, we should keep track of that.
Okay.
We should keep track of the Marvin Mims big play meter because it's going to be there. I mean, he's going to take off the top as a receiver. He's going to also run clear out routes behind Evan Ingram on some sort of drag route. A simple thing that can turn into a big play at any time. And Mims in speed and space. As you're an offense and you're attacking a defense and their weakness in the secondary, Marvin Mims is going to make you weak. Very few in the league can keep up with Mims and his speed. So all you need is a little deception, either in his route or the play design being Evan Ingram running a clear out, and the defensive attention safety goes with him. It's Marvin one-on-one against some third corner.
Mm-hmm.
That's game over. That's absolute game over, and it's a win for the Denver Broncos. So if we just meet in the middle and we say it's 20 yards for an explosive play from Marvin Mims, give me a double it up, triple it up.
Yeah.
I think you can do a couple 3 a game.
And it's weird to feel this way because I always said, hey, you kick off, go take a pee and fill up your cup. I don't know you can do that anymore. The league wants kick return.
Yeah.
The Broncos are in a position, and heck, we can even add a layer to this. The Broncos are in a position to have Jaleel McLaughlin and Marvin Mims standing back there as your kick returners. Pick your poison. Who you want to kick to? Now, I'd probably kick it to Jaleel because I know that Marvin can do it and see if Jaleel can. But again, we're talking about speed and space.
Yeah.
With more blockers out in front, can Jaleel make that one guy miss and then it's wide open? Now I feel more comfortable with Marvin picking that right lane as opposed to Jaleel having to make the first guy miss and then move. But, dude, we could be talking about 600-700 yards in the return game this year for Marvin Mims. He was 6-something last year. Now you add to the dynamic kickoff, that number is going to start with a 7 and maybe even an 8.
Yeah, and it's another way when we look at the Denver Broncos and I say 13 wins and people say it's crazy, I go, well, where's the weakness? Provided that everybody's healthy, of course. Bo Lowry out there getting it done.
Yeah.
But offensively, they're explosive. They can run the ball. Defensively, they can suffocate you. They can rush the passer. They have back-end help. Special teams-wise, as long as Crawshaw doesn't wet the bed, that rookie punter can help out this team as well. But then add the weapon that Marvin Mims is. As a return man, Bo Nix might not throw for 4,000 yards passing because he's starting at the 50 all time, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's the weapon that Mims can bring to the field. So 20 yards in a game? Yes. Yes, it's more than that. Marvin can do more. He's going to want to do more. And if you're Sean Payton, don't deny the angry little fella because that's what you were kind of doing. There was no role for Marvin Mims offensively last year until he forced it. He changed Sean Payton's mind. Think about that.
Yeah.
Marvin Mims changed Sean Payton's plan. The vision, he always talks about his vision. Drives George crazy every time. George, have you heard about my latest vision, George? It's great.
Yeah.
But no. I know you heard the one, George, but my new vision, it's awesome. And wait till you see what Marvin does.
Yeah.
Just wears him out, right? So the vision that he had for Marvin Mims was changed by Marvin Mims. So none of us should be saying that we've got that guy figured out.
And by
There's
the way,
more there.
To that point of who Marvin is, ESPN had a story over the weekend about luxury players, the best luxury players in the NFL.
I like that, yeah.
A lot of these guys are linemen, right? Like offensive linemen, they don't get credit. Sorry, Stink. You're really good, but you probably don't even get the credit you deserve at that position. But Marvin Mims was on the list as a luxury player in the NFL because he's a wide receiver that's a threat. And he's a huge, you've said it before, he's an all-pro special teamer, Pro Bowl special teamer. So he's that luxury player because he brings a dynamic piece to the team at two different positions.
Okay, I like that. Luxury player. Marvin Mims living in the life of luxury.
How many luxury players would the Broncos have? This just popped into my head. Like, Marvin's that. Hell, if the offensive line is the best in the league, those are 5 luxury players we're talking about.
Exactly.
So you're already at 6 there.
You'd almost say JK's one.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Because if RJ's the man, then JK's, that's like a luxury to have a proven veteran runner like that.
It's
Jahdae Barron is a luxury player.
Yeah.
I mean, it's their third corner. He could start for every team in the league.
This is third corner that some people say was the best in the whole draft, and they got him at 20.
Yeah.
That's 8 players we just came up with off the top of our head. I bet there's more than that.
Oh, yeah.
Will Lutz.
All those pass rushers.
Yeah.
Andrea Tillman's a luxury player.
Luxury, yeah. Drew Sanders might turn into a luxury player depending on what happens at ILB. We're at double digits right now.
Are we living in the lap of luxury? Lap of luxury or life of luxury? What is it?
I think it's life.
Is it life? I thought it was lap.
I don't know. That doesn't make sense to me.
A little lap nap?
Man, think about that. We just listed 10 luxury players on the Denver Broncos. This roster had Case Keenum on it a few years ago.
Yeah, homeboy from Fox Sports is like, Bo Nix is boring. Oh, my God. Terrible. Terrible.
Yeah, not a good look.
But
for
awesome
you.
with Marvin Mims out there and awesome with the big plays that are going to come from that young man. As he's looking to get paid, right? That's a Pro Bowl, multi-year Pro Bowl returner. He's going to get paid.
Yeah.
And I go back and I look at it because I'm the old head here. But I go back, and it was a little before my time, just full disclosure. But, like, Rick Upchurch. Rick Upchurch was a fantastic return man. He really – and I think his career high was like 900 yards and like 80-something. But that was 6 years in.
Yeah.
I think Mims, one, he can get there. He can be a 1,000-yard receiver and a Pro Bowl return man. Don't tell Marvin Mims he can't do something because he's going to prove you wrong.
And that's exactly what you want out of a guy like Marvin Mims. So he is a luxury player. How much will Bo cash in on that luxury? Well, that's what we're going to find out. It is a crowded wide receiver room, but those are good problems to have. Rich people problems is what we like to call them. It's the opposite of the problems that the Denver Nuggets have, and we're going to get back into a Denver Nuggets conversation. They made a front office hire today and then made the promotion official for Ben Tenzer, but we still don't know who the actual general manager is. And does this move make them any closer to a title contender than they were yesterday? Let's ask Jake Shapiro those same exact questions coming up next.
Should the Broncos play some hardball with one of their stars on defense?
I think I've made my decision. I know I've made my decision.
You've made a decision.
I'm not paying Zach Allen this year. Sorry, Zach. You're under contract. This is the way it goes. I look at you so much tied to Vance Joseph that I got to see how he plays out.
Okay.
And whether or not Vance is a part of our future.
Can I change your mind?
You can try.
Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Fellas, what's going on? Josh over here to talk to you about my squad over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Coming off a weekend, how was it for you? You celebrate date night, anniversary, or just being with the one that you love? Well, if you are and if you were doing those things, you want those nights to end a certain way. And yeah, grow up a little bit. I am talking about sex. ED is a terrible condition. It can cause stress in relationships, anxiety, bring on hardships on the man and the partner. Yet many men suffer for years without seeking treatment. What are you doing? It's not just going to go away. Promise you that. You need to have a conversation with a Colorado licensed medical provider. Where do you do that? Well, you do it at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, or you call this number. You ready? Grab a pen real quick. 720-440-7900. 5 locations: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. ED is not going to go away. The only thing that's going to go away is your partner if you can't have sex in the relationship. So set up your first appointment, get your blood drawn. They'll tell you what your T and PSA levels are. Better yet, they're going to give you a test dose if medically advised. And if that test dose doesn't work, guess what they don't want? Your money. This is about men's health and getting you back in the bedroom for a sex life. Their treatments have 90% success rates. So stop waiting and coming up with bad excuses. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com today.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
You're ready to make fitness fit your schedule. Don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
The 35th Annual Shop Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now through Saturday, June 28th. There's no better time and no better cost. We have our best prices of the year on our entire inventory of BMW, Honda, Mini, Subaru, Mazda, Nissan, Ford, and Hyundai vehicles. Whether you are in the market for a new, electric, or used vehicle, we have thousands of cars in stock. The Shop Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now. See all offers at shop.com.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream. A sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your favorite grocer. If you can't find it, be sure to ask for it.
Hey guys, boy Stink here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. You want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man.
No, wait, my phone, come back! It's got my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life, come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Were you uninvited to game night? Do you play board games with the ferocious intensity of an iron-fisted oligarch? Have friends left game night asking, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can help anyone sleep. Sleeping hot this summer? Try a Tempur-Pedic with advanced cooling at Mattress Firm's July 4th sale. Save $500 on Tempur-Breeze and get a $300 instant gift. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, let's hit the hotline and bring in our buddy Jake Shapiro of DenverSports.com, of Mile High Hoops fame, the podcast at DenverSports.com. Shap will have a press conference tomorrow. We know the news. Ben Tenzer is officially a part of the future plans for the Denver Nuggets, and Jonathan Wallace will now be introduced as the EVP of player personnel. EVP of basketball operations is the official title for Ben Tenzer. So help me out, Shap. Who's the GM, or is this a shared job moving forward?
It seems to me like this is a shared job with Josh Kroenke having final say, and it's something that he hinted at, guys, more than a month ago, when he said the search will include internal and external voices, as well as the fact that he said he felt he needed to be more involved moving forward. So this structure is something that the Nuggets actually had in place from about 2006 to 2010 with co-VPs, and it seems that that is what they're doing again.
Yeah, they're doing it again, Jake, but we also have to look back and reflect on, what was it, Kmart, AI, Chauncey back. It was a different cap era now. Now with the second apron, I know they're doing it again, and they made some big moves. They can't really do that this year, right? We're talking like a year away from any sort of moves either one of the GMs could do.
Yeah, I mean, they could trade Jamal Murray. Like, they can do these things. It's not against the rules, but they have no salary cap space. In fact, they're over the salary cap. They're well into the luxury tax and burgeoning right up against the second apron, which is a de facto, hard cap, basically, is what a lot of people are calling it. So the options for this new GM, who has 2 days here before the NBA draft, are to, buy into the NBA draft, which they can do in the second round. You can buy a second-round pick. It's to hit the veteran free agent market with minimum contracts. It's to maybe hit on an undrafted free agent. And then it's, of course, that mid-level exception, which can play as well as Bruce Brown or can play as horrible as Dario Saric, who just picked up his option and will be back again next year unless someone buys him out.
What are the options there, since you brought it up? I mean, if someone buys him out, is that an option for the Nuggets to buy him out? Then what, it still hits the salary cap or the dead cap? How would that work with Dario?
Yeah, my understanding is that the Nuggets can buy him out, but it doesn't really behoove them much because that number still sits on their books. They can stretch it over 2 seasons, and because it's only $5.5 million, that might make sense just to put, basically a minimum contract on the books for 2 seasons instead of actually adding Dario. They need the roster spot, guys. Like, they only have lost, Russell Westbrook, who has declined his option, DeAndre Jordan, and Vlatko Čančar. They need more than 3 swings at it to reshape this bench. So, given the Nuggets' assets and what it cost them to move Reggie Jackson last year, who had the exact same deal, 3 second-round picks, the Nuggets don't have any second-round picks to trade, and I doubt they're going to want to attach a first-round pick to a salary dump in Dario Saric for another team to cut him. And you look around the league, guys, and there's not many teams with cap space to begin with anyway. Mm-hmm. So I think it's going to end up being a situation where the Nuggets might have to bite this bullet.
If you are another GM in the NBA, you want to do a deal with the Nuggets, who do you call?
The 1043 the fan hotline.
Isn't there some confusion? Confusing is the word I've used for this move. Not that we're not excited and we're not looking forward to the future, but like, isn't this a confusing move because you don't know who really makes the call? You're not calling Josh. I mean, I don't think you would be, right?
So, I mean, I posted the article earlier today, obviously, on our site and on Facebook and our Twitter and our great audience. So many people have said the exact same thing. It's not for a lack of creativity. They're like, so who's the GM? And the answer is it's both of them or none of them. I don't know how to answer that question to our great audience. But, when you're calling the Denver Nuggets, my understanding is that Ben Tenzer is going to probably be in charge of a lot of the numbers. And Wallace is going to be probably in charge of a lot of relationships and player-driven things. Now, Tenzer has some great relationships throughout the course of the league, and most people don't realize that when these front offices are working correctly, they're supposed to be a ship with a captain and a co-captain, and they're all moving in the same direction, and they're not hitting icebergs, right? Like, that's how it's supposed to work. I just find it fascinating. They went from a situation where the GM was acting in his own volition, doing things against the organization's goodwill, and was getting in fights with the head coach, and there was no cohesion, and that was the problem, to them purposely setting themselves up in a course where there could lead to conflict. Now, there are a lot of people in this world who have less egos than the ones I've seen in professional sports, but this is professional sports, guys. A lot of people have egos and they want to take credit for the thing, and they want to say, I was the one who had the idea to sign player A, and he wanted us to sign player B. I'm not sure that that's going to be the situation, and you have to keep in mind these two guys did work together in the Nuggets front office before, just a couple of years ago, and Ben is a pretty amicable guy. I know Ben a little bit better than I know Wallace. So I doubt that this is going to be a situation where it ends poorly, but it does put Josh Kroenke in a situation where he has a bigger voice. Some people would say that's good based off what just happened in Denver and how he needed to have a bigger voice. Some would say that's bad, remembering what happened in the late 2010s and, early 2010s when he had a bigger voice. And guess what? That was the exact same situation. They had two co-VPs running the team, but I would posit this right back. Carmelo's best years happened when, Rex Chapman was the executive in charge and he was a co-VP.
I said this earlier, Jake, like, I'm not even, trying to be sarcastic or a smart butt, but I like the idea that you can rise to the top, and that's what Ben has done. I like the idea of, hey, we lost an employee, we really like the employee, we're going to go back and get him. But I can like those same things, but also feel this way, that Josh Kroenke once again took the easiest and cheapest route to what he thinks will be successful, and we're all supposed to blindly follow him. I have a very hard time blindly following him.
Yeah, if it was not the cheapest option, it was among the cheapest options. And, this is the thing. This is their team. This is their toy. If you're a fan of their team, you just have to blindly follow it. There's not anything you can really do as a fan. And that's how you end up in a situation where Dick and Charlie Mofford are deciding between bringing Bud Black back and not, Like, the thing is, Josh is a little smarter than that, thankfully, for Nuggets fans. So, yeah, man, there's not much you can do to say, you might be displeased with this. There's a lot of people out there that have rightfully made the claim that I don't know if you want to trust a first-time coach or a first-time GM with the rest of Jokic's prime. I would argue back with the first-time coach thing. I think David Adelman proved, given the Nuggets playoff run, that he is a worthy candidate for that job, and he probably deserves to have that job moving forward. As far as the GM situation, well, one of the problems with the Nuggets the last couple of years is they've been extremely insular as an organization, and they needed someone that can reach across the aisle, so to speak, and have more, relationships with people. Ben's only worked for the Nuggets, and Ben's worked for the Nuggets for a long time. It's not going to be Ben. Now, Wallace is a former Final Four point guard. Wallace is best friends with, Jeff Green. He, if you check his Instagram, the last post he's got, he's in the White House. Wow. This guy seems to be pretty well connected, and he was obviously, working for Tim, and Tim is one of the most well-connected people I've been around. So there is a chance here that Wallace can become that guy who can, curry some of these deals. But it's not like he has the same cachet as, a Bob Myers right away. But again, why would Bob Myers take this job? Sure, you could, usher the second half of Nicole Jokic's prime and, stamp yourself as an amazing executive. They don't have any draft picks, guys. They don't have any salary cap space. They don't have a clear guy that they can trade. They don't have a young star that's rising like Jalen Green who, can get you a Kevin Durant back. There's not that many moves to make. It's rearranging the chairs on the ship, and we're hoping it's not the Titanic at this point.
Yeah, Jake, super, super quick, and I hate to do this to you with time winding down, but the KD deal, how involved were the Nuggets in that, and your overall thoughts now with him going to Houston?
Yeah, that makes the Rockets a very good team. Their biggest problem is they need a finisher at the end of the game. They gave up almost nothing for that. The Suns are an absolute mess right now. So the Rockets and the Thunder are the two big threats for the Nuggets moving forward. From the Nuggets' perspective, they were very involved in trying to get Paul George, is what they said last year. Obviously, it's good they didn't get him. So I would guess that they went out and they had some conversations about what would it take, and ultimately their best offer, which was probably something in the ballpark of Michael Porter Jr., plus Zeke Naji, plus Dario Saric, plus the first-round pick, plus the second-round pick that would have been able to be traded on draft night on Wednesday, that offer falls well short of what the Rockets could have given. And maybe you could godfather and put Christian Brown and Peyton Watson in there. It's still not Jalen Green. It's still not the 10th pick in the draft.
Yep.
So I think the Suns got a much better deal from the Rockets than the one they could have gotten from the Nuggets, but the Suns still probably could have gotten a way better deal from somewhere else in the league. But this is what happens when the stars are in the league, guys. They were backed up against the corner. KD had all the power in that move.
Jake Shapiro with us on the hotline. Jake, I imagine you'll be down at Ball Arena tomorrow taking it all in and writing about it at denversports.com, and we'll be reading it once you do.
New Mile High Hoops podcast in about a half hour, fellas.
All right, boom, right there at denversports.com. Thank you, Jake. Keep up the good work.
Thanks, guys.
We will check out the podcast, Mile High Hoops at denversports.com and our YouTube. And then, like I said, press conference tomorrow. Jake and Yellow will be well represented, boots on the ground. So make sure you're following our Twitters and their socials as well for all things Denver Nuggets tomorrow at noon when they have the press conference. And then, of course, we'll react to it live right here on the radio. All right, let's react to a few things that Jake said about the Nuggets. I do want to revisit a conversation about Bo getting some dang respect on his name. We're going to do both coming up next.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, denversports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Comcast. Well, spring has sprung, and you know what that means. It's officially moving season. A time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving is make sure the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up. Then, boom, you'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time it takes to parallel park a moving truck. Then, you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi and the best in-class equipment from Xfinity. So you can just kick back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while someone else deals with all those boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you'll have to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make it right, make it easy, and move with Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on Open Signal Awards, USA, Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Ring that bell. Dan Jacobs for Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040. You know, my lovely wife Kimberly loves helping our clients so much, she installed an old boxing bell at the 303 Law 4040 office. We ring it every time we get good news, and clients love ringing that bell when they come in to get their settlement checks. And it's been ringing a lot lately. Our college freshman client rang that bell when she came in to get her check after we got her $125,000. She's going to use that money to pay for school and buy a house. Our bride-to-be rang that bell when she picked up her check. She's going to use it for her dream wedding in Mexico. And the whole family we helped after they were hit coming home from the lake rang it when we got them a settlement they weren't expecting. And we rang it when we found out we got a lady who was the victim of a hit and run, $75,000. She cried tears of gratitude. Most of our clients aren't looking to get rich, but we help them get feeling better and to get money for what the other drivers put them through. So save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303-LAW-4040, 303-LAW-4040.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
I am down 50 pounds in 11 weeks, and this program works. The pounds melt off. It's amazing.
Get in the best shape of your life with Soda Weight Loss.
Just 3 weeks in, and pounds are dropping off very quickly. I am down 26 pounds in 3 weeks.
Your summer body starts right here because Soda's summer savings are on.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight without drugs, without hunger, and the weight stays off.
I tried other things, came to soda, just amazing.
I started on soda 8 months ago, and I have released 80 pounds now.
Summer savings, stunning results, only at Soda Weight Loss. Get started now at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
The Tree Farm's Array of Trees sale. Now through July 15th. See sale items at thetreefarm.com. Save 25 to 45% on thousands of 3 to 8-year-old shade and flowering trees. Choose from honey locust, linden, maple, oak, flowering crabapple, serviceberry, willow, and more. And save big on thousands of shrubs and perennials. The Array of Trees sale. Now through July 15th.
I-25 to exit 235. Then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Microphone checker, swinging sword lecture, closing down the sector, supreme neck protector. Better want him, kid, Mr. Mepsa. Ballin' pop, about to blow his lid from the pressure. Too hot for TV, for cheesy. Too many wanna be hard, be easy. It's all in together, going all out together.
All right, good stuff from Jake Shapiro, our Nuggets insider. He's going to have a little Mile High Hoops action for you coming up on our YouTube in about a half hour, as he said.
Got Dover on Denver coming up today on YouTube as well. You're watching us live on YouTube right now. Hi, YouTube. What's up?
I'm also going to dive deep into the Nuggets conversation, 3 o'clock on our YouTube channel. Appreciate everybody hanging out there and liking, subscribing, commenting, all that good stuff. We try to circle back and chat with y'all on the comment section. But he talked about, and look, he kind of reiterated what we know. The Nuggets can't do a lot, man. They're in a really, really tough position. So Ben Tenzer and John Williams get the promotions today, and Williams comes over from Minnesota. It's also, or Wallace, excuse me, not Williams, Wallace. what are they supposed to do? Outside of trading Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr., and as Shap mentioned, you got to have a dance partner here.
Right.
You got to have somebody to take that big 5-year contract of Jamal Murray on, and why would another NBA GM do that? If you're looking at a Michael Porter Jr., all right, maybe you can go tell a team, hey, you're this missing piece away. Like, would the Clippers do something to go get an MPJ? Would the Lakers do something to go get an MPJ and take on the final 2 years of his contract? Probably not without a draft pick being attached to it, and they just don't have that. See?
Right.
So, Shap, he kind of confirmed our worst fears that, all right, yeah, they've made a move today, and they're in the same exact position they were a day before with what they can and cannot do.
They made a move today, and then that's about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's called running it back.
And then now hurry up and wait.
You're going to run it back with this group of players and maybe Brucey B, right? Cowboy Bruce returns.
Hopefully.
And maybe a few other auxiliary type moves. Those are the moves that you have to hit on if you're the Denver Nuggets. If you look at OKC and the depth that they have, and you look at now Houston and what they've done, and as you've mentioned earlier, the Lakers are going to get better, whether we like it or not. And of course, we don't like it because we hate the Lakers. But
they're going to make a trade and get a big to put with Luka, and that's going to be a problem.
Yep, that's going to be a problem for this Nuggets team. So your auxiliary players, when you have a starter in with your bench crew, right, you're giving people a breather, and it's Jamal out there with the bench guys. That group of players needs to be better. If you have MPJ out there, as they've done it at times, they've done it with every starter where they rotate in. It's one starter and it's 4 reserves. When you have those guys on the court together, you must be much better than you were this last season. And they tried all sorts of combinations. None of them worked. They've got to find something that works to give starters rest so that they can perform at the end of games and they can close out in the regular season, which hopefully they take more seriously at the start of the season, as OKC did. Again, we can watch the Thunder. You can learn from the Thunder. You don't have the youth or the depth to do what they've done.
No.
But you took them to 7. And honestly, you could have beat them in 6.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say 5, but like you could have ended their championship run.
Could have and should have.
It's remarkable they didn't.
Yeah, when you said that in the day that it happened, and I was like, I don't know, man. I got to say, you were wrong. I was right. You're really, really good looking. I'm not. I apologize for that.
Well, I know there's the debate, and I think it's at oftentimes boring of like, is this a must win? The Thunder learned during that series against the Nuggets how to win a championship. They learned how to bounce back from poor performances. They learned how to win in tight games. They learned how to blow a team out, of course. But like, you taught them the lesson. You could have taught them the lesson by sitting their ass at home. That was on the table.
Yep.
The Denver Nuggets, even banged up, and there's no asterisk for the Thunder. Get out of here with that noise. The nonsense I saw on Twitter last night. There's none of that.
They have
injuries happen.
They just won the NBA championship. Their best player won MVP of the league, won MVP of the Western Conference Final, and won MVP of the finals. Has a scoring title under his name. Like, that's a very short list of people that have accomplished that in one season.
Yeah, and I think,
and he's 26 years old.
Maybe it's just sports fans in general, but when someone went, oh yeah, but what had happened was like,
you're not going to find a bigger hater of the OKC than me, of the OKC Thunder than me.
Yeah,
and I'm not taking anything away from them today.
Yeah, no, nor should we. You know, so you get that in sports at times. I thought it was ridiculous last night, some of the reaction and response to the Thunder's win. How do the Nuggets get back there? Their auxiliary players are going to have to be on the money. They're going to have to be on point. You will not get more from Jamal Murray. And I hate to say that, but I'm only going to speak the truth. And it's not meant to make you feel good. You're not going to get – Jamal Murray's not going to automatically just wake up and now he's going to get it. Now he's going to be an all-star. Now he's going to care more. Like, that's it. MPJ, you're not going to get better from him.
Yeah.
He's going to be streaky as hell because that's what he is. He's going to stand in the corner waiting for his 3 because that's what he does. My grandma would always say that's just his way. You know, when you talk about someone, my cousin's frustrating me.
Yeah.
Well, that's just her way. I may or may not be talking about Katie. Like, that's just her way.
Shots fired, Katie.
That's just their way. That's just MPJ's way. So Am I going to burn a bunch of calories, be like, why can't Michael Porter? Why can't Jamal Murray? They're never going to do it.
Mm-hmm.
It's foolish to think that they will change their behavior, and the Nuggets did 0 moves to force them to change their behavior. They're going to be the same. You're going to make a run. You're going to fall short.
Unrealistic expectation leads into future resentment. That's all. That's all we're doing to ourselves right here.
Yeah.
And that's what it's going to be.
Do you want to do that?
With the Denver Nuggets.
Do you want to do that? And I say that again, and I'm speaking to everybody out there.
Right,
Do you want to do that again? We're going to do this again? They're going to run it back, everybody. They're likely to fall short again. Jamal's likely to do his thing again. MPJ's likely to get banged up again. You look forward to the future, Christian, right? And see how that looks.
If he's a part of the future. How do they afford him? You have to get rid of either Michael Porter Jr. or Jamal Murray on this team, or Christian Brown's not a part of the future.
You have to do MPJ after the draft next year, because then you get that expiring contract.
Yeah. Like this time next year,
yes,
they should be shopping Michael Porter Jr.
Yes, that's how you do it. And then you wrap up Christian and you go forward.
And then you tell Christian's then going to be able to talk to other teams. Then it becomes a bidding war. And the Cronkies don't win bidding wars. They're not even interested in participating in said bidding war.
Wow. Oh, man, I just thought of something. And another Star Wars reference that you won't get, but there is another. And it's a pipe dream, okay? So I'm just going to paint it that way. But if DaRon Holmes is...
Oh, if he's the real deal?
If he's the real deal, I mean...
I like him a lot. I just don't know how quickly
I like his game a lot.
It translates to this level.
Maybe, All-Star break, let's revisit that. Like, where's DaRon Holmes at? He's the guy that could change the fortunes of this team.
I like that.
You run it back, and this is kind of me talking myself into the depression that is watching this Nuggets version of falling short again.
Yeah.
But it's also part of me just thinking about the basketball side of it. If DaRon Holmes is the real deal, he could change your fortunes. Mm-hmm. They're going to run it back exactly as it was, and it's not going to work unless DaRon Holmes changes. He's the one, because I know Jamal's not going to change. I know MPJ's not going to change. Christian will get a little bit better. Strother will get a little bit better, but not markedly so. DaRon Holmes is the X factor, the total unknown.
Yeah, who's never played a single second of NBA basketball.
Good luck.
By the way, our boy Noah up in Brighton, who is the lake tender, he says, "Hey, Dover, I work hand in hand with CO Parks and Wildlife. May be able to get you a Ranger without a weapon for a day gig. Let me know." Do I get like cargo shorts and a vest with my name on it? Because I'll give up a Saturday or two for something like that, Noah. Let's talk some more. All right, let's come back, wrap it up, put a big bow on it for the drive. We didn't get into that conversation about Bo being disrespected, and we'll do that next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drive's Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road, bringing their party to you.
Hate to break up the brouhaha.
Next stop, North Glen, June 27th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
So you're the little lady who started this great brouhaha.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Guys, don't waste time and money with low-quality online TRT that charges you over $100 to start. Visit our TRT experts at Low T Center for a free consultation and a free test. Treatment is personalized for your body, and most major health insurance is accepted. With the freedom to choose if you want an in-center care or at-home treatment, you're in control of your health. Looking to lose weight? Get a free B12 shot when you start prescription treatment. Offer limited. Book now at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter Get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Brenda Stokely from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big-ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president, owner, and founder of Mountain High Appliance. Whether you're upgrading your own kitchen or outfitting a flip or rental, our Denver Clearance Center is the place to shop for big 4th of July savings. Save up to 70% on top-of-the-line appliances, including premium brands like Sub-Zero, Wolf, Thermador, and more. Perfect for projects where quality matters and budget does too. Visit our Denver Clearance Center today. When you think appliances, think Mountain High Appliance.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
Are you self-employed or a contractor and struggling to find a lender that can help you access the equity in your home to pay off your high-interest debt? My friends at American Financing have the perfect loan for you, the bank statement loan. They can get you qualified by using your bank statements, which many other lenders are unable to do. The credit card bills are going to continue to climb, so don't wait any longer. Call today. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $854 a month, and if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments, giving you greater savings up front. Even if you've been turned down by other lenders, give them a call. American Financing has been helping borrowers just like you with this new loan program. There are no upfront fees or obligation to find out how much you can save every month. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
The 35th Annual Shop Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now through Saturday, June 28th. There's no better time and no better cost. We have our best prices of the year on our entire inventory of BMW, Honda, Mini, Subaru, Mazda, Nissan, Ford, and Hyundai vehicles. Whether you are in the market for a new, electric, or used vehicle, we have thousands of cars in stock. The Shop Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now. See all offers at shop.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Jacob's Law, 303 Law 4040.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
I've been so many miles, I done forgot how long I've been gone. I worn a hole right through my soul in both the shoes I got on. I ran the streets, I shot the breeze, I've seen the world and found out my ragged heart's still on a string that's tied to you, and I'm on my way. I'm
All right.
Hey.
What we got going on here, Kev?
Who is this, Kev?
Got some Old Dominion.
Nice.
They were at
Fiddlers
yeah.
Saturday night.
Nice. Old Dominion.
Like everyone I knew on my Twitter was at Old Dominion on Saturday.
That and the weekend and what else was going on?
The weekend was this weekend?
Everyone was in town.
And then Halsey was at Red Rocks yesterday.
Halsey?
Mm-hmm.
I think he got rained out, though.
It did?
Oh, really?
I think he got postponed.
How do they just make up like it's a baseball game? She's going to hit a doubleheader tomorrow? How does that work?
I don't know.
I think she might just come out at different days.
Do you not know Halsey?
That's a woman?
You have not done the research on Halsey?
No, should I?
Look it up right now.
Okay.
Oh, I got to look it up, too?
Excited
Wait, you don't know who Halsey is either?
No, I think... I don't know any of her songs.
What's the one video, You Should Be Sad? Just watch that video.
Well, she has a bunch of different looks going on, and
it's a cowgirl look in the "You Should Be Sad" video. Okay. I think. Yeah, I think that's one. What's it called? Yeah, the cowgirl look is.
Oh.
Your microphone's on, Kev. Hey.
Oh. All right. I didn't know this.
You didn't know Halsey?
No.
Wow.
Okay, I'm into it. I'm into this group, too. This actually sounds good, what we're listening to here.
Good job, Kev.
Yeah, I like that.
Kev's choice.
All right, we'll talk a little bit about what's going on tonight, although not really anything. Not even you don't even have the opportunity to make your eyes bleed by watching the Rockies because they're off until tomorrow night when the Dodgers come in town. Could Shohei be on the bump for the Dodgers tomorrow?
Is that a possibility?
I mean, he hasn't pitched pitched since last week when he made his Dodger debut.
Okay.
And I've been checking it religiously because I'm like, here we go. To hate tweet my idea here. I'm at Joshua Dover, but I'm like, if Shohei's going to pitch, I would like to be there for that, and I will buy a ticket, or possibly take one for free. And the Dodgers, it's undecided on the little graphic of GameCast who the pitchers will be. It's undecided for the Dodgers.
Would you want to pitch at Coors Field?
I mean, if I'm against the Rockies, talking about 25 strikeouts, hell yeah.
Are we talking about a no-no?
It could be. See the way those guys can't hit the ball, and then you put Shohei up there?
Can you invest in a no-no?
I'm going to invest right now.
Okay, there you go, Kev.
Kevin will find out, that's for sure.
All right. He'll do his research on that.
Yeah, that's right. Halsey,
I tell you guys to research Halsey, and he does the research for that.
He did a little bit of both. He does both, right?
He can do both?
Yeah.
Okay.
A little double dip of the research.
I got 2 computer screens.
Yeah.
And then find us, because you said we should get Sophie Cunningham jerseys. I'm like, just get us Trace Lacey shirts.
Dude, should we all get one?
Yes.
I think we should too.
And then we're like the 3 amigos with the Trace Lacey shirts.
We need to support a big cause, a good cause.
We need to support the WNBA.
Very true. Very true. And the Fever, the Indiana Fever.
Well, just mainly the Fever, yeah.
Yes, the Fever. That's exactly it. I did want to talk a little bit about Bo Nix for a second. And why does he not get any respect? When will that said respect come? We talked about the national article at foxsports.com by Henry McKenna. He called him boring, and he said that J.J. McCarthy's in line to be a better quarterback than Bo Nix.
Okay.
So what would it take, for real, for Bo Nix to actually get some respect nationally? Or, and I actually think this is a legitimate possibility for a couple of different reasons.
Okay.
Or will all Broncos' goodwill be credited to who Sean Payton is? Because he's got plenty of skins on the wall, still that Fox term. He's literally won a Super Bowl. And it was this unknown of Drew Brees. Now, I think Drew Brees is more respected, especially even at the time with the shoulder surgery and injury, than Bo is right now. But Sean has done it before. He's loud about telling you he's done it before.
Yeah.
And he's looked at in this generation as one of the best offensive-minded coaches of his time in the NFL. So even if Bo's great, and you and I believe he's going to get north of 4,000, he's going to still throw for 30-plus touchdowns, have a couple of rushing touchdowns involved there, and have 10, 12 interceptions, but have a really solid completion percentage as well. Bo's going to be good. I like that, what you said earlier. Forget the sophomore slump, baby. We're talking about a sophomore jump for Bo Nix.
Jump.
But would it be all credit to Sean to go, look at what he got out of that guy?
Right. So I kind of want to put a pin in that for tomorrow's show, because that's a big conversation with a lot of different answers. But you asked originally, what's it take for Bo Nix to get respect? It's going to take a Super Bowl.
Wow, really?
It's going to take a Super Bowl, because here's what's going to happen. I've seen the future, and part of it lies into the second conversation that you've started. Because if Bo Nix is a 4,000-yard passer and he's 25, 30 touchdowns, 35 touchdowns, whatever, give me a number, it doesn't matter. And the Broncos make the play, they lose. And then they make the playoffs, but they win, but then they lose. And they never get to that Super Bowl, and they never win that Super Bowl. Then the narrative is going to be Bo Nix has hit a ceiling. I never want to hear those words from national commentators who are already annoying enough. But, that's the narrative. It's already pre-written.
Yeah.
It's the easiest and laziest thing in sports. He can't win the big one. Right? Can't win the big one. Now, what's the narrative with Lamar Jackson?
He can't win the big one either.
What's the narrative with Josh Allen?
He can't win the big one.
Mm-hmm. It's going to take a Super Bowl. Now, those guys have MVPs, right? And Bo Nix could win an NFL MVP.
No doubt.
But it's going to take a Super Bowl, or else people, because, and this is all due credit to John Harbaugh, who I really, really appreciate, and I don't give much credit to Sean McDermott. Not a fan of some of the stuff he said publicly. Won't get into that. But Josh doesn't have the coach that Bo does. Lamar doesn't have the coach that Bo does. So it ties into your second part of the conversation, which again, we can save some of this for tomorrow. Yeah. But it's really, if Bo only gets so far, everyone's just going to say, well, that's Sean. He was the sixth. All that crap. Mm-hmm. Kev, get ready, because I almost cussed. Shut your mouth. All the crap that we heard about Bo Nix post-draft, especially from others with microphones, and Kev, why the Bo Nix? They didn't know Bo. They don't know anything, right? Don't know anything. Don't listen to them. Don't talk to them. They don't know anything. All the guys that backtrack and pulling their hamstrings, riding their bicycles, pulling them hamstrings because they're backtracking on Bo, you're going to hear all that crap again.
Yep.
And that'll even come back locally, where those local loudmouth schmucks will be like, oh, well, I mean, I remember when he came out and I said to you guys he was a 6th quarterback, and Todd McShay said he was a 3rd-round pick. All of that crap is going to come back unless Bo wins the Super Bowl. Because if they win and they get 10 games and then, but then the 11 wins and then, they lose, it's always going to be Bo can't win the big one. Bo's a system quarterback. Bo, it can only go so far. And that's where Sean Payton gets the credit of, let's see what Sean's doing. I mean, McShay had a 3rd-round pick on Bo, and poor Sean. That's what the narrative will become nationally.
And people think that McShay's plugged in or has a better feel than Sean Payton does.
Yes.
Which is ridiculous.
That's going to be the narrative. What's it going to take for Bo to get respect? Give me a championship. And then give me another one. Because once he wins one, there will still be people that say, that was Sean. It's Bo.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, and this really stings, it's always both. It wasn't Brady or Belichick. It was both. Yep. It wasn't Shanahan or Elway. It was both. What was John without Mike? He could get you there, but he couldn't win it.
Yeah.
What was Mike without John? And I know RG3 kind of, his leg blew up and all that kind of stuff. Plus RG3, his attitude with Mike was terrible. You don't go to Mike Shanahan in your 2nd year and say, I'm not running these plays. That's Mike flipping Shanahan. Mm-hmm. You get in line, and you do what that coach wants you to do. RG3 didn't do that, and his career wasn't much long for that. But what was Mike without John? It's always both. Yeah. It's always both. So is it Bo? Is it Sean? It's going to be both. But you've got to get a championship for people to stop disrespecting him or calling him boring or calling him a system quarterback. By the way, Tom Brady's a system quarterback. Peyton Manning was a system quarterback. The best quarterbacks are system quarterbacks.
Yeah, and they operate it and execute it at the highest level it can be operated and executed.
Yes. Now, what's that system? And Peyton did it with 2 different systems.
Yeah.
Because the Kubiak system, not a real great fit for Peyton Manning.
Just ask Peyton Manning.
But he did it, right?
Yeah.
And they won it all, right? So, yeah, but give me Super Bowl 60, man. Enough with this Bo disrespect.
I like it.
Guy at Fox Sports, whatever, fake ESPN, I don't care.
I thought you were actually going to say win a playoff game, and then you said win the Super Bowl.
No, it's a Super Bowl.
Damn.
Josh Allen's won a playoff game.
But he's still respected. He's not looked at the best of. People don't even respect Bo. People think that last year was a fluke.
Mm-hmm.
This Henry McKenna guy, he doesn't think that Bo is going to survive at the NFL
Now, I don't know what Henry McKenna was doing when Josh Allen was a young player. But go back to Josh Allen as a young player. There wasn't a lot of that's at Wyoming. Yeah. I mean, he was a sideshow. He was a freak. That's what Josh Allen was thought of earlier. Oh, yeah, that guy's a 50% passer. By the way, Matthew Stafford was at Georgia. Nobody remembers that. So, and Josh had to deal with that for a little bit. But that's coming from Wyoming, up there in Laramie. Love all y'all up there. Bo, it's a little bit different because it's Oregon and it's 61 starts as a collegian. But that disrespect is still going to be there until he wins a Super Bowl. And then give him another one so you just know it's him.
Yes, that's exactly right. All right, it's KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Cease, I mentioned this. It's officially summer now, right? We literally hit the date of the calendar, and hoops and hockey are both over. It's only baseball season. Or not tomorrow night. Wednesday night we'll have the NBA draft, free agency, and things will start to take place. But it's just officially summer now. Do we 100% turn to our Xboxes and PlayStations, or do you still watch TV?
What's TV?
Yeah, what are we gonna watch? The Rockies every night? No thanks. I don't even have a good show to watch right now.
We're gonna do some video game talk
tomorrow.
Yeah, coming up tomorrow. The only show that can do it
tomorrow.
Because I think Schlereth and Evans were playing Pong.
Yeah,
Stokely might have been playing 8-bit Nintendo, maybe even Super Nintendo for Stoke. But I feel like Mike Evans, Mark Schlereth, They probably hated video games. They hated guys that played video games, probably beat him up.
Yeah.
Shoved him in some lockers.
Mike Evans even?
And called him... Mike might have been the one shoved in the locker, but they thought they were the nerds. Well, nerds rule the world.
That's
now,
right.
So there you go.
Eat it, nerd. We're actually going to do, as Richie slides in here sitting in for Zach, we're going to break it down to 4 categories. The best sports game, the best fighting game, the best shooter game, and then dealer's choice, where you can kind of go off the board and pick one of your own games.
Dealer's choice. Wild card.
Yeah. I don't know any other categories, really.
There's all sorts of categories. We could do the entire 4 hours on it, but
okay,
we'll do a little bit.
I won't be a part of the ranking, but early leader in the clubhouse for me, fighting game, Tekken 3.
Dude,
Tekken 3.
Tekken is so badass.
Tekken 3.
It is so awesome.
That was my jam.
The problem with Tekken, though, is the button mashing.
Well, you can do that in any fighting game.
Mortal Kombat?
You can
butt mash?
Yeah. And then all of a sudden, Scorpion's dragging me over and ripping my head off, and my 6-year-old sister's talking junk like she just did something. I'm like, you didn't do anything, Kara.
Definitely not personal.
Yeah. Yeah. Not that happened or anything. So that'll be tomorrow, and we're looking forward to that. Richie, I know you guys are going to dive into it. You talked about it on the rundown and everything, but it's with this Nuggets news today. Is there anything to get excited about, or is this just hey, at least they did something?
Yeah, I guess I'll answer your question with a question to both of you. Name me a country that doesn't have 2 presidents, Josh.
Most of them?
Yeah. When was the last time you set sail on a boat?
All of them.
When was the last time you set sail on a boat that had 2 captains?
0 times.
Yeah. Where would the Catholic Church be without the popes? Plural.
Good question, yeah.
Yeah. So that channeling my inner Oscar Martinez from the Office there, I'm a little iffy on the whole thing, because I kind of feel like if you had to hire 2 people to do the job of Calvin Booth, who was 1 person, doesn't that just kind of signal that you didn't have the guy? You still don't?
And now Josh Kroenke is telling us, hey, I'm going to be around, and I'm going to be the tiebreaker. I'll have the final say. Well, where have you been the last couple of years where it got to this situation? So I asked Shap this. Why should I just blindly follow Josh Kroenke?
Well, he has no choice now. You don't have a general manager. You have 2 guys that you can't trust. One guy in Ben Tenzer, that this is his first time kind of doing this job of being a general manager / president. And you're going to have to be around. You're going to have to be around just like Greg Penner is with the Denver Broncos. Okay, Josh Kroenke's going to have to be around with the Denver Nuggets and make sure everything is running smoothly, that everybody in the building's on the same page, and that someone like Jokic is happy. Because when you're doing something like this and you decide to hire 2 guys to do one job, all right, it's telling me that 1, you didn't have a plan, like you just said, Richie. 2, you didn't want to pay any money.
Yep.
You didn't want to pay the big money. So now you better be there, because now you're like the general manager. You're the guy that has to see or oversee everything that's going on so that you can get back to where we all want to be, and that's at a championship and winning another trophy. That's the ultimate goal there.
I hate, and I said this when Adelman got hired, I hate the idea of anybody, like me, being comfortable at work. That shouldn't exist. Because if I'm comfortable, I'm not the best version of me. Yeah. And I'm not trying to be a better version of myself, taking a step in the right direction. The hiring of David Adelman was for comfort, for everybody involved. The hiring or promoting of Ben Tenzer is for comfort. And then the bringing back of old employee that we lost because we didn't pay him is comfort. This team, this ownership group, they seek comfort, not taking a step to be better. And that seeking comfort will get you in a very comfortable spot, but not a champion.
And all that hangs in the balance amongst all these comfort moves is the immediate, future in the prime years of Nikola Jokic, the greatest basketball player on the planet, and potentially a huge swaying point in the future trajectory of your franchise as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
Why did it take so long?
Well, Shams did have it in his report that they talked to somebody in Miami and somebody from one other team. I don't remember off the top of my head, but 2 people. So in 4 weeks, you talked to 2 people and then ultimately just promoted Ben and went and got a guy that left you for a raise, left you for a lesser title, but a bigger payday.
And the reason I asked that is because the Timberwolves have been out of the playoffs for a little while now.
Mm-hmm.
All right, the Heat were out.
They were out early, too.
Yeah, they were out. So if those are the guys that you were talking to, still, why did it take so long?
Which, by the way, was not reported by Shams or anything along the process. Like, none of this was...
Quiet.
Even the rabbit ears and the antennas of an NBA insider with the connections like Shams, not a peep. So all of a sudden we're hearing about it after the fact, and I'm like, what was that conversation really like? Was that an email? Maybe you left a voicemail? I don't know.
Or Shams like, hey, I was told they brought these guys in.
Right.
That's him being told and sharing that part of it without a real confirmation. I mean, it felt like they did a David Adelman presser. Josh took a little vacation. started to get a little heat from folks in the media and fans and people being like, "Hey, what's going on?"
So you think Josh went on vacation, and now you're just saying,
I'm speculating.
Like,
I'm speculating.
Yeah, for sure.
But
Like you don't think he was all in? I mean, they were supposed to hire a firm to come together and find the brightest young minds there is to help the Denver Nuggets out and help Jokic, who's in his prime. That was the ultimate goal, and that's what I was waiting on. The draft's in 2 days.
Yeah,
2 days, and now you're announcing It's like being a co-offensive coordinator. That's what it feels like, a co-offensive coordinator, 2 heads trying to do one job.
Well, and it's like what you said about these guys being the first time. So, look, I made the analogy with Cecil earlier. If there's a store that sells groceries and home goods, and then I usually go there, and then they go, "Hey, we hired a new CEO and a COO, and they came from Foot Locker and Jamba Juice." I'm like, well, I don't think I'm going to go buy your home goods anymore then. That guy doesn't know what they're doing.
No.
Why would I have faith that the Nuggets have figured this out when they've hired 2 people that's never done a job before?
It blows my mind. And knowing that there's a lot of work up ahead, knowing that you have to find a way to get some depth, knowing that you're going to have to make a trade that you may not want to make. Do you have the time? And then we know we don't have draft picks, so we're going to just be sitting there. But usually during the draft, that's when you have these big trades that go on, something like the Kevin Durant that just happened. So I'm interested in seeing, like, what's the game plan? Because Ben Tinzer, obviously, he's been in the building doing his work. So what's the game plan going into this draft? Who are we bringing on so that we can have success and we have the depth so we can compete with the Thunder?
But that also goes back to the comfort thing. If you're Jamal Murray or Michael Porter Jr., and those are the 2 names that we all care about.
Yep.
You're happy.
You're very happy.
You're happy.
Because what do you think? You think Ben Tinzer's going to go up to Jamal Murray and
Who's
say,
got more cachet?
Hey, buddy, we need you to be in shape and be a 20-point-per-game scorer from October until June. And Jamal's going to go, yo, isn't this the nerdy numbers guy trying to tell me how to hoop?
This is now it's on Josh. Now it's going to be Josh saying that.
Well, that's what he says, but what does that follow through actually look like? You know what I'm saying? I struggle with the fact that we'll see how this tenure for this new era of the Nuggets shakes out, right? We'll see what Ben Tinzer and Wallace and David Adelman and this new turning of the page looks like. But
you got to put all 3 heads together to come up with the ultimate goal.
In the meantime,
winning.
right, everybody loves a love triangle, a 3-headed all the negative things associated
I rather have
with
the one-on-one. I hate the love
threes.
triangle.
Yeah, and we'll see how it all shakes out. They haven't had a chance to really put their stamp on it. But I just hate, Phil, that my initial gut feeling when I'm reading all this is uneasiness. It's I'm not sure. I don't know. There's no confidence that I immediately read that breaking news tweet from Shams and go, okay, this ship is headed in the right direction. I trust the person whose hands on the wheel.
But Richie, if that's how you feel, imagine how those players feel. Or to a smaller scale for me, it's like you fire an offensive coordinator, like Scangarilla for us got fired.
Mm-hmm.
I actually like Skaggs. I thought Scangarilla was really good for me. Now you're sitting there waiting for the next offensive coordinator to come through the building. Mm-hmm. You finally get in. It was Pat Shurmur at the time. And it's like, wow. All these offensive coordinators, these great minds and these young minds out there that could be really, really creative. And you're going for an old offensive coordinator that just got fired from the Giants because he wasn't creative enough. But now he's going to be your offensive coordinator. And so even for me as a player, I was frustrated because it's like, what does the vision look like for me now? Are we going to be creative? Are we going to be explosive? Now imagine someone like Jokic or even Jamal Murray. It's like, what's the game plan to get more players in the building, more depth to help us out so we don't have to go 48 minutes in a basketball game when you don't need to because you have the depth or you need the depth.
And what they say publicly versus how they feel privately are often 2 different things when you're talking about players in a locker room dynamic, because there's decorum to be had and there's, unspoken rules you follow. You keep things in-house. You don't put business in the streets. But it is interesting, the question that you asked, because remember, it was all of us who were clamoring for, hey, you got to go hire Taylor Jenkins. Hey, you got to go do a nationwide coaching search and bring in the best available guy. You're firing
someone with experience at least.
You're firing the winningest head coach in franchise history. You can't just replace him with an internal hire. That would be like borderline malpractice, and or those are words that we threw around because of how important this upcoming season and stretch of seasons is. But it was the players publicly, it was Jamal, it was AG, it was MPJ, who were campaigning for David Adelman. So maybe it's not crazy that the Nuggets, the players themselves, are bought into this insular nature and want to go along with it, even if it's just for some of the reasons that Josh pointed out, that, hey, keeping the same voices and the familiar names involved makes it more secure for me as a player.
Okay, but being secure and being like uncomfortable and being pushed to do something that you haven't done in a while, that's what you're looking for. These players are getting paid millions of dollars to go out there and perform, but you also need a coach. You also need a general manager that will put people in uncomfortable situations and push them to their limit or past their limit. That's how you create champions, and that's how you create a culture. Right now, it's just like, I'm comfortable. Whatever you say, it's like, okay, cool, like we're buddy-buddy. Mm-hmm. There's nobody there that's like, hey, look, if you don't do that right, there's going to be consequences, because that's not how you feel as a grown man. When you're dealing with a bunch of money and you're dealing with these players, whether it's hockey, football, basketball, once they get the money, you no longer can tell them what to do. And if that money is guaranteed, you're just sitting there. I remember a player, Richie, it was a receiver. And I remember the receiver coach saying, hey, this is how I kind of want you to do it. And that player said, I don't know, coach. I've been in the league for a very long time. I've won a Super Bowl. I have Pro Bowls. I have all pros. I think I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. That's something that Jamal Murray would do as well, where it's like, I don't know, coach. I've been in this league. I've been doing well. I have a championship. I think I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. So sometimes you need somebody that's on the outside that can push a player to a situation where they're just uncomfortable, but they're growing.
This GM search, this vacancy that's been open since April when they dismissed Booth and Malone simultaneously, it's been one of the more bizarre questions in the entire Denver sports scene over the course of this summer. And now we have our answer as to who the replacement's going to be. That part of the puzzle has been finished. Now it's time to just take a step back and wonder whether or not the puzzle that's been put together, the picture that's now in front of us,
does it fit?
Does it fit? Does it look good? Do we like it? And that'll be the big story and topic of conversation today. But there was another pretty big breaking news tweet in the world of the NBA at large that came at the expense of Kevin Durant with the trade between the Suns and the Rockets. And I think that trade signifies something about the NBA and the Western Conference specifically that's going to emphasize further the challenges that the Denver Nuggets are going to have in the next few years, and we'll get into that coming up next.
Head to Facebook.com/Denver Sports 1043 The Fan to watch Orange and Blue Today, The Rundown, and Denver Sports Daily on demand. Take your favorite shows with you anytime, anywhere. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Comcast. Well, spring has sprung, and you know what that means. It's officially moving season. A time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving is make sure the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up. Then, boom, you'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time it takes to parallel park a moving truck. Then, you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi and the best in-class equipment from Xfinity. So you can just kick back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while someone else deals with all those boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you'll have to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make it right, make it easy, and move with Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on Open Signal Award. Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
If you want your lawn and plants to be healthy through the summer months, it's Iron Rich. From the folks who make all the great Colorado-made Rich Lawn products you've known for years, Iron Rich is high in iron and sulfur and will keep your plants green and healthy without forcing a lot of growth and causing stress on them. The Iron Rich formula helps combat yellowing leaves on trees, common this time of year, especially after all that recent rain. Take it easy on your plants and yourself and pick up a bag of Iron Rich today. Visit richlawn.com for more information.
Stoke here for my hometown heating and cooling team. ROX rocks heating and air. Don't be caught in the middle of a heat wave with no air conditioning. Keep your cool this summer with a new air conditioner. You can receive system rebates up to $15,000 on select systems. Also, financing as low as $98 a month, but only at ROX rocks heating and air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX rocks heating and air.
Ring that bell. Dan Jacobs for Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040. You know, my lovely wife Kimberly loves helping our clients so much, she installed an old boxing bell at the 303 Law 4040 office. We ring it every time we get good news, and clients love ringing that bell when they come in to get their settlement checks. And it's been ringing a lot lately. Our college freshman client rang that bell when she came in to get her check after we got her $125,000. She's going to use that money to pay for school and buy a house. Our bride-to-be rang that bell when she picked up her check. She's going to use it for her dream wedding in Mexico. And the whole family we helped after they were hit coming home from the lake rang it when we got them a settlement they weren't expecting. And we rang it when we found out we got a lady who was the victim of a hit and run, $75,000. She cried tears of gratitude. Most of our clients aren't looking to get rich, but we help them get feeling better and to get money for what the other drivers put them through. So save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay.
Off and rolling. The mic was off, Phil. I had it. The timing was right. The mic was off.
You messing up already, Mitchell. Come on.
No, I've hit it enough times. I think I get a mulligan. Get a breakfast ball.
We'll be the judge of that.
I was looking at Dante. I didn't realize my mic wasn't on. The eye contact was there, and then I said it, and I was like, oh, shoot.
You know, Dante loves to get the eye contact.
He does.
You don't know what he's thinking.
To the people driving around, they wouldn't have noticed. It still sounded well coming out over the air.
Oh, yeah, that's
They
true.
don't know that you had
That's
the little
true.
trial.
I outed myself.
No, that's fine. I would have outed him anyway.
Yeah.
I was
That is
gonna
true. Getting
put
out
him-
in front of it, you know.
Hold yourself accountable, Richie.
Well, we are off and rolling on a Monday after a pretty busy NBA Sunday, Phil. We saw the NBA champion be crowned for the 2025 season. It
Yeah.
took 7 games, but the Oklahoma City Thunder and everyone's favorite MVP and Finals MVP, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, finally reached that mountaintop. Tyrese Halliburton.
Sad moment, man.
Yeah, that was rough.
You know, and it definitely, of course, like he's their best player.
Ruptures
he
his
goes
Achilles.
Down, hurts his Achilles.
6 minutes into the game.
You're not gonna win like that when your best player is missing. Now you tried. The Pacers did try.
They were up 1 at half.
But the energy, that only going to last so long before you start to go on that low if you don't have the depth and if you don't have the players making the shots.
He was cooking a little bit, too, before he went down.
Oh,
he only
he
played
was.
6 minutes in the first quarter,
He's
but I think
feeling
I saw,
himself.
and Dante, behind the glass, you can fill in the names for me. I believe I saw that just in the 6 minutes that he played there in the first quarter, that Tyrese Halliburton outscored, was it Obi Toppin, Miles Turner, and Nesmith combined?
Oh, he was ready to roll.
He might. I had a more impressive stat.
Okay, hit it with me.
He led the game in 3-pointers.
I did see that. I think it was Ari Myrov or somebody put that
that's
out
crazy.
there.
He had the most 3-pointers in the game, and he only played 7 minutes of the game.
I believe he outscored Toppin, Miles Turner, and Nesmith combined by himself in the first 6
No,
minutes.
he
of the
was
game.
ready to go, but it's unfortunate. And when you're dealing with the calf injury, like you're starting to see it a lot around the NBA where the calves are tight and all of a sudden you look up and you blow your Achilles, you have to sit out. And I know it's hard to tell someone like Halliburton that, hey, you need to sit out on Game 7. You're not doing it. You're willing to risk everything to win that championship. And it just sucks that 6 minutes of the game, you end up blowing it out, man.
Well, that was
ripping your Achilles.
That was the nightcap to our NBA Sunday. the breakfast option, the brunch option.
Oh, the brunch
was.
You're a brunch guy?
That I do love brunch.
I love it too.
My wallet doesn't love brunch, but I love brunch.
My wallet doesn't like anything when I have to take the credit card out. And I feel like in today's world, everything costs a lot of money. A lot.
It does. That it does. We saw the Phoenix Suns, Dante Gomez's Phoenix Suns, traded superstar, 2-time Finals MVP Kevin Durant to the reigning number 2 seed Houston Rockets.
Dante, how'd you feel about that? How'd you feel about that, Dante?
I mean, I knew it was coming. There'd been rumors for the last months that he was going to get traded to. There was a list of 4 teams. The Rockets were on the list, so I wasn't surprised it went to the Rockets. I was disappointed in the return that we got in the trade,
especially given what you gave up to Brooklyn to get him in the first place.
That's true. I mean, we had a decent year and a half there with him. The first year we went to 6 against the Nuggets. Year 2 we got swept by the Timberwolves, wasn't as good. Year 3 we didn't even make the playoffs. So it was going in a downhill trajectory. It made sense to get rid of him at this point. I just wish the haul on the return would have been better.
Yeah, the return in question was Jalen Green, which is a nice young piece. I guess that's probably the focal point of the return.
Yeah, we'll make the whole team out of shooting guards.
Yes, exactly. Dylan Brooks, the number 10 pick, so a fringe lottery pick there in the draft in a couple of days, and then you got 5 second-round picks. Normally, you got to dump a guy like Reggie Jackson to get that kind of second-round pick volume, but you guys did a good job.
All we had to do was dump Kevin Durant.
Yeah, 37-year-old, one of the best players in the history of the NBA.
But see, this is another thing for players, though. This it's a reality check that sometimes we feel like we're worth more than what's out there for us. And for the Suns' case, maybe they were trying to get it done where it's like, hey, let's get more for Kevin Durant. But when you are 37 years old, it's something that it's like you have to look at.
Well, it was also a little bit of Kevin Durant sabotaging the trade. So after the Nets traded him to Phoenix, he had publicly said, I wish I would have taken more control of the trade because it went through Phoenix's depth and their future assets in trading for me, and I screwed over the team I was going to. So he mentioned that after the initial Nets and Suns trade. So this time around, apparently he did take more control, and he made it so the return haul isn't as bad.
Businessman.
So the team he's going to still has all its assets, still has all its star players. So he kind of screwed us over coming to the Suns and kind of screwed us over going away from the Suns as well.
He has I don't know. I think we're getting to a point where he's going to have a hard time, he and Kevin Durant, beating the lily pad accusations.
You just jump teams.
That was another tidbit that I saw out there. That 2016, obviously the most infamous one probably that people hold against him. He joins the reigning number 1 seed Golden State Warriors, goes on to win finals MVP. Gets what he was looking for out of that. Then he goes to Brooklyn. They were a 6 seed in the East in 2019. Not as big of a deal. But then 2022, at the time, the Suns were the reigning number 1 seed in the West. And then now he joins the reigning 2 seed in the Rockets, who were number 2 only behind one of the more historic NBA regular season teams we've seen in some time.
So what's going on, Richie? What's going on? Why? How is this going to affect us?
Well, I'll tell you this. I think that my first thought when I saw it was, you could say the NBA as a whole, but specifically the Western Conference, which is already a gauntlet, Phil, to get through, as the Nuggets have found over the last handful of years. Every single year, Phil, this Western Conference, whether it's the teams near the middle of the pack, the bottom, or especially at the top, is evolving. It's adapting, it's moving, it's growing, and it's changing.
There was a coach that used to tell me, you're either getting better or you're getting worse.
Right.
Nothing stays the same.
Right.
And in the West right now, they're getting better, and it seems like for the Nuggets, it's like they think they're staying the same, but they're getting worse if they don't make a couple moves here soon.
And there's not one way that you have to do it either. The Oklahoma City Thunder are doing it through just amassing and hitting on a lot of young talent in the draft that they acquired by blowing up their big 3 with Russ and KD and Harden.
A bunch of picks left in the first round.
So they're doing it that way, and they're sniping off veteran acquisitions like an Alex Caruso, et cetera. The Rockets are leveraging some young talent and some draft capital to bring in a guy like KD to take a team that was a number 2 seed with a decent core that was kind of forming and take it over the top. The problem is the Nuggets are not only not doing that, but their ability to take either one of those approaches, whether it's, a lot of equity and capital in the draft and go that way, or mortgaging some of that equity to bring in established superstars, they can't really do either one. And all I started thinking as I'm thinking about this is the Western Conference is growing, and the Nuggets are in danger of being left behind in the potentially near future if they can't keep their head above water.
Well, something dramatic has to happen then, Richie. Something dramatic, because what it looks like is we're going to run this exact same team back. Maybe add a couple depth pieces of veteran presence that are very cheap. But the same guys that we got beat 2 years in a row are going to be the same guys we're rolling out again to try to win a championship. While everybody else seems to be getting better and younger, we're sitting here staying the same, which means we're going to be worse off because of that. You got to make some kind of move. You got to kind of make a splash move to kind of wake everybody up to where it's like, okay, like we are serious. Show Jokic that you're serious about winning right away, that you're serious about winning this upcoming year. That's what you need to do. So for me, it's like, what needs to happen? We need to trade somebody. We need to trade somebody, whether it's MPJ, whether it's Jamal. I know some people are going to be upset with that, but we have to make a splash. What are we going to do with Christian Brown? Because if we don't trade him, we're going to have to pay him. There's a lot of work that the Denver Nuggets are going to have to do.
Yeah, and they just don't have a lot of tools to do it. Dante, behind the glass, you had a question?
Yeah, would you say the Rockets have passed the Nuggets in the Western Conference standings? Not literally, because I know they were the 2 seed last year, but in terms of actual title favorites. Do you think it goes Thunder, Rockets, Nuggets?
I wouldn't scoff at somebody for saying that. I mean, anytime you've got Nikola Jokic, he's the best basketball player in the world, in my opinion, you're going to have a puncher's chance. And I do think their core four, when everybody's healthy, has a pretty good stack up against a lot of teams in the West.
Well, you still got Jokic, man. I know people are tired of hearing that, but it is Jokic, one of the greatest players to play this game. I still think it's going to go Thunder, Nuggets, then you have the Rockets. But if we don't find a way to get better depth-wise, it's going to be bad for us this year. We need help depth-wise. We need somebody that can shoot the three-point shot. We need people to be more aggressive. And if not, then someone like MPJ and Jamal Murray, they're going to have to step up in a major way at the beginning of the year, and then it's going to have to trickle on into the the postseason if you're going to win.
To answer your question, Dante, no, I'm not going to look at a team that's got KD, Sengun, Thompson, Fred VanVleet. That's a good team.
Solid team.
In the Western Conference. And especially over the course of 7 games, where weaknesses and flaws that the Nuggets have, lack of depth, exhaustion, fatigue of your starting 5 or your core 4 can be more exploited than they can in a regular season.
New head coach.
Yep. And we still don't know what the cohesiveness of this front office is going to look like. So lots of questions still to be answered, even though we got technically the big answer we'd all been waiting for. We're kind of sitting here looking at each other going, okay, well, now I have about 4, 5, 6 more questions that we'll get into a little bit later today as it relates to the Denver Nuggets. But on the other side, the Broncos weighed 2 different philosophical approaches to their offseason. And my question to both of you is going to be, did they strike a proper balance, or is one side of the scale feeling a little bit heavier than the other? That's next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
I hope everybody's having a great day. Philip Lindsay here for Williams Jewelers. And if you're looking for fine jewelry or a great timepiece, like I was, why not shop where some of the world's leading designers are sold? Williams Jewelers helped me find my new Tudor watch. They treated me just like family the moment I walked through those doors, and they didn't pressure me at all. They gave me the time I needed to make the right decision for myself. Starting from one little store in Inglewood, Williams Jewelers has grown into 2 locations and has become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. So when you step foot into their showroom, you'll feel just like family, and their service reflects that. They are dedicated and they work hard to make sure you're satisfied with your purchase. And not only will they share the secrets of the business with you, but they will give you the best price in Colorado, guaranteed. So why not create moments and memories for yourself or the ones you love by going to Williams Jewelers, my hometown jeweler, also the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche, Denver's first family of fine jewelers, located in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue and also in Inglewood at Broadway and Bellevue. And don't forget to let them know that Philip Lindsay sent you.
Trees make you feel good, so don't miss the Tree Farm's Array of Trees sale. Now through July 15th, save up to 35% on thousands of evergreen trees in all sizes. Choose from arborvitae, upright juniper, Austrian pine, Bosnian pine, mugo pine, limber pine, blue spruce, Serbian spruce, and more. The Tree Farm's Array of Trees sale, now through July 15th. Come see.
I-25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated, because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Style fades, great design lasts. Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows combine timeless elegance with cutting-edge strength. They boost curb appeal and your home's resale value. At Gravina's Window Center of Littleton, you'll get windows designed to impress and built to outlast the elements. No warping, no peeling, just clean lines and lasting performance. Appointments fill up quickly as the weather warms. Book your free consultation now at windowsforyourhome.com or call them 303-794-0490. Mention Mark at 25% off this month only.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
I am down 50 pounds in 11 weeks, and this program works. The pounds melt off. It's amazing.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal. I was so proud of myself.
Get in the best shape of your life with Soda Weight Loss.
Just 3 weeks in, and pounds are dropping off very quickly. I am down 26 pounds in 3 weeks.
Summer is right around the corner.
Your summer body starts right here because Soda's summer savings are on.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight without drugs, without hunger, and the weight stays off.
I tried other things, came to Soda, just amazing.
I started on Soda 8 months ago, and I have released 80 pounds now.
Summer savings, stunning results, only at Soda Weight Loss. Get started now at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Getting things going here on a Monday. Richie Carney sitting in for Zach By, filling in for Philip. Sitting alongside Philip Lindsay.
Come on now, Richie.
Is that two? That's two. That's two.
2 times in a row.
2.
That you started talking without having the mic on.
I did. It's every time I'm talking to Dante, right? Like as the music starts going, I feel like I'm blacked out. Everything. No, it's not Dante's fault. He's already looking at me like, "Don't gaslight me." I'm just telling him.
Look, Richie, strike 3, you're out. You're out, Richie.
Oh, you want to do the show by yourself?
No, you know what?
Hey,
I might have to if you can't turn your radio
half
on.
day on a Monday. Sign me up.
Not even a half day yet.
Phil, we were going, well, not a half day for you. I've been here since 8:30 a.m.
You are right. Yeah. A man that's very versatile.
Phil,
always doing something.
Going into the break, we were talking about the Denver Broncos. And, we talked about with the Nuggets how when you're talking about building and growing and adapting like the Houston Rockets and the Oklahoma City Thunder are doing and the different ways they're doing it, right? There's different philosophical approaches to how you want to approach that. Well, the Broncos, in terms of approaching their offseason, they kind of seem to split the difference between what I perceive to be the two philosophical approaches that you can take. One, you emphasize the strength, right? Hey, this is what we're good at. I want to support and build around that to make that the focal point of our direction. Or you shore up a weakness. You go the other direction. You say, hey, clearly we fell short in A, B, and C, and we are going to focus our efforts into building those up to complement something we're already strong at. When you're talking about, if you're George Payton and Sean Payton, and you've got the Denver Broncos, you got a strength, clearly your defense.
Yeah, defense is number one.
And a weakness, which is probably on offense and specifically centered around your skill position players. How heavy do you tip the scale in either direction there, you, Philip Lindsay, if you're making the calls?
Well, first off, Richie, Sean and George have done a beautiful job of building up to this moment this year. It didn't just happen overnight. Once Sean got into the building, Sean Payton we're talking about, he built the culture. He built that foundation. He got a couple players his first year. His second year, he got more players. Then they started to add the right veterans off the quote-unquote street during free agency. And now you're leading up to this year. And so it's easier because everything's put in place. Your defense was strong last year, and you want to keep a strength of strength. So you're going to continue to add to it. But then you end up hitting on a quarterback that nobody else believed in but Sean, that has helped out tremendously. You added a couple pieces like Devon Vele. Marvin Mims start to do really well. You have Cortland Sutton, who's still doing really well. Now you start to having the opportunity to add pieces offensively because you know your defense is taken care of. So you always want to continue to make your strength a strength and then add as you can. They did that this offseason by adding a tight end and adding a running back. Richie, last year, did we have a tight end?
No. Not one of substance.
Do we have a running back?
No.
Now we do. Now at least on paper we do. Now you got to go out there, you got to perform, you have to stay healthy. But those two big pieces, tight end and running back, they're doing that and adding depth to their defense that's already strong. Sean and George have done a phenomenal job. On paper, it looks great. And once the season starts, we're going to find out how really well put together this team really is.
That's the key, though, that you said there is on paper. And I know they haven't had a chance. They haven't had a chance to hit the field yet. But I will say this: when you're talking about the Broncos emphasizing a strength, which is their defense, which they did, they added Dre Greenlaw, Talanoa Hufanga, they drafted Jahdae Barron in the first round.
Zach doesn't like when I say defense wins championships because he says it's with
It'll get you one. It'll get you one.
Well, we got to get to at least one. We haven't got there yet.
I'd take one. I'd take one.
For sure.
And I'm sure everybody else out there would too. So when you're talking about emphasizing a strength on the defensive side, which they have, you know, the additions I just mentioned, plus they get Alex Singleton back from injury, which will help that linebacker core. And then
Jahdae Barron's another one. You added
they went defense. They went corner in the first round on a team that has the reigning defensive player of the year who plays corner and overperforming rookie who struggled with a little bit of injuries in Riley Moss, and you got Jaquan McMillan. And now you're in a situation where like the Broncos may look to mix in more dime package than they've seen before just to get these talented corners that they have on the field. But regardless, you have that side of the coin, and then you have shoring up a weakness, which clearly the skill position players were. We still don't 100% know who the number 2 wide receiver on this team is going to be. They had 3 running backs last year, which means they really had none, and nobody could really grip that starting job and make anything out of it.
Take the job and run with it. Take it and run with it. You're a running back.
But at the same time, I don't think they did as good of a job of shoring up the weakness as they did of emphasizing their strength.
Well, you're going to have to explain
Well, I'll tell you what, Phil, because every move that they made on the offensive side of the ball.
Specifically, we're talking about offense.
Yes. Yeah. Now, a lot of the moves they made in the offseason from free agents in the draft, they're all gambles, right? Because we don't know how these guys are going to be as Broncos.
And all of them have some kind of injury history.
Talanoa Hufanga.
Hufanga, Dre Greenlaw, Evan Ingram. But that's the name of the game. You're going to get hurt if you play this game long enough.
The gambles they made on the offensive side of the ball, Evan Ingram, R.J. Harvey, J.K. Dobbins, throw Pat Bryant in there, they are bigger than I think the gambles they made on the defensive side of the ball, in part because the gap that they need to cover on offense is way bigger than the defensive side of the ball. I feel like you're saying this,
Richie, because there's a lot of unknown still on the offensive side of the ball, whereas like, hey, you gamble on Dre Greenlaw and Hufanga, but you know that if they're healthy enough, they're going to be a great addition to that defense, and they played a lot of football. They've been in playoffs. They've been to a Super Bowl, so these players have been around. You're talking about players that were drafted, specifically in R.J. Harvey and Pat Bryant, where it's like you don't know what you're going to get out of them.
They could have drafted a running back in the first round. They could have drafted a Marion Hampton. They could have traded back and maybe gone for a Quinshon Judkins or a Travion Henderson in the first round. They didn't do either of those things.
They're playing chess and not checkers, though, Richie. They did a great job. They end up getting R.J. Harvey, who
how do you know they did a great job?
Because now, look, you end up getting a running back that nobody else was thinking of. I didn't have R.J. Harvey on my draft board. But also, when you go and watch that young man's film, he runs well inside. Hopefully, it can transition into the NFL. He can catch out of the backfield, and you're not looking to rely on him right away. You had J.K. Dobbins, who has played a lot of football, almost had 1,000 yards if he did not get hurt and missed 2 or 3 games last year. All right, so you have a bell cow running back, and you have a running back that you can ease into it, but also get him out in the open and let him do his job and let his athletic abilities take over. The Denver Broncos, Sean Payton and George did a great job of being patient, taking a running back that they like, and then adding someone like J.K. Dobbins, who was added and they didn't have to pay a lot of money for.
You just sparked a question in my brain that I want to ask you.
That's why I'm here, Richie. I make everybody smarter.
You do. Or at least on paper. At least on paper.
All right.
So let's take the 4 additions that they've made on offense this offseason, because you gave a lot of good points about those specifically.
4 additions, list them again.
Evan Ingram.
Okay.
R.J. Harvey, J.K. Dobbins, and Pat Bryant. I'm going to give you a hypothetical scenario, Phil, where I've looked into a crystal ball, and I can tell you that
we go with the Zach Bye
2
stuff.
of those 4, yes, an alien comes down from Earth, and you have to explain
Am
to
I
them.
hanging off a cliff?
Yeah.
Am I hanging off a cliff and I have to decide one?
And either Pat Bryant, you got to save either Pat Bryant or Evan Ingram. No. So I'm going to give you the opportunity to say you can guarantee that 2 of these 4 offensive additions are going to hit. They're going to Sean Payton and George Payton are going to get exactly what they want from him. Evan Ingram, R.J. Harvey, J.K. Dobbins, and Pat Bryant. I want you to tell me which 2 would be the best case scenario for the Broncos to hit, and weigh in on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. We'll do that next.
Should the Broncos play some hardball with one of their stars on defense?
I think I've made my decision. I know I've made my decision.
You've made a decision.
I'm not paying Zach Allen this year. Sorry, Zach. You're under contract. This is the way it goes. I look at you so much tied to Vance Joseph that I got to see how he plays out.
Okay.
And whether or not Vance is a part of our future.
Can I change your mind?
You can try.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, Stokely here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Are you unhappy with your current trash removal and recycling company for your home or business? Do you have a project and need a temporary dumpster? Then call 5280 Waste Solutions. They're located right here in Colorado. So Colorado isn't just where they work, it's a place they call home. 5280 Waste Solutions guarantees your residential or commercial business trash pickup will be swift and on time. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
The 35th Annual Shop Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now through Saturday, June 28th. There's no better time and no better cost. We have our best prices of the year on our entire inventory of BMW, Honda, Mini, Subaru, Mazda, Nissan, Ford, and Hyundai vehicles. Whether you are in the market for a new, electric, or used vehicle, we have thousands of cars in stock. The Shop Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now. See all offers at shop.com.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's part of life, and when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that'll stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you'll get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
If you're considering sedation dentistry and want to learn more about it, Clarkson Dental can help. When it comes to your health, you want to make sure you know all the details. The highly trained professionals at Clarkson Dental have your answers. Learn more at coloradosedation.com.
Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president, owner, and founder of Mountain High Appliance. Summer in Colorado is here, and so are the savings. At Mountain High Appliance, we're celebrating the season with exclusive 4th of July savings on GE Profile appliances. Save up to $4,000 on select kitchen packages. With our price match guarantee and special financing options, we make appliance shopping easy. When you think appliances, think Mountain High Appliance.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR, AdvancedHair.com.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
You're ready to make fitness fit your schedule. Don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Every day, your local Salvation Army is there doing the most good, fighting hunger, homelessness, and hardship. Join us. Donate today at 160years.org and learn more about the Salvation Army's remarkable journey.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Phil, in life, you can't have everything you want. But I am going to give you two things.
You don't want everything, Richie.
I do. I want everything.
If you have everything, then what? Then what?
Then I don't have to want for anything.
Oh, yeah, we're human beings. We're always going to want something.
Yeah, that's true.
We're always going to want more.
Well, I'm giving you 2 out of a possible 4. You get 50-50 here on this one, Phil. Going into the break, I asked you which 2 Broncos additions out of the 4 primary ones that they've made, the 4 that we assume are going to have the biggest impact on offense this upcoming season in 2025. You've got Evan Ingram, R.J. Harvey, J.K. Dobbins, and Pat Bryant.
All right.
I told you, Zach By style, I looked into my crystal ball, and I told you, Phil, 2 of those 4 are going to hit. Which 2 do you think or you want to be the ones that hit if it's going to make the Broncos, give them the best chance to maintain their contending status?
Richie, it's not about what I want. It's what we need.
Okay.
Who we need to hit, right? Who needs to hit? There's 2 guys, and the 2 guys are veterans. The 2 guys are guys that we paid a lot of money for. They're not on rookie deals. They're veterans. And that's Evan Ingram, the tight end, coming from Jacksonville, and now he's a Denver Bronco. We should all be happy about that. And that's J.K. Dobbins, the new addition, the new running back. We haven't had a 1,000-yard rusher since I played with the Denver Broncos. J.K. Dobbins has played for a long time. I have to. This is going into J.K. Dobbins' 6th year. He almost went for 1,000 yards last year. He's with the number 1 offensive line when it comes to run blocking and pass blocking. They're good. They're top 5 at least. All right, if that man can stay healthy, he can go for 1,000 yards, and not just 1,000 yards. Anybody can run for 1,000 yards if you're getting 50, 60 yards a game and 30 carries. But can you be explosive? Can you break off a couple long ones? Can you keep the chains moving? Can you break tackles and wear the defense down? We need J.K. Dobbins to hit. Then it's going to help R.J. Harvey out later on in his career, and he can ease into being a running back in the NFL. The reason why I say Evan Ingram, we haven't had a tight end here since Virgil Green. We need somebody that can stretch the football field with their athletic ability, but also in the red zone, okay, get the touchdowns. Also be another threat. Evan Ingram's not just a tight end. We're not bringing Evan Ingram in here just to block. He's going to be out there. He's going to motion out like a receiver. He's going to be a mismatch for a lot of nickelbacks and linebackers And it's the easy dump passes that are like 5, 6, 7 yards. You dump down, he breaks a tackle, and now you have a first down. We need more of that this year to help Bo Nix out, to help Bo Nix continue to have this trajectory of a really good quarterback. You need a tight end like Patrick Mahomes has Travis Kelce, all right? Or you have Lamar Jackson and Mark Andrews, right? You need a pairing where you have a really good tight end that you can rely on in the red zone in short yardage.
God, you were so close. You were so close. You started off so good because I agree with you on one of those. And even though it might come across, and I'm sure on the RamosLaw.com text line there will be those who say it's maybe a little short-sighted, but I agree with you on Evan Ingram because that is Sean Payton's joker, right? And we saw in his first year with Russ and the way that offense ran, which a lot of the inefficiencies were caused by Russ and his deficiencies as a quarterback at this stage of his career. But we know what Sean Payton's offense looks like without the joker, without his Jeremy Shockey, his Jimmy Graham, his Alvin Kamara, his Reggie Bush, whatever. We saw it, and it's not complete. It's clearly missing, and then you have to rely on, Marvin Mims has to play that role by force, kind of. And
he's a baby joker. Don't disrespect Marvin like that.
I like Cecil calls baby joker. Cecil calls him the Riddler. I like that.
No, for sure, because there's a lot of opportunities out there for all these players to make plays. Sean has to put them in the right situation.
So I'll agree with you. I'll agree with you on Evan Ingram, even if that's a little short-sighted, because Evan Ingram might only be a Bronco for 2 years.
Sean wants to win now. I don't care about 3 years from now, 2 years from now. I care about what the Denver Broncos look like this year in 2025. Can we do it? Can we find a way to win our first playoff game? Can we make noise and maybe try to get to a Super Bowl? I know it sounds crazy now. All right, but we have the coaching staff to do it. The defense, if they can stay healthy, we have that as well. And if Bo Nix continues to develop at a high pace, high rate, we have an opportunity to do something amazing as long as people can stay healthy and we stay on the same page.
And I see the logic behind your other pick in J.K. Dobbins. You as a running back certainly have better perspective on that than me or most people who are listening in their cars or on their apps right now. But I'm actually going to go the opposite direction at the running back, and I'm going to say R.J. Harvey. If you could give me one of the two to hit between R.J. Harvey and J.K. Dobbins, I'll take R.J. Harvey because there's a world, Phil, where R.J. Harvey, either by force due to injury or by merit in performance, overtakes J.K. Dobbins as the starting running back in the first, 5-6 weeks of the season.
Okay, Richie, so tell me this. What does R.J. Harvey have to do to overtake J.K. Dobbins? J.K. Dobbins, you know what you're going to get out of him as long as he stays healthy. Mm-hmm. At some point, you are who you are in the league. You're getting older. So it's not like, I'm going to go and I'm going to work my butt off and I'm going to be able to – I used to run a 4.6 in the NFL. Now I can run a 4.3 and I'm getting older. That's not how it works. No. But you know what you can get out of someone like J.K. Dobbins because he's done it year after year as long as he's healthy.
One, R.J. Harvey's got to prove the consistency aspect of it. And we see pretty clearly through OTAs and mandatory minicamp that Sean intends to use R.J. Harvey. There is a clear-cut role. He's going to get carries.
A lot of touches, I should say.
I was going to say, because he's going to get catches out of the backfield. Sean's definitely seemed to have put an emphasis on that. But I will say, again, and this is a little bit not necessarily unfair because life's not fair, but I do think R.J. Harvey has a slight disadvantage from a physical standpoint if he really wants to try to hone in on becoming a better pass blocker and things like that, whereas someone like J.K. Dobbins is probably a little bit better suited from a veteran standpoint and a size standpoint to do that. But if R.J. Harvey can prove that he can be capable in pass protection, that he can be a weapon consistently in the pass game and the run game, and stay durable, which J.K. Dobbins hasn't been able to do, that is how I think he overtakes J.K. Dobbins. And if it's close...
Richard, you just listed like this perfect running back.
Yeah.
You listed this perfect running back. Like, something's not going to be right about R.J. Harvey. That's just, it is what it is.
And I think if he's going to fall short, I think he has room, and it's a safe space for him to fall short in the pass protection department, because that's what you bring in a third down back for. You have a bigger body back.
We always talk about, you need a pass block. Yeah, you do at times. But if you're a great offensive coordinator, all right, and you're very creative, why would you want one of your weapons sitting there pass blocking on a 240-pound linebacker or a 255, 60-pound pass rusher? You want him out running the routes. You want him out being a weapon. So I don't care about the pass blocking.
Sometimes you need to give your $60 million quarterback a little bit more time to get the ball out of his hands.
This is what I always say, and it used to piss me off. When you have someone like Garrett Bowles that's making multi-millions of dollars, and you're telling me, the running back, that I need help, I need you to chip. Why are you getting paid so much money? Because you're supposed to be able to handle that guy by yourself. Why am I supposed to? I'm making maybe $1 million if you're a running back, maybe a little bit more if you're good, and I have to help you out.
I'll trade you right now.
I have to help you out, Richie, and then I got to go and do my route. Like, at some point, everybody has to be held accountable. You want to help out so your quarterback does not get hurt. But this is why, for Bo Nix, the more weapons you have out there, the more abilities or the availability someone has out there, you're not going to get hurt. You're not going to get hit because you're getting the ball out fast.
Listen, ultimately, either way, if it's R.J. Harvard, it's J.K. Dobbins, I think the Broncos are going to benefit immensely from having
Ingram's, J.K. Dobbins, Richie. Those two need a hit.
I'll give you. I already agree with you on Evan Ingram, and I'll even concede and say, hey, the Broncos are going to get a big lift if one of those two running backs hits, almost regardless of who it is. I think R.J. Harvey just has a little bit longer tenure in front of him potentially with the
Richie,
Broncos.
No pushback.
I need you to. Well, listen, I only got about 10 seconds, so we're going to save that. We're going to save that for a little bit. But on the other side, there was a blockbuster trade that took place on the final day of the NBA season, and I think it really highlights something that the Denver Nuggets are going to continue to struggle with. That's where we'll go next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here, and I am here to tell you that the city of Aurora and the 5 golf courses that they have, you need to get on them this summer. Guys, they have everything that you do need. Tee times, beautiful golf courses, and restaurants for after-round fun. I'm talking Spring Hill, an executive course, but you'll still use every single club in the bag, and is great if you don't have the full allotment of time that a round of golf takes. But also Aurora Hills, the original Aurora course. Love going over there. Then Meadow Hills, a former country club. They have the tree-lined fairways, guys. It reminds me of a South Carolina golf course. And then Saddle Rock, right near my house, the high plains, incredible views of the mountains. And then Murphy Creek, a prairie links layout. Guys, you need to get to Aurora to play golf this summer. For more information and to book a tee time, visit them online at golfaurora.com. That's golfaurora.com.
Join Luke Bryan at Cheyenne Frontier Days, Thursday, July 24th. It's one of the biggest nights of the summer, only at Cheyenne Frontier Days. Joining him, Priscilla Block. Tickets on sale now at cfdrodeo.com.
Guys, don't waste time and money with low-quality online TRT that charges you over $100 to start. Visit our TRT experts at Low T Center for a free consultation and a free test. Treatment is personalized for your body, and most major health insurance is accepted. With the freedom to choose if you want an in-center care or at-home treatment, you're in control of your health. Looking to lose weight? Get a free B12 shot when you start prescription treatment. Offer limited. Book now at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Is now a good time to buy a home in Colorado? The answer is absolutely yes. We are in a buyer's market, and if you've been sitting on the sidelines, you need to call my friends at American Financing today. The first step to getting a home is getting the right loan, and they can pre-approve you in 24 hours or less. There are more houses on the market today than there have been in the last 5 years. Interest rates are competitive, and home prices have been stable. That means you can find a great deal while locking in a monthly payment that fits your budget. Plus, with home equity building over time, your investment grows, making home ownership a smart long-term financial decision. If you continue to pay rent, you're just paying your landlord's mortgage, and you don't need 20% down. You could be in your new home with as little as 3% down. Plus, they offer down payment assistance programs to make home ownership even easier. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
If you miss the filing deadline again, the consequences can be substantial and the penalties huge. After 5 months, you'll owe late filing penalties of 25%, not to mention interest. The recent IRS tactics include prosecuting more non-filers, often criminally. So call the people I trust, Advanced Tax Solutions. They will help you get back into the system and off the IRS's radar. 303-753-6040 or visit advancedtaxsolutions.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's brought to you by Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Leading off with the big story of the day, here's The Drive with Zach By and Denver, Colorado's own Philip Lindsay.
Richie Carney sitting in for Zach By alongside Philip Lindsay on The Drive. Phil, it was a pretty busy weekend for people who have NBA Twitter tweet notifications on. There was a lot going on. You had Game 7 of the NBA Finals, crowning the 7th different champion in the NBA in the last 7 years, unfortunately.
The
for
NBA
a lot
wanted
of us.
it. The NBA wanted this, and they're getting what they wanted.
They love parity. And you can argue whether or not you like it or not. The Nuggets certainly were a beneficiary of that, as they are one of the 7 different answers to that trivia question. But I think they're going to have a harder time getting back than they did last season and maybe even the season before, you know, as they were coming off of a title defense.
So you're concerned right now, huh?
A little bit, Phil, and I'll tell you why. One, we got the news earlier in the day, prior to Game 7, that Kevin Durant, the 2-time Finals MVP, one of the best shooters in the history of the NBA, even still at 37 years old, a significant asset for a team who wants to contend for a championship. He leaves the Phoenix Suns, who he joined just 2.5 years ago, coming from Brooklyn, and he goes to Houston. In what every trade involving a major name like that's going to be a blockbuster trade, right? But you look at the pieces involved and what Phoenix was able to get in return, and you kind of go, that's it? They send Phoenix receives Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks. They get the number 10 pick in this year's upcoming draft. So not, like a lottery pick, quote unquote, but kind of on the back end there. You know, you're not in contention for the Cooper Flags of the NBA draft. And then you get 5 second-round picks. I mentioned to Dante earlier that's a Reggie Jackson kind of haul.
We gave
right there.
Reggie Jackson.
Somewhere Calvin Booth read that and was smiling like, that's pretty good.
Was it 5 or 4? It was 4 for
something
Reggie.
like that.
Yeah, I think it was 4 for Reggie. Crazy.
So Phoenix kind of moving on from a experiment with KD that didn't work. Houston, after getting upset by the Golden State Warriors as the number 2 seed behind only that historic regular season Thunder team, one of the better ones we've seen in recent memory. Everybody's moving. Everybody's adapting. They are trying to acknowledge the potential dynastic juggernaut that could be the Oklahoma City Thunder. I don't know that a lot of people are ready to crown them
Well, you
that
have to
quite
gun,
yet.
but that's who you're kind of gunning for now.
They got the footprint for it. They have a lot of young talent. They have the reigning MVP, reigning Finals MVP.
They just won the championship, and now it's like, can we beat them? A lot of their players are coming back, and they have a bunch of draft capital. Now you're trying to figure out how we can compete and beat the Thunder.
Whether Will Peterson wants to admit it or not, it's one of the more impressive individual seasons from an NBA player that we've seen in some time.
Scrappy.
In Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Dante fighting the good fight for that one. My point is, like I said, the Western Conference is evolving, moving, shaking, growing, changing, adapting. Whether it's the Thunder going the youth movement route and hitting on all these picks through great front office work, or the Houston Rockets route of trying to bring in an established superstar to help take your core over the top after what happened.
Yeah.
What's the problem there?
Well, the problem is everybody else is moving and grooving, like you said, and the Nuggets are just sitting right there.
Bingo.
And I said this earlier, Rich, and I'll say it again. A coach told me this. It was Coach Mike McIntyre. He said, you're either getting better or you're getting worse. Nothing ever stays the same. And right now for the Nuggets, it seems like we're staying the same, which means we're getting worse, while everybody else is getting better.
I'll give you one further, and our guy Dante pointed this out in the break. Phil, you can make the argument that the Nuggets aren't staying the same, that they're actually getting worse. Russell Westbrook declined his player option. He was a significant contributor in your regular season.
You're right.
Averaging like 15, 5, and 6, somewhere in that ballpark. And you can say what you want about how things fell apart in the Thunder series, but he was a big part of some big moments in that Clippers series that you had to go to 7 games just to get to the second round.
I appreciate you acknowledging Russell Westbrook, because Zach would never do that. He would never
He's
do
the
it.
agent of chaos.
Oh,
he
yeah.
is. He's yin and yang.
But you're right, Richie. We had Russ, and now Russ is gone. He decided he wants more money. He values himself a little bit more than the Nuggets do. So now it's like, what do? You need somebody to come off that bench.
He could come back. He could not. If he does come back, it's going to be at a higher rate, which is only going to further hinder and hamper the Nuggets, who are kind of cash strong as it is.
Deeper in the hole.
And then you factor in Dario Saric picking up his option.
Don't get me started on that one, Richie.
the Nuggets lost a guy who was a major contributor for them in the starting lineup due to injury and off the bench in the regular season and the playoffs. And then they retain a guy who never played.
Well, they had no choice. Dario Saric had all everything going his way. He had all control. And I'm like him. If I have $5.4-5.8 million sitting on the table for me, I'm taking it. If you don't have to play me, I'm still going to take that money, because that's a lot of money just to sit there on the bench.
Of course.
Take a couple pictures.
Would you rather get paid a lot to do a little, or a similar amount to do a lot? I think a lot of people would take the path of least resistance on that. So I'm not surprised by Dario Saric's decision. I'm not even necessarily hating on his decision, because if he offered me that deal, I'm mad for the Nuggets. I'm not mad at Dario.
Well, I'm mad for Calvin Booth.
I'm mad at Calvin Booth.
And we can be mad at Calvin Booth. He's not there anymore.
I will be. That's my right.
Yeah, it's all of our right. It's like, why do that deal? Why do that deal?
Exactly. And these deals that Calvin Booth is making, they are accentuating the difficulty and the struggle that the Nuggets are going to have because of this difference in philosophy between Booth and Malone, and the war that they had behind the scenes that we saw kind of bubbling to the surface and leaking out at parts of the season. But really, once they just axed them both and you got to kind of see the way that everything poured out, the Nuggets find themselves in a position where everyone else around them is getting better, some of which have been a slower burn, some of which are more quickly. And I think Denver's genuinely in danger of being washed away or left behind in this Western Conference, and it may not.
Okay, or like, what if they're just taking their time to find the right guys? Right, like I know that some people wanted KD, but do we have enough to get KD? We don't have draft picks. All right, and a lot of our
self-inflicted
players,
wound. Yeah.
A lot of our players are worth a lot of money. And it's like, do you really want to take on their contract? Let's just say Jamal Murray, who's due this year, $208 million is when his contract starts this year.
Yep.
Do you want to take on Jamal Murray, not knowing who you're going to get out of him, right? Who is Jamal Murray, especially who is Jamal Murray without Jokic? So it's going to be hard to try to make a deal to try to get another superstar in here to help Jokic out. But so maybe you're going to have to be a lot more patient and do more of a waiting game to get the right type of players in, that they may not be big names, but they can fill the roles and fill that void to help us win.
Yeah, it all sounds great. Yeah, we're waiting, we're biding our time, we're looking. The problem is, you don't know how much time you have. And whatever answer that is, whatever the correct answer is to how much time you have left, it's not as much as you think. Because you are talking about a handful of years in this next 3 to 4 year span of the prime years of Nikola Jokic.
For sure.
And so that's already not a lot of time. And in each one of those years, by the way, the game board gets shaken up and all the pieces are in different places, and you don't have as much carryover year to year. You can control within your own building, but outside of the building, in the West specifically, there's so much movement that goes on in an NBA offseason that you have no control over. And now the Nuggets are in a position where the things they can control, what goes on in their own building, they have no arrows in the quiver. That you mentioned it. They have no draft capital to go out and make these moves. They traded first-round picks all the way out to 2031. Yeah. Okay? All their second-round picks went because of Reggie Jackson. And the core four that they have represents 82% of your payroll. So you don't even have money or salary cap flexibility with this apron structure to go out and address the needs the way that you would probably feel comfortable with. And these next handful of years, really we're talking about, because you could argue the prime of Nikola Jokic didn't just start the year they won the title. We were a few years into that. He was winning MVPs. In fact, the year that they won the title it broke his streak of consecutive MVPs, and he got the finals MVP and all that, but that was the Joel Embiid year.
Well, see, this is where I get concerned, is because of Jokic. Because how patient is Jokic going to be? If Jokic goes another year and it's bad, and you can't get out the first round or the second round, and it's like, for Jokic, I had another great year, and it got wasted. At some point, as a player, you start to say, okay, like, if you're not willing to do anything, then I have to leave. And I know people don't want to hear me say that, and Jokic is going to be here for life, and he has a chance to sign a very, very, very lucrative deal to be here for a long time. But if you're Jokic, you have to sit here and weigh your options, because it's like, I don't want to be with a team that is comfortable, and they're not willing to be aggressive to help me out. I want to win another championship so I can be at that table with some of the greats that have won multiple championships. So you're right, Richie, this is not just about the Nuggets and winning, but it's also about making sure Jokic is happy and getting him back to the top to win another championship, because he deserves that. That man's out there putting his body on the line every single night for the Denver Nuggets. They need to return the favor by adding some depth and doing something that is uncomfortable and making a splash move, wherever that is or whoever that's going to be, to help Jokic out, to at least show him and tell him that, hey, we're trying.
You asked how patient Jokic is going to be. And I think we're going to get an answer to that question potentially as early as a week or two from now, because it's not that far after the first week of July, after the 4th of July holiday, that Jokic is going to be eligible to sign another max extension with the Nuggets. Now, does he have to? No, he's still got several years remaining on his current extension that he signed, but he has the capability to do so. And I know you guys have mentioned it before, and I think it's 100% spot on. We cannot, as a fan base, as a media group,
as a coaching staff, as Josh Kroenke,
correct, as an organization, as an owner, whatever, the collective cannot get too comfortable with the leniency, the flexibility, the collaborative spirit that Nikola Jokic has shown, the faith that he has shown in that organization to build around him in a way that maximizes the goals that he has. I think it's one of the biggest misnomers that we've dealt with year after year, that Jokic doesn't care about basketball, that he'd rather be in Serbia with his horses.
That he just loves it here in Denver, and he's going to stay there his whole life. No, we're human beings.
That's BS. He is competitive. He cares. It manifests itself in plenty of moments in the regular seasons and the postseason. And again, everybody's got a point. Jokic has been on the record saying how much he feels indebted to the Nuggets organization for taking a chance on him late in the second round when no one else was. Late enough that a Taco Bell commercial is playing during his selection.
For sure. But even then, Richie, it's at some point you're grateful that you took that chance. But now, after seeing what I just did for a very long time and how great I really am, now it's time for you guys to pay up. Now it's time for you, and it's not in money. It's about putting pieces around him so he can be successful, because now you know what you have if you're Josh Kroenke.
Yes.
You know it.
Because in my book, by the way, all that faith and loyalty, goodwill that the Nuggets extended to Jokic and taking that chance on him and doing all of that, Jokic has paid that bar tab and more. He brings the city, the organization, their first Larry O'Brien trophy. He's the first multi-time MVP.
He's done more for them than the Nuggets have done for him.
Yeah, and the one thing I don't want us to be questioning whether or not the Nuggets, Kroenke, et cetera, the organization, have tested that loyalty too much. I don't want that.
Richie, it comes to what you just said, being comfortable. All right, when I was with the Houston Texans, the coach used to play this song. I'm pretty sure you heard it, where it's like, don't get too comfortable. Like, you better not get too comfortable. It's a song.
Yeah.
He used to play that every time during warm-ups. And it was a reminder to all of us that, hey, if you don't go out there and produce, you will be cut. Don't be comfortable because you're here. Now what can you do? And even if you've been here for a while, what have you done for me lately? And if that's Josh Kroenke, so for Josh Kroenke, it's like, don't get comfortable thinking that Jokic is okay with just being here and that he's just going to give you as much time as possible to get him another championship. If you're Josh Kroenke, you need to be uncomfortable and you need to be pushing to do whatever you can to make that man happy and to get the Denver Nuggets back to the finals. And that's adding pieces to help Jokic out.
Every decision that the Denver Nuggets make, organizationally in the front office, within the roster, the bench rotation, trades, draft compensation, etc. Every decision that organization makes needs to be filtered through the lens of, are we doing enough to maximize the blessing and the benefit that we have in having the greatest basketball player on earth in his prime on our roster and in our city. And that was what was on my mind when I heard the announcement this morning that we finally got the answer, kind of, to who's going to be the general manager replacement for Calvin Booth, a position that's been vacant since April. Ben Tenzer has been holding it down in the interim period, and he will continue to serve in that capacity with a different, slightly elevated, I guess I would assume, or at least a split title. Because
Executive Vice President.
Yeah.
Ben Tenzer.
Executive Vice President of Basketball Operations. Executive Vice President of Basketball Operations.
That's a lot.
Anytime you've got a job description that's 7 words or more.
And they just made that up, right?
It's starting to feel a little made up, if I'm being... What's the difference between Executive Vice President and Vice President? I'm sure there's an answer, and I'm sure the RamosLaw.com text line is going to be like, I can't believe you didn't know that. Well, I get it. My point is, they replaced Calvin Booth with an Executive Vice President promotion of the interim candidate in Ben Tenzer, and then they hire as Executive Vice President of Player Personnel, John Wallace.
So we got 2 vice presidents, huh?
Yes. They poach him from the Minnesota Timberwolves under Tim Connolly, where Wallace was working with the Nuggets and then left to follow Tim Connolly when he built his regime in Minnesota and now is coming back. So, Phil, my question to you is, filtering through the lens that we've just been talking about of doing everything that is possible, sparing no expense,
SOS, this is
overturning every stone to make sure that we, as the Nuggets, are doing as much as we possibly can to maintain a title contention window for Nikola Jokic. Does the hiring, the promotion and the hiring in a dual role of Ben Tenzer as Executive VP of Basketball Operations and John Wallace as Executive VP of Player Personnel, does that inspire confidence in you in that regard?
Come on, Richie. Look, it took you so long for this build-up just for me to tell you this. Heck no. Heck no, Richie. Come on, I got Ben Tenzer, who, yes, he's been the assistant general manager, but this will be his first time being so-called the general manager, although he doesn't have the tag. You're leaving him with everything in this other guy, John Wallace, to do it all so that we can come together and win another championship. The inexperience. So when you're telling me and talking about how are we doing everything we can to maximize Jokic's prime, heck no, because now you put 2 inexperienced guys together, 3 because you got David Adelman, and you're telling Jokic that you need to trust guys that have never done it before. If you're all in, then you're adding people that have done it before. The experience, maybe an experienced head coach and definitely an experienced general manager that knows how to trade players, that knows how to get through this and be creative with the cap and the aprons. Like, you need somebody that's been through that. and has a vision for the Denver Nuggets and Jokic. Right now, there doesn't seem to be a vision. It's like for Josh Kroenke, these two guys I'm comfortable with. They're yes men. All right, and I'm speculating, but that's what it looks like to me is they're yes men, and whatever I say, they're definitely going to go with it, and there's not going to be any pushback. Well, if you're successful, you need some kind of pushback, Richie. You need somebody else saying, well, I understand your thought process, but let's go this way as well. Like hear me out on this one, and let's see if this makes sense as well. You need somebody that's able to do that, and then so that you guys can build up and be successful. This right here, and maybe I'm wrong, but I'm very uncomfortable with having two guys going for a general manager job because that's what it is. Two guys with two different mindsets that are supposed to bring us to the promised land. And then you have an inexperienced head coach. But you want the greatest player in the world right now, Jokic, to be all in on it and saying you guys are doing everything it takes to do that? That's bullcrap. Josh Kroenke wants to be cheap and doesn't want to pay somebody that has the experience to win. That's what it looks like to me.
Traditionally speaking, the Nuggets as an organization, Stan Kroenke, Josh Kroenke, etc., they have tended to go toward, you can name the path whatever you want, the path of least resistance, the path of comfortability, the path of affordability when it comes to the front office personnel and structure. They didn't want to pay Masai Ujiri a big extension. He leaves. They apparently didn't feel confident in paying Tim Connolly what the Minnesota Timberwolves were going to offer him, the quote-unquote Godfather offer that Tim just wasn't able to turn down or would have been silly to turn down. They actually offered Calvin Booth an extension, and he turned it down before getting fired because he didn't think it was enough money. So this hiring definitely falls along that trend. And you touched on it a little bit as well, Phil, hiring two people to essentially do the job of one person that was doing it before.
Somebody might say, well, two heads are better than one. Not when you have two inexperienced people that you're relying on.
I said it off the top, it kind of in jest. I quoted The Office where it said, Phil, name me a country that doesn't have two presidents. Or a boat that has two captains, or how about both popes of the Catholic Church?
Come on.
It's and I think that I say that kind of in jest to say that there is, I think, a fair speculation or an argument that says if you had to hire two guys to replace the one guy who you fired, did you really find the right candidate? Did you really find the right guy?
Did you really look? Did you really do the search that you said you were going to do, the extensive search to find the right general manager for the job? Did you really do that? Or did you pretend to do it and you just say this whole time that you were going to have Ben Tinger there, and then you decided, okay, let me go ahead and do an interview for a couple other people, and you liked him, so you like, okay, let me go ahead and place him there with Ben Tinger, and they both can be this young mind together and create something that we're going to call a championship team. It's hard to do. It's hard to do that, man. Where's the vision at? Where's the vision for Jokic? Where's the vision for the Denver Nuggets next year?
There's another added layer to this that we don't know as of now. We may never know. But when it came to this hiring process, and I called it earlier, one of the biggest mysteries in the Denver sports scene right now, and now we know we know the answer. But along that process, Phil, that we're going on weeks up until this morning since they had promoted David Adelman where they didn't do it. And at no point during that time did Shams Charania or any of these other NBA insiders leak any information about interviews that were being held. We had heard from Josh Kroenke in his press conference that they were going to assemble this collection of firm to go through some of the brightest young minds in the industry and all that. We didn't hear about any of those.
And usually you would.
Yeah, because it's good PR. An agent or people representing one of these executives would want that information out there. If my client is in demand.
If I'm going for an interview and I don't get it, I at least want my name out there so another team would say, okay, the Nuggets interviewed you. I wonder why. Let's bring you in for an interview. You're right. It's great PR. But yet the Denver Nuggets never announced that Josh Kroenke was interviewing anybody.
We don't know that it's the truth, and we may never know. But is there maybe a world where the Nuggets were talking to people behind the scenes? And Shams in his report this morning said that the Nuggets had reached out to the Miami Heat and one other team that I can't remember off the top of my head. in terms of interviewing these candidates. But is there a world, Phil, where maybe people around the league externally are looking at the Nuggets job because of the absolute mess that Calvin Booth made and the toxic feud between him and Malone, and saying, I don't know, even with the greatest player in basketball, Nikola Jokic, I'm not sure I want that job. Somebody's going to have to dig out of that hole that Calvin Booth made. I just don't know if it's me. Is that something
it could be if you're a general manager that doesn't have confidence in yourself. But there's a general manager out there, I guarantee, if you gave them the right amount of money and they're really good at their job, to saying, you know what, it's going to take a little time, but let me come up with this vision. I've done it before. I've been in situations like this. I'm comfortable being uncomfortable. Let me get an opportunity. You mean to tell me that you have one of the greatest players to play the game and nobody wants to be a part of that? The team is not a bad team. The Nuggets are going to still win a lot of games.
The Nuggets are turning a massive page in their organization's history. They moved on from the winningest coach in the history of the franchise,
10 years.
who helped bring them their only championship title. They cleared out their front office. And so all of these unprovens and unknowns in David Adelman, who at one point, actually currently still, has more wins, postseason wins, than he does regular season wins as a head coach, which is bizarre. But
it's a great stat line to have.
It's the only way it can happen is if what happened was tied for the latest head coach firing in the history of the NBA. And we don't know what the future holds for a David Adelman or for a Ben Tenzer or for a John Wallace. And I think that you can take that and say, hey, let's let it play out. Let's see what happens. Let's be optimistic. There's people who I'm sure on the RamosLaw.com text line and other places are like, oh, you guys are just being Chicken Little. You're doomsdaying. You're James Merrill-adding. I get it.
Well, all of us have an opinion and have the right to voice our opinion, and we all know where this is going to have to play out.
Yeah, your opinion, you can do either one. My point was,
thank you, Richie.
My point was, that's true. There is, you can say, hey, maybe you guys are being Chicken Little, being doomsday. And I think that's fair. I don't think that's how I'm perceiving it, but I don't like the uncertainty that a lot of these moves and situations that the Nuggets have found themselves in. I don't like what it brings. Phil, what was the biggest problem with the Nuggets front office last season?
They weren't on the same page. They were always arguing. Obviously, they were bubbling, under the surface, and it built up. That's my take.
They couldn't agree. Calvin Booth and Michael Malone couldn't agree. And your replacement for that,
I feel like you're always testing me, Richie.
Your replacement for that is now supplementing Calvin Booth with two guys who are going to tackle two different sides of the same job.
Two young guys.
And may not agree because they have a lack of experience. They don't have as many legs to stand on in terms of being in their current roles. And Josh Kroenke, who has said, he'll be the tiebreaker, assumedly, because both guys report to him.
So Josh
you add
Kroenke's
a third person to the triangle.
It's a triangle, and Josh Kroenke is the general manager. He has to be.
We'll slice this thing up 7 ways to Sunday. There's so much meat on that bone to get into because there's so much at stake for the future of the Denver Nuggets, and these hires in Adelman and these two executive VPs are going to have a huge say in it. But in the meantime, the Broncos got some bad news for those in the gamer world. CU, the Buffs up there in Boulder, offering a pretty cool opportunity for fans. And the Rockies made national news in a way that wasn't ultimately super depressing. We'll get into all that coming up next.
Should the Broncos play some hardball with one of their stars on defense?
I think I've made my decision. I know I've made my decision.
You've made a decision.
I'm not paying Zach Allen this year. Sorry, Zach. You're under contract. That's the way it goes. I look at you so much tied to Vance Joseph that I got to see how he plays out.
Okay.
And whether or not Vance is a part of our future.
Can I change your mind?
You can try.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Broncos country, what's going on? If you ever watched me play, you know I'm all about speed, agility, and getting where I need to go efficiently. So when it comes to your summer vacation, you need that same kind of reliable power, and that's why I'm teaming up with Hermes Worldwide. Listen, you guys work hard all year and deserve that epic summer getaway. And let's be real, getting to and from the airport can be a total fumble. Stressful parking, long taxi lines, unreliable ride sharing, and we all know nobody wants to deal with that. Whether you're traveling solo or with your family, Hermes Worldwide has you covered with their dependable professional chauffeurs, and they understand that your vacation time is very precious to you. So let them handle all the details so you can focus on what really matters the most, making memories with the ones you love. So give them a call today at 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/Denver Sports. Again, that's ridehermes.com/Denver Sports to book your next ride.
Every day, your local Salvation Army is there doing the most good, fighting hunger, homelessness, and hardship. Join us. Donate today at 160years.org and learn more about the Salvation Army's remarkable journey.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and woodpeckers. Right now, get free gutters with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280exteriors.com, the altitude of quality.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream. A sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your favorite grocer. If you can't find it, be sure to ask for it.
If you want your lawn and plants to be healthy through the summer months, it's Iron Rich. From the folks who make all the great Colorado-made Rich Lawn products you've known for years, Iron Rich is high in iron and sulfur and will keep your plants green and healthy without forcing a lot of growth and causing stress on them. The Iron Rich formula helps combat yellowing leaves on trees, common this time of year, especially after all that recent rain. Take it easy on your plants and yourself and pick up a bag of Iron Rich today. Visit richlawn.com for more information.
Stoke here for my hometown heating and cooling team. ROX rocks heating and air. Don't be caught in the middle of a heat wave with no air conditioning. Keep your cool this summer with a new air conditioner. You can receive system rebates up to $15,000 on select systems. Also, financing as low as $98 a month, but only at ROX rocks heating and air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX rocks heating and air.
The 35th Annual Shop Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now through Saturday, June 28th. There's no better time and no better cost. We have our best prices of the year on our entire inventory of BMW, Honda, Mini, Subaru, Mazda, Nissan, Ford, and Hyundai vehicles. Whether you are in the market for a new, electric, or used vehicle, we have thousands of cars in stock. The Shop Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now. See all offers at Shump.com.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
If you're ready to make fitness fit your schedule, don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Hey, Colorado workers. If you have questions about fair pay or when you should be getting breaks or overtime, Colorado's Division of Labor Standards can help. Check out our guidance at cdle.colorado.gov/infos. Brought to you by the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment, the Colorado Broadcasters Association, and this station.
Help Siltahar Motors, a Denver-based family-owned car dealership, support a very important local charity, Make-A-Wish Colorado. Learn how you can aid Make-A-Wish with the Mazda Miata MX-5 RF Grand Touring Sports Car Giveaway. Visit wish.org/Colorado/win-a-car.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text BEACH to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful Fed incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text BEACH to 42424. That's BEACH to 42424. Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Every day at 3:30, the Drive comes off the top rope to hit you with a 1, 2, 3.
Finally, The Rock has come back to Denver.
Tape your wrists, stretch your spandex, and oil your hair. Here's Zach and Phil with today's 3 count on the Drive.
All right, here we go. Let's come off the top rope with it. 1, 2.
All right, Phil. The Denver Broncos got their Madden rating leaked along with 31 other teams in the NFL. You big Madden guy?
I am. I am. Growing up, I used to play Madden all the time growing up. And I remember when I finally got to the NFL, they did me dirty, Richie. They did me dirty. I look like Rico Suave out there.
They did mess up your... Yes, they messed up your hair.
My hair, my facial structure. It was bad. I had to talk to them. One practice, they were out there. EA Sports was out there, and I had to talk to them and say, hey, I don't like that you guys are disrespecting me. I'm starting to do well out there. Upgrade it for me. Help me out. Give me an afro at least.
Did they?
They gave me an afro, like, I want to say week 5 or 6. They updated my look, and I had an afro, and then the face came along later on.
Man. I listen, I would happily join the Pitchfork and Lantern Crusade for you, but EA Sports is never going to make a digital rendition of my face unless they use me for the AI-generated crowd people or an assistant coach, maybe the get back guy on the sideline.
If they get the get back guy, they still have to pay you for that. So go ahead and get on that cover.
Well, Phil, the Madden 26 ratings came out, and the Denver Broncos were rated a 79 overall, one of the worst team ratings in the game. They were ahead of only the Panthers, Commanders, Cardinals, and Giants.
Yeah, I don't know what that's all about. I do not know what that's all about. That right there, you're hating on the Broncos. 79 overall.
Well, listen, you can say whatever you want about PFF and whether you believe it, whether you trust it. The nerds, Mark Schlereth and certain former players seem to feel one way or the other about it. You love it or you hate it.
Yeah.
Well, the NFL loves PFF, and the NFL is a partner with EA to make this Madden game. PFF had nothing but great things to say about so many aspects of the Broncos. They got one of the better offensive lines. They got an emerging quarterback in Bo Nix. So I find that interesting. Ultimately, Madden ratings don't mean anything for the team itself. But I do find it interesting that for all of the national narratives that we saw and that were kind of changed when Bo Nix started to take off, that they get the exact same rating in a 79 that they did last year. They're saying they're not any better this year than they were last year.
Something has to be going on. Somebody that's dealing with the ratings, dealing with Madden, is upset with the Broncos. Maybe Sean Payton rubbed somebody the wrong way.
Well, he's never done that before.
Oh, yeah. That's a shocker, right? And now they're kind of saying, hey, well, the Denver 79 in the Madden game, it doesn't matter. They're gonna have to update it after the first game when the Broncos go out there and demolish the Tennessee Titans.
All right, next in the 3 count.
1, 2.
Phil, Coors Field has been a house of horrors.
It's been sad
from a baseball perspective this season. Gone is the optimism and the wonder and the excitement that I felt when I was standing up on the rooftop Richie, on opening day, doing my show, just having a great time, trying to convince people that, hey, maybe they won't finish last in the NL West.
Follow me, guys. Come on. The Rockies are going to be great.
Not only are they careening down that path, but they may crash land into the worst record in the history of Major League Baseball. But something cool happened over the weekend at Coors Field, and it was, I guess, only really cool if your name is Ryan. The Ryan Meetup Group organized an event, partnered with the Rockies, to bring as many Ryans to Coors Field to try to break a Guinness World Record. Over 600 showed up. I think they had north of 700 tickets sold for this event. They took over multiple sections.
So hold on, all Ryans. It was just
all Ryans. They had T-shirts. Ryan won. You're this Ryan. You're that Ryan. The only real rule was you had to be named Ryan to prove that your name was Ryan, and you had to buy a ticket in a specific section. The unspoken rule was that you couldn't be named Brian. They don't accept Brian's as an extension of Ryan. But the craziest part about this that you couldn't even make up is that in the game, Phil, Ryan McMahon hits a 460... Yeah, the Rockies Ryan, the Ryan King, hits a 467-foot bomb in the game. The shortstop, Ryan Ritter, recorded his first major league hit and scored the first run of the game for the Rockies. The relief pitcher, Ryan Rollison, took the mound, tried to help him lose by less than 8 runs. And Ryan McMahon made a great defensive play as well to throw a guy out at first base. So on Ryan night, all 3 Ryans for the Rockies.
They stepped up.
Actually stepped up and made a difference. If they have a Phil night, if they have a Phillip night at Coors Field, are you going to be the Grand Marshal?
Oh, yeah. We're going to do the wave and everything. Let's get a Phillip night.
They were doing the wave early in the game. Early in the game, which is controversial to some people. All right, quickly here. Last in the 3 count.
1, 2, 3!
Phil, your Colorado Buffaloes are offering fans a pretty cool opportunity for a little bit of a price.
Of course.
The Buffs announced that they are offering facility tours for the rest of the summer that will allow visitors to take photos with both Heisman trophies for Rashawn Salaam and Travis Hunter. And all it's going to cost you is $52.48.
All right. So this is all for the $20.5 million that they're trying to raise, Richie. They're trying to get it any way they can.
That was where my first thought went
any
as well.
Way they can.
Any donation helps. $1, $5, $52.48. We have to pay some players. We've got to get toward that $20.5 million, number.
See, that's the thing, right? Yeah. Though you have someone like Rashawn Salaam who's not here anymore. Rest in peace. So they're utilizing what he brought to the university. So you would think that maybe his family would get a little cut of that. His mom or dad would get a little cut of that money that they're showing off. That's something that they're going to have to be careful with. Maybe I just put it out there because Travis Hunter, and although Travis Hunter doesn't need that money.
Yeah, 30 million of them things in the bank right now.
Yeah, exactly. You're still utilizing what he did for the university. And if I was one of them, especially Rashawn Salaam, I'm like, okay, where's my cut for what my son did? And you guys are making money off of it now. It's just something to think of. I know they're trying to do anything they can to make that $20.5 million that they're going to have to use for this year.
Well, they're going to have to if they want to keep pace in the Big 12. Again, a conference and a larger college football picture as a whole that is going to be growing and expanding and evolving year after year after year. So Coach Prime, honestly, and Josh Kroenke and David Adelman and this new front office kind of have similar obstacles in front of them that they're going to have to face. On the other side, Training Camp 2025 is right around the corner, Phil, and the Denver Broncos have several players who may find themselves on the chopping block. Which players are they? One of our own is weighed in, and we'll go over his selections coming up next.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, denversports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. On behalf of my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, talking to you men out there about erectile dysfunction. Now, I know you hear that phrase, just squirm in your seat a little bit, but here's the thing. What's more uncomfortable than hearing the phrase ED is actually living with ED and the effect that it can have on your psyche, your relationship. And guys, ED is a medical condition. Like most other medical conditions, it's treatable. I'm talking success rates well over 90% at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, so they're not new, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So I hate to break it to you, you're not that special. This is actually pretty common. So schedule a consult with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit is only $99. That includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. Guys, if the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit's free. Call them, 720-440-7900, or visit them online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hi, Dan Cicchini. For custom kitchens or cabinetry facing done right, go to drhi.com. Great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% APR with 72 equal monthly payments with approved credit. Call for details, 800-362-8370.
Dental phobia? Consider Sedation Dentistry with Clarkson Dental. Their highly trained team will lead you through an exceptional dental experience from that first fearful call all the way through to aftercare. Call the most experienced sedation dentist and staff. Clarkson Dental, ColoradoSedation.com.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Hey, Tinsley, why don't we use EasyCater to order food for staff lunches?
Because my 46-page acronym system is so easy. I just have to salad, stay alert to late arriving deliveries, pie, put in expenses, and Google Pie. Go out and get everyone's preferences and allergy information.
That's supposed to be simple?
No, simple is Steve and Irma and Margie prefer lasagna and empanadas.
OMG.
No need to make work life more complicated. Just use EasyCater, the easy way to get food for work.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Brandon Stokely here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. There's never been a better time to have a new Lennox heating and cooling system installed. Have you heard about heat pumps? Lennox cold climate heat pumps are eligible for up to $15,000 in rebates and tax credits. Yep, $15,000. Don't forget about great 0% interest financing. Get a free in-home estimate. Colorado's Lennox heating and cooling experts. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
Coetzel. Live at Fiddler's Green, July 6th. With special guests, Kip Moore, Corey Kent, and more. Get tickets to see Coetzel live at AXS.com. Want to partake in our contests? Check out the rules at denversports.com. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay.
Hard to believe it, Philip Lindsay, but training camp 2025 is right around the corner. We are, let's see, what is today? We are less than a month away from the start. I believe it starts July 22nd will be the first day for the Broncos. So we are inside of a month away from Broncos training camp. We don't even know what it's going to look like out there with all the construction that they're going through over at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. No more berm, right? It's all seating, so a little bit of a different feel and a different vibe. And our own Andrew Mason put an article out at denversports.com that listed several Denver Broncos who may find themselves on the chopping block this year in training camp. Now, Phil, you went through a number of training camps yourself. You know that's how it goes, right? It's cut down time.
Well, this is a battle, Richie. And that's what I was talking about with the running back room. My mindset was always like, I can't take a day off. Like, this is battle mode now. When we come back for camp, this is it. I have to be ready. I have to be in shape. Mentally, I have to be there. I have to know the plays. Because if I mess up, and I was undrafted, if I mess up, they can cut me the next day. Well, someone like Audric Esime, Jaleel McLaughlin, they're fighting for their lives. They're fighting for their job security to be on this team. So hopefully none of them are out there having fun, smiling, and just relaxing on a beach like they've made it. They should be out there working their tails off to outlast the next one, the one that they're battling against. That was always my mindset. I'm glad that I don't have to get ready for a camp because those are grueling, man. Just the workouts building up to it, and you have to get it in your head that you're going to war. I know it's dramatic, but you know that you're competing for a spot. And if you don't have money tied to you, you really have to stay healthy. So you have to take care of your body leading up to camp.
Well, succeeding or failing at making an impression and carving out a spot in training camp can significantly impact the future of your career, your financial situation, all of that stuff. So, Phil, when it comes to players on the chopping block this upcoming offseason in training camp, give me some names that come to mind just off the top of your head before we get to Mace's list.
Audric Esime. He's battling for his spot. He was a 5th-round draft pick. Okay, and I've seen multiple 5th-round draft picks get cut after the first year, even the first year being cut. Audric Esime, we talked about it numerous times, Richie. When you are healthy and you're a healthy scratch in the playoff game for a guy named Tyler Bidet who's been out since week 4, you should be concerned for your spot that next year. You have to prove to Sean that you belong here on this football team. The next guy, to me, is going to be Drew Sanders, the inside linebacker. He keeps moving. Sean has moved, and George has moved Sanders a couple times now. And when you don't have a home in the NFL on a team like position-wise, usually it ends up meaning that you're not going to be on the team because you're not a fit there. So
there's
for
not
Drew
an obvious
Sanders,
place
no,
for you.
there's not. So for Drew Sanders, he's going to have to play well, stay healthy, and make some plays in preseason. Those two really connect with me. And, of course, there's going to be some battles between the cornerback position, safety position, a defense and offensive lineman. There always is.
Okay.
So, we can get into the nitty-gritty of things.
You mentioned names like Audric Esime, and
Yeah, the
that was one of I would say Andrew Mason's honorable mentions on this list. He gave 3 primary ones and then listed some others who kind of have a similar situation. Audric Esime was one of those honorable mentions. His 3 players that he highlighted, and you actually just at the end there hit every single position on that list. The number 1 person on his list is a cornerback, and that is Damari Mathis. And Damari has kind of an interesting up and down tenure with the Denver Broncos. 3 years ago, Damari Mathis was kind of a bright spot. He was somebody that, as a 4th-round pick, was put in the starting lineup and kind of held his own for the majority, outside of one really bad game where it just felt like he was intentionally getting picked on. That was that Chargers game where he drew 4 pass interference penalties
and he was young,
in the game.
too. So he was young.
It was his rookie
you have to go through
season.
your growing pains.
So a rookie 4th-round pick who held his own and got exposed one really bad time, and that's kind of the lasting memory. That was back in 2022. And since then, though, it's been a little rough. Mace notes that per Sports Radar, Mathis allowed a 90.2 rating when targeted as a rookie. In his second year, that went from 90 to 128.4. His rookie season, he allowed 1 touchdown on 81 total targets. After that, 3 touchdowns on 39 targets. So basically 1 out of every, 4 targets.
Yeah, I'm not the math man here, Richie.
It's not
You're
quite
the
it's not quite that aggressive, but so it's been a little bit of a bumpy ride for him. He loses his job to Fabian Moreau. Then Riley Moss comes in and kind of shakes things up. He can't even slide in the slot because of Jaquan McMillan. And then when the injuries hit that group, and you got the Monday Night Football game against the Cleveland Browns with famous Jameis, it was Chris Abrams-Drain who was getting
he was a bright
opportunities.
Spot. Chris Abrams-Drain was a bright spot for the couple games
he was sitting next to Levi Wallace playing across
for
from
sure,
that.
But he had the interception against Justin Herbert.
Yep.
And Justin Herbert, I think at that time, only got picked off 3 times, maybe even 2. And he's young. He's up and coming. And Sean and George drafted this young man. That's the difference. Sean and George did not – well, I know Sean didn't draft our boy Mathis. So that's something that you're going to have to –
that was a George Payton.
Exactly.
Yep.
And so now for Sean, it's like, do I really want to have a guy that's not my guy on the team?
Especially after you add in first-round draft pick Janae Barron, and they signed the UFL cornerback Mario Goodrich. So you've got you don't want to call it necessarily an embarrassment of riches, but kind of. You've got a lot of talented, capable players to the point where a guy like Chris Abrams-Draine, who you pointed out has had plenty of bright spots, throughout his time with the Broncos, he's like your fifth corner right now. So that is the number one player who probably in Mace's eyes finds himself on the chopping block. After that, you got De'Aaron Turner-Yell, the safety.
He got kind of banged up a little bit.
Misses all of last season with an ACL that happened at the end of 2023.
Well, at the end of OTAs, Richie, he was limping around. I don't think it was severe, but he's one that's like, you can't get hurt, man. Like, you are in a dogfight. You are in a battle. And if you get hurt like you did last year and you start to miss time, you're not going to make this team. That's a fact. So he's going to have to play well. He's going to have to stay as healthy as possible. And he's on an uphill battle as well when it comes to making this team.
Yeah, he developed into a pretty nice carved-out role as like a core four special teams guy.
Really good special team player.
Was a safety depth player then in 2023. Then he loses the entirety of the 2024 season because of an injury, and now he's coming back in 2025, and that whole landscape on special teams has flipped upside down. Both of his coaches from the previous regime are gone. He's got to start things fresh with Darren Rizzi, and his ability to do that is really going to make or break his ability to make the roster, because you've got the starters in Talanoa Hufanga and Brandon Jones. You've got P.J. Locke as a potential depth piece there who can also and has played good special teams contributions.
J.L. Skinner's another one that he's been on
Key.
special teams. Yeah, Devon Key played a lot last year and did some of the nickel roll when he needed to in the dime packages. So, yeah, he's another one that it's like, dude, come to camp prepared, in shape. Come to camp with the mentality that I have to do whatever it takes to make this team. Do not get comfortable. The moment you get comfortable is the moment that they ask you to go upstairs and turn in your iPad. And everybody knows what that means. When the Grim Reaper comes downstairs and says, hey, they want to see you upstairs.
Playbook.
Adios.
Yep.
Adios.
The last name on Mace's list is one of the more intriguing, I think, Denver Broncos in some recent time, who hasn't really been able to make a lot of contributions on the field, and that is the defensive lineman Iyoma Uwazurike, who served a 1-year suspension due to gambling controversy and betting on games, both in college, I believe at Iowa State, and in the NFL. And he's kind of finding himself edged out by Jordan Jackson, who's kind of nudging him out in that defensive line rotation that's already pretty stacked on the interior, at least for the next couple of seasons.
You know what I think of this one, Richie, is it's going to be between Jordan Jackson and Uwazurike, who can make some plays in preseason. Yeah. Because Sean, obviously, after going through that scandal where you were betting on players and betting on yourself, and you still keep somebody like that, it's because you see potential in a player. And he does bring that potential, and he's been on this team, and I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up edging out Jordan Jackson this year.
And he's going to do that just to sit behind Zach Allen, JFM, DJ Jones, Malcolm
for
Roach,
him, that's fine. Like, at some point, you will play, but also you're collecting that check, and you're trying to stay as long as possible in the NFL, which means not for long.
A ghost of Calvin Booth's past has made a very important decision that I have a fear is going to come back to haunt the Denver Nuggets, and I'll explain coming up next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drive's Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road, bringing their party to you.
Hate to break up the brouhaha.
Next stop, North Glen, June 27th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
So you're the little lady who started this great brouhaha.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
There's a new team in town. The board-certified sports medicine specialists, orthopedic physicians, and athletic trainers at the Sports Center Common Spirit, now open in South Denver. This new comprehensive clinic specializes in sports-related injuries for all athletes, youth to collegiate, amateur to pro. With performance optimization and injury prevention programs, state-of-the-art imaging, advanced treatment options, and more, the team at the Sports Center Common Spirit is committed to helping you play on. Learn more or schedule an appointment at mountain.commonspirit.org/sportscenter. Common Spirit Health, official healthcare partner of the Denver Broncos.
The U.S. Senior Open is back in Colorado Springs, June 25th through 29th.
Witness the legends of the game compete for another shot at history at the iconic Broadmoor. Spend a beautiful Colorado summer day with your friends and family while experiencing stunning views of the Rockies, world-class hospitality, and being a part of all the excitement. This is your open invitation to the 45th U.S. Senior Open. Don't miss out on this unique experience. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at ussenioropen.com.
Hi there, I'm Kim Rudell, owner of Wills and Wellness Estate Planning. Halftime of this year is rapidly approaching. Let us help you reassess your current game plan or scrap the old plan and put together a new one to ensure your loved ones are taken care of in case something unexpected happens. We never know what tomorrow might bring in this game of life, but our firm can help provide certainty that your loved ones will be okay. Find us at willsandwellness.com or give us a call at 720-266-8190.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here to tell you about my buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now's the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my buddy Troy's still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What does he ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on the timeline that you guys agree upon beforehand, he's going to cut you a check for, get this, $5,000. Come on, who else makes that offer? The answer's nobody. And he still makes that offer because he continues to spend a boatload of money marketing his listings. Right now, as I speak, he's got about 100 families that are approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. So you have a house to sell. Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him at 720-900-4433. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433. That's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then pick up the phone and call my buddy Troy. 720-900-4433.
Metallica in the round. The M72 World Tour continues. Live from the 50-yard line of Empower Field at Mile High. Metallica. 2 nights, 2 different sets. A no-repeat weekend. This Friday night, Rollin' with Limp Bizkit and Ice Nine Kills. Sunday night, Those Cowboys from Hell, Pantera, and Suicidal Tendencies. Single-day tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Metallica. The M72 World Tour continues. Presented by In Kind.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Have you been dreaming about playing a round of golf this week? Well, my friends in Aurora have what you need. Tee times, beautiful golf courses, and restaurants for after-round fun. What's up, guys? It's Zach here, and the city of Aurora is home to 5 courses you need to play this summer. Spring Hill, Aurora Hills, Meadow Hills, Saddle Rock, and Murphy Creek. My personal favorite is Saddle Rock. The views of the mountains are stunning. If you prefer a traditional course layout, head over to Meadow Hills. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and then follow them on Facebook and X at Aurora Golf.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by TradeGen Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
You believe in ghosts, Philip Lindsay?
I do.
You do?
I do. Big ghost guy. What about you?
Who sings this song, Dante?
Milky Chance.
Milky Chance.
Milky Chance.
Wouldn't have guessed that. Did you see Dante give me a little eye roll there when he had to put his headphones on because I started talking to him?
I got to do my job.
I'm like, who sings this? He's like, Jesus, okay.
Hey, do you believe in ghosts?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
All right.
I do. I do. I just, I do because I saw one once. Mm-hmm.
All
I did.
right.
I did. I saw one. And at the risk of going up on the Mike Evans big board of BS and other nonsense, which I created, I was in 3rd grade. I saw one in 3rd grade. Yep.
Corner of your
Now
eye.
Dante's really rolling his eyes at
No,
me.
the corner of your eye. Dante,
Yeah.
you believe in ghosts?
No, I do not.
Why? Come on now.
I just don't. I don't know. I've never had a reason to believe in ghosts.
Or you never thought about it.
I mean, you think about ghosts, but like they're fictional.
Are they
fictional?
I think about them. They just don't exist.
Yeah, like in movies, TV shows, books. Like fictional pieces of work.
Yeah.
They have ghosts.
Ghosts are like unicorns and.
Yeah,
It's sad that I couldn't think of another popular...
Any other fake thing?
Yeah, I couldn't think of another instantly popular fake thing.
The North Pole.
The North Pole, yeah.
Well, they're out there, Dante.
I did, and my childhood best friend, my oldest friend, Derek Kopp, known him since kindergarten. We've been friends since kindergarten. He was there. He was with me. He can vouch for it. So Derek, if you're out there, give me some help here. Regardless, whether you believe in him or not, a non-fictional ghost of Calvin Booth's past could very well come back to haunt the Denver Nuggets in the very near future. Who do you think I'm talking about?
It's going to be MPJ. Dario Saric.
Dario Saric.
I was going to say MPJ because he hasn't been playing well.
Yeah, MPJ is not a ghost. He is a very real
Richie, he's a
threat.
ghost in some
he
games.
Does disappear. He's a ghost on the box score sometimes, but his presence is very real.
In the Thunder series, he was a ghost. In the Clippers series, he was a ghost.
Dario Saric, at one point kind of the crown jewel of sorts of Calvin Booth's offseason maneuvering, flew all the way across, to Eastern Europe to negotiate. Supposedly that was the case. You go through it. It was somebody that was going to be solve the backup big problem for Jokic and have him play less minutes.
I remember Zach Bass sitting there in that seat, Richie, and just going on and on about Dario Saric and how he's just going to be a great addition and how he's just nervous about Westbrook and if Westbrook's going to get in Dario Saric's way. I'm like, what are you talking about, Zach? I'm going to have to bring it up to him. He probably has a short-term memory loss. I'm going to have to bring that one up.
Well, Booth used the mid-level taxpayer exemption to sign the 31-year-old to a 2-year, $10.6 million deal last summer. And since then, Dario Saric has played in a whopping 16 games despite being healthy for the entirety of the time that he's been here. And of those 16 games, Phil, how many times do you think Dario Saric recorded a positive plus-minus in the box score?
Those 16 games? 1.
4.
Okay.
You didn't give him enough.
Harsh.
You somehow didn't give him enough credit, even though he deserves very little.
82 games in the regular season, and Dario Saric was a part of 16 of them.
Per Mark Stein, Saric has activated his $5.4 million option for next season. He had until June 29th to make that decision, but now that it has been made, there's a couple of questions here. One, how does it impact the Nuggets cap situation? They can still use a mid-level taxpayer exemption, but it does add $5.5 million essentially to their books and push them closer to that second apron that they want to avoid.
On a guy that's not going to play.
It takes them out of the running for certain, Russell Westbrook type additions that they might want to make, like a Luke Kennard, who's going to be way more than that, and others. And then you've got decisions on DeAndre Jordan, Deron Holmes, who's going to be ready to go, could be a contributor, but what are you going to get out of him?
DeAndre Jordan, you're not expecting him to sign him back, Richie, are you?
He might just retire. I mean, at some point, DeAndre Jordan's got to stop playing basketball. I mean, he's got a pretty sweet. He's kind of like the Grand Marshal of the Denver Nuggets.
You know who he reminds me of? Udonis Haslem. At the end of Udonis Haslem's career, where he was just sitting there and he was always there, a great player's coach, but at some point,
kind of a locker room guy,
locker room guy,
but not really giving you an impact on the court.
Yeah.
Well, you got Zeke Naji's not going anywhere because the Nuggets couldn't give him away, even if they wanted to. Chanchar's a free agent, Vlatko, so it could impact the decision you make on those guys, and it also, in my opinion, is going to weigh in and have an impact on your ability to sign extensions for guys like Christian Brown and Peyton Watson.
Nah, we can't let that affect it, though, Reggie, signing someone like Christian Brown because someone like Dario Saric decides to pick up his player option. Like, they're going to have to do some creative work. I'm surprised that Dario Saric just wanted to come back. I'm not surprised in a way because, yes, it's $5.4 million.
I was going to say, I would do the exact same thing in his position, so I'm not surprised.
But maybe Dario Saric thinks like, okay, it's not just about the money, but maybe I will have an opportunity to play with David Adelman. Maybe I do get a fresh start with David Adelman, and I can show him that I still belong in the league. Maybe that's his mindset. On top of course, I want to take home $5.4 million just sitting there taking pictures and signing autographs while the players are playing during the game, which is crazy in itself. I saw him.
You think a lot of people are lining up with Sharpies for Dario Saric? You think
Dario?
They're waiting outside of the gate at Ball Arena, like, hey, oh yeah, Dante, we got. You don't believe in ghosts, but you believe in Dario Saric.
Oh, I don't believe in him. I'm a fan of his though. He was with my Phoenix Suns for a while there.
Ah, there it is. Everything with Dante boils back to a Arizona sports connection.
I actually joke that my game is very similar to Dario Saric's.
Oh, okay.
So you should be on the bench then, huh?
Yeah.
Well,
not a big plus-minus guy.
Yeah.
Prime Dario Saric. Prime Dario
right.
Saric. Not, like 2021 Dario
All right,
Saric.
so do you think that Dario Saric has a opportunity to play this year with David Adelman?
I don't think so. I think he was already fairly unathletic even when he was in his prime, and once you get older, that athleticism just goes even faster. I think he can spot up shoot, but defensively he's a liability, and there's no real threat of him rolling to the bucket. He's really just a spot up shooter at this point.
He's there.
You feel uneasy about the fact that you just compared yourself to prime Dario Saric, and now you're looking at Dario Saric out of his prime and be like, is this my future?
I mean, there was no delusion in my head. I'm not the most athletic guy. I know what my athletic limits are. That's why I model my game. I don't model my game after him. I can relate to Dario Saric.
You don't model your game after him.
Also
you were
have
both
a lack
forged
of
in the
athleticism.
same mold.
Exactly,
you know?
exactly. I'm
Who
like
would've
a
known?
midly tall guy that can shoot and pop, and I'm not gonna blow you away with my athleticism.
Dante looking up to Dario Saric. That's a start.
Yeah,
Wow,
figuratively
that's a first.
and literally. Dante's pretty tall, but he's not that tall. Well, listen, Dante, I think that I kind of agree in line with you. Not in the fact that you're cut from the same cloth as Dario Saric and that you guys are molded in the same fire necessarily. I've never seen Dante hoop, though, but I do respect the opinion of Zach Bai, who has vouched for Dante Gomez's ability to move a basketball around. But I think that a lot of Nuggets fans, myself included, are a little depressed with this announcement that the very obvious thing of Dario Saric picking up his option has now become a reality.
Yeah, I'm just kind of, as a fan, I know it's kind of funny or dumb. Like, I'm kind of mad that he decided to pick up his player option. Now, of course, you can't leave $5.4 million sitting on the table. I'm picking up that. But it's just for us as a fan. It's like, man, we need depth, and we need players that are going to play right away and bring some kind of energy, and it's not Dario Saric.
I'm going to say something, but before I do, I need you to promise me one thing.
What's up?
That you're not going to laugh.
All right.
You can't laugh. I'm looking at you dead in the eye. You can't laugh. Despite losing 60 out of their first 80 games in this Major League Baseball season, there may actually be a glimmer of hope that's emerging at the end of the tunnel for the Colorado Rockies. And I'll tell you what that glimmer of hope is next.
Head to Facebook.com/Denver Sports 1043 The Fan to watch Orange and Blue Today, The Rundown, and Denver Sports Daily on demand. Take your favorite shows with you anytime, anywhere. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your boat, boat wins.
What are you gonna do? Take a boat out for a spin or go mail something?
Boat wins!
Are we cleaning the patio or taking the boat out fishing?
Boat wins!
Are we skipping that eye exam to go sailing?
Boat wins!
Rescheduling eye exams can be a nightmare.
All right, fine. Eye exam, then boat.
With Progressive, you can bundle your boat with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings on your boat. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are 2 very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
You're ready to make fitness fit your schedule. Don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
We're all feeling it. Costs are rising on everything: gas, groceries, home repairs. And if you're a homeowner, you've probably thought, should I call American Financing to refinance and pay off this credit card debt? Then you second-guessed yourself because of that low mortgage rate you currently have. Listen up. That low rate, it's not saving you if you're drowning in credit card interest at 25% or more. That's the math that no one wants to face. But it's costing you thousands. Here's the truth. If you're only making minimum payments, that debt will follow you for years. That's why people are calling American Financing, because they're saving customers an average of $800 a month by using their equity to finally break free from credit card debt. You owe it to your family to see what's possible. No upfront fees, no pressure. It costs you nothing to find out what you could save every month. And if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president, owner, and founder of Mountain High Appliance. We're celebrating summer with a huge 4th of July clearance sale at all of our Mountain High locations, including our Denver Clearance Center. We're making room for the new with amazing discounts on display models, closeouts, and scratch and dent appliances from brands like GE, LG, Bosch, and more. Special financing options and our price match guarantee make your shopping easy. Stop by and experience the difference.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there. To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Well, last segment things got a little depressing, I feel like, talking about the hamstrung nature of the Nuggets and how Dario Saric picking up his $5.4 million player option, which is absolutely what I would do if I was in his position. But it does kind of hurt the Nuggets, who are already in a little bit of a tough spot.
Yeah, everybody's upset.
But I'm ready to wash that. I'm ready to wash that taste out of our mouth because I got some positivity.
Dario Saric almost made you have a bad day.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And then Dante talks about how he's basically Dario Saric light. They're molded from the same cloth as a basketball player.
Dante looks up to Dario Saric, and that's his role model, and it's crazy.
Well, I got some positivity to help maybe wash that bad taste out of our mouth. And it is about, believe it or not, you said you wouldn't laugh.
I'm not going to laugh.
The Colorado Rockies.
This makes me mad.
There may be a light at the end of the tunnel, Phil, because, and this is a maybe. We're holding the candle out, right? We're having the vigil. We're, prayer circle, whatever.
We have to have faith, you're saying.
Yes, because we feel like the Rockies, by and large, are hopeless, right? Dick Monfort is just going to steer them into the iceberg, and there's nothing they can do. You can try to boycott the games, unless your name is Ryan, in which case you really want to get in on the action.
If you're Ryan, you guys stick together. It's helping out.
I would love if the Ryan meetup was actually just like a sleeper cell unit for Dick Monfort, and just when ticket sales start to dip and drop, he creates these things where it's like, hey, if your name's Greg, get these discount tickets to the game, and then 600, 700 people fill up a section, whatever. The Rockies had an interesting little tidbit of news come out from our friend Patrick Saunders, who's been covering that team forever, friend of the program, friend of the station, friend of anyone who observes Rockies baseball. Patrick's a great guy. He had a sit-down interview with Charlie Monfort, the younger brother and basically former founder and co-owner of the Rockies alongside his older brother, Dick. Charlie is back in the fold now. He spent some time away from the organization, from 20th and Blake. He was battling substance abuse issues. And while there's going to be some tongue-in-cheek kind of jest with this segment, I will say that substance abuse is something that, has touched a lot of people's lives, my family in particular, and super, super cool that Charlie has been able to seemingly for now, get on the other side of that and start a better path. He sat down, now that he's getting back in the more of the fold over there at 20th and Blake with Patrick Saunders, and he had some pretty interesting things to say. When asked about his opinion and thoughts on the things that are going on with the Rockies right now, he said, quote, "The Rockies are still my baby. I see what the fans see, and it crushes me. I'm one of those people who compartmentalize, so I try not to think too much about it, but if you pry me open, every time I see that team and how it's doing, it makes me want to cry because I have the memories of the past just like the fans do." I thought that was pretty open and transparent from a co-owner and somebody who was an integral part of the Rockies alongside Dick Monfort.
He's being real. He's being real in trying to connect with the fans and hurt with the fans, because that's what we're doing. We're hurting right now.
Quite frankly, not to pit brother against brother, but it comes across a lot differently than like Dick Monfort at a Champions Luncheon golf event saying how he thinks the Rockies can play 500 baseball, as if that's some kind of massive mountain to climb, and then they go on just a couple of years later to be one of the worst teams in the history of baseball. And Charlie, when kind of pried open, like he said by Patrick Saunders, Charlie, when asked about a potential solution on how to turn things around, he said, quote, "I think we need a new set of eyeballs. We need to give someone the opportunity. Someone who knows baseball and has lived and breathed baseball and sometimes died with baseball. So someone who knows everything that all the good teams we face do from the grassroots on up. Someone who's going to stand by their decision because they're going to live with it." That sounds like outside input. Sounds like accountability.
Sounds like the total opposite of what Dick Monfort wants to do.
Exactly. And listen, you can say, Charlie can say whatever he wants. Dante can say, Charlie can say whatever he wants, but Dick Monfort runs the show and he's in charge. Well, you, me, Dante, 674 Ryans may not have the ability to sway Dick Monfort's opinion. We can raise our picket fences and do all that, but it's not going to impact Dick Monfort's bottom line. But if there was ever somebody that was going to be able to bend the ear of a guy like Dick Monfort, his younger brother and someone who was in the trenches with him when they first bought this team.
Well, you would like to think this.
Would
I know
think
what
so.
Getting at, Richie.
And
you would like to think that.
Charlie made it clear that he told his brother Dick, all of these things. When asked by Patrick Saunders for a response to Charlie's things, here's what Dick Monfort said. That's not only Charlie's opinion. It's the public's in general, and I get it. There's a criticism, which is fair, that we're very loyal, very insular, and we promote from within. But I agree that what has gone on over the last few years is not representative of what we want. I think there's a lot of reasons for that, but it probably is time to have somebody who has a fresh opinion and a fresh set of eyes. I'm not opposed to bringing in people from the outside.
It probably is time. Come on now. Probably. Like,
now
it's
listen,
been time.
there's a you can't see it in over the air, but in writing, if you were looking at it, that quote that I just read, it's probably time to bring in someone who has a better opinion and a fresh set of eyes. There's a ... there, and it ends with, I'm not opposed to bringing in people from the outside. And the ... there is because there was a good chunk of the quote in the middle of those two sentences where Dick Monfort tried to say, but, we do play at Coors Field and at altitude.
Yeah, he's giving
We
excuses.
have these unique changes. Yeah. So we cut all that out because that's not important. That's the same thing we've been hearing forever. But I do think that represents a significant admission from the owner of the team, who has been very resistant on the record to that kind of idea, and the brother of that owner, who's now back in the fold and feels the same way.
Well, I'll see it when I believe it, Richie. Truly, I
Will
understand.
you believe it when you see it, or
I
just
will.
see it when you believe it?
I'll believe it when I see it.
You and me both.
For me, it comes down to Charlie has been out of the mix. Charlie Monfort has been out of the mix. How much is Dick Monfort gonna respect what he has to say right now, since he's been gone for so long? On top of that, what's going to change for Dick Monfort? Why is he just now realizing, probably it's time for a change? Like, you think? It's been time for a change. I don't know, man.
It's been long overdue. But listen, Dick Monfort has made it clear that even though Charlie has stepped away for a number of years to take care of his business,
yes, for sure.
With his substance abuse issues, that he values and trusts and respects Charlie's opinion on baseball matters.
Do you think that he's sincere, or do you think he's just saying that because it's his brother?
I absolutely think he's sincere because, Phil, let's remember, there was a time where Charlie Monfort was Dick Monfort's boss.
Yeah.
Prior to the stepping away, and then, we saw what happened, and now he's working his way back.
Okay, so now it's like, okay, Charlie, you're back, and now Dick Monfort's going to say, here you go, younger brother, here you go, you could be the boss again?
I don't think it's necessarily got to be the boss again. I don't know that it's necessarily going to be the boss again, but we don't need Charlie Monfort. We Rockies fans or sports fans don't need the Charlie be the boss again. We just need somebody. We've only always needed somebody to get through to Dick Monfort that this failed, embarrassing model that he has tried to replicate using the excuses of the hitter's ballpark and the humidor and the small market team and all that, which so many other teams around the league are disproving as a reputable excuse, that he needs to bring in somebody that is a baseball person and a baseball mind to run things, because he himself is not that guy. And so him being the grand poobah that makes all the decisions is not the best course of action. So we need Charlie Monfort to whisper into Dick Monfort's ear.
Whisper or yell? He needs to yell at this point.
That's true.
Yell
Fine.
into his ear.
We just need him we need him to get the message clear that guy can be found. He may even be sitting behind the board here. Dante Gomez, noted baseball guy, despite the fact that he was casted in the mold of Kevin Durant and Dario Saric, a multi-talented board op producer that could also turn the Colorado Rockies around after what could be and what probably will be one of the worst seasons in the history of baseball.
I'm not holding my breath, Rich, and you shouldn't either. This has been going on for a very long time. What's going to change?
I feel confident.
Little brother coming back in the mix? I don't think so.
I feel confident I can hold my breath for a decent amount of time, but probably not long enough to get Dante hired in the front office over at Coors Field. All right, the Denver Broncos had a fork in the road on how to approach their offseason ahead of what will be, I think, one of the more exciting offseasons and seasons in recent memory. And I want to know from you on the RamosLaw.com text line, from you, Phil, and Dante, and everyone else out there, how are we feeling about the way the Broncos have tipped their scale from offense to defense and how they've supported those groups? Coming up next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
I am down 50 pounds in 11 weeks, and this program works. The pounds melt off. It's amazing.
Get in the best shape of your life with Soda Weight Loss.
Just 3 weeks in, and pounds are dropping off very quickly. I am down 26 pounds in 3 weeks.
Your summer body starts right here because Soda's summer savings are on.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight without drugs, without hunger, and the weight stays off.
I tried other things, came to soda, just amazing.
I started on soda 8 months ago, and I have released 80 pounds now.
Summer savings, stunning results, only at Soda Weight Loss. Get started now at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy Siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. Right now, get free gutters with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding, they upgrade your home. Old siding off, new batt insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com, the altitude of quality.
The 35th Annual Schomp Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now through Saturday, June 28th. There's no better time and no better cost. We have our best prices of the year on our entire inventory of BMW, Honda, Mini, Subaru, Mazda, Nissan, Ford, and Hyundai vehicles. Whether you are in the market for a new, electric, or used vehicle, we have thousands of cars in stock. The Schomp Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale, going on now. See all offers at schomp.com.
Stoke here for my hometown heating and cooling team. ROX rocks heating and air. Don't be caught in the middle of a heat wave with no air conditioning. Keep your cool this summer with a new air conditioner. You can receive system rebates up to $15,000 on select systems. Also, financing as low as $98 a month, but only at ROX rocks heating and air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX rocks heating and air.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream. A sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your favorite grocer. If you can't find it, be sure to ask for it.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR, advancedhair.com.
It will only grow if you plant it, so don't miss the Tree Farm's Array of Trees sale. Now through July 15th. See our huge sale list at thetreefarm.com. Choose from flowering trees, fruit trees, evergreen trees, trees for narrow spaces, windbreaks, and privacy screens. Or add color to your yard with ornamental trees, flowering shrubs, perennials, and more. The Array of Trees sale now through July 15th.
I-25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain. Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at spineone.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Roller Auctions.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay.
Getting down to it. Happy Monday afternoon to you. Richie Carney sitting in alongside Philip Lindsay. And I threw a question out to all of you on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043, and to the man to my left, Philip Lindsay, about the Denver Broncos and the way they kind of split these two philosophical approaches that I think most teams look at when they're approaching an off season. One being emphasizing a strength, identifying something you are good at, and saying, how do we pour gasoline on that fire?
Gasolina.
Little
Daddy
Yankee.
In the gasoline. I don't even know if I said that right. Stuck in my head.
You definitely didn't, but that's fine.
I'm
Cool.
trying.
Yeah. Is there any other Spanish lyrics you'd like to throw out here
No,
before
I'm
we?
good.
Yeah. You got a little Luis Fonsi, little Bad Bunny.
The Daddy Yankee.
Emphasizing a strength, which in Spanish would be
Richie,
okay.
I don't know that one.
And shoring up a weakness, right? Basically, two things you do: find what we're good at, pour gasoline on that fire in Inglés,
all right,
and shoring up a weakness, saying, "Hey, we clearly fell short in this area. How do we make that better? What support do we need to bring in to bring that closer to the other things that we're good at?" Well, the Broncos kind of did both. And I think in a perfect world, you take that John Elway approach of we want to win now and from now on, right? It's just difficult to do.
Yeah, it's difficult to do when you continue to have bad years, year after year, and you don't hit on your draft picks and you don't pick the right guys free agency-wise. It's going to be hard to do, Richie.
So what would you say?
What
would you say is the Broncos' clear and away strength as a team?
By far, it's the defense. It's building on a really, really good defense. A top 5 defense could be number 1 this year. Continue to add, make your strength, keep your strength a strength by adding depth, by adding more talent, by adding players to come in and compete to make someone like Riley Moss better. That's why you drafted Jahdae Barron in the first round, because now Riley Moss saying, you know what, what's going on? I thought I did, pretty good. Why are you bringing somebody in that may take my spot?
Yeah, outside of injury, and he wasn't the same when he came back from that injury as he was pre.
He rushed back.
He rushed back, but it was clear that they needed him because there was a hole in exposure, and that's what leads George Payton and Sean Payton to make a first-round selection on a cornerback.
But keep a strength to strength. Continue to add to your strength on top of adding depth pieces or adding more pieces to the offense too, but the Denver Broncos did a great job this year, Richie, and not even this year, just since Sean Payton has been the head coach, of building the foundation and building up from there, adding draft picks that are doing well every single year, adding the right guys off the quote-unquote streets during free agency that embody what you're looking for culture-wise and just going out there and can make the plays. And the Denver Broncos have been building for 2 years for hopefully this year, the third year, to be able to break through and win in the playoffs, try to strive to go to a Super Bowl. I know it sounds crazy now, but Sean wants to win, and he's not playing around. He wants to be the only coach to win on 2 different teams. And how do you do that? You add the depth. You add great veterans, but then during the draft, you had the right kind of players that could come in and play right away.
That is who they assume Jahdae Barron is going to be. They added the pair of standout 49ers in Talanoa Hufanga at the safety position, Dre Greenlaw as inside linebacker, and they're also going to get Alex Singleton back, who missed the majority of the season with an ACL injury. So that's their version of emphasizing their strength. The weakness for the Denver Broncos, I think it's pretty commonly expressed, is on the offensive side of the ball, specifically at the skill positions, wide receiver, running back, tight end. Their additions on that side of the ball, their attempt to shore up that weakness is Evan Ingram, J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey, and I'll throw Pat Bryant in there as well at the wide receiver position.
Yeah, he was a third-round draft pick.
Along with what you would hope to be secondary steps and third steps for Marvin Mims and Devon Vele and hopefully Troy Franklin, et cetera, et cetera. So, Phil, what did the Broncos do a better job of? Emphasizing their strength on defense or shoring up their weakness in the offensive skill position department?
They did a great job of balancing out both and adding depth to the special teams and helping that out. But it's easy when you have your foundation set defensively and you add a couple guys like Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw that you paid a little bit of money for, but you were able to get them cheaper because they've been hurt. But those are the missing pieces that you need to make your defense great, to make your defense number one and not just top 5. Offensively, it's adding a tight end. It's adding a running back, 2 running backs at that. We drafted R.J. Harvey, and then we just acquired J.K. Dobbins in the free agent market. But being able to get a running backs, and a tight end, something that we did not have last year and was able to win 10 games. We did not have a tight end or a running game, and yet we were still able to win 10 games and go to the playoffs. You end up adding Evan Ingram, who's proven that he can play in this league. You added J.K. Dobbins not too long ago, who has proven he can play in this league. And then you added a young, talented running back in R.J. Harvey, who now can develop and doesn't have to just be forced into starting right away. He can develop and gradually get better and get more time and more playing time as he proves that he can be that guy. The Denver Broncos, Sean Payton and George Payton have done a phenomenal job of building this roster up into what it could be like on paper, a dominant team that could win the division. That's scary and it's fun and it's exciting for us, and it's scary for other teams to think the Denver Broncos may be back.
Yep, I would say I think the Denver Broncos did a better job thus far on paper, and we'll see how it shakes out in training camp.
I like what you said on paper.
Training camp's still a month away, and then even through training camp in the preseason, it's really going to start to manifest itself in week 1 against the Titans. But I would say on paper, they've done a better job of emphasizing their strength on the defensive side than they maybe have at shoring up the weakness on the offensive side of the ball.
So what were the Denver Broncos' weaknesses offensively?
Well, they had no one of merit at the tight end position.
Okay.
They didn't have a joker, which doesn't exclusively have to be a tight end.
They had a baby joker. Don't disrespect Marvin Mims.
They had a joke, but Marvin Mims was forced to kind of be thrust into that role.
No, Marvin Mims wasn't forced into it. Sean Payton decided to utilize Marvin Mims week 10. What if Marvin Mims would have been able to start week 1 saying, hey, we're going to get you going running the ball, catching the ball. Hell, we'll even put you as a tight end. It doesn't matter. We're just going to get you the ball no matter what. How does that look for him if he started at week 1 instead of week 10?
Maybe statistically it looks better, but I don't think that Sean Payton wanted to use Marvin Mims in that way anyways, because
Shame on Sean.
Well, nobody knows better than Sean how to use that joker role that he envisions.
Okay, Richie, if that's the case, why did Sean start utilizing him? And we're talking about Marvin Mims in week 10, and why was it then working? If Sean knew that it was going to work like it did in week 10, he would have done it in week 1 because they don't have the talent yet. At that time, they didn't have the talent like they do even now.
That's true, but I don't think that Marvin Mims fits the picture that Sean Payton has in his mind, that he's developed over 2 decades of coaching experience in the NFL on how to use that. It's been a running back. It's been a tight end.
Yeah.
There's been shades of that at the wide receiver position with like a Michael Thomas, the slant god, middle of the field kind of guy. But I don't think Marvin Mims was what Sean Payton wanted out of that role in the first place. It's what he was forced to utilize because Marvin Mims represented the only guy who had the semblance of playmaking ability to even try and be the Joker.
So it was forced.
Yes.
Sean was forced. Like, why are you acting like Sean didn't like Marvin Mims playing that role? Because it's all about winning. Marvin Mims helped us win a lot of games and actually was very explosive for us.
Yeah, he did. He may continue to help the Broncos win games. It just, hopefully, in my opinion, and I believe Sean Payton would hope, that it's not going to come in the Joker form, because that's why he went out and got Evan Ingram in free agency, and that was the big offensive addition, really all the way even through the draft. R.J. Harvey would be right there too, but there was a big gap between those two, and clearly Sean Payton prioritized the tight end and the Joker more than the running back, despite how bad things were.
So let me get this straight. You said that you believe that the offense is still the weakness.
Yes.
Interesting.
I think that the Broncos did a better job of emphasizing the strength with known commodities like Greenlaw and Hufanga, and even though he's an unknown commodity in Jahdae Barron, he's a first-round draft pick that's going to have an opportunity to make an impact. And I think there's more unknowns and bigger leaps to bound on the offensive side of the ball. Not that they both can't. I just think that on paper thus far, I feel better about the moves they made on defense and more confident in those than some of the ones they made on offense. We will see how it all shakes out in the coming month.
Put a pin in that one. I'm going to have to come back to that later on.
I bet you will.
Oh,
I bet you will. In English?
You know I will.
We finally have an answer to one of the more intriguing questions in all of Denver sports that's taken place this summer, and I'm not quite sure how to feel about it. That's next.
Should the Broncos play some hardball with one of their stars on defense?
I think I've made my decision. I know I've made my decision.
You've made a decision.
I'm not paying Zach Allen this year. Sorry, Zach. You're under contract. This is the way it goes. I look at you so much tied to Vance Joseph that I got to see how he plays out.
Okay.
And whether or not Vance is a part of our future.
Can I change your mind?
You can try.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck. And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Catch a ride with EV and Auto. Catch a ride.
EV and Auto here at Foundation Chevrolet. Save $3,750 off MSRP on all 2025 Chevrolet Colorados. Together, let's drive. Stop by Foundation Chevrolet in Wheat Ridge and catch a ride.
Offer on all new Chevrolet Colorados. Must qualify for financing with GM Financial. Colorado must be in stock at time of purchase. Does not include TT and L, D and H, or dealer-added accessories. This offer does not combine with any other offers. It must take delivery by June 30th, 2025. Offer ends June 30th, 2025.
EV and Auto. Always know where to go.
Hey, it's Mike Evans, and if you missed the filing deadline again, or maybe you haven't filed in a while, the consequences can be substantial, and the penalties, huge. After 5 months, you'll owe late filing penalties of 25%, not to mention interest. The recent IRS tactics include prosecuting more non-filers, sometimes even criminally. Don't gamble with the IRS, it's just not worth it. You can avoid the stress and worry of not filing your taxes simply by calling the people I trust, and that's Advanced Tax Solutions. I've personally talked with clients who've been helped by Todd Whalen. They can get your taxes filed and provide a number of solutions to get you off the IRS's radar. You will feel relief and peace of mind as soon as you talk with the experts. So call the professionals I trust at Advanced Tax Solutions. 303-753-6040 or visit advancedtaxsolutions.com.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
If you're ready to make fitness fit your schedule, don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Have you been dreaming about playing a round of golf this week? Well, my friends in Aurora have what you need. Tee times, beautiful golf courses, and restaurants for after-round fun. What's up, guys? It's Zach here, and the city of Aurora is home to 5 courses you need to play this summer. Spring Hill, Aurora Hills, Meadow Hills, Saddle Rock, and Murphy Creek. My personal favorite is Saddle Rock. The views of the mountains are stunning. If you prefer a traditional course layout, head over to Meadow Hills. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and then follow them on Facebook and X at Aurora Golf.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
It's a force field. I wear my heart up on my sleeve like a big deal.
We finally have the answer to one of the more intriguing questions that's been going, driving a lot of people crazy here in the Denver area this summer, and that is, who will assume the vacant role that was left by Calvin Booth, the former general manager of the Denver Nuggets. Richie Carney sitting in for Zach By alongside Philip Lindsay. And we bring in friend of the show, Denver sports analyst extraordinaire, Jake Shapiro, to help shed some light on this decision, which feels familiar and like what we kind of thought would happen, at least in principle, but also a little strange at the same time. Jake, what are your initial impressions of this move made by the Denver Nuggets?
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to take it, but I think the most interesting is that the structure is completely different than before, right? They go from a structure where Calvin Booth was operating by himself, doing whatever he wanted, and that led to some problems with cohesion and synergy across the organization. And now you enter a situation with basically 2 people on the equal footing, and maybe you create a situation where there's conflict between the 2, but you're also encouraging them to collaborate more. And it's something that the Cronkies have always wanted in their organization. And as someone who barely gets to flex that I was on the Colorado Rapids beat for several years, this is actually the exact structure the Colorado Rapids had for several years. So this is not an uncommon structure for KSE franchises.
Jake, so does this mean that Josh Kroenke's going to be more involved? Like, he's going to be more heavily involved in just decisions, and he's going to be in the building a lot more often than not? Because you have 2 guys, and none of them are still listed as the general manager. So somebody's still going to have to play that general manager role. Is that Josh Kroenke?
Yeah, I think John Wallace is really going to be the GM, and Ben Tenzer is going to take care of a lot of different other things that normally do fall into the purview of a basketball operations department or a general manager. But in terms of who's making phone calls around the league to make trades, it'll be a little bit of both, but it'll probably be more John Wallace than Ben Tenzer if I had to guess just as of today. To your part about Josh Kroenke, Phil, he already told us he's going to be more involved. This happened, at multiple press conferences throughout the summer now, with Josh telling us he felt like he made a mistake by not being more involved. And this structure certainly lends itself to Josh making more decisions, but I think people would be shocked to know how many decisions already are made by Josh in terms of they're not giving $200 million to XYZ player without Josh Kroenke's approval. Now, maybe they're signing a two-way guy like Trey Alexander without Josh Kroenke, but the big stuff is still being signed off by Josh Kroenke.
Denver sports analyst Jake Shapiro joining us here. Jake, the biggest handicap of the previous regime with Calvin Booth and Michael Malone was that they had completely different philosophies on how to construct and maintain a title contending team, and it ultimately has left them in a pretty hamstrung position. Explain to our listeners and maybe ease my fears a little bit about the answer to that problem being hiring two people to essentially do one job who in theory could also disagree on ways to move forward. Why will that not be the case with this new regime?
Well, I'll put it this way, just to start. These people have worked together before. All of David, John, and Ben all worked for the Denver Nuggets from 2019 to 2022. So that is a good part of them getting off and running, right? Like they already have a relationship. I also don't think that there's a lot of overlap between what Ben does and what John is most likely to do. John's a guy who played at Georgetown, has many relationships throughout the league, and he is a guy who was a very accomplished guard, by the way, at Georgetown, led them to a Final Four, played with Jeff Green on that team, was highly regarded by John Thompson III, his head coach there, who has some serious ties going back to the Celtics organization with Bill Russell and Red Auerbach. So I think this is a basketball lifer, whereas Ben Tenzer has been a KSE lifer. And maybe that will sow some division between some of the things that they do. But ultimately, guys, there isn't that many decisions to be made with the Nuggets. It's pretty cut and dry. It's either yes, they extend Christian Brown, or no, they don't. Yes, they extend Nikola Jokic, or no, they don't. How do they use the mid-level exception of $5 million? I don't think that they're going to turn around and decide to trade Jamal Murray or Michael Porter Jr. tomorrow. I don't think that's part of Josh Kroenke's vision, and I don't think that's part of anyone's vision that would be hired by the Nuggets to take this role. And on top of that, we're going to find out very early on in July when Nikola Jokic becomes extension eligible if he signed off on these moves. But I highly doubt that the Nuggets made these moves without Nikola Jokic's approval. So I think they're in a pretty good spot, and they're probably in a more cohesive spot altogether. I'll also put this piece of information out there. From what I know, the Reggie Jackson trade to Charlotte, the salary dump, including 3 second-round picks, that trade was made without the approval of ownership or other people in the front office, including the coaching staff, and they were all caught off guard by that. That literally cannot happen now because there are two people in that job, and they're going to need to communicate. So you're forcing communication between these two, and you just have to hope it works.
Jake, my coach used to tell me, Coach Mike McIntyre, you're either getting better or you're getting worse. Nothing stays the same. It seems like the Western Conference is getting better. Kevin Durant's with the Houston Rockets now, and for the Nuggets, Shams kind of said that, hey, the Denver Nuggets were a part of this, and they were interested in maybe getting something done with KD. How much do you believe in that, and what would they have had to do to get someone like Kevin Durant in the building?
I don't think the Western Conference is getting better. I think this is a bad piece of narrative going around. I think the Oklahoma City Thunder are probably going to struggle to get out of the second round like every single recent champion has for the last half decade. So it's really hard to repeat. Houston, no doubt, got better in that trade. That's a fantastic trade for the Houston Rockets. And there are a couple other teams that I point to that I say, okay, they could take some steps forward. But the Nuggets aren't being left behind in the dust. And I don't think people around Denver need to panic about this move. The Rockets still have a long way to go with their young core. In terms of what the Nuggets could offer, it would have looked something like Michael Porter Jr., Christian Brown, Peyton Watson, plus Zeke Naji, Dario Saric, a 2030 first-round pick, and then a 2031 second-round pick that they could have traded on Wednesday going out to Phoenix. You might be saying, well, Jake, that's a lot of stuff. It's not as good as Jalen Green, who has the potential to be an all-star in this league. It's not as good as Dylan Brooks, who's a rugged defender that Phoenix has pinpointed as a guy they wanted. And it's not as good as the definite 10th overall pick in this year's draft. They know they're getting that. Who knows what that pick in 2030 is? Who knows where Devin Booker is even going to be at that point in his career? So even if the Denver Nuggets really wanted it and just completely, ransacked the cupboards and tried to make the deal, it still wasn't going to top this Rockets offer, which wasn't even that good to begin with because KD really wanted to go to Houston and left Phoenix in a bad spot.
I'm intrigued, Jake, by your assertion that the Western Conference is not getting better and that we should be expecting maybe a fall off from the teams at the top more so than an ascension. The experts in the desert don't always get it right, but our guy Dante pointed out that the Thunder are currently plus 220 favorites to win the title next season. And even if they don't, because you pointed to a historical context of defending champs struggling to get out of the second round, I do think that you can frame, or you should frame, the decisions, every decision that the Nuggets make through the lens of, are we doing everything possible and enough to maximize the prime years of Nikola Jokic and whatever semblance of a title contention window, however open that door or window is, that we are doing everything in our power to give ourselves the best chance to push through that. Would you, Jake Shapiro, sign off on the decision to promote interim GM Ben Tenzer to executive VP of basketball operations and bring back John Wallace in the role of executive VP of president of player personnel? Does those moves sign off to you that we are doing everything as the Nuggets to move forward in this title contention window in the best way possible?
Just because it was among the cheapest options doesn't mean it wasn't one of the better options. And in the world where KSE is unlikely to spend $10+ million a year on a guy like Bob Myers, this is probably the best result possible. So if you don't think that, them not wanting to pony up to get one of these big time executives is everything possible, then you're completely justified for that. But that's just never the space that KSE is operating in. And on top of that, guys, we're talking about what the Nuggets could have given, their best possible offer to acquire Kevin Durant, who's awesome and got traded for pennies on the dollars. It wasn't much. The Nuggets are over the salary cap. They're into the luxury tax. They don't have a draft pick this year. They have very few draft picks they can trade. They don't even have that many young players that are ready to take a giant step forward. It's like a handful of guys, right? Who are you trading on this roster? If you went to the best GM in the world and said, I'll give you anything, come here, it's not even that attractive of a situation because they can't make this roster their own. It's still Tim Conley's roster. That's how the Nuggets designed this thing a couple years ago, and it's still designed to be that. So I'm not sure that there was a better option out there for the Nuggets without a significant more amount of money being spent, which I doubt that KSE was willing to give.
He is Jake Shapiro, Denver sports analyst to the stars, covering all things Nuggets, Buffs, Broncos,
everything.
A little bit of Rockies. He's a veteran of the Rapids beat. Anything you want to know about the Denver sports scene, I have a hunch Jake Shapiro could fill you in on it. Jake, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it. This is KKFN HD1, Longmont, Denver. We are coming with it, and we are coming for it, is what Zach By would say. I am Richie Carney sitting in for Zach alongside Philip Lindsay.
You forgot one line. And we are
The Drive.
Come on now, Richie. If you're going to do it right.
Fair enough.
All right.
You give me Spanish lessons. You give me coaching techniques. You got a lot. You're a multi-talented co-host there, Phil.
I can do it all. I
That
can do
you
it all,
can.
Richie. I'm a joker. I'm the joker.
You're the Joker.
I'm the Joker.
Yeah. Are you the forced Joker like Marvin Mims, or are you the real Joker like Evan Ingram?
The forced Joker. I didn't know that you didn't like Marvin Mims like this.
I do like Marvin
Sean
Mims.
was just forced to use Marvin Mims.
He was, because no one else could do
you
it.
You picked him in the second round, and Sean was a part of that. There had to be a vision there for my man Marvin Mims.
It wasn't that. If it was that, it would have been that from the jump.
It should have been that.
Should have been.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Maybe it still will be that if Evan Ingram can't hack it.
He could be the baby Joker.
What were your biggest takeaways there? For a lot of stuff there from Jake Shapiro.
There was a lot.
Who has been covering this thing top to bottom all off season long. He will be in attendance. And maybe we'll check in with him and Anilo Pirro tomorrow after the press conference, the introductory press conference for these two new hires in Ben Tenzer, the new executive vice president of basketball operations, and former Nuggets and more recently former Timberwolves executive John Wallace, who is now the Nuggets' new executive VP of player personnel. Both guys will together form what would be the general manager role that was Calvin Booth.
Two heads are better than one, Richie. That's what they always say. In this case right here, I'd rather have one.
So you got to feed them.
Exactly. I'd rather have one mind with one vision and very confident. To me, this looks like Josh Kroenke wanted to be cheap again and said, you know what, let's hire within. Let's hire with familiar faces that I'm comfortable with. Now, some people are okay with it and saying, like, let it play out. Yeah, we're going to let it play out. But I'm reacting today. And today, do I feel like Josh Kroenke and the Denver Nuggets have done everything they can to get ready for this year by adding the right people, the right front office people to the mix in the general manager spot? And my answer is no. If you want a really good general manager, Richie, you're going to have to pay top dollar for really good general manager kind of people. Simple as that. Just like when you're dealing with players. If you have a great player, you're going to have to spend a lot of money on that player. Josh Kroenke didn't want to pay for a top dog when it came to the general manager spot, and he settled for less. That's my take on it.
If you want something, if you're good at something, you never do it for free. And the best charge more than the rest. And that's what Jake was alluding to when he said, KSE and Kroenke with Stan and Josh at the helm have never been in a position to be the team that wants to shell out $10+ million to get the Bob Myers of the world, the former Warriors exec who helped architect some of their championship teams during that dynasty run. And they have often gone the path of least expense in that route. That is why we saw Masai Ujiri move on. It's ultimately why I think Tim Connolly moved on. And Calvin Booth, before being fired, was offered an extension that he turned down for financial reasons. So I do think that there is an element, to Jake Shapiro's point, of these joint roles that we may find that there's not a ton of overlap between them, that yes, they're going to have to agree on things and keep in mind, but the stepping on toes aspect that we saw with Calvin Booth and Michael Malone may not be there as much because their focus and their specialty is going to be in different areas. It sounds like John Wallace is going to be more of the de facto GM. He's somebody that has touched, I was going to say touched grass, but it's more touched hardwood.
But to me, Richie, then why not just name him the general manager?
That's a fair point.
Why not just go ahead and say, you know what, like, you're the guy for the job. We trust you. We believe in you. Let's go with your vision. Why go through all this to have a co-worker? It's like having co-offensive coordinators. I was a part of that. What's going on?
It's like reminds me of Pete Carroll when he had Drew Lock and Geno Smith competing in camp. He's like, I think we got two starting quarterbacks. And in reality, if you got two starting quarterbacks, you probably have none.
Yeah, you don't have a starting quarterback there.
You asked, though, why not just name John Wallace the GM? If he's going to be more of the player personnel guy, the guy who's going to be in on making decisions, and maybe Ben Tenzer's more of a background financial kind of figure. Can I give you a little conspiracy theory?
Please do.
About why potentially it may have played out this way and why it maybe has taken so long to get to this point.
2 days before the NBA draft.
Yeah, basically right down to the wire. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not reporting on anything. This is just speculation, conspiracy theory, putting my tinfoil hat on. Are we 100% sure that everyone at the top of the Nuggets organization wanted this model to be this way? And what I mean by that is, I think there could be a very real situation where some people within the Nuggets organization who are in positions of power maybe wanted to just go that traditional route to replace Calvin Booth with Ben Tenzer or John Wallace or whatever. But others did not. And I think that maybe that is an explanation as to why what could have been a pretty simple thing: promote the interim guy and bring back a former assistant whose team had been out of the playoffs for some time. They didn't have to wait until the day after the NBA season to do this. They could have announced this weeks ago. And I think that in part because this structure that we've seen with not a singular GM, but more of a dual role, has been something that the Nuggets have turned to in the past. It is exactly the same structure that they had years ago in two executive vice presidents reporting up to a vice chairman like a Josh Kroenke or a Stan Kroenke. And that was back when they had Rex Chapman, of all people, Twitter famous Rex Chapman, and Mark Warkentine, I don't exactly know how to say his last name, but from 2006 to 2010, those two men worked as co-vice presidents. And back then, it was at least speculated, assumed, that that's the structure that Stan Kroenke liked, that he wanted collaboration and communication within the organization and not having one guy hold all the power, one ring to rule them all. And I don't think that is maybe shared by other members of the Kroenke family. So my tinfoil hat conspiracy theory is there may have been a disagreement between maybe Josh and Stan fundamentally on how to replace Calvin Booth, how to move on with this tenure, with the mistakes that they saw and the feud between Booth and Malone. And maybe they disagreed a little bit on how to approach it. And ultimately, the winning and prevailing thought was to go back to the model that they had in the mid-2000s with co-VPs.
I mean, that was a long conspiracy theory, and I love it. I love the layout, Richie. I love it. And maybe that is the case. But to me, you had success when you had Tim Connelly there as the general manager, and you were able to have a lot of success with that. Why not do something like that again?
Tim Connellys don't grow on trees, though, Phil.
I understand that, but maybe you do an extensive search like you were supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you hire this firm, right? You hire this firm to find the right guy for the job, and then you hire him as a general manager. See, what I'm thinking is Josh didn't do this extensive work that he was supposed to do, and that it got close to the time where it's like, the draft's around the corner, and we don't have a general manager. Let me do the cheap version, keep Ben Tenzer, and then bring somebody else like John Wallace that I'm familiar with, that I'm comfortable with, and they can work together. And at the end of the day, they're going to be yes men. They're gonna come and they're gonna ask me to do anything. I'm gonna sign off on it. So I'm the general manager that's up at the top, and I'm gonna be a part of this a lot more than people are thinking. And we're gonna go that route. It's interesting, and it sucks for someone like Jokic, Richie, who he has 3 or 4 years left, maybe 5 in his prime, and deserves to have a general manager that knows how to win, that knows what to do and has a vision for this team, other than just looking like we're going to run it back for the 3rd straight time and hope that we can win that way. That can't be the case. We need somebody with a vision and can be creative with this roster and with the money that we have left, and also making trades and deciding what we're going to do with Christian Braun, because we're going to have to either sign him or trade him away because we can't get into that second apron.
And it could be the case that this co-VP model that they used in the mid-2000s, conspiracy theory or not, even if that's just ultimately what they both settled on, or the organization agreed upon, is the best place to move forward. It could work out similarly to the way that it did before, and it may be the best course.
That's what the Denver Broncos thought with Melvin Gordon and myself. Co-starters.
Yeah.
At the running back position, co-starters. You know, when I was with Colorado, it was Brian Lindgren and Darian Cheverini, and they were co-offensive coordinators. And they used to argue and talk back to each other all day throughout the game because they have 2 different philosophies still.
What was the logic at that time behind hiring co-offensive coordinators?
One was really good at the pass game, and the other one was really good with running the ball. But somebody had the ultimate decision, and that was Darian Severini on calling the plays. So it was like, at the end of the day, Coach Darian Severini probably should have just been the offensive coordinator because he was the one calling the plays. He was the one making the decisions. And so in this case, somebody's going to have to make the decisions. You have 2 vice presidents, but somebody's going to have to be a general manager and make the decisions during draft time and when it comes down time to trade players away.
On the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043 from the 7125, aren't the Cronkies paying for 2 people or the same or more than what they would pay one quality experienced general manager? I think KSE needs to stop getting advice from Dick Monfort. Now, there's some jest there. Easy on, Charlie's back now. Charlie Monfort's back. We
Charlie's
supposedly we might have a knight in shining armor. We might have a knight in shining armor over there at 20th and Blake. But I do think this touches on something that, in a non-conspiracy theory way, may ultimately have influenced why they decided to go this route. Because ultimately, you don't want to pay 2 people to do the job that one person can do, right? That's just not smart business.
No.
Unless you don't think you have or can afford or can find one person to do the job, and you have to split it up. And that's ultimately what it sounds like they did. John Wallace seems to be more on he's the player personnel side, the executive vice president of player personnel. He's a former player himself. He has executive experience working with players and kind of being that side of the front office, whereas Ben Tenzer seems to specialize more and have more experience and more comfortability on the financial side of things. Under the umbrella of the general manager, both of those things are part of the job. But if you don't have a candidate in-house, or you're not satisfied with what you'd have to pay an out-of-house candidate like a Bob Myers or someone else who can do both things and do them well, then aren't you kind of, this is the next best course of action? Aren't you kind of pushed down that path to say, hey, I don't have a dime, but I've got 2 nickels. You know what I mean? It's still 10 cents.
I don't like that, Richie. I don't like it. You play this game as a player to win. You're owning a team. Why? To win. So you like, for example, Greg Penner, he's going to do whatever it takes to win. And I know he has a bunch of money, $80 billion. And he's putting it in really good spots, and he's playing his role really well, but he's always there. For someone like Josh Kroenke, when are you going to say, you know what, screw it, I want to win. I want to make sure that Jokic has 2 championships. I want to make sure that the Denver Nuggets are relevant and have a chance to win every single year. And I want to put the right guy in charge. Even if I have to fork up a little bit more money, it's worth it. Why? Because you have the greatest player to play the game, and he deserves that. That's number one. And us fans deserve to get back and have another championship and have another parade. We all deserve that. So for Josh to say, you know what, let me try to take the cheap way and have 2 heads, because 2 heads are better than one. Find just one guy that has a great vision and is the right general manager for the job, and let's go with that. Don't stop being comfortable and feeling like you need to have a familiar face. Get in a situation where you're uncomfortable and you have somebody that has a little bit more pushback, is not going to be a yes man. That's what I think this was. Hire 2 dudes that I can control.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to me. And despite your clear and obvious urging and the valid points that you make,
like, I want us to win. And you have Jake saying that he doesn't think the Western Conference is getting stronger.
That's exactly where I was going to go.
What are they doing? Because I feel like they're building up. I mean, the Rockets were really, really good this year. And then they add KD. Like, people around, the other teams around us are getting better, and we're staying the same. And you don't stay the same. If you're staying the same in any kind of pro sports, you're getting worse.
Yep, that's exactly, ironically, where I was going to go next, because I was very intrigued, and I asked a follow-up question to Jake when he said that he doesn't view the Western Conference in the NBA as something that is ascending or getting better, at least not at the top level for sure. He said that the Oklahoma City Thunder, who, as Dante Behind the Glass pointed out, are plus 220 prohibitive favorites by the experts in the desert to repeat as title contenders, which for futures odds, that's pretty low. And we watched what they did throughout the regular season, and with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander as an MVP, goes on to be a finals MVP. And the Houston Rockets, who were the 2 seed, yes, they got upset by the Warriors, but still the reigning 2 seed in the NBA, adding a 37-year-old who is still one of the better players in the league without having to mortgage the entirety of their young core or their draft capital in the immediate future. Dante, what did you think about Jake's comments there?
I mean, I just disagree. I think the Thunder team that we saw this year that won 68 games and just won the championship, that might be the worst version of the Thunder team we see over the next 2, 3, 4
They're young.
years.
They're young.
If there was one hole on the team or one thing you could criticize the team about prior to them just winning the finals is, they didn't have championship medals, no experience. Now there's nothing to knock. They have scoring, they have depth at scoring, they have defense, they have the championship medal, the experience. So I don't agree with.
And they
Jake
have the draft
saying,
capital.
and they have the draft capital going forward to make moves if they want, or add young players too. So
yeah, they actually have, where we talked about earlier that the Nuggets have neither of the best of both worlds. The Thunder have both. They have young, cost-controlled, rising talent, and they have a ton of quality draft capital to be able to invest and reload in the future if they can't keep all of these stars over the next handful of years.
Yeah, and I wanted to add, I know it's not a Tuesday, but I'm going to do a hot take here.
Okay.
Hot take Monday.
So Jalen Williams and Chet Holmgren are both up for extensions this year. I don't think either of them takes the max. It feels like they have that community vibe to the team till they'll go a little bit less to all stay together. We'll see where that goes, but I would be surprised if both of them get a max contract. I think they will cut some corners to keep everything together.
Boy, that would be scary. And they're set up to do it. They're decision maker and Sam Presti has orchestrated this team pretty masterfully. They have the opportunity. Will they maximize it? Will they achieve it? I don't know. But they have the opportunity laid out pretty cleanly in front of them to become one of the next dynasties in the NBA. And that's somebody that the Nuggets are going to be looking up at least in the immediate future, if not the foreseeable.
Where would you guys rank the Nuggets right now? And I know that the draft hasn't happened yet, and you can still trade. But where would you rank them right now, Richie, and even Dante, if you had to?
Well, I'll say this: the Thunder are obviously at the top, and we had this conversation a little bit earlier about the Houston Rockets, and yeah, they give up a Jalen Green and a Dylan Brooks, and they give up the 10th pick in this year's draft. And will KD be a piece that takes them over the top at 37 years old? And Dante has pointed out, some concerns from a playmaking, stylistic setup that could make KD complicated for what the Rockets ultimately want to do. But on paper, they were already the 2 seed. The Nuggets were the 4, and they added Kevin Durant without giving up a king's ransom, I would say. So I'm comfortable putting them with ahead of the Nuggets with guys like Alperen Sengun and Thompson and KD now, and still some pieces that they have there. The Lakers just got sold for a record $10+ billion, and I think they're going to be on the doorstep of making some moves. I don't think somebody purchases and acquires that team without a clear vision for them. And then you're at the Nuggets, Clippers, Timberwolves kind of a thing there. So I don't think they're going to be higher than where they were in this last postseason at 4. Do you?
No, I look at the Thunder. It's like, okay, they have everybody coming back. They have draft capital. They're young. They're hungry. They're going to want to try to be the team to repeat. So you're chasing after them. The Rockets, all right, they're young. They play great defense. You're adding Kevin Durant. That's going to add some kind of offense to it. Like that's a team that you're going to have to look out for. We can't find a way to beat the Minnesota Timberwolves. That's our kryptonite. So we're sitting there, and then the Lakers are going to make some kind of dramatic move because they have the owner to do it, and the owner doesn't care about spending the money. We know that because he's doing it with the Dodgers.
They have a new anchor in Luka Doncic. They still have LeBron James, and we'll see how much.
And yet we're sitting here, Richie and Dante, we're sitting here with the same unit. Pretty much it's looking like 3 years in a row now. We're going on our 3rd year here.
That's the reason why, if anything, I think at best you should hold the Nuggets at 4 if you're trying to do this hypothetical power ranking, because of all the teams that are even near them, the Nuggets have by far the least flexibility and capability to move and improve, which is why they're quote-unquote running it back essentially for another year. And Dante pointed out earlier in the show that, your coach said if you're not getting better, you're getting worse, or if you're staying the same, you're actually getting worse. And the Nuggets, who watched Russell Westbrook decline his player option, a major contributor regular in postseason, and then Dario Saric opts into his player option, who never played and couldn't get on the court. And I agree with Dante when he said he doesn't think that that's going to change under David Adelman. I actually agree with that. So you can make an argument that on paper, the Nuggets have already gotten worse than they were last season.
Well, they need to find depth. They need to find somebody that can come off the bench. Westbrook is gone. Unless Westbrook is going to sign back to the Nuggets with a better deal, which I don't believe is going to happen because Westbrook is 36. He's going to be 37 years old when they start playing again. Why do that? And then, like you just said, Richie, Dario Saric, who we were praying did not take the player option, takes the player option because there's $5.4 million sitting on the table for him to sit on the bench. I would do the exact same thing. So there's just not a lot of money in spots to be able to say, okay, we can find the depth in more. So I don't know what the Nuggets are going to do. They're going to have to make some kind of dramatic splash to be able to get the depth that they need and maybe a player that can score and shoot the three well.
Dante, what's your read on the Nuggets to answer Phil's question about where you would put them and slot them in the West going forward?
I think they're in that second tier. I think the Thunder are far and away the best. Like, it's Thunder, big gap. And then I think there is a second tier there of Houston with Kevin Durant. I do have some questions about the Rockets still. They were the third to worst team in the NBA in assists. And usually a Kevin Durant on the court doesn't make it that much better because he's so ball dominant, plays a lot of ISO basketball. So a little bit of questions of the cohesion of that offense still. The Lakers you mentioned are new ownership. New ownership usually likes to make some splashy moves when they get in there.
You just bought a new car. You want to test drive it.
Exactly, and they have the money to do whatever they want to do. And they're willing to back it up, go into the second apron if they need to, or whatever they decide is best for them there. But yeah, I think the Rockets, the Lakers, the Nuggets, and then we'll have a full season next year in Golden State of Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry, and that team got on fire once Jimmy Butler got there. So
totally
that's a team to look out for as well. So I think Tier 2, but I think there's a big gap between Tier 1 and Tier 2.
And I'm seeing it on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043 from the 8575. You got to be careful with seeding because the Nuggets could have easily ended up as the 2 seed, obviously referencing the fact that even after the seeding shook out, your 3, 4, and 5 seeds were all 50 and 32. So you had kind of a log jam full of tiebreakers in the middle there. The bottom line is they didn't end up as the 2 seed. You know what I'm saying? And they ended up as the 4 seed because they won a tiebreaker over the Clippers and lost one to the Lakers. So I understand that you say, oh, yeah, seeding can mean this and it can mean that. I'm not even using the seeding that was going into last year's Western Conference as the main driving point behind where I think the Nuggets will slot going forward. It has much more to do with the fact that they have 82% of their payroll locked up into the core 4 of Jokic, Murray, MPJ, and AG, that they have very little to no reliable bench help, and that hasn't gotten better. And the one person you brought in to try to do that in Russell Westbrook opted out of his player option. So even if he comes back with all the inefficiencies that carried, it's going to be at a more expensive rate. And you don't have any draft capital and equity to try to make moves and break things up to try something else. You're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place.
You have a decision to make with Christian Brown.
Yeah, and Peyton Watson, 2 guys that are going to be up for extensions, and Christian Brown, who was your spark plug and your leader off the bench, a guy that was
a lot of money.
Putting on a show in front of Shakira in the NBA Finals against Miami. He got thrust into the starting lineup, and by and large, I think he did a really admirable job. So you're not talking about maybe losing a core 4 player if you can't find a way to extend Christian Brown, but that's going to be a big hole to have to fill if you can't.
All I'm saying, I get concerned because we're sitting here. It seems like people are making moves. And I know sometimes just because you make a move doesn't mean it's going to help you out. But after losing 2 years in a row, you have to make some kind of change to show Jokic, to show the fan base that you do care and that you are trying to win. That's all I'm saying. Is make some type of move that's going to help us in an impactful way. And it's going to help Jokic get another championship. That's all we care about, is getting a championship.
Yeah, and you mentioned Christian Brown there, and Jake on the phone did as well about, there's not really a lot of decision-making there. It's either you sign him or you don't. Christian Brown's one of those weird guys where the amount of money you sign him to is going to matter a lot.
Oh, yeah.
There's no definitive, like, oh, he's a max guy, or it's like, oh, he's a minimum guy. He's in that in-between area. So I think there's a lot of decisions to be made on him of like, hey, what's the number that we're looking to get him at, and what's the ceiling of what we're willing to pay him.
Exactly. And I certainly think he possesses a skill set that around the league is going to be coveted enough to at least drive the price up beyond what the Nuggets may initially want to offer. And in theory, every decision has 2 possible outcomes. You either do it or you don't.
It's just very oversimplified.
It either happens or it doesn't. But again, I just think that with how little margin for error that the Nuggets seem to have because of the poor decision-making from Calvin Booth and from Michael Malone and the position that they find themselves in, every one of these decisions carries more weight than I think it would have under other pretenses. And there's another interesting point I gave a conspiracy theory earlier. We'll give one on the text line from Rob in Boise.
Okay, from Boise.
This is arguably the most important offseason in Nuggets history. If they don't give it right, it will have an extremely hard time supporting Jokic in the next handful of years. There's another one that says Russell Westbrook is chasing a ring. Okay. He wants one before he retires. I think he made that clear. That's probably his motivation behind signing with the Nuggets. So what does it say that Russ, if he opts out of his player option like he did and he doesn't come back to the Nuggets, what does it say that a ring-chasing player, someone whose sole goal on the twilight of his NBA career wants to win a title, leaves Denver because he doesn't think that he's their best option to do it?
No, I mean, that's a great point. That's a great point. On top of, for Russ, I think there's a lot of internal stuff in that locker room where it's like people are speaking out about how I was a bad teammate and how they pretty much didn't like me. Do I want to be in that kind of locker room? Do I want to be around those kind of guys that are talking about me behind my back? But it seems like it's spilling out to the public. So there's a lot, but I do like that conspiracy theory of you have Russ that's ring chasing and now he decides to opt out of his player option because he wants more money and probably go chase a ring and it's probably not here. That's what he firmly believes.
Well, the offseason is just underway. The NBA season ended literally yesterday. So we will see what this next chapter, this big page that the Denver Nuggets are turning, moving on from their GM, who was an internal homegrown product, moving on from the winningest coach in franchise history, and Michael Malone, who helped bring the franchise their only Larry O'Brien trophy. This new chapter with David Adelman, with Ben Tenzer, and with John Wallace being, three primary figures who are going to usher this team into the next phase. They're going to have a massively important and high-stakes offseason ahead of them, and I will be fascinated to see how it all shakes out. Coming up next, Training Camp 2025 is also right around the corner, and one of our own has listed a handful of Broncos who may find themselves on the chopping block in a little less than a month from today. Who are those Broncos? We'll get into it coming up next.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, denversports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the mountains or go pick up your dry cleaning? RV wins! Are we cleaning the gutters or taking the RV camping? RV wins! Are we getting a new passport or cruising up the coast? RV wins!
Don't forget, you got that trip to Sweden coming up.
Oh, yeah, passport, then RV.
Yeah!
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
The 35th Annual Schomp Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale. Going on now through Saturday, June 28th. There's no better time and no better cost. We have our best prices of the year on our entire inventory of BMW, Honda, Mini, Subaru, Mazda, Nissan, Ford, and Hyundai vehicles. Whether you are in the market for a new, electric, or used vehicle, we have thousands of cars in stock. The Schomp Automotive Children's Hospital Colorado Sale. Going on now. See all offers at Schomp.com.
Are you self-employed or a contractor and struggling to find a lender that can help you access the equity in your home to pay off your high-interest debt? My friends at American Financing have the perfect loan for you, the bank statement loan. They can get you qualified by using your bank statements, which many other lenders are unable to do. The credit card bills are going to continue to climb, so don't wait any longer. Call today. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $854 a month. And if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments, giving you greater savings up front. Even if you've been turned down by other lenders, give them a call. American Financing has been helping borrowers just like you with this new loan program. There are no upfront fees or obligation to find out how much you can save every month. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream. A sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your favorite grocer. If you can't find it, be sure to ask for it.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Co-Etzel. Live at Fiddler's Green, July 6th. With special guests, Kip Moore, Corey Kent, and more. Get tickets to see Co-Etzel live at AXS.com.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3, The Fan.
At the U.S. Center for Safe Sport, we believe athletes are defined by their journey, not the medals they win. And creating a safer stage for all levels of competition is our priority. Join the movement to end abuse at uscenterforsafesport.org.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Uber Eats has deals all summer long. Get ice cream, soda, and snacks from your favorite stores like Wegmans or CVS and make the most of every moment. That sounds like a good summer. Order now on Uber Eats. Terms apply. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Rolling downhill on a Monday afternoon, Richie Carney filling in for Zach By alongside Philip Lindsay. And Phil, the Denver Broncos, if you can believe it, are less than a month away from the start of training camp 2025, July 22nd.
Crazy. Usually it's July 24th. The reason I know that is it's my birthday. So usually July 24th, I know I'm going to camp. So we usually do something before that with my family, my wife, my kids. We would have like a birthday dinner on the 22nd, 23rd. I fly out. 24th, it's on and cracking. You're competing for a spot. You're trying to make the team. you want to have a great year, it starts during camp.
Dante, did you catch that Phil just slyly tossed his birthday out there? Yeah. I was talking about, did you catch how Phil just slyly slid his birthday in there? We were talking about training camp. I said, Phil, if you can believe it, we are less than a month away on June 23rd from the start of Broncos training camp. I said July 22nd.
Did you know that training camp usually starts around Phil's birthday?
Yeah.
Is that what he just said?
Yeah,
because I've heard him say
he goes,
that.
Richie, it usually starts on the 24th because, and I'll tell you why. Because that's my birthday.
Phil, do you want to know a fun fact?
What's
that
up?
you probably won't know this? My birthday is July 23rd, but I don't bring it up that it's always at the beginning of training.
Is your
camp like
birthday
you do.
July 23rd? You guys
It
are one
is.
day apart?
Or the reason I bring it up is I was a part of those training camps. I'm trying to give you guys a back seat of like how I felt.
I
going
thought you were about
into
to hit us with
training
that
camp.
Magic Johnson. Like, I'm not going to be there.
No.
Training camp might start
Come
on the
on,
22nd,
now,
but I'm not going to be there.
I wasn't that good.
So Phil had to slide in
that
that's his birthday and he played in the NFL.
Yeah,
just in
here
case
you
you
guys
didn't
go.
know.
You
Just in
best
case
believe
didn't
he's going
know.
to circle back to that in about 2.5 weeks of like, hey, you remember when training camp starts, right? Any other dates stick out to you?
It's my birthday. I can cry if I want to.
Well, we are less than a month away from Phil's birthday
There
and
we go.
Broncos training camp.
There we go. Now I feel special. I didn't like my birthday though. As a running back, the older you get, they want to throw you away. I wanted to stay young forever.
That's the
It's a
nature of
young
the
man's-
position,
Yeah,
right?
it's a young man's league, especially at the running back position. They want you around 24, 25, 26. You start to get 27, 28, 29. They start to say you're old, which is crazy to think.
Well, Andrew Mason listed 3 players for 3 very valid reasons that he thinks are going to be on the chopping block come training camp 2025. The first is cornerback Damari Mathis, who everyone remembers from the infamous game against the Chargers back in the 2022 season, where he got flagged for 4 pass interference penalties, and it was clear that Justin Herbert was targeting Damari Mathis.
And he was young. He was young at that time.
in his rookie year. But outside of that, he actually found ways to contribute meaningfully as a 4th-round pick in the starting lineup and on special teams. But you get a crowded room. You got the Defensive Player of the Year in Pat Surtain. You got Riley Moss, Jaquan McMillan, Jahdae Barron now, the 1st-round pick. And corner and edge rusher are those positions we always say you can't have too much depth, right? Well, you can only have so many on a roster, and I can see the line that Mace is drawing with Damari Mathis about how he could find himself the odd man out.
Yeah, I mean, for Damari Mathis, he's going to have a great camp. One, he's going to have to stay healthy, and he's going to have to make plays. We should be coming back into the studio, Richie, talking about, did you see Damari Mathis out there today? He had 2 interceptions. He's having pass breakups. Special teams-wise, he's at gunner. He's running down, and you can just see his speed because he is in a battle. And you've been in the league now for 3 years, going on 4, and you didn't get a lot of burn 2024, which was last year. And so now what do you do? Because you do have these young players that are coming up. You do have Jahdae Barron that's going to play a lot. Yeah, so what can you do to separate yourself to stay on the team? And that's going to be special teams. And if you can't play special teams, you're not going to be on this team.
Special teams was the primary contribution for one of the other members on Mace's list, which is Delaren Turner-Yell, who missed all of last season at the safety position because of a torn ACL from the end of the 2023 season. And he was kind of emerging as a core 4 special teams guy leading up to that. But now he comes back from that ACL injury, missing all of last year. And the special team situation has completely turned on its head. You got all new coaches. Mike Westhoff and Ben Katwika are out. Darren Rizzi is in. And PJ Locke has had plenty of experience and time in development on the special team side of things behind the presumptive starters in Brandon Jones and now Talanoa Hufanga. So it gets a little dicey there when you add J.L. Skinner, Devon Key, and et cetera. Another crowded room situation. Just like the last name on Mace's list, Eniu Wazurike, the defensive lineman, who has to try to beat out Jordan Jackson, the Air Force product, just to slot in behind Zach Allen, John Flanker-Myers, DJ Jones, and Malcolm Roach. A lot of those guys only have 1 year left on their deal, but a lot of crowded rooms putting guys on the chopping block.
It is, but this is what you want, Richie. You want the rooms to be crowded and everybody fighting for that spot because it's going to bring the best out of everybody. It's going to be the best out of the starters, out of the backups, and you're playing for your job. This is your livelihood here on the line when it comes to your dream job. So you have to put your best foot forward. And when you're hungry, you're a lot more dangerous.
The running back room is pretty crowded as well. And 2 names in Tyler Bidet and Audric Estime make Mace's like honorable mention section of his guys that are on the chopping block potentially in training camp. As a former running back yourself, Phil, as the last person to rush for over 1,000 yards for the Denver
Oh,
Broncos.
I'm blushing.
Yeah.
Thanks for bringing that up, Richie.
Yeah, happy early birthday, by the way. What's your read on the crowded running back room and who could find themselves as the odd man out on the chopping block? Is there a world, and I feel like the momentum of this is kind of picking up some steam from guys like Mike Kliss and some of our observations out at OTAs and minicamp, where it's not really about, is it going to be Audric Estime or Jaleel McLaughlin?
Yeah.
Is there a world where Tyler Bidet throws his hat in the mix and potentially squeezes one or both of those guys out of that running
Very
back
much so. Tyler Bidet, before he got hurt and injured in Week 4 against the Jets, he was running well, and he was able to. One thing I like about Tyler Bidet's game is he runs well inside out runner, and he does have speed. He also, and Sean Payton alluded to this, was pass block. So that might be the one thing that helps someone like Tyler Bidet out is he can pass block, he can catch out of the backfield, and he can run well inside, and he's cheap. So this is going to be a three-way competition between Audric Estime, Jaleel McLaughlin, and Tyler Bidet, and who can outlast the other, who can make more plays during camp and preseason, and also who can stay healthy. Audric Estime, to me, is the one that's on the chopping block, and if he doesn't get his act together and he doesn't,
hate Audric Estime.
I'm just saying. I mean, it's one of these things. It's shown in camp. He's sometimes running with the fours. He was a healthy scratch. He was a healthy scratch in last year's playoffs, and he was healthy the whole entire season. For Tyler Bidet, who was hurt Week 4, and the next time he played was in the playoffs. So Audric Estime has an uphill battle that he's going to have to fight for. If you want to be on this team, Audric Estime, you're going to have to fight for it.
That is going to be the case because J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey aren't going anywhere, and it's going to be up to everybody else to see who can claw for the limited space behind those two guys. What did we learn from a jam-packed weekend in the world of sports? We'll put a bow on this thing coming up next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drive's Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you.
Hate to break up the brouhaha.
Next stop, North Glen, June 27th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
So you're the little lady who started this great brouhaha.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's going on, gentlemen? Philip Lindsay here. And fellas, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinics are experts in treating low testosterone and other men's sexual health conditions. They've successfully treated tens of thousands of men that are dealing with low T. And a lot of those men have seen amazing differences that those treatments can make in their life. And if you're just like these guys, within just a few weeks, you'll feel your energy return, the brain fog will go away, your sleep will improve, as will the workouts. And fellas, I'm here to tell you that the sex drive will be significantly enhanced as well. All you need to do is take the Low T quiz on their website. It's a simple 10-question quiz full of yes or no answers. It takes 2 minutes to do, so it's fast. Then, you'll schedule a consult at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They will draw your blood and have the results within 30 minutes. And I'm here to tell you guys that there are 5 locations out there that can serve you. All right, so there are no excuses about it's too far or I don't know where to go, because you can go to Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So go and get your low T treated. Call them today at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Country music fans, the 2025 Cheyenne Frontier Days Frontier Nights lineup is here. Ian Munsick with Travis Tritt on Friday, July 18th. Jordan Davis with Brett Young will take the Frontier Night stage on Saturday, July 19th. On Sunday, July 20th, Bailey Zimmerman with Josh Ross will take the stage. Only at Cheyenne Frontier Days. Tickets on sale now, only at CFDrodeo.com.
A diamond is the oldest natural substance you will ever hold in your hand, created over 40 million years ago.
There are very few items of true value in the world that fit in the palm of your hand that also express our most powerful emotions.
And that's why a natural diamond from Williams Jewelers is the natural expression of your love. I'm Michelle Williams.
And I'm Bruce Williams. It's one of the most important purchases you will ever make.
And you're counting on us to help you get it right. So come get hands-on with Denver's most beautiful natural loose diamonds.
At Williams Jewelers, I still personally hand-select every natural diamond we sell, from the finest diamond cutters in the world, direct to you, all at the guaranteed best price in the state.
Say, will you with Williams?
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds
Williams Jewelers in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue between Fillmore and Detroit, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
You're ready to make fitness fit your schedule. Don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Let's talk about your hair. If you're losing it and desire it back, then do what I did and go see Dr. Tanya Pauls at Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can personally attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but close to it. They put hair where you need it the most, and bam, it grows. It's actually science. Advanced Hair has it all. Top-rated Dr. Tanya Pauls, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation today. Call 720-459-HAIR and you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. That's 720-459-HAIR. Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver, and they've changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. Become inspired with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay.
Started from 2 o'clock, and now we're here. Putting a bow on a Monday show after a pretty busy weekend.
That was cute, Richie.
In the world of sports.
That was
Richie
cute.
Carney sitting in for Zach By alongside Philip Lindsay.
Oh, Zach, why you gotta be disrespectful, man?
Hey, listen, you gotta slide it in there, you know? I'll be nice to you on your birthday, which you reminded us is coming up in less than a month.
On the 24th.
Phil, what were some of your biggest takeaways from this sports weekend, and including today? We saw an NBA champion crowned.
Yeah.
We got a big trade. We got GM announcements, roster moves, all kinds of stuff.
I guess for me, the biggest takeaway is here in Denver. That's all I care about. The Denver sports, the Denver Nuggets, and pretty much naming John Wallace and Ben Tenzer co-general manager.
Co-executive vice presidents.
Yeah, vice presidents. I just want what's best, just like every other fan, and Jokic. I just want what's best for this team. And I just think that for Josh Kroenke, if you did this extensive work to find the next general manager of the Denver Nuggets, why don't we have a guy that's just considered our general manager then? Why are we taking two guys and putting them together and making them have a 2-in-1 job? And you know that sometimes like that can work, and a lot of times it's not going to work. You have two different personalities, two different visions, and ultimately, who's the general manager? We don't know that. And I know tomorrow there's going to be a lot of questions being asked at the presser, and we're going to get a lot of our questions answered. I'm just upset because I really wanted us to make a splash move for a general manager that had experience to help this team get back to the championship. And I'm not saying we can't get back. We have Jokic. We have a solid team. But also you need a general manager that you know has been through the fire to make this work.
anytime you have a player like Nikola Jokic, you've got a puncher's chance to do just about anything in the world of basketball. I do firmly believe that, and I do agree with you that in a perfect world, somebody with veteran experience, with leadership savviness, an established person to take that general manager role in a sole capacity, not in a split role, would be what's best for the Denver Nuggets as they try to climb out of the hole or the grave, for lack of a better word, that Calvin Booth and mostly Calvin Booth dug them and the aftermath of that feud between he and Michael Malone.
Yeah.
But that's sometimes easier for you and I to sit in front of a microphone and say and beg for and plead and pound the table for than it is to make happen in reality. Dollars have to meet, expectations. People have to be willing and available to take a job that does have some negative qualities alongside some positive ones, especially in the recent term. And we're going to see, because for John Wallace, the former Nuggets assistant who followed Tim Connolly to be a part of his executive staff in Minnesota, is now back. Ben Tenzer, the interim GM who took over for Calvin Booth, is now being elevated to executive vice president of basketball operations. The learning curve is going to be short for both of those guys because this offseason is pivotal, and it's going to have massive implications on the short-term and long-term success of this organization. And David Adelman, who was the longtime assistant, the interim head coach, gets fired with like 3 games left in the regular season.
There's just a lot of inexperience from both the front office and as David Adelman being the head coach to go with